Everyone thought I was dead, while I alone struggled desperately in hell. After 3 years, I returned only to see my wife kneeling at another man's feet, humbly begging to save our daughter. Blinded by rage, I stormed into the private room and kicked away the man who was humiliating my wife. But she, as if gone mad, pushed me away in tears and demanded I kowtow to that man, because she believed only he could save our daughter. My name is Wuji, once the war god of Daxia. 3 years ago, my entire Yi clan was slaughtered, and my wife and daughter nearly died. To hunt down the true culprit, I chose to fake my death and spent 3 years confined in the Dragon Lock Palace of the Northern Territory. Those 3 years weren't spent in despair, but in honing myself. Now, the 3-year term has ended, I have returned. A car sped down the highway as I received an urgent report from my subordinate Zhao Xingyun. My wife Chen Zisu and our daughter Xiaohan were in danger in Jiangchang. My fists clenched tightly, and I nearly ground out the words intelligence and keys through gritted teeth before racing off without a second thought. In Jiangzhou, at the Platinum Garden Club, inside VIP room 402, my wife Chen Zisu was kneeling humbly on the floor, begging a fat man known as Manager Zhang to save our critically ill daughter. She was willing to pay any price, pleading with Manager Zhang for just 1 century-old ginseng root. Manager Zhang leered at her with a lascivious grin, eyeing her obscenely as he reached out to assault her. Bam! The private room door burst open violently. My eyes blazed with fury, rage erupting like a volcano, and I kicked Manager Zhang flying across the room. Trembling, my wife looked at me, her eyes brimming with tears. Wuji, it's been 3 years. You bastard, you finally decided to show up. I pulled her into my arms, wiping away her tears with aching heart. Don't be afraid, I'm back. Boss Zhang, furious and flustered, shouted orders as his thugs surrounded me. He gloated and threatened Chen Zisu. You want the century-old ginseng? I'd rather feed it to dogs than give it to you. Hearing this, Chen Zisu turned deathly pale. She suddenly pushed me away and knelt on the ground, pleading with Boss Zhang. My heart ached as if stabbed by knives, and I tried to pull her up. Wife, our daughter doesn't need century-old ginseng. I'll cure her. But she wouldn't listen to anything I said. Instead, she grabbed me, forcing me to kneel and apologize to Boss Zhang. She screamed, sobbed, and accused me of disappearing for 3 years only to return and kill our daughter. Just then, my good brother Wang Hao suddenly appeared. He stopped Boss Zhang, fussed over Chen Zisu with feigned concern, and hypocritically claimed he had also found century-old ginseng. I stared at him coldly. On my way here, I had already learned through intelligence reports about his actions over the past 3 years. Wang Hao pointed at me with a pained expression and said to Chen Zisu, 3 years ago, he was arrested and imprisoned for sexually assaulting a woman. I kept the news from you because I didn't want you to be hurt. He pulled out his phone and displayed an electronic newspaper, its headline glaringly stating, Wuji, rapes and murders woman. Chen Zisu was thunderstruck, her body trembling as she looked at me with disgust. Wuji, I never thought you could be such a monster. I want a divorce. Wang Hao smirked at me triumphantly and whispered in my ear, Chen Zisu is mine. Anyone who dares to take her from me will die. I looked at him with disdain. How dare you call me a rapist? Zisu would never believe you. Yet, Chen Zisu was completely deceived by him. She hugged herself, trembling, her eyes lifeless. Wuji, from now on, I never want to see you again. I want a divorce. Seeing this, Manager Zhang immediately ordered his thugs, how dare a rapist lay hands on me? Beat him out of here. I stood motionless, and with just a glance, my overwhelming killing intent instantly knocked them unconscious. Manager Zhang trembled in fear, and Wang Hao turned pale. Just then, a hooded man entered the private room, arrogantly provoking me, only to be sent flying with a single slap. Ding-ling-ling, Chen Zisu's phone rang. Upon answering, her face turned pale. What? Xiaohan's condition is very critical now. After hanging up, she turned to me with eyes full of hatred and shouted, you're still so fond of reckless violence. I don't want to see you anymore. Once Xiaohan recovers, we'll divorce immediately. For the past 3 years, it's been Wang Hao taking care of us, mother and daughter. He's our benefactor. If you dare lay a finger on him, even Xiaohan won't forgive you. With that, Chen Zisu hurried away. My heart burned with urgency, my daughter's illness brooked no delay. Wang Hao, you're utterly vicious. Using century-old ginseng to harm Xiaohan, her weak constitution can't handle such potent tonics. This isn't saving her life, it's taking it. I rushed to the hospital, pushed open the door of the VIP ward, and saw Wang Hao handing the century-old ginseng to Divine Dr. Tang. Divine Dr. Tang was breaking off a root tendril, about to stuff it into Xiaohan's mouth. Stop right there, I roared in anger. Chapter 4, The Quack. Stop right there. Wuji's voice, now beyond his control, carried an invisible force. Dr. Tang's raised hand froze mid-air. Wuji stormed to the bedside, his face ashen as he violently knocked the century-old ginseng which Tang Shini had been about to force into his daughter's mouth out of the doctor's hand. Quack! Get the hell out of here! His gaze locked onto his daughter in the hospital bed, his eyes instantly filling with red bloodshot veins. Her frail form resembled a tiny kitten, her pale face still and eyes closed. A wave of excruciating pain pierced his heart. His trembling hands dared not even touch the child. Simultaneously, a wave of dread washed over him. His daughter was so frail, how could he have dared to use ginseng? Had he arrived just 1 minute later, even a god couldn't have saved her. Beside the bed, Master Tang's temper flared. "Who do you think you are, telling me to get lost?" he roared. "Who in Jiangzhou doesn't know my name? You delayed treatment, can you take responsibility for that?" Turning to Chen Zhisu, he declared haughtily, "The patient's condition is critical. His disruptive behavior delayed treatment. Should any complications arise, you bear full responsibility, I accept no liability." With a cold snort, he flung his sleeves aside and turned haughtily toward the window. As if to say, "I've been offended, and the consequences will be severe." Most masters of their craft have peculiar tempers. Seeing this, Chen Zhisu's heart sank with panic. She turned to Yi Wuji and shouted angrily, "Yi Wuji, get out of here immediately. If anything happens to my daughter because of you, I'll never forgive you for the rest of my life." Wang Hao, seeing the tension escalate, quickly added fuel to the fire. "Yi Wuji, whatever conflicts we have between us, curing Xiaohan is the most important thing right now. You must prioritize what matters most. Our grudges can wait until Xiaohan recovers." But inwardly, he sneered coldly, "Yi Wuji, your daughter is as good as dead. Once Xiaohan is dead, I don't believe Zhisu will remember you. As long as I'm alive, you'll never get back on your feet." Wang Hao stared at Yi Wuji, his heart brimming with smug satisfaction. Facing the others' scolding, doubts, and mockery, Yi Wuji paid them no heed whatsoever, his entire focus fixed on his daughter, Xiaohan. "If I'm not mistaken, my daughter's fainting was originally caused by anemia. But after being treated by you, this so-called miracle doctor, her condition has only worsened. To the point where my daughter's condition has deteriorated to this state. You claim to be renowned throughout Jiangzhou, known to all, yet you lack even the most basic medical knowledge. You failed to cure a minor ailment and instead turned it into a major illness." Yi Wuji finished examining his daughter without a flicker of emotion. Slowly lifting his head to meet Tang Xinyi's gaze, his voice remained calm, yet seething with a rage as vast as the ocean. It was the kind of calm that precedes a storm. Yi Wuji stood there, his peripheral vision catching Chen Zhisu's tear-streaked face. He felt anger yet couldn't blame her, it was his failure to protect them. He sighed softly. His wife was perfect in every way except for her gullibility. If I were to forcefully deal with Wang Hao without solid evidence now, the misunderstanding between us would only deepen. Enough. Saving my daughter comes first. I'll let this bastard live a little longer. To resolve the conflict completely, Yi Wuji had no choice but to suppress his rage for now. Beside him, the renowned physician Tang heard Yi Wuji's words and instantly turned crimson with rage. He bellowed angrily, "You insignificant nobody. Do you even understand the basics of diagnosis, observation, auscultation, inquiry, and palpation? How dare you criticize and nitpick my medical skills?" Yi Wuji didn't waste words. He went straight to the point. "Can you tell me what illness requires the use of a century-old ginseng? Do you dare to answer? Besides, in my daughter's current condition, how could she possibly tolerate such a potent tonic as century-old ginseng?" Yi Wuji's gaze sharpened like a blade as he fixed it on Tang Xinyi, his voice deep and menacing. "This isn't treating an illness. You're trying to kill my daughter." Tang Xinyi felt a pang of guilt. For a moment, he was at a loss, beads of sweat the size of beans rolling down his forehead. His medical skills were most vulnerable when confronted by a true expert. Steeling himself, Tang glared and declared, "Precisely because your daughter is so weak now does she need the century-old ginseng to fortify her. Otherwise, her condition will only deteriorate further over time." Hearing this, Yi Wuji grew even more certain that Wang Hao was behind this. Rage boiling over, Yi Wuji laughed bitterly. "As long as I'm here, no one will lay a finger on my daughter." Beside him, Chen Zhisu's gaze toward Master Tang was filled with confusion. Reflecting on everything that had transpired these past days, she sensed for the first time that something was terribly wrong. She turned to look at Wang Hao, momentarily at a loss for words. Wang Hao had cared for her and her daughter for 3 years. If he harbored any ill intentions toward Xiaohan, neither of them would have survived to this day. Wang Hao immediately sensed the question in Chen Zhisu's eyes and spoke sincerely, "Zhisu, you must believe me. I paid a tremendous price to bring Master Physician Tang here. A doctor's heart is like a parent's, how could he possibly want to harm Xiaohan?" Then, his gaze shifted as he said, "Yi Wuji, if we follow your logic, does that mean I wanted Xiaohan dead?" Wang Hao glared at Yi Wuji, his expression brimming with hurt and indignation. "You're a rapist. What right do you have to question a renowned physician whose fame echoes throughout Jiangzhou? We're trying to save lives, and you're sabotaging everything. How long do you plan to torment this mother and daughter? If not for past ties, I'd have you kicked out of Jiangzhou right now." Wang Hao seemed to be defending Chen Zhisu and her daughter at every turn, his face flushed with anger as he glared at Yi Wuji. Once again slandered by Wang Hao, Yi Wuji's fury erupted. He turned it into a cold laugh and said, "Back when you offended the Xie family of Jiangzhou, it was I who saved you. If not for me, you'd have been sunk beneath the Jiangzhou bridge long ago. If you dare slander me again, just as I saved you back then, today I can kill you." With that, Yi Wuji reached out, pressed his hand against the white wall, and exerted slight pressure. The wall immediately caved in. Wang Hao stared at the palm print on the wall. Wang Hao's face flushed crimson, his eyes locked on Wuji, seething with anger yet unable to utter a word. Nearby, Master Tang's heart tightened, his scalp prickling with dread. Crushing him would be as easy as squashing an ant. He turned and glared viciously at Wang Hao, cursing himself inwardly for being duped. He should never have stooped to such despicable deeds for money. Damn Wang Hao, you're going to get me killed this time. If you have nothing to hide, would you dare let other doctors examine my daughter? No need to look elsewhere, just the doctors from this hospital will do. Wuji turned to look at Tang Shini and said calmly. To avoid further misunderstandings with Chen Zissou, Wuji was willing to proceed slowly now, prioritizing caution. He would hammer this so-called divine doctor and Wang Hao to death, step by step. Dare to harm his daughter, and he would make sure these two found no resting place in death. Hearing Wuji's words, Master Physician Tang was startled. He stubbornly retorted, if you distrust me so much, then if she dies, it's not my responsibility. Wuji ignored him completely, ordering directly, Xingyun, go find a doctor. Outside the ward, Zhao Xingyun, who had been standing by the door, immediately nodded. Yes. As footsteps faded into the distance, Dr. Tang fidgeted restlessly, sweating profusely as if overcome by urgency. Wang Hao wore an amused smile, his face relaxed, neither confirming nor denying. Without a few tricks up his sleeve, Wang Hao wouldn't have made it this far. Long before he'd even checked into this hospital, he'd already bribed most of the doctors here. Otherwise, how could a doctor like Tang, who ran a makeshift clinic on the street, possibly hold the title of specialist and treat patients in this hospital? Wang Hao looked at Wuji with disdain, waiting to see the show. Wuji, oh Wuji. This time, I'll make Chen Zissou lose all hope in you. Chapter 5, Old as the Hills. Jiangzhou First People's Hospital, top floor. Zhao Xingyun entered the hospital director's office, his expression cold and solemn. He produced his identification and placed it before the director, stating calmly, the Great Xia Dragon Guard has issued a summons. You are to immediately proceed to the lower floors and treat a young girl. The daughter of Great Xia's war god, Wuji, is currently in this hospital. Though Wuji had stepped down from his position as Great Xia's war god. Once a war god, always a war god. As the Dragon Guard of the Great Xia war god, Zhao Xingyun naturally possessed supreme authority in certain moments. For instance, matters concerning the war god. Across from him, the old director's heart skipped a beat. He sprang to his feet, staring at Zhao Xingyun in disbelief before glancing at the ID on the table. Terror seized him as he gasped, the Great Xia war god is actually in this very hospital? Zhao Xingyun nodded. The war god's daughter is ill? Hearing this, the old director hurriedly donned his white coat and began heading downstairs. Zhao Xingyun raised his hand to stop him, his tone stern, the fact that the Great Xia war god has left the Locked Dragon Palace for now, you are the only one outside who knows. This matter must be kept completely confidential. Not a single detail about the war god may be disclosed to the outside world. Otherwise, it will be treated as treason. In that moment, the instincts and authority of the Dragon Guard long forgotten and set aside over the past 3 years began to return to Zhao Xingyun, piece by piece. Zhao Xingyun stared expressionlessly at the old dean. The old headmaster's expression grew solemn as he nodded firmly. I understand. Seeing this, Zhao Xingyun's expression softened slightly. He lowered his arms and led the way ahead for the old director. Before long, the two arrived one after the other outside the hospital room. Zhao Xingyun raised his hand and knocked lightly on the door. Knock. Wuji's deep, resonant voice echoed from within, come in. Outside the room, the old director took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil within, and gently pushed open the door. A single glance was enough for the old director to grasp who truly held the power here. Recalling Zhao Xingyun's warning, he composed his expression and offered a professional nod to the group, I am the director of this hospital. His brow furrowed instantly at the sight of Master Tang, followed by a cold snort filled with disdain. Tang Dashan. How dare you set foot in my hospital? The old director publicly berated the divine Dr. Tang without restraint. At that moment, Master Tang shed all traces of his usual dignified demeanor, hanging his head silently without a word. Beside him, Wang Hao's facial expressions had become incredibly vivid the moment the old director entered, and inwardly, he began to curse his luck. Where did this Wuji get such influence to actually persuade the old director to come? No, I must silence Master Tang. Otherwise, if this matter is exposed, I fear I'll never have another chance to hold Chen Zissou in my arms. At this thought, Wang Hao shot a subtle, venomous glance at Master Tang. The look sent a chill down Master Tang's spine as he met Wang Hao's gaze, feeling as if he'd fallen into an abyss. He understood, with the old dean stepping in. His entire foundation would be exposed. Not even 10 more mouths could refute it. Now, the most crucial thing was to take responsibility for this matter. At worst, he could admit his own incompetence and misjudgment. He absolutely must not implicate that bastard Wang Hao. Otherwise, given that boy's vicious nature, his own life would be in jeopardy. Old Dean, I never imagined we could persuade you to come. Had I known it was you, I would have stood at the door to welcome you. Wang Hao approached respectfully, his face beaming as he addressed the old Dean. Beside him, Chen Zixu was overcome with excitement. Previously, no matter how hard she tried, she'd never managed to persuade this venerable dean to come. Yet today, the old dean had personally come down. This immense surprise brought hope to Chen Zixu, softening the expression on her face considerably. Facing Wang Hao's flattery, the old director remained unmoved. I was asked to come, he stated flatly. Besides, I've never tolerated anyone practicing dirty, harmful deeds in my hospital. The old director's gaze was piercingly sharp as he fixed his eyes on Wang Hao. The immense pressure instantly made Wang Hao feel as if he couldn't breathe. Having spent his life healing and saving people, the old director could read both faces and hearts. But since the war god hadn't spoken, the old director understood it wasn't his place to overstep. Better to stick to his duties. He turned his gaze to the child in the hospital bed and asked, "Who is the girl's family member?" Chen Zixu immediately stepped forward. "I'm her mother." Yi Wuji nodded slightly. "I'm her father." The old director looked at Yi Wuji, then at Chen Zixu, his face stern. "What on earth is going on with you two? Such a young child, already so frail. You must take better care of her from now on. Is that clear?" The old director's feigned reprimand boomed loudly, startling Chen Zixu into an involuntary shudder as she nodded reflexively. After speaking, the old director turned away, bending down to patiently examine the girl's condition. After a long moment, he slowly turned back and said, "The little girl originally had only minor issues, but now, due to Tang Dashan's treatment, her condition has drastically worsened." Out of the corner of his eye, the old director noticed the ginseng displayed on the table nearby. With just one glance, he determined its age. His voice turned cold. 100-year-old ginseng is utterly useless for treating your daughter's illness. Ginseng is a potent tonic for replenishing qi and blood. For your daughter to consume it now would only weaken her further. Compounded by Tang Dashan's delayed treatment, your daughter's condition has become extremely severe, and her body is exceptionally weak. The old director paused, glancing at Yi Wuji and Chen Zixu before sighing deeply and saying helplessly, "Now, your daughter has only 1 month left." As the words fell, a stifled sob erupted immediately. Chen Zixu collapsed to her knees, her eyes filled with utter despair. "What are we supposed to do now?" Beside her, Yi Wuji supported her gently, his voice soft and reassuring. "Don't be afraid. I'm here for you." The old dean glanced at Yi Wuji, his shock beyond words. The great Xiao war god, Yi Wuji, was so young and handsome. But why had such a young war god suddenly stepped down 3 years ago? Could it be that his relationship with his wife wasn't exactly harmonious? The old dean's mind was ablaze with curiosity, his wise gaze fixed on the little girl in the hospital bed. His weathered eyes darted as he recalled the rumors. The great Xiao war god possessed profound martial arts skills and equally extraordinary medical abilities. Connecting this to the current situation in the ward, the old director instantly grasped what had transpired and immediately formed a plan. After a moment's contemplation, he spoke slowly. "At this point, only a practitioner with both exceptional medical skills and formidable martial prowess can save your daughter. But such individuals are exceedingly rare. Normally, mastering both medicine and martial arts is extremely difficult. Choosing one path is the most common and sensible choice." As he spoke, the old director looked at Yi Wuji and nodded slowly in approval. "Lord War God, this old man can only assist you this far." Seeing the old dean's gaze fixed on him, Yi Wuji couldn't help but let out a bitter chuckle. You've got to hand it to him, truly a veteran of the world. Chapter 6, The Beating. Hearing the old dean's words, Wang Hao's heart skipped a beat. If the old dean were to find this mysterious figure, wouldn't my entire plan be exposed? At that point, forget about getting Chen Zixu, I'd probably end up getting myself arrested too. Terrified, Wang Hao's back was drenched in cold sweat. Hope lit up in Chen Zixu's eyes. Overwhelmed with emotion, she covered her cheeks, tears welling up. Her daughter finally had a chance at salvation. Yet, countless doubts still swirled within her mind. The old director was a man of high moral standing, his words naturally carried weight. But then the question arose, why had Dr. Tang just now prescribed such haphazard treatments without any apparent personal gain? Chen Zixu couldn't recall any grudge or enmity between herself and this Dr. Tang. Could it be that everything Yi Wuji had just said was true? It felt like tangled threads knotting together, giving Chen Zixu a headache. But soon, these wild thoughts were cast aside by Chen Zixu. Right now, saving her daughter was the absolute priority. Everything else was utterly irrelevant. Old Dean, where is this master now? Whatever it takes to save my daughter, I'm willing to pay any price. The old director sighed dramatically, his face clouding over with feigned sorrow. Such a master is as elusive as a dragon seen only in glimpses. As for how to find such a master, I have no idea. Shaking his head, the old dean glanced sideways at Yi Wuji. He thought to himself, Lord War God, this is all I can do for you. Yi Wuji felt helpless, yet he recognized the goodwill behind the gesture. He nodded in gratitude. Chen Zixu froze, as if drained of all strength, nearly collapsing to the ground. The glimmer of hope in her eyes vanished completely. Seeing this, Yi Wuji's heart filled with sorrow. He hurried forward to support her. Zixu, trust me, as long as I'm here, nothing will happen to our daughter. His voice rang out with unwavering resolve. Chen Zisu's face was etched with profound sorrow. How she wished Yi Wuji could truly deliver on his promise. But recalling Wang Hao's words about Yi Wuji's past deeds, a wave of disgust washed over Chen Zisu. She abruptly shook off Yi Wuji's supporting hand and said coldly, "Yi Wuji, I've told you before. My daughter's affairs require no interference from you. From this day forward, we have no further connection." Yi Wuji froze. An invisible chasm seemed to form between them. The distance between them grew ever wider, making it impossible to return to the past. Seeing this, the old dean inwardly cursed his luck. This was backfiring badly. No, he had to do something. His heart racing with anxiety, the old dean hurriedly spoke up. "Tang Shan, look at the mess you've made. This is a human life. How could you bring yourself to do such a thing? Your crime is enough to lock you up for life." Tanshen was already terrified beyond measure. Facing the old director's accusation, his body trembled and he collapsed to his knees. "I'm sorry, old headmaster. I know I'm wrong. Please, in your magnanimity, spare me. I was possessed by demons, that's why I lost my mind and committed such a heinous, heartless act." The old dean snorted coldly and said icily, "Don't think I don't know about all the dirty tricks you and Wang Hao have been pulling. This old man may be getting on in years, but I'm not blind or deaf." Tang Shan was utterly panicked, cold sweat beading on his forehead. At this moment, he couldn't possibly think about covering for Wang Hao anymore. Like beans spilling from a bamboo tube, he spilled everything he knew. It was Wang Hao. He made me do it all. That bastard is a beast. To get Chen Zisu, he even tried to kill her daughter. Chen Zisu's eyes widened in disbelief. Wang Hao stomped his foot in rage, glaring at Tang Shan through gritted teeth as he shouted, "You quack. Don't go around slandering people." "Slander? I've kept every single record of the money you gave me. Even if I go down, you won't get away with it." Tang Shan had completely lost his temper, determined to drag Wang Hao down with him even in death. "No, I didn't." Wang Hao shouted frantically, trying to defend himself. But all this was futile in the face of the truth. Chen Zisu finally saw the true face of the person before her. Pointing at Wang Hao, she roared with grief and fury, "Wang Hao, you beast! After all the trust my daughter and I placed in you, this is how you repay us." The shock overwhelmed her. Chen Zisu's eyes rolled back, and she fainted. "Zisu!" Yi Wuji cried out in alarm and rushed forward to support her. He placed his fingers on her wrist to take her pulse. She had merely suffered successive shocks in a short span, with no serious harm to her body. Relieved, Yi Wuji lifted Chen Zisu and carried her to an empty hospital bed. His eyes brimming with deep affection, Yi Wuji gently laid Chen Zisu onto the bed and carefully tucked the blanket around her. "Rest assured, I will cure our daughter. I, Yi Wuji, promise you this time, I will not break my word." Turning away, Yi Wuji's gaze instantly turned icy. A fierce killing intent radiated out, enveloping the entire ward. Wang Hao's heart trembled. As if targeted by some terrifying entity, he shuddered. "Yi Wuji, what do you want to do? I'm warning you, don't make a move." Smack! Ah! A piercing scream echoed as Wang Hao was sent flying backward. Blood mixed with teeth spurted from his mouth. He slammed hard onto the ground, stars dancing before his eyes. "That slap was for my daughter." Yi Wuji's voice was as cold as ice. He stepped forward and yanked Wang Hao up like a dead dog. "No, no! Please, spare me!" Wang Hao wailed, begging for mercy. "Spare you? Did you spare my daughter?" Yi Wuji's hands never stopped moving. He raised his hand and delivered another stinging slap. Smack! This slap was for Zisu. Smack! This slap was for myself. Smack! 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 The slaps rang out one after another. Wang Hao's face was covered in bruises, swollen like a pig's head. His original features were completely unrecognizable. Gazing at the half-dead Wang Hao in his grasp, Yi Wuji snorted coldly. Glancing at Tang Shan, Yi Wuji raised his leg and brought it down. Crack! Ah! The crisp crack of breaking bones echoed alongside his agonized scream. "Get out of here!" Tang Shan felt as if he'd been granted a reprieve. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, he dragged his broken leg and crawled desperately toward the exit. Faced with such a vicious man, he dared not utter another word of protest. "Take this piece of trash with you." Yi Wuji tossed Wang Hao aside like discarded trash. Too lazy to spare them another glance, he turned to the old man and ordered, "Take good care of Zisu. I'm going to treat Xiaohan now." The old director pounded his chest in assurance, "War God, you may go with complete peace of mind." "Thank you." With that, Yi Wuji wasted no further time and began treating his daughter. An unknown amount of time passed before Chen Zisu jolted awake. Before she could steady herself, she grabbed the old director's wrist and asked anxiously, "My daughter? Where's my daughter?" The old director responded with a smile, chuckling, don't worry. The master healer is treating your daughter right now. I'm sure she'll be fully recovered before long. Please wait here for now, so as not to disturb the master's treatment." Chapter 7, Awakening. A master healer is treating my daughter? They found that master healer? Chen Zixu froze. The good news came so suddenly she could scarcely believe her ears. The old director's smile grew even brighter as he nodded. Yes. While you were unconscious, the master agreed to help. He's treating your daughter right now. Rest assured here. With him present, your daughter will be absolutely fine. The war god of Great Xia has personally intervened. How many in all the world could ever enjoy such an honor? Chen Zixu nodded dazedly. For her daughter's sake, she hadn't rested properly in ages. Compounded by the emotional shock of Wang Hao's betrayal, her body was now extremely weakened. Seeing her state, the old director reassured her, Miss Chen, put your mind at ease. I pledge my reputation that nothing will go wrong. Seeing the old director's solemn pledge, Chen Zixu finally felt her heart settle. In that case, I'll trouble you, Dean, to arrange for that expert again. The old director nodded cheerfully. Rest here for now. I'll go see if the master needs any assistance. Without waiting for Chen Zixu's response, he hurried off toward Yi Wuji's location. This was the war god of Great Xia personally practicing medicine. To witness it with my own eyes would be a great blessing in this world. Just the thought of it made the old dean flush crimson with excitement, his heart pounding with anticipation. What he failed to notice was that behind him, Chen Zixu, lying on the bed, wore a look of worry that not only hadn't faded but grew deeper by the moment. Knock. The old director tapped lightly on the door and inquired cautiously, War God, is there anything I can assist with? After speaking, he remained silent, holding his breath in reverence, fearful that even his own breathing might disturb the war god's treatment. Then I'll trouble you, old dean, to guard the door for me. Don't let anyone else disturb my acupuncture. From within the room came Yi Wuji's calm, composed voice. Not at all. Not at all. The old director's face lit up with delight as he eagerly pushed open the door and stepped inside. Inside, Yi Wuji saw the old director approaching and gave him a nod in greeting. He lowered his gaze to the little girl on the bed, her brow furrowed in pain. Yi Wuji's expression grew increasingly grave. Swish. 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 3 silver needles fell almost simultaneously. The old dean's eyes widened as shockwaves of disbelief surged through his mind. Amateurs watched the spectacle, professionals observed the technique. Such precise and swift acupuncture technique in all his years, he had never witnessed anything like it. Truly worthy of the title, War God of Great Xia. His heart cried out in awe as the old director stared wide-eyed, not daring to miss a single detail. Yi Wuji's hands moved ceaselessly, sending dozens more silver needles into place. His hands moved like butterflies flitting through flowers one moment, like soaring dragons or startled swans the next. 1,000 transformations, too swift to follow. The old dean's heart pounded wildly, and he couldn't help but gasp aloud. Could this be the long-lost, legendary acupuncture technique? 13 ghost gate needles. Each silver needle landed precisely on vital and deadly acupoints. Ordinary physicians wouldn't dare touch these points, yet the ghost gate 13 needles blazed a new trail, turning death into life. Such a method of acupuncture, the slightest misstep meant death and the annihilation of the soul. Thus it vanished into the mists of history. Yet here he stood, witnessing the ghost gate 13 needles reappear in the present day. The old director wept with emotion. For someone as devoted to medicine as he, this was an unimaginable stroke of luck. Beads of sweat as large as soybeans formed on Yi Wuji's forehead. Performing the 13 ghost gate needles was no easy feat for him. Especially when the patient lying in the hospital bed was his own daughter. Under immense pressure, each seemingly effortless needle felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds. His focus was absolute. In Yi Wuji's eyes, the world had shrunk to nothing but the silver needles in his hands. Cough. A series of coughs startled Yi Wuji awake. What was happening? Yi Wuji was alarmed. His daughter's condition, which had been improving, had suddenly worsened. How could this be? Nothing had gone wrong. Unless. A thought struck him, and a fierce killing intent flared in Yi Wuji's eyes. Unless it wasn't illness at all, but someone deliberately poisoning her. Without purging the toxins from her body, no treatment would ever work. His teeth clenched so hard they ground together. Yi Wuji's eyes blazed crimson with murderous intent as he spoke coldly, enunciating each word, Wang Hao, you deserve to die. Outside the room, Chen Zixu sensed the commotion. Already uneasy, she now heard her daughter's agonized coughing. Chen Zixu could no longer contain her worry. She hurried to the door, pounding on it urgently as she called out, Xiaohan. Xiaohan, are you okay? What have you done to my daughter? Chen Zixu tried to force her way inside. But the old director was blocking the door with all his might, preventing her from entering. War God, what do you think? The old director cast a pleading glance toward Yi Wuji. He had no idea how to handle the current situation, much less how to deal with Chen Zixu, the family member of the war god. Yi Wuji's brow furrowed slightly. Thinking of his wife's distrust, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Zixu absolutely must not see me administering acupuncture to Xiaohan. Old director, please step outside for now and calm my wife down. The old director reluctantly nodded in agreement. Rest assured, war god. Even if it costs me my old life, I won't let anyone barge in and disturb your acupuncture. With that, he resolutely opened the door and stepped outside. Old director, where's my daughter? How is she? I thought I heard her screams just now. We're not treating her anymore, I'm taking her home. Betrayed by the person she trusted most, Shinzisu was now hypersensitive. The slightest sound was enough to set her on edge. Especially when it was her daughter's screams. To help conceal Yu Wuji's actions, the old director didn't know how to explain and could only respond vaguely, well, a master practitioner is currently performing acupuncture on your daughter. Using the long-lost Ghost Gate 13 needles. Shinzisu knew nothing of the Ghost Gate 13 needles. All she knew was that her daughter was suffering right now. Women may be delicate by nature, but motherhood makes them strong. No! The old director tried to stop her, but how could he possibly hold back Shinzisu? Bang! Shinzisu pushed open the door. The room was empty, only Yi Wuji and her daughter remained. Shinzisu froze, instinctively asking, where's the master? Yi Wuji opened his mouth, hesitated, and ultimately kept the truth to himself. The master was an eccentric soul, unwilling to engage with others too deeply. After curing Xiaohan, he left. Shenzisu's mind was filled with confusion, sensing that this explanation was riddled with inconsistencies. No matter how eccentric this master might be. Before she could voice her questions, a faint, weak voice reached her ears. Her body trembled, and tears streamed uncontrollably from her eyes. Mom, where are we? Chapter 8, Collecting Debts. Xiaohan's mom is here. Mom is right here. Shenzisu rushed to the bedside in a flurry of emotion. Her daughter, Yi Zihan, had finally awakened. Xiaohan, how are you? Do you feel any better? Shenzisu clasped her daughter's hand tightly, afraid she might slip away again. Yi Zihan's face lit up with a sweet smile. Though young, she already knew how to care for others. Mom, don't worry. Xiaohan is fine now. I feel very comfortable now, not a bit of pain left. Hearing this, Shenzisu felt her heart ache even more. Seeing her comfort had no effect, Yi Zihan wrinkled her little nose slightly. Mom, I'll tell you, I had a very, very long dream. I dreamed of Dad. Yi Zihan froze, for she had seen Yi Wuji. Dad! Yi Wuji's body trembled. The unshakable resolve that had withstood annihilating a million enemy troops melted instantly at that single word, Dad. It's me. I'm your father. A radiant smile spread across Yi Wuji's face. The overwhelming emotion welling up inside him was beyond words. He took a step forward, about to embrace his daughter. But a figure stepped forward, extending an arm to block his path. It was Shenzisu. Shenzisu shot Yi Wuji a warning glance, signaling him to stay away from her daughter. Yi Wuji felt utterly helpless and could only halt his movement, standing to the side. Xiaohan, why did you call him Dad? Shenzisu was puzzled, thinking Yi Wuji must have said something to the child. Yi Zihan tilted her little head and said with a smile, I saw it in my dream. Dad looks exactly like the one in my dream. I recognized him right away. Mom, is that Dad? Shenzisu froze slightly at the question, ultimately attributing it to the unbreakable bond of blood. After a moment's hesitation, she nodded. Yes, he is Xiaohan's father. Yi Zihan's eyes lit up instantly. She clapped her hands and exclaimed, that's wonderful. Xiaohan has a dad too. Yi Wuji felt his heart ache even more. He spoke firmly, don't worry, Xiaohan. Daddy will never leave you again. Shenzisu frowned, unwilling to show her displeasure in front of Xiaohan. Instead, she leaned close to Yi Wuji and whispered, Yi Wuji, once we've settled Xiaohan, we're getting a divorce. I never want anything to do with you again. Sighing inwardly, Yi Wuji forced a bitter smile. This whole situation is Wang Hao's doing. Our daughter isn't sick, he deliberately poisoned her. Come with me. I promise, from now on. Before Yi Wuji could explain further, Shenzisu cut him off. Enough. I won't go with you. I can take care of Xiaohan myself. You don't need to worry about it. With that, she turned away from Yi Wuji, picked up Xiaohan, and headed home. Behind her, Yi Wuji felt utterly helpless and could only follow. The journey passed in silence. Yi Wuji was surprised to see Shenzisu heading toward an old apartment building in an urban village. Not only was the environment extremely poor, but the stairwell was narrow and dilapidated. He was deeply puzzled. Even if the Yi family were to fall, Zisu still had the house I once gifted her. How could she have ended up living here? Ah! A sudden scream echoed from ahead. It was Shenzisu. Oh no! Yi Wuji's eyes narrowed sharply. He took 3 steps in 2 strides. Within 2 or 3 breaths, he flashed behind Shenzisu. A group of rowdy youths were crouched outside Shenzisu's door, staring at her and her mother with malicious intent. What do you want? Yi Wuji demanded harshly. What do we want? The leader of the thugs sneered, pointing at Yi Wuji and snarling, none of your damn business. Trying to play the hero and rescue the damsel in distress, huh? Let me tell you this, debt must be repaid, it's only fair. Even if the King of Heaven himself showed up today, this money would still be paid back. With that, he swung the iron bar in his hand and slammed it hard against the fence in front of him. Bang! The old iron fence groaned in protest, echoing with a deafening clang. Neighbors nearby slammed their doors shut tighter. Yi Wuji frowned deeply, turning to Chen Zissou with a puzzled look. Dat? What's going on here? And Zissou, why are you living here? What happened to that house I bought for you before? Before Chen Zissou could answer, the blonde-haired man grinned and edged closer to Yi Wuji. Oh ho, so you're loaded, huh? That mother and daughter owe me 300,000. Wait, it's doubled now, 500,000. If they don't pay up soon, we'll have no choice but to take them away. Check out this young wife, she's got some charm, I'll give her that. A cold glint flashed in Yi Wuji's eyes. Thud! Before the blonde punk could finish his threats, a punch met him head-on, sending him flying backward. His nose was broken, and 2 front teeth were knocked out by the blow. Ah! Clutching his cheek, the blonde-haired thug let out a blood-curdling scream. How dare you hit our boss? Everyone, let's get him. Come on, finish him off. Seeing this, the gang of punks all charged forward. Wielding their assorted weapons, they charged toward Yi Wuji. A bunch of lowlifes. As the war god of Great Xia, what kind of opponent hadn't he encountered? These low-level street punks? If they wanted to die, he couldn't be bothered to lift a finger. Boom! A single punch struck out. The one running at the front flew backward even faster than when he'd come. The thugs barely registered a blur before Yi Wuji materialized before them. He raised his leg and kicked. Shrieks rang out one after another as the thugs fell like straw, collapsing in droves. Within mere breaths, only Yi Wuji remained standing. The thugs lay sprawled on the ground, moaning in pain. Get out of here! Faced with Yi Wuji's harsh command, the thugs dared not linger. Supporting each other, they fled as if escaping a plague. Yi Wuji turned to Chen Zissou, his eyes filled with concern. Zissou, what exactly happened? After a long pause, Chen Zissou finally explained, because of Xiaohan's illness, I sold the house and everything else I could sell. But the money still wasn't enough, so I had to turn to Wang Hao, dragging him into borrowing from loan sharks. I never imagined he'd turn out to be this kind of person. His fists clenched tightly as regret and frustration filled Yi Wuji's heart. Xiaohan's illness is entirely because of that beast Wang Hao. It's all my fault I failed to protect you both, and I misjudged people. Chen Zissou shook her head silently. The door opened, and he carried Xiaohan, who had fallen asleep at some point, inside. She neither invited Yi Wuji in nor barred him from entering. She simply left the door open, allowing him to make his own choice. Yi Wuji knew Chen Zissou still didn't trust him. The news article Wang Hao had presented, along with the years he had vanished, remained like a thorn deeply embedded in Chen Zissou's heart. Unless they were removed, Chen Zissou would never trust him again. Beep. The phone suddenly rang. Yi Wuji picked it up to see it was Zhao Xingyun calling. War God, I've investigated the slanderous allegations. Though connected to Wang Hao, he wasn't the one who did it. Yi Wuji had anticipated this outcome and remained unmoved. Wang Hao simply didn't have the capability. Who did it? The Su family. They were the ones pulling the strings behind the scenes, aiding Wang Hao in his schemes. Chapter 9, The Assassin. The Su family. At the mention of that name, Yi Wuji's eyes narrowed. Before the Yi family's downfall, they were sworn enemies with the Su family. Their feud had raged for untold years, its original cause long forgotten. It was no exaggeration to call them sworn enemies. The Yi family's downfall was swift and devastating, their vast family holdings crumbling at an alarming rate. The Su family had undoubtedly played a role in hastening this collapse. Having come to this realization, Yi Wuji spoke in a low voice. Earlier, I encountered a hooded man who was working with Wang Hao. Perhaps he is a member of the Su family. On the other end of the line, Zhao Xingyun's eyes brimmed with admiration. You're right, War God. I've already investigated that guy. His real identity is Su Fengtian, the eldest son of the Su family. He hides his face with that hood precisely to avoid being recognized by you, God of War. A flicker of memory passed through Yi Wuji's eyes. Su Fengtian. That name, it seemed vaguely familiar. Right. Zhao Xingyun paused, then spoke again. That scar on Su Fengtian's face, it seems to be the mark left by you, the God of War. Yi Wuji frowned, pondered for a moment, then shook his head. No recollection. Never mind, it's irrelevant. As for the Su family, if they dare meddle again, I'll chop off their claws. The domineering words sent a jolt through Zhao Xingyun on the other end of the line. Yes, sir. Meanwhile, the escaped thug didn't leave immediately but headed straight for the Su family. Young Master Su, that's how it went. The blonde-haired thug knelt on the floor, trembling as he reported to Su Fengtian seated on the genuine leather sofa. So many of us attacked together, yet we couldn't even take down one Yi Wuji? Useless. Every last one of you is useless. Su Fengtian flew into a rage, snatched the ashtray from the table before him, and hurled it at the blonde punk's forehead. The blonde-haired man let out a wail, yet dared not even dodge. He kept banging his head on the floor, begging for mercy. Young Master Su, that Yi Wuji is just too formidable. Even all of us brothers together couldn't handle him. Su Fengtian's face darkened to a terrifying shade of gloom, his teeth grinding in fury. Damn Yi Wuji, how did he get so strong? A faint, stinging pain radiated from the scar on his cheek. Su Fengtian reached up to touch the scar on his face, his gaze growing increasingly savage, his eyes filled with hatred. The humiliation you left on my face that night, I will never forget it for the rest of my life. On the night the Yi family offended some powerful figure and were wiped out. Everyone trembled in fear, terrified of being implicated. Only he, like a bloodthirsty shark, he moved immediately to eliminate the last remnants of the Yi family. He reduced the Yi family to utter ruin. But that was still not enough. Yi Wuji was still alive. Su Fengtian wasn't content with merely destroying Yi Wuji's family, he wanted to make his life a living hell. Joining forces with Wang Hao to torment Yi Zihan and coerce Chen Zhisu all his schemes. Success seemed within reach, yet that damned Yi Wuji had returned. His chest heaved repeatedly as his rage lingered unabated. Su Fengtian drew several deep breaths before speaking in a cold, sinister tone. Someone, dispose of him. Dispose? Dispose of what? The blonde-haired man looked up, utterly bewildered. Swish! The next instant, a dark shadow appeared behind the blonde-haired man. A sharp, cold gleam sliced across the young man's neck. The blonde-haired man's eyes widened in terror. Before he could even scream, the light vanished from his eyes, and his limp body collapsed to the floor. The pungent stench of blood filled the entire conference room. Su Fengtian took a deep, satisfying breath, a twisted grin spreading across his face. He swept his gaze across the bloody scene before him. 5 dark figures now stood amidst the pool of blood. This was the assassin squad he had cultivated, specifically to deal with Yi Wuji. Go! Eliminate Yi Wuji! Yes! The nameless assassin acknowledged the order and vanished from the room in the next instant. Only the blood-stained floor remained, bearing witness to their presence. Meanwhile, in the small cottage, Chen Zhisu was cooking in the cramped kitchen. The rich aroma of the meal wafted out from the kitchen, quite enticing. Yi Wuji gazed at his daughter sleeping soundly on the bed, his eyes filled with adoration. Suddenly, he sensed a wave of murderous intent approaching. Yi Wuji slowly rose to his feet, tucking the blanket around Xiao Han's shoulders. He then smiled at Chen Zhisu, who was busy in the kitchen. Zhisu, I'm going out for a smoke. Chen Zhisu frowned, about to scold him, but closed her mouth instead. She only said coldly, don't bring second-hand smoke into the house. Yi Wuji nodded with a smile. Don't worry, I won't. He opened the door and stepped out. In an instant, icy blades struck from 3 different directions. They glinted with a dangerous, icy light. The eerie arc of light revealed they had long been coated with deadly poison by their owners. Yi Wuji, however, remained unhurried. With a smile, he closed the door. Creak! The old door closed, sealing off the warmth of the room from the cold, ruthless killing intent outside. Boom! A terrifying aura surged skyward. The 3 assassins' faces twisted in horror as they tried to flee, but it was already too late. Bang! 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 3 muffled thuds echoed in quick succession. 3 elite assassins fell dead, one after another. Perfect timing. There were 5 assassins in total. Though stunned by Yi Wuji's power, seeing his guard down, the remaining 2 revealed themselves and unleashed their killing moves. Die! Yi Wuji scoffed contemptuously. As if he had eyes in the back of his head, he reached behind him and grabbed. 2 assassins, like little chicks, were effortlessly snatched into his grasp. Thud! Their heads collided with a sharp crack, knocking them unconscious on the spot. My daughter is sleeping. Keep the noise down. Like tossing trash, he casually dumped the 5 assassins into the neighborhood dumpster. Yi Wuji couldn't be bothered to glance at them again. He pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Find someone to come clean up the trash. With that, he hung up and walked back inside. On the other end, Zhao Xingyun felt puzzled but dared not ask further questions. Shortly after, he personally drove a garbage truck to the scene. Upon seeing the 5 assassins in the trash bin, he finally understood the meaning behind Yi Wuji's words and couldn't help but feel even more admiration. The war god truly lived up to his name. To him, these well-trained assassins were nothing but trash. His eyes blazing with fervor, Zhao Xingyun proceeded to clear every scrap of trash from the neighborhood, including certain rats lurking in the shadows. After the cleanup, the old neighborhood looked much tidier. Su Fengtian waited anxiously all night, yet not a single sign of movement appeared. What was going on? Why hadn't the scout brought back any news? Bloodshot eyes told the tale Su Fengtian hadn't slept a wink all night over this matter. But even now, not a single piece of news had come back. There was only one possible outcome. His carefully cultivated assassin squad, including all his hidden agents, had been wiped out. Just then, a figure stumbled in from outside. It was Wang Hao. Dr. Tang had set his leg before he could make his way to the Su residence. Young Master Su, you must avenge me. Su Fengtian was in a foul mood and couldn't be bothered with this fallen dog. He raised his hand, ready to shoo Wang Hao out. But suddenly, Wang Hao shouted loudly, Young Master Su, I know you want to deal with Yi Wuji. I have a plan that can ease your burden. Chapter 10, Blacklisting. Finished eating? Time for you to leave now. Chen Zisu set down her chopsticks and said coldly. Yi Wuji smiled and started to clear the table. No rush. Let me wash the dishes for you. Just as he reached out, Chen Zisu cut him off. No need. The space is too small, there's simply no room for 2 people. With that, she ignored Yi Wuji, picked up the dishes, and headed toward the small kitchen. The kitchen was indeed tiny, barely able to squeeze 2 people inside. But with all the appliances crammed inside, even Chen Zisu working alone felt cramped. Without lingering, Yi Wuji stood up and headed toward the door. His phone rang. Yi Wuji answered calmly. Found a suitable place yet? War God, upon learning you were seeking a residence, the sovereign personally called and gifted you the luxury villa at Shenghuang No. 1. It's fully equipped with every amenity and ready for you to move in any time. Receiving the news he wanted, Yi Wuji nodded in satisfaction. Very well. Have someone clean it up. I'll move in tomorrow. Understood. After hanging up, Yi Wuji cast one last glance at Chen Zisu's door. Zisu, this time I won't break my promise. What Yi Wuji didn't notice was that after he left, another person arrived at the same place. Knock. The knocking echoed. Chen Zisu frowned, her voice tinged with irritation. Yi Wuji, if you dare to bother me again, I'll call the police. But then Wang Hao's voice came from outside. Zisu, it's me. I've come to apologize. Chen Zisu froze, then her expression darkened further. After the old dean publicly exposed Wang Hao, Chen Zisu finally saw the true colors of this villain. Naturally, she wouldn't give him a friendly look. Get lost. Hearing the harsh words from inside, Wang Hao's face darkened, his eyes filled with venomous hatred. Damn you, you stinking. I'll see how long you can keep up your arrogance. Muttering under his breath, Wang Hao continued to put on a show of humility to advance his scheme. Zisu, I've come to apologize. I know my actions were unforgivable, but I've learned my lesson. Yi Wuji broke my leg, and I'm truly remorseful. That's why I came to apologize. I know you'll never forgive me, but I came anyway. I just wanted to say sorry to your face. Hearing no response from inside, Wang Hao muttered dark thoughts to himself, his mind churning with vicious ideas. His mouth kept chattering on, spewing out all sorts of sentimental words. Inside, Chen Zisu's heart softened as she heard those memories of the past. After all, Wang Hao had once helped me. Let him finish his apology. It might help me understand this matter completely. With this thought, Chen Zisu found herself inexplicably opening the door. In the blink of an eye, the next day arrived. Yi Wuji arrived at Chen Zisu's home carrying 2 meticulously prepared breakfasts. The door stood ajar, yet not a sound came from within. A chill ran down his spine. Zisu. Pushing the door open, he found the room empty except for a tiny figure huddled on the bed, trembling. Xiao Han. Yi Wuji stepped forward and pulled the tiny figure into his arms. Daddy. Yi Zihan had been crying for so long her voice was hoarse. Mom. Mom was taken by bad people. Hearing her sobs, Yi Wuji's eyes turned bloodshot, his heart aching unbearably. Don't be afraid, little Han. Daddy's here. Mommy will be back soon, Daddy promises. Whispering soothing words to Xiao Han, Yi Wuji reached for his phone. Order your men to retrieve all nearby surveillance footage and find any leads. Soon, news came back. Wang Hao. Gazing at the familiar, hideous face in the photograph, Yi Wuji's eyes blazed with murderous intent. The terrifying aura caused birds to scatter in panic for miles around. In his arms, Yi Zihan remained peaceful, having fallen into a deep sleep after her tears subsided. Holding Yi Zihan close, Yi Wuji stood up. Soon, Zhao Xingyun arrived with a contingent of men. War God, it is my incompetence that failed to protect. Yi Wuji cut him off, entrusting Xiao Han to a female subordinate. After careful instructions, he spoke coldly, issue the order by the highest military decree of Jiangcheng, seize all assets of the Wang family. I will make the Wang family vanish completely from Jiangcheng. His voice seemed to echo from the depths of hell, causing the surrounding temperature to drop several degrees. Zhao Xingyun's eyes widened. Sealing off the Wang family with Jiangcheng's highest military order? That's like using an anti-aircraft gun to swat a mosquito. How could a mere Wang family deserve such treatment? Yet Zhao Xingyun said nothing more. His expression solemn, he nodded in response, understood. I'll make the arrangements immediately. The war god of Daxia had personally issued the order all procedures were to proceed with full clearance. Within a mere 10 minutes, the Jiangcheng Garrison Military District commenced operations. Mr. Zhang, what on earth is going on? Why have all of the Wang family's funds been frozen? The head of the Wang family urgently called to inquire. But before he could finish, the other party hung up. As if he were some kind of unlucky omen, no one wanted any association with him whatsoever. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead as another devastating report reached the family head. It's bad, head of the family. The military district has moved in and sealed off all our Wang family assets. Boom! It struck like a bolt of thunder. The head of the Wang family was utterly dumbfounded. Quick! Quick! Call the commander-in-chief of Jiangcheng. Grasping at what felt like his last lifeline, the head of the Wang family barked the order at his subordinates. The call connected, but before the head of the Wang family could speak, a cold voice came from the other end. Your Wang family has crossed those you shouldn't have. Prepare to die. With that, the call was abruptly hung up. Clunk! The phone hit the floor. The head of the Wang family gasped, a sharp pain piercing his heart. His body went limp, and he collapsed straight onto the sofa. Clutching his chest, the patriarch's eyes filled with utter despair. It's over. My Wang family is utterly finished. Just what kind of powerful figure would go to such lengths to target the Wang family? An unflattering yet brutally honest assessment. How could his insignificant Wang family possibly deserve to be banned by the highest military order in Jiangcheng? This question, he feared, would remain unanswered even in death. Within Jiangcheng, the Wang family's banishment caused an uproar, yet Wang Hao remained unaware. At this moment, he struggled under the weight of a human-shaped sack as he made his way to the Su family. Thud! He tossed the sack onto the bed and untied the ropes. Revealed was none other than Chen Zisu's beautiful face. Gazing at the unconscious Chen Zisu, Wang Hao's eyes burned with greed and lust. But soon, he shook his head, banishing those thoughts from his mind. Damn you, you stubborn! Refusing to submit to me, well, now you're in for it. Falling into Su Shao's hands will make you wish you were dead. Chapter 11, The Scar. Wang Hao waited anxiously for Su Fengtian, but he was nowhere to be seen. He noticed Chen Zisu, bound to the bed, stirring. She seemed to be waking up. Wang Hao grew even more restless, his eyes fixated on Chen Zisu's graceful form with a sinister, lecherous glint. A wicked thought stirred within him. This was a woman he'd coveted for so long, why not seize the moment and take her? Su Fengtian hadn't arrived yet, and he'd only ordered him to bring Chen Zisu here, never said he couldn't do anything else. With that thought, Wang Hao immediately moved forward. Who cares? Before young Master Su arrives, I'll get my fill first. Wang Hao reached his claws toward Chen Zisu on the bed, his eyes filled with greedy desire. Half conscious, half asleep, Chen Zisu sensed someone touching her and slowly opened her eyes. Her gaze locked onto Wang Hao's large face, and she snapped, fully awake. What are you doing? You animal, don't touch me. Wang Hao froze, surprised she'd woken so quickly. What do you think? You'll find out soon enough. Seeing his sly grin, Chen Zisu fought off the intense dizziness, glaring at him fiercely, trying to rebuke him. I trusted you so much, and you dare do this to me? Trust me? Wang Hao burst into a loud, booming laugh. Ha! That's laughable. What do you think I worked so hard to gain your trust for? For you, of course. TSK. That body, that face, absolutely perfect. As he spoke, Wang Hao licked his lips, his gaze roaming over Chen Zisu's body, his lecherous expression fully exposed. I never imagined you were this kind of person. I must have been blind. Seeing his true colors, tears welled in Chen Zisu's eyes. Terrified of his approach, she kicked wildly with her legs, desperately trying to back away. Don't come any closer. I'm warning you. Oh? Wang Hao grabbed her leg, watching her with mocking eyes. What exactly are you warning me about? What power do you have left to threaten me? Rest assured, no one will come to save you, especially not Wuji. Resist all you want. The more you struggle, the more excited I get. Wang Hao threw himself on top of her, his hands sliding beneath her clothes. You beast! You animal! Go to hell! No matter how fiercely Chen Zisu struggled, it was useless. Wang Hao brutally tore at her clothes. Chen Zisu felt utterly hopeless, her face twisted with grief and anger as she bit her lip until it bled. I warned you not to touch me. I'd rather die right now. Just kill me. Kill you? Wang Hao laughed coldly and viciously. That would be too easy for you. I've gone to such lengths just to have you. Why would I kill you so easily? Chen Zisu pushed him away with all her might, flailing her arms until she grabbed the glass ashtray from the bedside table. As if clutching a lifeline, she swung it without hesitation, smashing it hard against Wang Hao's head. Thud! Accompanied by Wang Hao's agonized, pig-like squeal, the ashtray shattered into pieces on the floor. Uing! Wang Hao crouched on the floor, clutching his bleeding head in agony. Chen Zisu was frozen in terror, cowering at the foot of the bed, staring at him in fear. I warned you not to come near me. Murderous intent flared in Wang Hao's eyes as he staggered to his feet, grinding his teeth. You dare smash me? I'll beat you to death. Before the words had even left his mouth, Wang Hao raised his hand and lashed out at Chen Zisu. Stop! A deep, ominous voice cut through the air, halting Wang Hao's motion. Su Shao? Wang Hao froze, his raised hand stiffening mid-air. Chen Zisu thought someone had come to rescue her. Her eyes filled with hope as she looked toward the source of the voice. There stood Su Fengtian, clad entirely in black, hood still drawn over his head, arms crossed behind his back. What are you doing? I told you to escort Miss Chen here properly. Hearing this, Chen Zisu slumped against the wall, her despair deepening. Clearly, this hooded man was the mastermind behind her abduction. Wang Hao clutched his bleeding head, glaring viciously at Chen Zisu. This won't listen. I'll teach her a lesson. You're lying. Chen Zisu's voice trembled. You clearly just want to rape me. Bitch. Wang Hao lunged to strike her again. Enough. Su Fengtian cut him off impatiently. Getting beaten up by a woman like this? Pathetic. Wait, Mr. Su. Wang Hao, unwilling to concede, tried to explain further, but Su Fengtian cut him off with disdain. The eyes beneath the hood brimmed with disgust, dismissing him. Enough, don't say another word. Your task is done. Get out. I'll personally entertain Miss Chen. His gaze then swept over Chen Zisu, who was trembling in fear in the corner. Wang Hao seethed inwardly at Su Fengtian's haughty tone and attitude, but he was powerless to challenge him. He could only swallow his anger and remain silent. I'll stand guard outside. With that, he shot one last resentful glance at Chen Zisu before obediently stepping outside and waiting by the door. Miss Chen, I hope I didn't frighten you. Su Fengtian, radiating an eerie aura, slowly approached Chen Zisu with feigned concern. My men were rude. Please forgive them. Who are you? What do you want? Chen Zisu watched him warily. He's in cahoots with Wang Hao, definitely no good. Ha! Su Fengtian let out a cold laugh. Don't be afraid. I don't want anything from you. I'm only here for Yi Wuji. Yi Wuji? You're after him? Chen Zisu frowned, her eyes flashing with disgust. She thought to herself, that Yi Wuji again, how much trouble has he caused me? Yes. Su Fengtian said, pulling back his hood. A long, monstrous scar stretched across his face, like a giant centipede crawling over his entire visage. Chen Zisu gasped in horror at the terrifying visage. Su Fengtian took in her reaction, his face darkening. I knew you'd react like this. But do you know why my face became like this? Seeing Chen Zisu's lack of response, Su Fengtian reached up to trace the scar across his face. All thanks to your husband, Yi Wuji. Chen Zisu couldn't believe it. Yi Wuji? That's right. Su Fengtian sank into painful memories. When the Yi family was wiped out, I went to eliminate the remnants. I encountered Yi Wuji. I could have taken his life then, but unexpectedly. He struck from the shadows, leaving my face disfigured like this. All these years, neither human nor ghost, I've lived in his shadow, afraid to face the light. This grudge must be avenged, or I'm no man. Now I demand his death. The icy aura radiating from Yi Wuji sent shivers down Chen Zisu's spine. Yi Wuji had only just arrived in a hurry. Spotting Wang Hao at the doorway, he lunged forward in a flash. Before Wang Hao could react, Yi Wuji's fist sent him flying 10 meters away. Zisu! Yi Wuji kicked the door open. Seeing him burst in so easily, Su Fengtian was caught off guard. So eager to come and die already? Yi Wuji spotted his wife cowering in the corner, and a murderous intent instantly surged from him. Su Fengtian. Let her go, or don't blame me for not leaving you a whole corpse. Ha! Su Fengtian laughed as if he'd heard the biggest joke in the world. Far from intimidated by Yi Wuji's threats, he laughed unrestrainedly. You clearly haven't grasped the situation yet, have you? Yi Wuji, you're asking for death. As he finished speaking, a dozen shadowy figures in black robes materialized out of thin air, surrounding Yi Wuji completely. Su Fengtian's tone grew increasingly brazen. Today is the day you die. Chapter 12, Such Terror. With so many black-clad figures and Yi Wuji alone, victory seemed unlikely. Chen Zisu thought this, her heart filled with worry. Though her resentment toward Yi Wuji hadn't diminished, he had still come to rescue her without hesitation when she was in danger. In the depths of her terror, Chen Zisu glimpsed a sliver of hope, and her heart stirred with emotion. Yi Wuji had no time for hesitation now. He stared at Chen Zisu, her eyes glistening with tears, looking pitiful and disheveled. His fists clenched, eyes bloodshot, the air around him thick with suffocating tension. Yi Wuji roared lowly, "What have you done to her?" Su Fengtian shot Chen Zisu a contemptuous glance out of the corner of his eye. Compared to her, you should be more concerned about yourself. Yi Wuji could tell the black-clad men surrounding them were no ordinary foes. They were highly trained, their martial arts exceptional. But Yi Wuji didn't take them seriously. In his eyes, they were mere ants he could crush with a single flick of his wrist. Yi Wuji sneered, "No wonder you're so cocky. You lured me here because you have another expert by your side." Su Fengtian thought he was scared, crossing his arms and snorting coldly. "You think I'm afraid of you? Yi Wuji, you're dead today. I let you escape last time, but not this time." His gaze shifted to Chen Zisu, cowering nearby. With death-defying bravado, he taunted, "Must say, Miss Chen is quite the beauty. Rest assured, after you're dead, I'll take good care of her." Yi Wuji's expression darkened, his words practically snarled through clenched teeth. "I warn you. Don't touch her. Don't provoke me. Ha! Consider that your last words." Su Fengtian's eyes narrowed with fury, the scar on his face contorting into a hideous grin, utterly terrifying. "No time for your nonsense. Come and get it." Su Fengtian swept his arm in a commanding gesture. The black-clad men, receiving their signal, leapt forward in unison. Chen Zisu closed her eyes and turned her head away, unable to watch. Su Fengtian's eyes widened, filled with the exhilaration and delight of vengeance. asking for death. Facing the attacker's onslaught, Wuji remained utterly composed. With a sudden surge of power, he stomped down, causing the ground to instantly tear apart. The floor slab shot upward like a blade, plunging straight into the black-clad figure's body and piercing through, instantly immobilizing him. Wuji immediately followed with a punch. His fist, like a massive cannonball, rippled the air around him. He smashed through dozens of black-clad figures with effortless ease, reducing them to pulp in mere moments. Those sent flying spurted streams of blood as they hurtled through the air. In the blink of an eye, over a dozen black-clad figures were missing limbs, their severed parts fluttering through the air. Some were already reduced to pulp, unable to even reach Wuji, let alone fight back. Blood splattered everywhere, instantly saturating the room with a thick, pungent stench. Su Fengtian, who had been so arrogant moments before, was now dumbstruck, frozen in place with his jaw hanging open. He'd heard of Wuji's brutal prowess, but witnessing it firsthand revealed a ferocity beyond imagination. This couldn't possibly be human. Such power was simply unearthly. He knew the capabilities of these black-clad men all too well. They were elite fighters he had personally handpicked. Yet a single punch had reduced a man to bloody pulp. Impossible. This can't be. Su Fengtian instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. As Wuji began walking toward him, fear finally gripped him. Wuji licked his lips, a bloodthirsty gleam in his eyes as he closed in step by step. What? Just a moment ago, you were demanding my life? Have you forgotten how you got that scar on your face? Ha! Wuji's words plunged Su Fengtian into an icy abyss. All traces of his earlier arrogance vanished. Su Fengtian swallowed nervously, backing away frantically. Don't come any closer. I'm telling you. I'm the eldest son of the Su family. I'm a member of the Su clan. You can't afford to mess with me. Su Fengtian teetered on the edge of madness. Refusing to give up, he grabbed Shinzisu from the bed. He held her in front of him, his face twisted in fury as he roared, "Stay right there. Don't move. Or she dies." Wuji's expression hardened. His voice, cold as a demon's whisper, commanded, "Don't touch her." The next instant, a short dagger pierced through Su Fengtian's palm. He howled in agony, writhing on the floor. Wuji seized the moment, pulling Shinzisu into his embrace and shielding her tightly. Shinzisu, however, had already fainted from the sheer terror and exhaustion. Wuji's murderous intent surged like a towering tidal wave. He kicked Su Fengtian flying with a single swift motion, sending blood spraying everywhere. This was merely a light kick. Had he struck with full force, Su Fengtian would have been reduced to pulp. I told you not to provoke me. I don't care what kind of person you are in the Su family. Provoke me, and you die. No one can save you. Su Fengtian attempted a final act of defiance. Struggling to his feet, he threatened my uncle with a crazed expression. But you're the commander-in-chief of the Jiangcheng military district. You can't afford to provoke me. If you dare kill me, even if I die, my uncle will never let you off. Su Fengtian grew increasingly frenzied. Go ahead and kill me then. I'm the eldest son of the Su family. Kill me and you'll have the entire Su family against you. Ha! Unexpectedly, Wuji remained unmoved. A mere commander of the Jiangcheng military district? He dares to bring that up? Wuji's face grew icy as he sneered coldly. What does the Su family amount to? Just die already. Under Su Fengtian's horrified gaze, Wuji raised his leg, poised to kick his skull to pieces. Ring ring. Just then, Wuji's phone rang abruptly, halting his motion. He pulled out his phone to see it was his daughter, Xiaohan, calling. Without a second thought for the situation at hand, Wuji immediately answered the call. The gloom vanished from his face in an astonishingly swift transformation. He spoke softly into the phone. What's wrong, Xiaohan? His gentle demeanor was a stark contrast to the murderous expression he'd worn moments before. Xiaohan whimpered in a sweet, childish voice, Daddy, where are you? I miss you so much, and I miss Mommy too. How's Mom? Did you find her? Is she okay? Hearing his precious daughter's sobs, Wuji's heart ached unbearably. Xiaohan, don't cry, don't cry. We found Mom. She's fine. Don't worry. We're coming back right now. Be a good girl, okay? Okay, hurry back. Xiaohan is worried sick. Wuji's heart clenched at his daughter's voice. He couldn't be bothered to deal with Su Fengtian personally anymore. He scooped up Shinzisu and left. Su Fengtian slipped away unnoticed while Wuji was distracted by the phone call. Having narrowly escaped death, Su Fengtian still trembled at the memory of Wuji's murderous demeanor moments ago. How had Wuji grown so powerful in just 3 short years? His strength was terrifying beyond belief. Fury, rage, and vengeance surged through his mind, veins bulging on his forehead. Su Fengtian clenched his fists tightly, vowing silently within. Wuji, you wait. I'll kill you, no matter what it takes. Chapter 13, The Villa. Zhao Xingyun saw the unconscious Shinzisu in Wuji's arms and asked anxiously, Boss, your wife. Yi Wuji gently cradled Chen Zisu in his arms, his eyes softening with an unprecedented tenderness.
She'll be fine.
I'll treat her. Zhao Xingyun drove to the old apartment building in the urban village to meet up with Yi Zihan.
Back at Chen Zisu's home, Yi Zihan heard the commotion at the door. Daring not to approach rashly, she crouched behind it, observing cautiously.
When she saw Yi Wuji arrive, she rushed over excitedly and clung to his leg.
Where'd you go, Daddy? Xiao Han was so scared. Where's Mom? What happened to her?
Yi Zihan stared anxiously at her mother's pale face, tears the size of beans streaming down her cheeks.
Mommy blames herself for causing you trouble. Yi Wuji tenderly comforted Yi Zihan, wiping the tears from her eyes.
It's not your fault, Xiao Han.
Mommy's fine, she just passed out.
I'll treat her now, and she'll be better soon.
Really? Mom's okay?
Yi Zihan stared with tear-filled eyes.
Yes. Trust Daddy. Stay here quietly. I'll treat Mommy now. Yi Wuji carried Chen Zisu into the house.
With practiced ease, he drew out a bundle of slender silver needles and began performing acupuncture on Chen Zisu.
Chen Zisu had only fainted briefly from fright. Yi Wuji effortlessly inserted the needles into various acupoints across her body. Before long, signs of awakening appeared on Chen Zisu's face.
Yi Wuji swiftly withdrew the needles. He carefully tucked the quilt around her, gently holding her hand, his eyes filled with self-reproach.
I'm sorry, Zisu.
It's all because of me that you've endured so much hardship these past years. I will never let you or Xiaohan get hurt again. Yi Wuji silently vowed to himself.
Chen Zisu stirred in her daze, sensing someone beside her. Zisu, you're awake.
Yi Wuji gently helped her sit up.
How do you feel, Zisu? Anywhere hurting?
Recognizing the person before her, Chen Zisu pushed him away warily.
Where am I?
Her eyes warned him to keep his distance.
Where's Xiaohan? Where is she? How is she? The first thing Chen Zisu worried about upon waking was Yi Zihan's safety.
Yi Wuji watched his wife, who was so repulsed by him, and sighed helplessly.
Don't worry, he said. You're safe now, and Xiaohan is safe too.
Outside the door, Yi Zihan heard her mother's voice and rushed into the room.
She threw herself into Chen Zisu's arms. Mom, you're finally awake.
You scared Xiaohan to death.
Xiaohan was so scared. Don't leave me, Mom.
Good girl, Xiaohan.
Mommy's fine. Chen Zisu gently stroked her hair.
As long as my daughter is safe, she valued her daughter's life more than her own.
Chen Zisu glared at Yi Wuji, her voice icy as she scolded, you should never have come back. This is all your fault. If it weren't for you, who knows how many enemies you've made over the years. What's the point of coming back now? Are you only satisfied when you've ruined both me and Xiaohan?
Facing Chen Zisu's barrage of accusations, Yi Wuji knew deep down he had failed both mother and daughter. All these years, he had caused them too much suffering. Yi Wuji stood to one side, head bowed and eyes lowered, looking every bit the child who'd done wrong.
I know it's all my fault. I'm sorry to you and Xiaohan.
All these years, I don't expect your forgiveness.
I only ask for a chance to make amends. Enough.
Chen Zisu impatiently cut him off, turning her head away, unwilling to let her gaze linger on him for even a moment.
Enough talk. Divorce. From now on, we have nothing to do with each other. Neither Xiaohan nor I will have anything to do with you. Today it was this scarred man, but who knows who might come seeking revenge next. Who knows how many enemies you've made out there. Don't drag us down with you. Xiaohan and I just want to live a peaceful life. Chen Zisu said, shooting him a disgusted glance. Then she muttered sarcastically, I'll never let a rapist be Xiaohan's father. Chen Zisu's words froze Yi Wuji in place. Knowing he was in the wrong, he had no reply. He understood that without solid evidence, Chen Zisu had no intention of listening to his explanations. She was right. Yi Wuji hadn't done anything worthwhile all these years, and now his return had plunged both mother and daughter into danger. After a moment of silence, Yi Zihan spoke up, No. I don't want Mom and Dad to be apart. She ran to Yi Wuji and hugged him tightly, afraid he might run away. Mom and Dad finally got to be together again. Don't separate us. Besides, if it weren't for Dad, Xiaohan's illness wouldn't have been cured. Looking at Yi Zihan's innocent, childlike face, Yi Wuji couldn't bear to see her upset. He gently rubbed her little head. Leaning close, he whispered softly into her ear, Don't worry, Xiaohan. Daddy won't leave you too. Never again. I'll make sure Mommy forgives me. Really? Yi Zihan stopped crying immediately upon hearing his words. Yi Wuji affectionately pinched her tiny nose. Really? I'm not lying. Chen Zisu frowned, stepping forward to pull Yi Zihan away. Her expression darkened as she snapped, Stay away from my daughter. Get the divorce papers ready immediately. She didn't care what tricks Yi Wuji had used to make her daughter so attached to him. She only wanted to distance herself from Yi Wuji as quickly as possible and never see him again. Any attempt by Yi Wuji to salvage the situation now was futile. He pulled a gold chain from his pocket and placed it on the table before Chen Zisu. Zisu, I know I owe you both so much. I respect your choice. This is the key to the villa at Shenghuang number 1. I hope you can live a little better. Don't stay here anymore, it's not safe. Consider this a partial repayment. I'll make it up to you gradually from now on. Chen Zissou was astonished. How could he possibly afford a villa? Yi Wuji saw the doubt in his wife's eyes and explained, I won't deceive you. Never again. Though Chen Zissou initially didn't want his things, she gladly accepted them when she thought of her daughter's safety. Zhao Xingyun immediately drove them to the villa. Su Fengtian, who had just narrowly escaped death, returned home and flew into a rage. He grabbed everything within reach and smashed it to the floor. The servants were too terrified to utter a sound. What's wrong, Xiao Tian? A burly man with broad shoulders, a thick waist, and a large, fleshy face appeared in the room. Behind him followed a slender woman, arms crossed as she surveyed the devastation on the floor. What's going on? Why the rage? Su Fengtian turned and saw the newcomers, immediately stepping forward. He cried out to the man, Uncle, you must stand up for your nephew. He raised his bandaged hand. The visitors were none other than Su Fengtian's aunt, Su Qingxia, and her husband, Chen Tongkai. Chen Tongkai had also come to see him about something. Wait a moment. I have something to discuss. Do you know what the Wang family has done to offend someone? Su Fengtian frowned. The Wang family? What's going on? Chen Tongkai narrowed his eyes, pondering. The entire Wang family had been wiped out and it was the military headquarters that had ordered the purge. Who could they have offended to involve the military headquarters? I haven't gotten any information either. I came to ask if you know anything. Chapter 14, The Sovereign's Reward. Su Fengtian shook his head repeatedly. He never imagined it was Yi Wuji who had ordered the military to mobilize and seal off the entire Wang family. Only then did Aunt Su Qingxia notice his hand, grabbing hold of her precious nephew. Her heart ached. Oh my dear nephew, what happened to you? Su Fengtian finally snapped back to reality. He was about to ask his uncle to avenge him. He immediately burst into tears. Uncle, I beg you avenge your nephew. Both my men and my own hand were injured by the same person. His aunt, Su Qingxia, glared with fury. How dare you, she snapped. That blind dog of a bastard. How dare he injure my nephew? Su Fengtian echoed, it was Yi Wuji from all those years ago. What? Uncle Chen Tongkai exclaimed in disbelief. Wasn't the Yi family destroyed long ago? Yes. I never imagined he was still alive and that he'd returned. A cold glint flashed across Su Fengtian's face. He's the very culprit who slashed my face back then, leaving me disfigured like this. I heard he served 3 years for rape. Now that he's out, he's acting like this, slaughtering my men and injuring me. Su Fengtian ranted on, exaggerating every detail. My nephew nearly didn't make it back alive. I brought up your name, uncle, but he didn't give a damn. He even said, who the hell are you? Damn it! Chen Tongkai slammed his fist on the table, furious. A mere rapist fresh out of prison dares to speak so insolently. Fresh out of prison and already picking fights? He must be suicidal. As he spoke, Chen Tongkai reached for his phone to call the military district. Just then, Su Qingxia suddenly spoke up to stop him. No need to involve connections for such a small fry. I can handle this. Su Qingxia truly lived up to her reputation as a viper in a beautiful woman's skin. Her eyes were cold and piercing, radiating pure malice. Don't worry, Xiao Tian. Auntie will personally avenge this injustice for you. I'll make him wish he were dead. Su Fengtian nodded firmly. This was precisely the outcome he desired. Zhao Xingyun drove the car toward the villa. The entire journey passed in silence, the air inside the car thick as ice. Finally arriving at the villa entrance, Zhao Xingyun could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Boss, you and sister-in-law go inside first. I'll park the car. Don't call me your sister-in-law. Chen Zissou shot him a withering glare. I have absolutely nothing to do with him. Zhao Xingyun immediately shut up, not daring to say another word, and went to park the car in silence. Yi Wuji led the way, guiding Chen Zissou and her daughter toward the villa entrance. The security guard on duty at the gatehouse spotted them approaching and immediately rushed forward to block their path. Hey! What are you doing here? The guard barked, do you have any idea where you are? This isn't some place ordinary people can just walk into. The guard eyed them with disdain as he spoke, snorting coldly, you clearly aren't owners. With your outfits, you don't look like people who could afford a villa here. The three were dressed plainly, especially Chen Zissou, who looked every bit the homemaker. Their clothes were clearly cheap market finds costing only a few dozen yuan. The security guard's face darkened as he waved them away. Get lost. You reek of poverty. Chen Zissou, stung by the insult, snapped back in anger. How do you know we're not owners? You're insulting us without proof. The security guard's eyes darted back and forth over Chen Zissou, sneering with disdain. You don't look like someone who can afford a villa. Get lost already, don't waste my time. You! Chen Zissou trembled with anger. Don't push your luck. Yi Wuji heard that a mere lowly security guard dared to speak disrespectfully to his wife. A murderous intent surged through him, his eyes boiling with a killing aura that seemed to pierce straight through the soul. A lowly security guard dares to speak so boldly? Do you even know who I am? The security guard flinched under his piercing glare. But he was certain these men couldn't be anyone important. Who cares who you are? Get the hell out of here before I lose my temper. I advise you to know your place, or else. The guard struck a defiant pose, ready to call for backup. Or else what? Yi Wuji's expression turned cold, his gaze fixed on the security guard as if he were already dead. He never imagined that some lowly security guard would dare threaten him and his wife and daughter in broad daylight. No one in this world possessed the ability to threaten him, not yet, at least. Yi Wuji's figure flickered, appearing before the security guard like a sudden flash of light. One punch landed squarely on the security guard's left cheek. With a piercing scream, the guard spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with several teeth. Dazed and disoriented, the guard was knocked flat to the ground by the blow. Yi Wuji followed up with a swift kick. He hadn't even used his full strength. With his daughter present, he didn't want her to witness such a bloody scene. Chen Zixu and Yi Zihan stood frozen in place. When had Yi Wuji become so formidable? Chen Zixu was astonished. Yi Zihan clapped her hands repeatedly, cheering, "Wow! Daddy's so amazing!" Yi Wuji basked in his beloved daughter's repeated praise. The security guard struggled to his feet, clutching his face in frustration. "You wait. I'll call for backup." Just then, Zhao Xingyun arrived in time, calming the guard and pulling him aside. He flashed his War God Dragon Guard credentials. Without a word, the guard understood. Having worked as a security guard in this affluent neighborhood for so long, he possessed a certain level of discernment. His eyes widened in shock, cursing himself for failing to recognize a mountain when he saw one. Zhao Xingyun looked at him. "You know what to do, right?" "Yes." "Understood." The security guard's attitude did a complete 180-degree turn, paying no mind to his face, now swollen like a pig's head. He bowed deeply with utmost respect, his face nearly touching the ground as he urged them inside. The moment she stepped into the villa, Chen Zixu was stunned by the scene before her. The interior was lavishly decorated, opulent and magnificent. 5 full stories, complete with a rooftop garden and private pool, everything imaginable. The grounds alone seemed to cover over 500 acres. Yi Zihan's eyes sparkled with wonder as she darted excitedly around. "Daddy, are we going to live here from now on?" Yi Wuji smiled and nodded. "Yes, this will be our home from now on." Chen Zixu still couldn't quite believe it. How could Yi Wuji possibly own such a luxurious villa? Could it have been acquired through improper means? The thought made her glare at Yi Wuji with resentment. "How did you acquire this villa?" Yi Wuji explained, "You won't believe me if I tell you it was bestowed upon me by the sovereign." "The sovereign?" Chen Zixu sneered. "That's laughable. You don't even bother to practice your lies? You think I'm stupid enough to fall for this? How could the sovereign bestow such a gift upon someone like you?" In Chen Zixu's eyes, Yi Wuji was nothing but a rapist and a criminal, capable only of spouting such grandiose lies to deceive her. Her disgust toward him deepened further. Yi Wuji was at a loss for words. But no matter how he tried to explain, it was useless. As the tension between them thickened, Zhao Xingyun stepped in to defuse the tension. "Stop arguing. This villa is mine." Chapter 15, The Rules. At the critical moment, Zhao Xinghe stepped forward. "Ha?" Chen Zixu turned to stare at him in shock. "This villa is yours?" Zhao Xinghe nodded while studying Yi Wuji's expression. "It is. I was the boss's former subordinate, always loyally following and handling matters for him. This house was also lent to the boss by me. He didn't want you staying in that kind of place, it wasn't safe." Compared to Yi Wuji's explanation, Chen Zixu found Zhao Xinghe's version more credible. She glared coldly at Yi Wuji, her disgust at his lies deepening. "What, a gift from the sovereign? I know better, that's impossible. Alone is alone. I hate it when people lie to me." With that, Chen Zixu politely thanked Zhao Xinghe. "Thank you for your help. I'll find a way to repay you as soon as possible. Sorry for the trouble." "Ah?" Zhao Xinghe, startled by his sister-in-law's gratitude, nervously waved his hands. His voice trembled. No, please don't mention it. I couldn't possibly accept." How could he possibly accept thanks from the war god's wife? Besides, this wasn't even his villa. Saying it was borrowed was merely a pretext to convince Chen Zixu. Yi Wuji shrugged helplessly. "Fine, let her think whatever she wants. After all, she is his wife." The villa's exterior alone was already extravagant. But upon stepping inside, Chen Zixu was even more astonished. Every piece of furniture inside was exorbitantly priced. It was resplendent and magnificent. Steps made of natural jade, marble floors. Silk carpets, jade-carved statues. Carved beams and painted pillars rose and fell like a royal palace, radiating dazzling brilliance under the lights. Everything exuded extravagance. "This is too gorgeous." Chen Zixu was dazzled, unable to take it all in. "This is amazing. We get to live in a big house. Yi Zihan skipped and jumped around the villa, constantly praising how beautiful the new house was. Yi Zihan was still young and naturally didn't understand what this villa signified. All she knew was that she was moving into a big, beautiful new house, and she was thrilled. Seeing his daughter so delighted, Yi Wuji felt deeply satisfied. He whispered to Zhao Xinghe beside him, "Please convey my gratitude to the sovereign. Tell him I'm very satisfied with this villa." Zhao Xinghe nodded in acknowledgement. "Yes, sir. I'll see to it immediately." Yi Zihan ran until she was exhausted, yet she hadn't even covered half the villa. She returned to Chen Zisu and Yi Wuji. Standing between them, she took each of their hands. She flashed a sweet smile. "Daddy, Mommy, from now on we can live together forever. We'll never be apart again." "Yes, my dear daughter. Daddy promises you will never be apart again." Yi Wuji gazed at Yi Zihan, his eyes brimming with joy, and reached out to embrace her. Chen Zisu slapped his hand away, her brows furrowing slightly, her eyes filled with warning. "Who wants to live with you?" she snapped. "Let me tell you this, the moment we're divorced, you're out of here. I never want to see you again." Chen Zisu's resolute words pierced Yi Wuji's heart like sharp thorns. His heart tightened, and he forced a bitter smile. "I know, don't worry, Zisu. I said I'd respect your wishes. But before that, I hope you'll give me a chance to make things right. I said it only to make things right for you both, to make up for all the years of injustice you've endured." Chen Zisu stared at him coldly. "No need. Just leave." Who would have thought that Yi Wuji, the legendary war god of Great Xia, would now hang his head in shame, begging his wife for forgiveness? "I don't seek your forgiveness. I've returned this time solely to protect you and Xiaohan." Chen Zisu was about to utter more heartless words when Zhao Xinghe, standing nearby, could no longer bear to watch. He stepped in to mediate. "Sis-in-law, look, the boss just returned not long ago and has nowhere to stay. Just consider how he risked his life to rescue you alone. Let him stay here for now." Seeing Chen Zisu waver, Zhao Xinghe pressed his advantage. "Besides, Miss Yi has just recovered from a serious illness and needs proper recuperation. Having an extra pair of hands to care for her would be beneficial. With the boss here, you and the young lady will be perfectly safe. All expenses will be covered by the boss." Chen Zisu trusted Zhao Xinghe to some extent. After hearing his words, she found them quite reasonable. She finally relented. "All right then. Since this villa belongs to you, we'll follow your lead." She turned to Yi Wuji and said, "Considering you've just been released and have nowhere else to go, you can stay here with us." A flicker of light instantly ignited in Yi Wuji's dull eyes. "Really? But don't get too excited just yet." Chen Zisu spoke again. "I have conditions." "What conditions? Name them. I'll meet them all." Yi Wuji wore a look of pride. There was nothing he couldn't accomplish. Little did he know, Chen Zisu wasn't asking for anything tangible. Instead, she laid out over a dozen rules. Among them, no excessive physical contact at home. He was forbidden from entering her and Xiao Han's room. All household matters must be arranged according to her wishes, with no objections allowed. And so on. It sounded like a series of unequal treaties. Zhao Xinghe listened, his lips twitching uncontrollably. Watching the war god being lectured, he suddenly felt a pang of sympathy. "No problem, I agree to everything." He had expected Yi Wuji to reject his unreasonable demands. But unexpectedly, he accepted them all willingly. To be with his wife and daughter, Yi Wuji would agree to anything. After arranging their respective rooms, Chen Zisu suggested she wanted to go back to their old place to pack up some things. Yi Wuji tried to dissuade her. "Don't go, Zisu. Leave those old things behind. If you need anything, just buy new ones. What do you know? You can't even buy those things anymore." Chen Zisu's heart stirred as memories surfaced. Those things, Yi Wuji probably forgot about them already. "There are things there that are very important to me. I must go get them." Seeing her so determined to go, Yi Wuji offered to accompany her, but Chen Zisu firmly refused. "If you come with me, who will take care of Xiaohan?" Yi Wuji could only send Zhao Xinghe to drive and escort her back to retrieve the items. He stayed behind to look after Yi Zihan. Chen Zisu returned to her dilapidated room. Zhao Xinghe waited outside. She retrieved the marriage certificate wrapped in red cloth from the cabinet, a treasured keepsake along with her wedding photos with Yi Wuji. Sitting alone by the bedside, she sank into gloomy sorrow. Recalling the past happiness, she couldn't help but shed tears. At the upscale beauty salon, Su Qingxia received a phone call. "Hello?" The lazy yet dignified voice made the person on the other end tense up. "Sister Su, everything you instructed has been taken care of." The caller was the gang leader. "Well done." Su Qingxia nodded in satisfaction before hanging up. She casually sent a message to her precious nephew, Su Fengtian. "Xiao Tian, Auntie will avenge you now." Chapter 16, The Blood Oath Gang. Yi Zihan collapsed onto the plush leather sofa, exhausted from running around the villa. Yi Wuji heard her stomach growl and chuckled. "Hungry, Xiaohan?" Yi Zihan pouted and nodded slightly. "What would you like to eat?" Yi Wuji stood up, grabbed his jacket, and told his father, "I'll go buy it for you right now." Yi Zihan's eyes lit up. "Really? Then I want a hamburger." "A hamburger?" Yi Wuji frowned slightly, a hint of disdain in his voice. "Why do you like eating that kind of thing?" Yi Zihan crossed her arms, looking displeased. "What's wrong with that? Hamburgers are delicious. But Mom never lets me eat them." Yi Zihan hung her little head dejectedly. Seeing his daughter's adorable expression, Yi Wuji affectionately ruffled her hair. "I'll buy you one. Be a good girl and wait. Daddy will go get it for you right now." With that, Yi Wuji stepped out to go shopping. Before leaving, to ensure Yi Zihan's safety, he made a phone call to deploy dozens of secret guards. They would lie in wait near the villa to protect her. Yi Wuji drove to the city's most bustling commercial pedestrian street. The entire street was lined with all kinds of food stalls filled with the vibrant energy of everyday life. Grilled cold noodles, hot dogs, sizzling grilled hot dogs, French fries, freshly fried. Look! Yi Wuji was overwhelmed by the sights, his ears filled with the vendors' shouts. He had no idea what Yi Zihan liked to eat. Yi Wuji decided to take over the entire street, one of each, all for her. And Yi Zihan's favorite burgers, dozen varieties, all of them. The burger shop staff stared in stunned silence. In an underground boxing gym, a bald, muscular man rushed in. "Boss, we've got intel. Yi Wuji is currently at Xinhua Commercial Street." The gang boss, seated in his armchair, waved dismissively. "Got it. Send a dozen men to take care of him." "Yes, sir." "Hold on." The boss added, "Remember, make it quick. Leave the kid with a whole body." "Understood." The bald musclehead led a dozen men out onto the street, swarming around Yi Wuji with fierce intensity. The crime boss held Yi Wuji in utter contempt. What could a mere rapist fresh out of prison possibly accomplish? Taking care of Yi Wuji was a piece of cake. Su Qingxia had specifically ordered his death. The crime boss had done his fair share of dirty work for her, stealing money and killing people. "Your burgers are ready. Here you go. Come back again soon." Yi Wuji carried a large bag of burgers, his arms full of over a dozen packages of assorted snacks and treats. Under the warm gaze of the shop staff, he stepped out of the snack street. The moment Yi Wuji stepped out of the snack street, he sensed something was off. A dangerous aura lingered nearby. He cautiously scanned his surroundings. He noticed several shadowy figures in black had appeared on the street, in corners, in alleys, everywhere. Yi Wuji's expression darkened as he narrowed his eyes, tracking the movements of the shadowy figures. Wherever he went, the black-clad figures followed his every move. They were clearly targeting him. Yi Wuji sneered coldly. They couldn't wait any longer, could they? Just then, he passed through a deserted, narrow alleyway. A man charged headlong toward Yi Wuji. In an instant, the snacks in Yi Wuji's arms scattered across the ground. It was like a signal. Black-clad figures surged toward him from all directions. They shoved and pushed Yi Wuji. The snacks were trampled into a pulpy mess. The men in black pushed him into a blind corner of the alley, surrounding him. Yi Wuji watched as the snacks he'd bought for his daughter were trampled underfoot by this mob. His eyes narrowed slightly, radiating a murderous intent. "You've stepped on my things." His voice was dark and icy, sending a chill down their spines. The tall man with the scar, who seemed to be their leader, froze. How could this man radiate such a terrifying aura? The tall man with the scar swallowed hard and challenged, "Can't you see the situation right now? Worry about your own life first." Yi Wuji spoke coldly, "Who sent you?" The scarred man burst into laughter, as if mocking a clown. "That's none of your concern. You've crossed the wrong people, and now someone wants your head." Yi Wuji crossed his arms, gazing down at him with a look that seemed to survey the entire world. "Oh? Now I'm even more curious. Who exactly have I offended?" The scarred man was astonished at how calm this man appeared, showing not a shred of fear. Any ordinary person would have already wet their pants in fear. "When you're in hell, ask the king of hell." Yi Wuji crossed his arms again, snorting coldly with disdain. "What kind of person do you think you are? All I know is, the one meeting the king of hell won't be me." The scarred man's face suddenly twisted. He hadn't expected Yi Wuji not only to show no fear but to dare insult him. "You must be tired of living." The scarred man waved his hand. "Brothers, charge! Slash him to death." As he spoke, over a dozen men wielding various blades charged toward Yi Wuji. Blades whirled toward his face. Yi Wuji showed no fear, not even blinking. He effortlessly reached out, grabbing the first attacker. He clamped his hand around the man's throat, hoisting him over his head like a dead fish. He flipped the man upside down and thrust him straight into the ground like a green onion. A gaping hole appeared in the ground. The man's head was planted upside down in the earth, his body stiff and upright. It was hard to imagine that the man's head was now unrecognizable. Several others charged forward. Yi Wuji's eyes flashed with a piercing light. With a sweeping kick, he sent them all flying straight into the wall. The mountain was riddled with cracks. The air was thick with screams and the sound of snapping bones. The scarred man froze, his henchman behind him rooted to the spot. Yi Wuji casually clapped his hands, raised an eyebrow, and shot the scarred man a contemptuous glance. "Come on, then." The men exchanged glances, retreating one after another. Who dared to advance now? Scarface, in particular, was pale with fear. His legs buckled beneath him, and he collapsed to his knees with a thud. He, the mighty Blood Oath gang leader, had brought over a dozen underlings, yet not a single one of them had even grazed Yi Wuji's hair. Every last one of them had been beaten into pulp. Yi Wuji flickered forward, pressing one hand against the scarred man's crown. With the slightest squeeze, he could crush the man's brain. "I'll ask one more time who sent you." "No! Don't kill me! I beg you!" The scarred man's earlier arrogance vanished completely. "You can't kill me! I'm part of the Blood Oath gang." "Blood Oath gang?" Yi Wuji shook his head. "Never heard of it." He raised his foot and crushed the scarred man's leg. "This is the price you pay for messing with my stuff," he sneered coldly. He couldn't care less about the Blood Oath gang or any other gangs. All he could think about was his precious daughter's missing snacks. Cold sweat poured from the scarred man's body as agony surged through him. Crawling painfully to Yi Wuji's feet, he begged, "Please spare me. I'll go back and tell the boss." "No need to wait for that." Yi Wuji kicked him aside with disgust. "Call your boss now. Tell him to bring his men." The scarred man froze, then scrambled to call his boss, Wang Yui. Wang Yui, who answered the call, thought the job was done. Instead, he heard his men's agonized cries. "Useless bunch!" Wang Yui cursed under his breath. He immediately gathered his men and headed to Xinhua Street himself. When Wang Yui arrived, he saw his brothers lying dead and wounded everywhere, their bodies strewn across the ground. He stared at Yi Wuji in disbelief. Could this all be the work of one man? The scarred man nodded fiercely. "Yes, boss. It was him." Wang Yui stared at Yi Wuji with disbelief. "By yourself? You alone injured so many of my men?" Yi Wuji glanced around and nodded casually. "Yes, just me." Wang Yui's rage flared to his forehead. "Then you'll pay with your life for my brothers today." It seemed he had truly underestimated him from the start. With that, Wang Yui swung his fist at Yi Wuji. Yi Wuji effortlessly knocked him flat to the ground. Wang Yui's eyes narrowed. As the formidable leader of the Blood Oath gang, he'd been knocked down by some nobody. If word got out, people would laugh their heads off. He grew treacherous, launching a sneak attack at Yi Wuji. Seizing the moment, Wang Yui drew a dagger. "Die!" He slashed toward Yi Wuji's heart. Yi Wuji sidestepped the blow, his chest torn open by the blade. A spinning kick shattered Wang Yui's ribs. Wang Yui hadn't expected him to dodge. But when he looked up and saw the tattoos covering Yi Wuji's body, Wang Yui turned pale with shock, immediately kneeling on the ground and shouting, "Benefactor!" Chapter 17, Benefactor. Benefactor? Scarface and his crew nearly shouted in unison. What's gotten into the boss? Could he have been beaten into stupidity? Didn't kick his brains out either. What could possibly terrify the boss so much? Following Wang Yui's gaze, there, beneath Yi Wuji's torn clothing, his chest skin was exposed to the air. A dark purple dragon tattoo coiled from his chest all the way up to his shoulder. The crowd sucked in a collective gasp, the air itself seemed to freeze. The dragon represented the Son of Heaven, the symbol of the capital's ruler. Across the entire capital, who else besides the sovereign would dare bear a dragon tattoo? Yi Wuji watched Wang Yui's sudden change in demeanor, kneeling before him, addressing him with utmost reverence as his benefactor. He was utterly baffled. "Why are you calling me benefactor?" The scarred man beside him was equally perplexed, asking in confusion, "Boss, what's gotten into you? You didn't get knocked out of your mind by him, did you? Get lost." Wang Yui glared at him. "What do you know?" He gazed at Yi Wuji with reverence, his voice trembling with emotion. "The black-purple dragon tattoo. That's it. You are my benefactor." Wang Yui's eyes welled up with tears. "Benefactor. I've searched for you for over a decade. Never imagined we'd meet like this today." The thought that he had actually sent men to ambush his benefactor, even fighting him. Wang Yui slapped his own face in disbelief. Yi Wuji followed his gaze and pointed to the tattoo on his own body. "Is it because of this?" he asked, puzzled. He couldn't recall ever saving any Blood Oath gang boss. Wang Yui nodded emphatically. "Have you forgotten? 10 years ago, I worked as a bouncer at an underground boxing gym in Zhangchang. Because I was a skilled fighter with a high win rate, multiple gyms came to challenge me. Back then, the leader of Zhangcheng's largest gang, the Green Snake Gang Black Poison Dragon, brought his men to the gym to challenge me. Unsurprisingly, I defeated the enforcers Black Poison Dragon brought. But Black Poison Dragon, consumed by hatred, sent men to break my arms and legs. The Green Snake Gang was powerful, no one dared cross them, so naturally, no one came to my aid." Wang Yui gazed sincerely at Yi Wuji. "When I was at my most desperate, it was you who saved me from Black Poison Dragon. He pointed at the black-purple dragon tattoo. Though I couldn't see your face clearly back then, I saw this tattoo. It's identical to the one on your body. The exact same position, shape, and size. Yi Wuji heard this and strained to recall. Could you have mistaken someone else? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Wang Yui flatly denied it. Even if I were to die, I could never forget that you saved my life. Besides, who in the entire capital would dare to casually tattoo a dragon? And your skills, they're clearly not those of an ordinary man. Yi Wuji paused to consider. Hearing him speak like this, it did seem like such an incident had occurred. He had heard of the Green Snake Gang. The sovereign had ordered him to investigate this gang. Back then they were breaking laws, disrupting the capital's order, and causing widespread panic. They even smuggled arms, plotting rebellion. Yi Wuji led his troops to annihilate the entire Green Snake Gang in one decisive strike. In the process, he saved countless lives. As for Wang Yui, Yi Wuji truly had no recollection of him. Seeing that he seemed to recall something, Wang Yui knelt and banged his head 3 times on the ground. I, Wang Yui, never imagined I would see my benefactor again in this lifetime. After the Green Snake Gang was destroyed, I single-handedly founded the present Blood Oath Gang. Benefactor. Henceforth, the entire Blood Oath Gang is at your command. Wang Yui was profoundly grateful to Yi Wuji. Had he not saved him back then, the Blood Oath Gang would never have existed. Seeing their leader pledge such loyalty, the entire crew behind him knelt in unison. The Bloodshed Gang stands ready to serve your command. The crowd before Yi Wuji felt utterly helpless. He pressed his forehead, torn between laughter and tears. He'd only stepped out to buy his daughter a snack, yet now he'd ended up with a whole pack of followers. I don't like forming gangs and doing things that harm people. Wang Yui panicked, swearing solemnly to his benefactor, I swear, I will serve you loyally to the death from now on and never engage in such harmful activities again. Please accept us. If Yi Wuji refused, they would remain kneeling there. All right. He rubbed his forehead and nodded in concession. Very well. Wang Yui, disregarding his own injuries, joyfully submitted himself beside Yi Wuji. My benefactor is magnanimous. Wang is eternally grateful. Yi Wuji waved his hand. Enough. Stop calling me benefactor all the time. I have a name, Yi Wuji. Wang Yui immediately ordered his men to buy Yi Wuji a whole new batch of snacks and treats, practically taking over the entire street. He changed into a new suit worth over 10,000 yuan to compensate Yi Wuji for the torn clothing. He then escorted Yi Wuji back to his villa. Wang Yui led his men back to the underground boxing gym. Brother Wang, how'd things go? Su Qingxia's loud voice rang out. Dressed provocatively, she swayed her slender waist, her laughter shaking like a trembling flower branch. She seemed in high spirits. She assumed Wang Yui had already dealt with Yi Wuji. But upon entering, she saw Wang Yui's darkened face and his wounded henchman beside him. Oh my! What happened? Su Qingxia gasped, Brother Wang, what happened to you? Wang Yui shot her a fierce glare, warning her never to provoke Brother Yi again. Su Qingxia froze at his words, then sneered, What? The mighty leader of the Blood Oath Gang got beaten by some tough woman? You're even calling him brother now? Facing Su Qingxia's scornful taunts, Wang Yui barked coldly, Shut up! You can't beat Brother Yi. He's... No excuses. You're all useless. Su Qingxia ignored his warning, fuming, I don't care what his status is. The entire Blood Oath Gang can't even handle one man? It's laughable. Wang Yui's underlings stepped forward, shooing Su Qingxia away. Su Qingxia flew into a rage, pointing at the gym's door and snarling, You just wait, Wang Yui. I'll get you. Yi Zihan munched on the huge pile of snacks Yi Wuji had brought her. She danced happily, Daddy, you're the best. Mom never lets me eat these things. Yi Wuji coaxed her gently, Mom just thinks these aren't healthy. Just as he mentioned Chen Zhisu, she happened to return home. The moment she walked in, she saw Yi Zihan munching on a hamburger. She immediately turned her attention to Yi Wuji. How could you let Xiao Han eat this junk food? Before Yi Wuji could explain, Yi Zihan quickly interjected. Mom, don't blame Dad. I've never eaten this before. I begged Dad to buy it. I won't eat it again next time. Seeing her daughter's innocent big eyes, Chen Zhisu's heart softened. Sigh, fine then. But this is a one-time thing. Yay! With permission granted, Yi Zihan happily continued eating her hamburger. Upon learning Chen Zhisu planned to return to work, Yi Wuji urgently tried to dissuade her. He didn't want his wife to endure any more hardship or injustice. Yi Wuji urged Chen Zhisu to quit her job, stay home with Yi Zihan, and focus on caring for their daughter, while he would work to earn money. Upon hearing it was for their daughter, Chen Zhisu agreed to quit her job. Yi Wuji drove her to her workplace. Chapter 18, Maintaining a Mistress. The Crown Hotel was ablaze with lights at this hour, bustling with cars and people coming and going. Chen Zhisu asked Yi Wuji to wait in the lobby while she went to submit her resignation to the general manager. Only then did Yi Wuji realize his wife had been working as a waitress at this hotel all these years. The thought of how hard she had struggled raising their daughter alone made Yi Wuji's heart ache, as if it were being wrenched. He silently vowed never again to let his wife and child endure the slightest hardship. Chen Zisu arrived at the manager's office. Manager Huang, I wish to resign. She placed a resignation letter on the manager's desk. Manager Huang stared at her in disbelief. You're resigning? He couldn't believe that this destitute woman dared to resign from him. Chen Zisu nodded. Yes, manager. Manager Huang's sleazy little eyes stared at her lecherously. Zisu, I know you're alone now, raising your daughter. It's tough. If you're truly short on money, I can support you financially. Manager Huang walked to the door and casually locked it from the inside. He slowly approached Chen Zisu, rubbing his hands together like a fly. Just do as I say and follow me. I'll make sure you live in luxury and your daughter too. He made a move to grab her. Chen Zisu was stunned. She never imagined Manager Huang could harbor such vile intentions. Don't come near me. You beast. She reached out to push him away. Darling, don't resist. Manager Huang seized her arm and pulled her into his embrace. His thick, greasy lips curled up as he leaned in for a kiss. Chen Zisu's stomach churned violently. She struggled with all her might to break free, shoving Manager Huang away. She slapped him hard across the face. Smack! The sharp crack echoed through the office. A bright red handprint instantly appeared on Manager Huang's face, swelling high and red. You! How dare you hit me? Holding his face, Manager Huang lunged forward and slapped Chen Zisu again. Chen Zisu felt dizzy and stumbled backward, collapsing onto the floor. Manager Huang towered over her, his gaze fierce. I took notice of you because you're attractive. You actually caught my eye. I've treated you well all this time. Being with me is your good fortune. Countless women would kill to get into my bed. Don't bite the hand that feeds you. Chen Zisu burned with shame and rage, tears welling in her eyes. Manager Huang, I've always respected you. I never imagined you would. You're worse than a beast. The man's eyes widened in fury as he glared at her. You dare insult me? With that, Manager Huang pulled a document from his desk drawer and flung it into Chen Zisu's face. Refusing to comply, huh? Fine. See what this is. Chen Zisu grabbed the document. In bold letters across the top were the words, labor contract. Just as she was puzzled, she opened the document and discovered that the agreement stated, resigning without consent constitutes a breach of contract. Breach of contract? Chen Zisu gasped. Manager Huang smugly held up a finger. Yes, breach of contract. 1 million. What? Chen Zisu froze in disbelief. 1 million? She hadn't even noticed this clause when she signed the contract. Seeing her frozen in shock, Manager Huang smirched triumphantly. Well? Can't come up with the penalty, huh? Don't be ungrateful. I'm doing you a favor. Just follow me, and 1 million won't be a problem. Manager Huang's despicable nature was laid bare. He tried to tempt and deceive Chen Zisu. If you refuse, I don't believe you could scrape together 1 million even if you sold everything you own. Chen Zisu fled toward the door in terror. I don't want this. Stay away from me. Yi Wuji waited in the lobby for a long time without seeing Chen Zisu emerge, a sense of foreboding creeping over him. Suddenly, a strange noise came from the manager's office. Hearing the commotion, Yi Wuji rushed toward the office with heightened alertness. You can't go in, sir. A male attendant stood at the office door, blocking his path. The manager ordered that no one be allowed inside. Move aside. Yi Wuji's face darkened as he gritted his teeth. The attendant pretended not to notice, remaining firmly planted in front of the door. The manager said no one is allowed in, sir. I said move. Yi Wuji struck out, sending the waiter flying with a single slap. The man plummeted from the second floor. Guests and other staff throughout the entire restaurant screamed in terror. With the obstacle cleared, Yi Wuji immediately opened the door. He turned the doorknob, only to find it locked from the inside. He kicked the door open. The moment he entered, he witnessed a scene that made his blood run cold and his heart race. Manager Huang's filthy hands were groping Chen Zisu up and down. Chen Zisu was tearfully pleading, save me. Manager Huang was furious that someone had interrupted his fun. Didn't I say no one is allowed in without my permission? Spotting Yi Wuji, Chen Zisu immediately dashed behind him. Wuji, save me. Who are you? Seeing the intruder wasn't one of his restaurant's employees, Manager Huang barked, I advise you not to meddle in this. You want to die. Yi Wuji shielded Chen Zisu behind him. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Seeing their intimate gestures, Manager Huang felt a surge of irritation. Oh, I see. So you're this little husband? Heh, Zisu, look at this guy. TSK, he's not even worth being with me. Manager Huang looked Yi Wuji up and down with disdain. The next second, before he could react, Manager Huang felt a flash before his eyes. His entire body was sent flying. Yi Wuji grabbed Manager Huang by the back of his collar, effortlessly hoisting him up before tossing him aside like trash. Manager Huang instantly found himself bleeding profusely from the head. Yi Wuji seized his left hand, his gaze cold and menacing. Was it this hand that touched her? Before he could finish, a sharp crack echoed through the air. Manager Huang's entire left arm snapped clean off. Ah! A blood-curdling scream, like a pig being slaughtered, echoed throughout the entire restaurant. A waiter who had been watching the commotion called the police, fearing someone might have been killed. Soon, the police arrived. A SWAT team surrounded the Crown Hotel. Freeze! A uniformed officer pushed his way through the crowd. I'm the captain of the Jiangqing Police Department. Everyone, stand down. Manager Huang, as if seeing a lifeline, pointed at Yi Wuji and pleaded for help from the police captain. Officer, save me. This man is a madman, he's going to kill me. What the hell is going on here? The police captain frowned as he surveyed the battered and bleeding Huang manager, then swept his gaze over the violent Yi Wuji and the terrified, sobbing Chen Zisu beside him. In broad daylight, fighting and brawling, do you have no respect for the police? Take them all away. The police captain waved for his men to take the group back to the station. Chen Zisu was still reeling from the shock. Yi Wuji whispered reassuringly, don't be afraid. I'm here. Leave everything to me. Manager Huang was sent to the hospital for treatment. Before leaving, Manager Huang slipped away from the crowd and whispered to the police captain, Little Lin, you must help your uncle get justice. Jiao Lin nodded reassuringly. Don't worry, uncle. I know what needs to be done. Just focus on getting treated at the hospital first. Chapter 19, The War God Detained. At the police station, Jiao Lin barked harshly, spit it out. What happened? Chen Zisu's eyes were reddened, and she bit her lip in distress. I'm a waitress at the Crown Hotel. I came today just to hand in my resignation to Manager Huang, but I never expected. Her voice trembled as she spoke, her shock still palpable. It's okay, Zisu. Take your time. I'm here. Yi Wuji gently stroked her back. Chen Zisu wiped her tears and sobbed, I never imagined Manager Huang would have improper intentions toward me, attempting to assault me. He even forced me to sign an unreasonable contract. Listening to his wife recount her grievances, Yi Wuji clenched his fists, suppressing the urge to punch Manager Huang's head in. In the police station office, officers gathered around Manager Huang, murmuring among themselves. Jiao Lin frowned. But how could you beat him up like this? Chen Zisu defended Yi Wuji, he only struck Manager Huang to protect me. It was self-defense. Your statement still needs verification. Jiao Lin clearly doubted Chen Zisu's account. He dialed Manager Huang's number to confirm Chen Zisu's account. But Manager Huang, now at the hospital, flatly denied every word of it. She's lying. Officer. Don't listen to this woman's nonsense. She's framing me. This is pure slander. I never did anything inappropriate to her. I've always treated my employees well, and I've been good to Chen Zisu too. It's true she came to resign today, but I told her the original labor agreement is clear as day, black and white on paper. This woman can't afford the breach penalty, so she's trying to seduce me, climb her way up, and blackmail me. Manager Huang's story was getting more and more absurd. Chen Zisu shook her head beside him. No. That's not true. He's lying. As Manager Huang's nephew, Jiao Lin naturally believed his uncle's words more. He glared at Chen Zisu. Stop pretending to be so wronged. Women are so vain, always trying to climb the social ladder, hoping to become a phoenix perched on a branch. What's the matter? Can't get what you want, so you resort to violence? Jiao Lin pulled out his laptop and investigated Yi Wuji's background. He laid it out before everyone. Everyone, take a look. This man is named Yi Wuji. He has a criminal record. He served 3 years for rape. Jiao Lin sternly accused Yi Wuji, you've barely been out of prison, and you're already committing crimes again? These words left Chen Zisu speechless, unable to defend herself. The surrounding police officers sneered in agreement, exactly. A rapist can't possibly be a good person. He definitely intended to harm someone. Right. He should be arrested. People like him are a cancer on society. Yi Wuji sneered coldly. So this is how the police captain of Jiangqing handles cases? How ironic. This is a police station. Jiao Lin slammed his fist on the table, his face turning ashen. Gritting his teeth, he roared, I won't tolerate your insolence. Chen Zisu couldn't refute him, watching Yi Wuji with a silent sigh. She was powerless to do anything, no one would believe her. Especially since Yi Wuji had a criminal record. She now despised him intensely. Just then, Chen Zisu felt her phone vibrate. She quietly pulled it out and focused her eyes on the message from Manager Huang. Her hands trembled slightly as she tapped open the message. You, don't say I didn't warn you. The police station is full of my people. You'll be facing charges. I'll sue you into bankruptcy and make sure you suffer. Your daughter included. Chen Zisu's breath caught in her throat. She quietly replied, please, don't touch my daughter. Manager Huang in the hospital grinned lecherously, seeing the woman was about to take the bait. Don't even think about accusing me of anything, it's useless. Unless you join me, I'll drop the charges immediately. I'll spare you and your daughter, my word is my bond, if you just come with me. This is your last chance, don't be ungrateful. Facing Manager Huang's threats, Chen Zisu clenched her teeth. The thought of Xiao Han made her heart waver. Just as Chen Zisu was about to respond, Yi Wuji grabbed her hand and said to Zhao Lin, "Hold on, I need to make a call." Chen Zisu flung his hand away, her eyes brimming with disappointment. "I knew I couldn't count on you. At a time like this, what kind of call do you need to make?" Zhao Lin sneered, "What? Last-ditch effort?" Yi Wuji remained expressionless, cold as ice. He calmly pulled out his phone and, in full view of everyone, dialed Zhao Xinghe's number. "Hello, boss?" Zhao Xinghe's voice came through the phone. "What are your orders?" Yi Wuji simply instructed, "Jiangqing Police Station. Come over." "Yes." Zhao Xinghe immediately understood. He drove to the police station and contacted the chief. After Zhao Xinghe revealed his identity, the chief personally came to meet him. When Zhao Xinghe revealed his identity as a member of the war god Dragon Guard, the chief gasped in shock. "What brings you here personally?" The chief respectfully ushered Zhao Xinghe into the station. Zhao Xinghe didn't even glance at him, striding straight into the station. "I received word that the war god is being held here." "What? Who dared?" The chief nearly lost his balance and knelt on the floor in shock. Who is this fool with no sense of propriety, daring to detain such a revered figure? You must understand that's the war god of Great Xia. A figure even the sovereign shows deference to. Upon entering the police station office, he saw Yi Wuji and Chen Zisu surrounded by a group of officers. Zhao Xinghe immediately stepped forward, bowing slightly. "Boss, I'm late." Yi Wuji glanced at the chief who had followed them in, raising an eyebrow with a faint smile. "Not late. Your timing is perfect." It was unclear whether this remark was directed at Zhao Xinghe or the chief. The chief, upon seeing Yi Wuji, instantly understood. He was the war god. To witness the war god in person today, and he was so young and handsome. The director locked eyes with Yi Wuji and was instantly intimidated into stillness. Zhao Lin was surprised to see the chief here as well. "Director, what brings you here?" The chief spotted Zhao Lin and immediately slapped him, knocking his police cap off. "You fool! Who do you think you are, arresting anyone you please? It seems you no longer wish to serve as captain." The chief's actions stunned everyone present. "Director, you. What the hell? Can you all shut up already? Stop causing trouble." Everyone was astonished. What kind of person had Yi Wuji brought here to make the chief so nervous? Chen Zisu stared at Yi Wuji in astonishment. Yi Wuji winked at her, placed a finger to his lips, and made a shushing gesture. "I'll explain everything when we get back. Don't worry." Manager Huang, still at the hospital, was basking in his triumphant fantasy of holding Chen Zisu in his arms. He was convinced that by exploiting Chen Zisu's weakness, he could control her completely. The chief released Yi Wuji without charge, groveling and apologizing profusely all the way. Everyone speculated that Yi Wuji must be someone important. Yi changed his previous attitude, and everyone began to curry favor with him. Manager Huang was still waiting for Chen Zisu's reply when he unexpectedly received news of their acquittal. How could this be? On what grounds? Zhao Lin shook his head helplessly. "Uncle. This Yi Wuji is no ordinary man, the chief himself came to vouch for him. After all, he was just a police captain, no match for the chief." Before leaving, Yi Wuji instructed Zhao Lin to relay a message to his uncle. "When you've done enough shady deals, watch your back walking at night." Karma's A. How did he know Manager Huang was my uncle? Zhao Lin had no time to react and could only nod in agreement. "All right." He then relayed Yi Wuji's exact words to Manager Huang. Manager Huang was so enraged he nearly choked on his own blood. Chapter 20, Divorce. Manager Huang furiously pounded the hospital bed. "Bastard! You dare threaten me! Once I'm out of here, I'll kill you." He forgot about his freshly cast wrapped hand, which cracked open again. Zhao Lin came to pick up his uncle from the hospital. The two had planned to grab a meal together. As Manager Huang stepped out of the hospital, a chilling wind swept past. A flower pot from a second-floor window was swept loose by the wind, whizzing past their heads before shattering precisely at their feet. Manager Huang broke out in a cold sweat. Zhao Lin jumped up and kicked the broken pot fragments aside. "Damn, what bad luck!" Manager Huang suddenly recalled Yi Wuji's warning, sending a shiver down his spine as lingering fear gripped him. Damn it, what rotten luck! After leaving the police station, Yi Wuji suggested that since he'd been back for so long, it was time to pay a visit to his in-laws. "Meet my parents?" Chen Zisu glared at him and flatly refused. "No way." Yi Wuji was puzzled. "Why not? I'm back now, I should go greet them." "No means no. I said it." Chen Zisu retorted, "Don't forget I haven't forgiven you yet." Yi Wuji smiled calmly. He was determined to win Zisu back through his actions. The moment they arrived home, Yi Zihan rushed over and hugged them both. "Daddy, Mommy, where did you go? Why did it take so long to come back? Little Han missed you so much." Shen Zhisu, weary from the day, saw her daughter's sweet smile and felt all her gloom instantly vanish. Xiao Han has healed me. Mommy missed you too. We went out to take care of some business. Yi Zihan pouted and complained, Mommy, could you please not go out for so long? Xiao Han wants you to stay with me all the time. Okay, Mommy won't leave. I'll stay home and be with you every day from now on, okay? Hearing this, Yi Zihan clapped her hands in delight. Really? Chen Zhisu ruffled her little head and said earnestly, really? Mommy quit her job. I won't go to work anymore. I'll just stay home and play with you. Yay! Seeing her daughter's joy, Yi Wuji's heart overflowed with happiness. He thought back to how, just moments after leaving the police station, such a harrowing incident had unfolded. Yi Wuji immediately suggested taking his wife and daughter out for a nice meal to shake off the bad luck. At the mention of dining out, Yi Zihan was the first to agree. To make her daughter happy, Chen Zhisu naturally tagged along. The family of 3 arrived at a renowned 5-star restaurant. Upon entering, they were informed by the staff that the place was packed. Just as Yi Wuji was about to make a call to reserve the entire restaurant, the server approached them again, suggesting a group of guests willing to share their table. Yi Wuji immediately refused at the thought of sharing a table with strangers and dining alongside unfamiliar people. But Chen Zhisu beat him to it and agreed to share the table. As long as there's a seat, it's fine. No need to make such a fuss, it's just a meal. She was already exhausted and didn't want to run around looking for another place to eat. Seeing his wife agree, Yi Wuji said no more. Led by the waitstaff, the family of 3 entered a private room. Please be seated. The waiter bowed respectfully, ushered them to their seats, then withdrew, closing the door behind them. Chen Zhisu and Yi Wuji froze when they saw the people sharing their table. The occupants of the private room froze upon seeing them as well. Both sides wore uneasy expressions. After a long moment, Chen Zhisu finally spoke in a trembling whisper, Mom and Dad. Shame and bitter anger flooded her mind. Chen Zhisu buried her face in her chest, unable to face the people before her. Yi Wuji quickly composed himself and spoke calmly, Father-in-law, mother-in-law. I never imagined we'd meet here today. Zhisu and I were actually planning to come pay our respects to you both. Humph. No need. Father-in-law Chen Baichuan's face darkened as he coldly snorted, I have no daughter like you, nor a son-in-law like him. Mother-in-law Lin Jiao sat beside him, her brow furrowed the entire time, saying nothing. Yi Wuji didn't seem to mind. After all, with the Yi family destroyed and himself having been gone so long, he couldn't very well explain himself to Chen Zhisu's family. The atmosphere was extremely awkward. Yi Zihan suddenly piped up. Grandma? Grandpa? The little girl's sweet call drew the attention of the 2 elders. Her appearance eased the tense atmosphere. Little Han, my dear, you've grown so big, so adorable. Lin Jiao scooped Yi Zihan into her arms, her eyes brimming with affection. Chen Baichuan remained impassive, yet his gaze drifted involuntarily toward his adorable granddaughter. Seeing this, Yi Wuji pulled Chen Zihan to sit beside the elderly couple. He eagerly offered his attentions, raising a toast to Chen Baichuan. Father-in-law, this is a fine aged wine. I offer it to you. But Chen Baichuan remained unmoved by Yi Wuji's flattery. You vanished for 3 years, and now you have to share a table just to eat? Yi Wuji waved his hand, about to explain, no, father-in-law, please hear me out. Enough. Chen Baichuan suppressed his anger and cut him off. Ever since they entered the room, he'd been seething at Yi Wuji, forcing himself to hold back from striking him. Chen Baichuan's face darkened as he pointed an accusing finger at Yi Wuji, his voice thick with fury. I never approved of Zhisu marrying you. Back then, Zhisu severed ties with us just to marry you. Now, she is no longer my daughter. You vanished for 3 years, leaving them both to fend for themselves. What kind of return is this? With the Yi family ruined, how could you possibly provide for them? Faced with Chen Baichuan's barrage of accusations, Yi Wuji felt guilty and had no words to defend himself. Lin Jiao, standing nearby, couldn't bear it and tried to speak up for her daughter. Enough! The child is still here. So what if the child is here? Chen Baichuan's rage boiled over, lashing out even at his own wife. Have you ever cared about the child? I want her to hear what kind of father she has. Yi Wuji couldn't help but retort, his eyes flashing with resolve. He declared with unwavering resolve, I came back this time to make amends for them. I know I owe them far too much. I swear, I will never let Zhisu suffer another moment of hardship or injustice. Chen Baichuan didn't believe a word of it, flinging his chopsticks down. What good are empty vows? With that, he left the table in a huff, his face dark with anger, without finishing his meal. Lin Jiao was torn between choices. Unable to bear the thought, she slipped a bank card into Chen Zhisu's hand before leaving. She whispered quietly, this is Mom's little nest egg. Keep it safe, okay? With that, she stepped out to chase after Chen Baichuan. Though she didn't care for Yi Wuji either, she couldn't bear to see her daughter suffer. Chen Zhisu clutched the bank card in her hand, her heart swelling with even greater sorrow and bitterness. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Why? Why had things turned out this way? Tears splashed onto her wrist, stinging as if they might burn her skin. A wrenching pain. Wuji tried to comfort her. Zisu, please believe me. I will make it up to you. I'll prove it to your parents. How will you prove it? What proof do you have? Zisu felt that her miserable life was all thanks to Wuji. Will you prove it with your identity as a rapist? She was in agony. Wuji was at a loss. Even when he told his wife his true identity as the war god, she refused to believe him. Zisu fought to control herself, trying to calm down. She made a formal decision, her expression serious as she looked at Wuji. She said sternly, let's get a divorce. Right now. Chapter 21, The Yulin Gang. Divorce? Wuji's gaze froze upon hearing this. Seeing his wife shed tears because of him, his heart twisted in agony. Clearly flustered, his self-reproach reached its peak. Zisu, trust me, I'll make sure your parents accept me. Zisu scoffed coldly, her gaze sweeping over him with disdain. Her tone was sharp. What exactly are you going to do to make my parents accept you? Besides, I told you it's not because of my parents. I'm the one divorcing you, she said impatiently. My parents have nothing to do with it. Zisu, I've been telling you all along, you just refuse to believe me. Wuji stepped forward, reaching out to take her hand. Don't touch me. Zisu flung her hand out, slapping his away. I despise you and want you gone. Don't ever show your face to me again. Get out now. Don't let me see you again. Zisu was furious, her heart aching with injustice. She recalled how she had severed ties with her parents years ago just to be with Wuji. She suddenly felt utterly foolish. Wuji watched his wife weeping with her face hidden, knowing any words from him now would be futile. He raised a comforting hand, then pulled it back. Noticing the tense atmosphere, Zihan jumped up beside them, trying to divert their attention. Mommy and Daddy, please don't fight. Xiao Han is hungry. Zihan wrapped her arms around Zisu's neck and rubbed her tummy. I want to eat. Hearing his daughter's hunger, Zisu immediately turned his attention to her. Xiao Han's hungry? I'm so sorry, it's all Mom's fault for forgetting about this. What would you like to eat, Xiao Han? Mom will order it for you. Wuji, seeing this, chimed in, let me go. What does Xiao Han want to eat? Zisu glared at him and coldly shooed him away. I said get out of here. Don't make me repeat myself. Wuji sighed helplessly and turned to leave, his expression desolate. Watching him truly leave, Zisu couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness. What was this? She hated him so much, she truly didn't want to see him again. She quickly shook her head, clearing the chaotic thoughts from her mind. Xiao Han, let's not worry about him. Let's eat. Saying this, Zisu led Zihan to find a waiter to order. She ordered plenty of Zihan's favorite dishes, and the girl danced with delight. While they waited for their food, a man burst into the dining hall. He was short and stocky with a large head and ears, his upper body bare and covered in tattoos. The moment he entered, he began verbally harassing the guests and waitstaff in the dining hall. The waitstaff dared not approach him. Reeking of smoke and alcohol, he was clearly drunk. His face flushed crimson, an empty liquor bottle dangling from his hand as he staggered in. His face twisted into a menacing grimace as he pointed at the diners. He bellowed at the top of his lungs, "What are you hiding from? Do you know who I am?" As he spoke, he patted the tattoo on his chest, his flabby flesh jiggling with the motion. The waitstaff dared not utter a word, cowering in fear as they secretly alerted the manager to call for backup. The guests scattered, avoiding eye contact, desperate to get away. Everyone feared that the slightest carelessness might provoke this vicious drunkard. Seeing no one paying him any mind, he overturned several tables along the way. He staggered unsteadily to the door of the private room where Zisu was seated. At first, he paid little attention. He heard the laughter of women inside. The drunk halted in his tracks and peered into the private room. Zisu was playfully teasing Zihan. Her laughter shook her like a trembling flower branch. Seeing such a stunningly beautiful woman, the drunkard was instantly captivated, his eyes narrowing lecherously. He entered the private room and addressed Zisu. "Miss, dining alone? Need some company? I'd be happy to keep you with me." Saying this, the man pulled out a chair and sat down across from Zisu without waiting for her response. Zihan saw the man cowering behind Zisu and tilted her head to study him. "Mommy, that guy looks just like Piggy. He's so scary." The man heard her and immediately jumped up, his eyes blazing. "What did you say? You insolent little brat." Zisu shielded her daughter behind her and sternly ordered the man, "Please leave. This is our private room." She would not tolerate anyone being harsh with her daughter. The moment the man saw Zisu's beautiful, captivating face, he instantly switched to a smile. Then he flirted with her, "Don't be angry, miss. I mean no harm. Is this child yours? Just the two of you here? Where's your man?" Zisu stood up, her voice sharp and stern as she drove the man away. "Get out." Unfazed, the man grinned maliciously, reaching out with his thick, greasy hand to grab her. "Miss, don't be so hasty. You two seem to be having a good time just now. Let's join in the fun. Chen Zisu stared at his pig hoof-like hand, utterly disgusted. Get lost. You filthy pig. She kicked him hard in the leg, dodging his advancing hand. Gripping his leg in pain, he glared at her through clenched teeth. You dare kick me? Chen Zisu wanted to kick him again. I'll kick you again. If you dare bother me once more, I'll make sure you can't have children. The man cursed furiously, you're asking for death, you. With that, he lashed out, aiming a slap at Chen Zisu's face. Chen Zisu instinctively closed her eyes in fear. But after waiting for what felt like an eternity, no pain came. She slowly opened her eyes. Yi Wuji's hand was clamped tightly around the man's wrist, as if he wanted to snap it. Yi Wuji? Chen Zisu was surprised. Hadn't he left? Yi Wuji hadn't left. Worried about his wife and daughter, he'd been keeping watch in the adjacent private room. Hearing unusual sounds coming from Chen Zisu's private room, he hurried over to investigate. To his shock, he witnessed a drunken man making advances toward her. Yi Wuji's rage boiled over at the sight of the man before him. He grabbed the man by the throat, flung him violently out of the private room, and sent him crashing down to the first floor. The man let out a blood-curdling scream, wailing in agony. Yi Wuji had no intention of letting him off. Anyone who dared to covet Chen Zisu deserved to die. He leapt down the stairs with ease, pounding the drunken man into a pig's head with punch after punch. The man lay sprawled on the ground, unable to move. The drunkard was utterly defenseless against the beating. He lay on the ground struggling desperately, teeth knocked out, his speech slurred. How dare you hit me? I'm the younger brother of the Yulin gang's boss. Yi Wuji found his boast laughable. He sneered, oh? The Yulin gang? Well, I'm the older brother of the boss of the Xieshui gang. What a joke, the Yulin gang. You're all scum worse than pigs and dogs. The drunk paused, but remained defiant, undeterred. Sui Daxiang, the boss of the Yulin gang, is the sworn enemy of Wang Yuyi from the Xieshui gang. Yi Wuji still didn't take him seriously. He stared coldly at him. Get the hell out of here now. I don't want to kill anyone in front of my wife and kids. The murderous intent in Yi Wuji's eyes sent shivers down the man's spine. He scrambled out, stumbling and crawling, but not before spitting out a threat he'd find his big brother to avenge himself. Yi Wuji acted as if nothing had happened, comforting Chen Zisu and the frightened Yi Zihan. He then urged the waitstaff to bring the food. What? Bankruptcy? Wang Hao had barely returned home when he learned his family was on the brink of bankruptcy. The news struck him like a thunderbolt. Father Wang nodded solemnly, clutching his chest. I wonder who we've offended. Why would the military branch mobilize to suppress us? Chapter 22, Hostage. Wang's mother wore a face of deep sorrow, her eyes visibly swollen from crying. We don't have any enemies in the military, she murmured. Who knows when we crossed such a powerful figure? Father Wang beat his chest in frustration. What are we to do? What on earth are we to do? Watching his parents, torn between anger and worry. Wang Hao hesitated, wanting to speak but holding back. The image of Yi Wuji flashed through his mind. He wanted to speak, yet didn't know how to begin. He found it hard to believe Yi Wuji could wield such immense power. Yet Yi Wuji's attitude toward him left him constantly tormented by doubts about the man's true identity. Wang Hao felt suffocated, a wave of irritation washing over him. He abruptly stood up. I'm exhausted. I'll head back to my room to rest. Father Wang had been observing his expression the entire time, finding him strangely off. Moreover, Father Wang suspected whether his wayward son had gotten into trouble outside. His suspicions weren't entirely unfounded. Besides him, no one else in the family had ever caused trouble. Father Wang's voice was heavy as he fixed his gaze on him. Stop right there. I have questions for you. A hint of meaning flickered in his eyes as he narrowed them dangerously, his gaze fixed on him. Spill it. Did you cause trouble out there? Did you cross someone you shouldn't have? At those words, Wang Hao froze, his body stiffening in place. He hadn't expected his father to figure it out so quickly. He knew lying now would only make things worse. Wang Hao avoided his father's piercing gaze. Stammering, he stammered, No, Dad, listen to me. I don't know. I don't know that person either. Could he really have that kind of power? What? What the hell have you done? Unsurprisingly, Father Wang slammed the table in anger. His mother stared at her son in shock. How are you? Wang Hao's heart skipped a beat. Facing his father's interrogation, he hung his head guiltily. I truly didn't expect Yi Wuji to be this formidable. I thought his threats were just empty boasts. Father Wang glared at him with disappointment. What exactly did you do to Yi Wuji? Spill everything. Not a single detail can be withheld. Under his father's relentless pressure, Wang Hao spilled everything he had done to Yi Wuji and Chen Zisu. Father Wang trembled with rage throughout the entire account, raising his fist to discipline him. You good-for-nothing brat. Do you want to ruin our entire Wang family? His mother, heartbroken for her son, intervened just in time. Don't hit Hao. He didn't mean it. He had no idea Yi Wuji was so important. The real issue now is how to resolve this situation quickly. Father Wang sighed and shook his head, his temples throbbing with frustration. He pressed his temples in frustration, utterly helpless. He dialed a number. Hello? Xiaohang, there's been trouble at home. Come back immediately. Wang Hao froze upon hearing this. His father was actually planning to have his younger brother, Wang Hang, take care of Yi Wuji. If his brother got involved, Yi Wuji would be as good as dead. Let's head to the mall. We just moved into a new place and need to buy some new things. The family of three stepped out of the restaurant after finishing their meal. Yi Wuji suggested they go shopping for daily necessities together. She felt something indescribable inside her heart for Yi Wuji's timely rescue from the drunken man. Chen Zisu gladly agreed to go shopping for daily necessities. Yi Wuji drove them to the mall entrance, parked the car, and they entered together. As they browsed the household cleaning section, Chen Zisu suddenly felt a sharp pain in her lower abdomen. She arched her back, only to feel a warm flow trickling down her lower abdomen. Chen Zisu seemed to realize something. She calculated the dates and immediately sensed something was wrong. Yi Wuji saw her suddenly stop, bending over and clutching her stomach, her face turning pale. He sensed her discomfort. He hurried forward, asking with concern, Zisu, what's wrong? Chen Zisu bit her lip, her face alternating between pale and flushed, hesitating over how to explain. Yi Wuji wondered if it was her period. Chen Zisu nodded, staring at him blankly, her face filled with surprise. How did you know? Yi Wuji chuckled softly. Silly girl. How could I forget? With that, he motioned for Chen Zisu to take their daughter back to the car first. He himself went to buy the necessary items for her. And so, a surprising scene unfolded. Who would have thought the mighty war god would be found in the feminine hygiene section, carefully selecting sanitary pads, a hot water bottle, and ginger sugar tea? Chen Zisu weakly held Yi Zihan's hand as they slowly made their way toward the car. Little did they know, a group of men had already been watching them. Freeze! A group of men suddenly burst out, blocking their path. The leader, a punk with a buzz cut and yellow hair, wore a thuggish expression. He brandished a sleek butterfly knife in his hand as he slowly approached Chen Zisu. Hey, ladies, we've had our eyes on you for a while now. You're driving a fancy car and dressed pretty well, must be loaded, huh? Don't be scared, folks. We're just looking to borrow a little cash to get by. Chen Zisu immediately realized they were being robbed. What do you think you're doing? Yi Zihan trembled in terror, and Chen Zisu shielded her behind her back. Don't come any closer. The blonde-haired man laughed wildly. We won't do anything. Just do as we say. The men held them hostage. Yi Wuji had just returned home when he saw his wife and daughter with knives pressed against their necks. Wuji, save us. Chen Zisu's voice trembled. The cold blade pressed against her skin, and she dared not move an inch. Her throat could be slit at any moment. Yi Zihan wailed in terror. Daddy! Daddy, save us! Yi Wuji watched the scene, his heart aching with pain and fury. What do you think you're doing? Let them go. The blonde-haired man, noticing his arrival, said with a smirk, let them go? Easy enough. You'll have to pay with money. A crowd had gathered around the mall, pointing and whispering, yet no one dared step forward. You dare hurt them? Yi Wuji suddenly unleashed a powerful gust of air. The shockwave made everyone flinch. He stomped his foot, causing the ground to split open in a massive fissure. With a thunderous crash, the ground shattered, sending flying debris hurtling toward the blonde-haired thug. The yellow-haired man and his crew had never witnessed such divine power before, frozen in shock where they stood. The next instant, flying stones shattered their legs. Yi Wuji moved with the agility of a soaring dragon, flying before them and smashing the yellow-haired man's skull with a single punch. Bystanders held their breath as the blonde-haired man's brain matter mixed with blood and splattered through the air. Seeing Yi Wuji go berserk, those nearby tried to intervene, pleading for him not to kill anyone. But Yi Wuji, consumed by rage, wouldn't listen. It wasn't until a passerby called the police that the situation was finally resolved. Yi Wuji carried his wife and daughter into the car. Chen Zisu, who had just narrowly escaped death, was already feeling unwell and now grew even weaker. Yi Wuji quietly channeled his spiritual energy, placing his palm on her back to ease her pain and calm her fright. Chen Zisu didn't know what he was doing to her, nor did she have the strength to ask. She only felt a warm glow in her heart. He always appeared first whenever she faced trouble. With him around, she felt at ease. In this moment, Chen Zisu couldn't deny that she felt a little touched. Just then, Zhao Xing has sent Yi Wuji a message. Boss, the medicinal herbs needed for your daughter's treatment have been located. They'll appear at an underground auction in 3 days. Yi Wuji understood immediately. At the Su family villa, Su Qingxia raged, cursing the Blood Oath gang as a bunch of cowardly good-for-nothings. A bunch of thugs and hoodlums utterly unreliable. Su Fengtian's face darkened, a flash of malice crossing his eyes. Don't worry, auntie. I paid a hefty price 2 days ago to find a group of assassins on the dark web. They're absolutely reliable. This time, I refuse to believe we can't take down Yi Wuji. Chapter 23, Assassination. Chen Zixu felt her body slowly recovering. Opening her eyes, she stared in surprise to find herself lying in Yi Wuji's arms. Exhausted and dazed moments ago, she hadn't even noticed. She scrambled to her feet and pushed Yi Wuji away. As her hand touched Yi Wuji's solid chest, Chen Zixu distinctly felt his abdominal muscles and body heat. Her face flushed instantly, her heart racing. Yi Wuji sensed her unease. He placed his large hand on her forehead, asking with concern, "What's wrong, Zixu? Still not feeling well? Why are you so flushed?" Yi Wuji's caring words brushed against her ears like feathers. Chen Zixu's face flushed even redder as she buried her head against his chest. "And no, I'm fine." Yi Wuji seemed to sense something. A mischievous grin suddenly spread across his face. With a mischievous intent, he deliberately teased her, leaning closer to whisper, "What's the matter? We're husband and wife now, why are you still so shy?" Yi Wuji's words made Chen Zixu's face instantly flush bright red, the heat spreading all the way to her ears. "Get away! I'm not shy." "Oh? Then why are you blushing?" Chen Zixu feigned indifference. "I'm just hot. It's so stuffy in here." "Right, it must be the heat." She certainly wasn't feeling anything for this annoying man. Chen Zixu reassured herself with this thought. Yi Wuji chuckled softly, choosing not to call her bluff. "Alright, I'll drive you back. You must be exhausted today." Chen Zixu reflexively declined, "No need. I can get back on my own. You don't have to drive me." "No." Yi Wuji flatly refused, his expression serious as he looked at her. "I'm worried about you. Besides, the road is remote, and it's getting late, it's not safe." The thought of potential danger on the road, coupled with the shock she'd endured today. Chen Zixu's heart, which had just settled, began to race again. What if there were more bad people out there who could harm her and Zihan? After careful consideration, she agreed to let Yi Wuji escort her and her daughter home. Yi Wuji drove cautiously the entire way. Soon they passed a particularly secluded stretch of road. As Yi Wuji drove, he sensed something was off. Through the rearview mirror, he noticed several vehicles slowly closing in behind his car. This road was usually deserted. And today, there were so many cars. Yi Wuji grew alert, sensing something amiss. No matter which way he turned the steering wheel, the cars behind him followed closely. It was clear they were targeting him. Yi Wuji turned to Chen Zixu, who was holding their daughter, and said in a low voice, "Zixu, hold on tight." "Ha? What does that mean?" Before Chen Zixu could process it, Yi Wuji suddenly slammed his foot on the gas pedal, sending the car surging forward. Chen Zixu's body lurched forward. She nearly bumped into Yi Zihan. Chen Zixu screamed, "Yi Wuji, what are you doing? Why did you suddenly accelerate? You almost hit Xiaohan." Just then, Yi Zihan said, "Mom, I feel so sick. I think I'm going to throw up." Clearly, the sudden acceleration had made her feel queasy and carsick. Yi Wuji remained silent, his expression stern and his brow furrowed as he kept his eyes fixed intently on the road ahead. Chen Zixu, worried for her daughter, shouted angrily, "What are you trying to do? Xiaohan's already feeling sick, slow down." But Yi Wuji seemed not to hear her. Not only did he not slow down, he actually accelerated further. Yi Zihan couldn't take it anymore and started gagging. Chen Zixu was beside herself with worry and began cursing furiously. "Yi Wuji, are you deaf? I told you Xiaohan isn't feeling well. Let us out. Did you hear me? I must have been blind to think you'd change. We don't need you. We'll never ride in your car again. Let us out." Yi Wuji looked terrifyingly serious as he called Zhao Xinghe. "Xinghe, head over to Panhuan Highway. Hurry up. I'm heading there now." Yi Wuji wanted to speed up to shake off the vehicles behind him. But the car behind him clung like glue, refusing to let go. Yi Wuji finally managed to create some distance between himself and the car behind. He pulled over to the side of the road and waited to meet up with Zhao Xinghe. Soon, Zhao Xinghe arrived in his car. Yi Wuji instructed him to take Chen Zixu and the others away, ensuring their safety. "Yi Wuji, what the hell is wrong with you? What the hell are you doing? We'll settle this when we get back." Chen Zixu cursed at him relentlessly. Yi Wuji offered no further explanation. He didn't want them to worry. Only after watching his wife and daughter safely depart did he dare unleash his full power, otherwise, he might have harmed them. Yi Wuji stood rooted to the spot, waiting silently. Soon, the pursuing vehicle caught up. The occupants were taken aback to see Yi Wuji waiting by the roadside. Was this man waiting for them? Was he so eager to meet his end? Well, this makes it easier to report back. That's what everyone in the car was thinking. They were all dressed uniformly in suits, impeccably attired. They pulled over and got out. Each bore wounds while clutching firearms. Yi Wuji raised an eyebrow, arms crossed, watching them. He remarked with interest, "Interesting. Smuggling arms?" The men across from him exchanged glances, saying nothing. They were simply curious, how could this man remain so calm? "Who sent you?" Yi Wuji pressed. Seeing they still remained silent, Yi Wuji couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Are you all mutes? The standoff continued. Yi Wuji waited for their next move. Suddenly, in the quiet air, the sound of a firearm being cocked echoed. The sound echoed like a signal flare. Everyone cocked their weapons. All barrels were trained on Yi Wuji, poised to kill him. So many guns to kill one man? That's a bit excessive, isn't it? Do I really deserve such grand measures? If this were an ordinary person, they'd be riddled with holes by now. Yi Wuji spoke calmly. The men opposite him simultaneously prepared to pull the triggers. In the blink of an eye, Yi Wuji suddenly leapt forward, flashing in front of one of them. He effortlessly snapped one man's arm, snatching the gun from his grasp. Without hesitation, he fired several shots at the vehicles beside them. Then, the moment the bullets struck the vehicles, one after another, the vehicles erupted in explosions. Shrapnel and the explosive shockwave hurled the entire group into the air. The air filled with the sounds of explosions and screams, flesh and blood scattered everywhere. Yi Wuji had already launched himself away just before the blast. Standing at a distance, he looked down at the blazing inferno. Well, he muttered. You weren't exactly screaming in fear, were you? Not exactly a mute either. He weighed the gun in his hand, his gaze darkening. That someone dared to smuggle military-grade weapons, he would get to the bottom of this. After all, the Green Snake Gang had set a precedent. Smuggling arms, gathering rebels. Just then, Yi Wuji's ears twitched. Again? He heard another set of hurried footsteps approaching from nearby. And it sounded like there were many of them. Twice as many as the group of men in suits. In the shadows, a group of people was silently closing in on his position. Chapter 24, Two Groups. Yi Wuji knew only that another group had arrived, but he couldn't be certain if these two groups belonged to the same faction. Or rather, he wasn't sure if they were reinforcements for this group. Now, as the explosions gradually subsided, wrecked vehicles burned in the air. Nearly half of them were dead, wounded, or crippled. A few who had fled quickly had narrowly escaped the carnage. The remaining men held their guns, watching Yi Wuji warily, hesitant to make a move. Quickly contact the boss and report the mission failure. Yi Wuji swept them with a cold gaze. Didn't I tell you I hated when people point guns at me? You survived just now, but next time, you won't be so lucky. With that, Yi Wuji prepared to charge down and slaughter them one by one. Suddenly, a group of black-clad figures burst out from all directions. They were highly trained, moving swiftly, all clad in identical nightcloaks. Yi Wuji recognized them instantly as mercenaries commonly known as assassins. The few who had narrowly escaped death moments before were overjoyed at the sudden appearance of reinforcements. They believed reinforcements had arrived. They abandoned their caution, and one stepped forward, pointing a gun at Yi Wuji. He commanded the black-clad figures. Brothers, charge! Kill him! The men in black remained unmoved. They all snorted in derision. Who the hell do you think you are, giving us orders? No sooner had the words left his mouth than the black-clad figures charged toward them in perfect unison. Agile and swift, their hands moved with deadly precision. Blades flashed, and the remaining few were slain. This scene left Yi Wuji momentarily stunned. He had assumed they were allies. Yet in the next instant, they became victims of their own blades. Having disposed of the nuisances, the black-clad figures turned their attention to Yi Wuji in unison. Your turn, target. Yi Wuji was utterly baffled. Target person? Just then, a cheerful ringtone sounded. Yi Wuji pulled out his phone and saw it was Zhao Xinghe calling. He waved to the black-clad figures before him. Guys, sorry about this. I need to take this call. Hope you don't mind. Hold on a sec. With that, he answered the call at a leisurely pace. Hello? What's up? This time, it was the men in black who looked puzzled. They exchanged glances, having never seen anything like this before. Yi Wuji seemed utterly unconcerned with them, as if they didn't matter at all. He appeared utterly unflustered, as if he didn't even notice them. The men in black felt utterly humiliated. They were the most formidable assassination group on the international dark web, yet someone dared to underestimate them. Damn it! That reckless brat! How dare he not take us seriously? Fire seemed to blaze from the eyes of the men in black. Die! They lunged forward in unison. They unleashed a volley of poisoned darts at Yi Wuji. Meanwhile, Yi Wuji was still leisurely chatting on the phone. Facing the incoming assault, Yi Wuji dodged it effortlessly, as if it were child's play. Didn't I tell you to wait a moment? Why are you so eager to die? Interrupting someone's phone call is extremely rude. Yi Wuji danced like a swallow, dodging the black-clad assailants' barrage of attacks while continuing his call. Seeing that none of their attacks could touch him, the black-clad assailant began to panic. They tried every trick in the book, yet nothing worked against the man before them. Who the hell was this guy? An ordinary person would have been dead long ago at their hands. Just as the black-clad man marveled at his helplessness, Yi Wuji sneered with disdain. What? Is that all you've got? Nothing special at all. Now it's my turn. With that, Wuji spun around and swept his leg out, sending the black-clad man flying. A single palm strike slammed into his chest, instantly tearing open a gaping hole. In the blink of an eye, Wuji finished off all the black-clad figures while making a phone call. He slowly approached the last remaining figure. You! Who the hell are you? The black-clad figure stared at him in terror. A single man effortlessly wiped out their entire assassin squad. That god-defying combat prowess, he's no ordinary human. Heh, didn't I already say? Interrupting others is impolite. Wuji chuckled lightly. Go ask the king of hell. His laughter sent shivers down their spines. Upon learning that Chen Zixu and Yi Zihan had been safely escorted home by Zhao Xinghe, Wuji also drove away. Xinghe, come clean up the scene. After dealing with both groups, Wuji instructed Zhao Xinghe to clean up the scene, to avoid causing unnecessary panic. Upon returning home, Wuji hurried to find Chen Zixu. Zixu? Zixu? Where are you? I'm back. After a long while, there was no response. Chen Zixu brought Yi Zihan back to the house, unwilling to see him, and locked the door tightly from inside. Wuji approached the door and knocked. Zixu? Are you there? Zixu, let me explain. I know you're in there. Fearing he might break in, Chen Zixu shouted sternly, I warn you, don't forget the rules we agreed upon. Rules? Wuji suddenly recalled the condition Chen Zixu had agreed to when allowing him to stay at the villa with them. You are not to approach my room or Xiao Han's room. Wuji was honest enough not to force his way in, waiting obediently outside the door. I know. I remember. I won't go in. Don't worry, Zixu. I just wanted to explain. What happened on the way here I didn't mean to. Chen Zixu cut him off impatiently. Enough. I don't want to hear your explanation now. Just leave me alone. Xiao Han's already asleep. You should leave now. Don't disturb us anymore. Alright, then. Get some rest. Call me if you need anything. With that, Wuji slunk downstairs. He called Zhao Xinghe, instructing him to investigate everything that had happened over the past 3 years. He was determined to clear up Chen Zixu's misunderstanding of him as quickly as possible, to help her accept him again and stop thinking about divorcing him. Wuji was determined to uncover the truth, what had truly transpired over these past 3 years. Dad, Mom, I'm back. A handsome young man appeared at the Wang family villa. Wang Hao and his parents came downstairs upon hearing the sound. Upon seeing the man, Mrs. Wang was overcome with emotion and rushed forward to embrace him. Xiao Hang. My son. I've missed you so much. Me too, Mom. Wang Hao saw his younger brother had returned and came downstairs to greet him. You're back, little brother. Wang Hang nodded. Yeah. Dad called saying there was an urgent matter he needed me to handle. What kind of business? Wang Fu stepped forward inside as he recounted the entire situation. This included Wuji's identity and the military district's intervention to suppress the Wang family. The Wang family is now on the brink of bankruptcy, in a critical situation. We had no choice but to call you back, Xiao Hang. Wang Hang nodded thoughtfully. Yeah, I know, Dad. I've pretty much pieced together the whole situation. He patted Wang Hao reassuringly. Don't worry, I'll handle it. Chapter 25, Eliminating the Remnants. Seeing his father frantically trying to figure things out, Wang Hang stepped forward to reassure them. Mom, Dad, brother, don't worry. Leave this to me. I know some people who can definitely handle this Wuji. With that, Wang Hang pounded his chest emphatically. Just a phone call away. I'm absolutely certain. Father Wang's face instantly brightened, the earlier gloom completely lifted. He patted Wang Hang on the shoulder, praising him repeatedly. Hearing you say that puts my mind at ease, Xiao Hang. You're truly a son of the Wang family, so capable. Both sons are more capable than the other. One has the talent for stirring up trouble, the other for smoothing things over. Wang Hang called a friend. Hey, Binzi, where are you? A deep male voice came from the other end. At the boxing gym. What's up, brother Hang? There's someone I need you to handle. Zhang Bin wiped the sweat from his forehead, using a damp towel to clean his dark, muscular skin. No problem, brother Hang. Just give me the order. Wang Hang nodded. Alright, I'll send you the guy's details, contact info, and address shortly. Zhang Bin replied, got it, brother Hang. When should I take care of him? The sooner the better. Make it happen quickly. Wang Hang's tone turned sinister and vicious, adding with a cold edge, make sure it's done thoroughly. Zhang Bin understood immediately. Don't worry, brother Hang. After hanging up, Wang Hang turned to his parents and said, it'll be taken care of soon. That's good, that's good. Wang's mother pressed her palms together in prayer, hoping the Wang family might be saved. Wang Hao harbored doubts. Could they truly handle that terrifying figure, Wuji, this time? After all, he'd witnessed Wuji's power firsthand. Even Su Fengtian couldn't handle him, how could he be dealt with so easily? Relax, bro, don't doubt Binzi's skills. Wang Hang tilted his head back confidently as he introduced Zhang Bin. This friend of mine, he's a boxer who's got a few deaths on his hands. From a young age, he underwent rigorous training, rising from the ranks of the dead. Only after rigorous selection did he become what he is today. When it comes to boxing, he could easily punch Wuji's head into his stomach. Plus, he's a rising star in the underworld. Back in the day, he held a prominent position in the Green Snake Gang. The Green Snake Gang? Father Wang's body trembled in shock. I know. Back in the day, the Green Snake Gang ruled the region, possessing strength that could rival the military. Father Wang sighed. But after sparking an uprising, the sovereign ordered the war god to personally intervene. Overnight, the entire vast Green Snake Gang was annihilated, not a single survivor remained. The war god's might was truly terrifying. Wang Hao nodded. Dad, you're only half right. He corrected himself, the Green Snake Gang wasn't completely wiped out. A small faction managed to survive. Zhang Bin was a member of that original gang. Wang's father's eyes widened in disbelief. If he really was from the Green Snake Gang, Wuji would surely need a tragic end this time. After finishing his boxing routine, Zhang Bin carefully reviewed the information Wang Hao had sent him. He narrowed his eyes slightly. Wuji? Looking at the man in the photo, Zhang Bin felt an inexplicable mix of strangeness and familiarity welling up inside him. That indescribable feeling was deeply unsettling. Wuji was currently sitting in his car, talking on the phone with Zhao Xinghe. Found anything? We found it, boss. Zhao Xinghe flipped through the computer files and read aloud. Our people investigated and found that the first group you mentioned, the ones with guns, were ordered by Wang Hao. The second group of men in black were assassins hired by Su Fengtian on the international dark web. Wuji frowned slightly, his tone tinged with displeasure. Wang Hao? Su Fengtian? They're quite capable, aren't they? So it was them after all. Just as I expected. But then Wuji thought, this Wang Hao is quite unexpected. How could he still be kicking around after the Wang family was shut down for so long? Zhao Xinghe replied to the boss, they're just flailing in their death throes. Like grasshoppers in autumn, they won't last long. Word is the entire Wang family has been driven to near madness these past few days. Wang Hao's father was so enraged his heart condition flared up. Wuji thought of how both families had repeatedly sent people to attack him, even threatening to harm his wife and daughter. He slammed his fist on the steering wheel in fury. Damn it! We can't afford to linger. Xinghe, prepare. Notify the men. Wipe out the Wang family completely and swiftly. Anyone who dares harm Chen Zisu or Xiao Han must die. Yes, boss. I'll make the arrangements immediately. Wuji had barely hung up when a text notification popped up. The sender was unlisted, an unknown number. Wuji, someone has put a bounty on your head. Report alone to Zhang Bin's boxing gym at 7522 Tiantai Lao Street within 1 hour. Otherwise, my men will arrive at your home in 1 hour. Your wife and child will be torn to pieces. Seeing the threat against his wife, Wuji's expression darkened. He immediately dialed the number back. The number you dialed is turned off. A cold, mechanical female voice echoed from the phone. Damn it! Frustrated by the failed call, Wuji was consumed by anxiety. He instructed Zhao Xinghe to send men to protect Chen Zisu and Xiao Han, then drove alone to the address in the message. Zhang Bin had been waiting at the boxing gym for quite some time. The moment Wuji stepped into the boxing gym, he felt an overwhelming aura of power wash over him. He actually dared to come alone. A figure emerged from the darkness. Wuji narrowed his eyes dangerously, sizing up the man. You're Zhang Bin? The man was observing him just as intently. Correct. Who sent you? The Wang family? Or the Su family? Wuji surmised, his voice thick with menace. I warn you, if you lay a finger on my wife or child, I'll tear you limb from limb, no matter who sent you. Ha! What a bold claim. Zhang Bin found it laughable, his lips twitching slightly. Do you even know who I am? Wuji sneered with contempt. I don't know. I'll scare the living daylights out of you when I tell you. Zhang Bin fixed him with an eagle-like stare, his smile laden with meaning. Ever heard of the Green Snake Gang? I was the top disciple of its legendary leader. The heir to the Green Snake Gang. The Green Snake Gang? Wuji froze, the name sounding eerily familiar. Yes. Scared yet? Zhang Bin assumed his name had stunned him, sneering, is that all the guts you've got? And you dared threaten me? Wuji pondered, then suddenly realized. No wonder it sounded so familiar, it was a minor, insignificant gang he'd wiped out long ago. Wasn't the Green Snake Gang already wiped out? How could there still be remnants? He couldn't help but recall Wang Yui, the current leader of the Blood Oath Gang. Once, after Wuji rescued him from the Green Snake Gang, he had sworn allegiance to him as his big brother. This statement struck Zhang Bin's sore spot. He erupted in fury, as the undisputed leader of the Green Snake Gang, how dare you speak to me with such insolence? Leader of a faction? You're nothing but a remnant of a fallen gang. Wuji seized the moment to send Wang Yui a message. Soon, Wang Yui arrived at the boxing gym. Brother Yi, I'm here. Wang Yuyi and Zhang Bin exchanged glances. It's you?
They almost spoke in unison.
Old acquaintances, I see.
Yi Wuji folded his arms, observing them. Upon learning that remnants of the Qinglong gang were targeting his boss, Wang Yuyi rushed over immediately.
All these years I've been desperately searching for remnants of the Qinglong gang, and now I've finally found you. Wang Yuyi immediately declared his intent to take revenge with his own hands.
Yi Wuji made no attempt to stop him, nodding in agreement.
Let me put an end to you. Wang Yuyi issued a duel challenge to Zhang Bin.
They signed a life and death agreement. Whatever happens, it's entirely voluntary, and no one will be held responsible.
Yi Wuji remained uninvolved in their personal feud. He silently contacted Zhao Xinghe, instructing him to track down the remnants of the Qinglong gang and eliminate them completely.
Su Xiao, I have the latest intelligence on Yi Wuji.
Wang Hao knew full well that eliminating Yi Wuji alone was impossible.
He sought to join forces with Su Fengtian.
Su Fengtian was thinking the same thing. What news?
At the Imperial Capital Elite Auction in 3 days, Yi Wuji intends to auction a rare medicinal herb to save his daughter's life.
Chapter 26, Eliminating the Remnants.
The group approached a thick iron gate.
Bloodstains stained the iron gate. Through it, deafening cheers and agonized screams pierced the air, reaching their ears.
Pushing the door open, a thick, pungent smell of blood and the heat of smoke hit them in the face. Inside the underground boxing arena, a group of burly men stood clustered together. On the ring, 2 naked men, their faces and bodies covered in wounds, drenched in sweat. They glared at each other, teeth clenched. Below the ring, the crowd waved their hands excitedly, urging the fighters on.
Go! Knock his teeth out. I bet everything on you, you have to win. Knock him down already.
The men were like bloodthirsty beasts, their eyes fixed on the ring with hungry intensity. Everyone was waiting for their bet to win, ready to cash in big.
The atmosphere was incredibly tense. As the referee's whistle blew.
At the last possible moment, Zhang Bin clapped his hands.
All right. Everyone stop.
The sudden halt to the match sent ripples of discontent through the crowd below.
What the hell? I was about to win this one. Who called it? Damn it, you can't stop now. This is the final showdown.
Zhang Bin frowned in annoyance at the crowd's lack of respect and roared, "Quiet."
He glared at the crowd. What are you all staring at? Trying to start a riot? The men turned around.
The moment they saw it was Zhang Bin, they immediately quieted down and shut their mouths. They bowed their heads and greeted him respectfully. "Hello, Brother Bin." Only then did Zhang Bin nod, then turned to glare defiantly at Yi Wuji.
Come in. On my turf, you follow my rules.
Yi Wuji remained unmoved by the scene before him, nodding expressionlessly. After all, he was the legendary war god of Great Xia, a figure revered across the entire realm. One who had faced 1,000,000 enemy soldiers wouldn't give such a minor scene a second thought.
What's there to gloat about? Wang Yuyi snorted disdainfully.
A nest of snakes and rats, nothing but a pack of vermin. He recalled his own days of honest boxing, carving out his reputation with these very fists. Only to be nearly crippled by that pack of beasts from the Green Snake Gang.
The more Wang Yuyi thought about it, the angrier he grew.
Ever since the Green Snake Gang was wiped out overnight, he had founded the Blood Oath Gang. For years, he'd relentlessly tracked down the remnants of the Green Snake Gang, but they remained elusive. He had come up empty-handed. Now, persistence had paid off. The Green Snake Gang had come to him. Wang Yuyi silently vowed to avenge the wrongs of the past. Back then, when he was on the brink of death, Yi Wuji had intervened to save him. His survival was surely a chance for redemption granted by heaven. And now, these vermin dared to threaten the very man who had saved his life. Wang Yuyi was a man who valued loyalty and gratitude above all else. He would never allow such a thing to happen. Zhang Bin sat in the grand armchair at the center of the boxing gym, taunting him. What? Scared already? Humph, laughable. Wang Yuyi's hair stood on end with fury as he retorted with contempt. Who's afraid of you? Today, I'll take justice into my own hands and wipe out the remnants of your Green Snake Gang. Uphold justice? Zhang Bin slammed his hand on the table, leaping to his feet and pointing a finger in Wang Yuyi's face. You have the nerve to say that? Wang Yuyi. We're two of a kind, aren't you just as much a gangster as I am? The name Wang Yuyi echoed through the crowd. Like a heavy bomb, it exploded instantly among the crowd. Wang Yuyi? Him? It's actually him? No wonder he looked so familiar. He's the one the boss went to such lengths to eliminate back then. He's still alive? How did he find his way here? The crowd buzzed with whispers. Yi Wuji ignored them. They were all former members of the Green Snake Gang, holed up in this underground boxing gym. Having narrowly escaped the gang's annihilation, they'd been waiting for an opportunity to rebuild the Green Snake Gang. But with the Blood Oath Gang's presence, they faced constant suppression. They harbored deep hatred toward Wang Yuyi, the leader of the Blood Oath Gang. Zhang Bin waved his hand, signaling for silence. He reassured the crowd to calm down, explaining that Wang Yuyi had come today to challenge him.
Rest assured, since he dares come alone to meet his end, I won't let him off. I'll settle the score for you all. At these words, the men erupted in cheers and applause. A tall, lanky one-eyed man stepped forward from the crowd. Brother Bin, he's not worthy enough to challenge you. He's not worthy of your personal attention. The one-eyed man fixed a vicious glare on Wang Yui. I can handle him. Zhang Bin found this reasoning sound. I refuse. Wang Yui firmly refused, his gaze unwavering. I'm here to duel Zhang Bin today. Zhang Bin snorted derisively. If you're so eager to die, I'll grant you your wish. The two changed into boxing gear and signed a life or death agreement. They stood atop the ring. The men below crowded around the ring, grinning savagely. Never seen such a fool before. Exactly. Just wait to get beaten to a pulp. How dare they challenge Brother Bin? They really don't know their place. Yi Wuji stood behind the crowd, listening to their taunts. The Green Snake gang members unanimously believed Wang Yui would be beaten down by their Green Dragon gang just like back in the day. Watching Wang Yui on the stage, Yi Wuji noticed that the crowd's contemptuous words didn't faze him. Instead, his gaze grew even more resolute. Yi Wuji's eyes flickered. He alone believed Wang Yui would emerge victorious. The referee blew the whistle. Zhang Bin launched his first punch, lightning fast. Wang Yui tilted his head slightly. The fist whizzed past his cheek, narrowly missing its mark. Zhang Bin raised an eyebrow in a taunting manner, chuckling, "Is that all you've got?" Every punch was lethal, each strike aimed at Wang Yui's vital points. Wang Yui remained unhurried, using retreat as an advance. Not only did he effortlessly evade every one of Zhang Bin's attacks, but he also landed multiple blows to his head. Zhang Bin was left dizzy and disoriented, blood streaming from his nose. Within 10 minutes, Zhang Bin was gasping for breath, completely drained of strength. Seizing the moment, Wang Yui unleashed a fierce punch. He stomped him mercilessly to the ground. Seeing Zhang Bin utterly defenseless and on the verge of losing consciousness, the referee urgently blew the whistle to stop the fight. But Wang Yui, blinded by rage, showed no sign of stopping. The referee couldn't hold him back. Below the ring, his underlings watched in disbelief as their boss was beaten to death. Filled with resentment, they could no longer sit still. They surged onto the stage and surrounded Wang Yui. At that moment, Yi Wuji stepped forward. Since they signed a life and death contract, I take no responsibility for whether they live or die. Let's see who dares to move. Yi Wuji's aura intimidated the crowd, and a single glance sent them scattering. No man dared approach lightly. The aura emanating from him was terrifying. Yi Wuji calmly strode out of the boxing gym alongside Wang Yui. He sent a message to Zhao Xinghe, Zhang Bin's boxing gym, send someone over. Zhao Xinghe received the order and immediately notified the police. When the police swiftly arrived at the gym, they rounded up the remaining members of the Green Snake gang. Zhang Bin had been beaten to death, and Zhang Bin boxing gym was raided by the police. News of this quickly reached the Su family. Su Fengtian and his uncle flew into a rage. This boxing gym and its members had been painstakingly cultivated by the Su family. Now, in a single stroke, it had been wiped out by the police. Chapter 27, The Su Family Crisis. A significant portion of the Su family's income relied entirely on the illicit operations of this underground boxing gym and the gambling activities of its patrons. Now that the boxing gym has been raided, the Su family, as the largest shareholder, has naturally been implicated. The closure not only severed a major source of income for the Su family but also forced them to pay hefty bribes to smooth things over. This time, the Su family has truly bled dry. When the police arrived at the Su residence, Su Fengtian hastily tried to distance himself from the boxing gym. What? Wang Hao lost his composure, his face contorted in disbelief as he exclaimed. Dead? Beaten to death? Father Wang looked utterly heartbroken, nodding sadly. Yes, they're all dead. Useless bastards, Wang's father cursed inwardly, seething with rage. He wasn't grieving for Wang Hang's friend who had been beaten to death. Rather, he was heartbroken that he hadn't managed to eliminate that pest Yi Wuji. He hadn't expected the man to be so difficult to deal with every scent agent failing repeatedly. This only made matters worse. If they didn't eliminate him soon, he might threaten the entire Wang family. Watching his parents at a loss, Wang Hao clenched his teeth. Another name came to mind. Mom and Dad, don't worry. I know someone else. I wouldn't ask for his help unless it was absolutely necessary. Father Wang's eyes lit up with hope upon hearing this. He hadn't expected Wang Hao to have another ace up his sleeve. Who? Wang Hao gave a mysterious smile. He's my trump card. Father Wang clutched at this lifeline like a drowning man, urging, what is it? Xiao Hang, just tell us already. Stop teasing us. You're killing me. Wang Hao spoke with absolute confidence. Over the years I've spent building my empire, I've befriended a high-ranking military officer. His rank is extremely high, and he commands vast military forces. Since Zhang Bin failed, I've had no choice but to request a squad of elite special forces from him. I'm confident they can handle Yi Wuji. An officer? Special forces? Father Wan's face lit up with delight. He never imagined his youngest son knew someone in the military. Ha! Excellent! Absolutely splendid! My son is truly capable. Then quickly ask that officer you mentioned to lend a hand. Wang Hao nodded and dialed the military headquarters. After Yi Wuji returned home, the moment he stepped through the door, he heard Chen Zisu's sobs. Thinking something terrible had happened, he rushed inside without even taking off his shoes. What's wrong, Zisu? What's wrong? What happened? Chen Zisu looked at him through tear-filled eyes, unable to speak. She only sobbed painfully, tears streaming down her face. Yi Wuji's heart ached terribly. Gripping her trembling shoulders, he urged, What happened, Zisu? Speak! Tell me! Chen Zisu's eyes burned with hatred, her eyelids red and swollen. She glared at him with deadly intensity. I hate you. Yi Wuji. The words nearly roared from her lips. Yi Wuji froze, utterly bewildered by her sudden, inexplicable outburst. He was utterly baffled. Zisu, listen to me. Chen Zisu struggled violently. Get out. I hate you. I don't want to see you. Just leave. I won't listen. Zisu, calm down. Yi Wuji patiently coaxed her. What's wrong? Tell me what happened. Whatever it is, we'll figure it out together. Solve? Chen Zisu glared at him angrily, her voice trembling. Solve it? Yi Wuji, let me tell you this, every misfortune I've suffered is because of you. Because of you, I severed ties with my family. Thinking back now, I feel like I deserve to die. Because of you, you vanished without a word for 3 years. Xiao Han and I endured endless humiliation, living in hell. Do you even know how we survived these past 3 years? Now you suddenly return, and because of you, Xiao Han and I live in constant fear and face threats. And now, because of you. My mother told me our family business is being maliciously sabotaged, and our funds have suffered unexpected losses. How do you propose to fix this? Yi Wuji froze. The Chen family being sabotaged? He narrowed his eyes slightly. How could he not know about this? Yes. It's all because of you. You might as well never have come back. Who exactly did you offend? Chen Zisu was on the verge of emotional collapse. Why are you doing this to us? Tell me how to fix this. Just tell us. Zisu, calm down. Trust me, okay? Yi Wuji's gaze was firm as he calmly comforted her. I know these past years, I've wronged you both. I swear, trust me, I will resolve this matter. I will make it up to you. Trust me this once, okay? Yi Wuji's soft voice sounded almost ghostly. Chen Zisu was soothed by his words. Really? You have a way? Yi Wuji nodded firmly. Yes. Trust me, I will resolve this properly and give you closure. I will help your family. As he spoke, he sent a message to Zhao Xinghe, instructing him to thoroughly investigate the Su family's circumstances. Yi Wuji's resolute gaze made Chen Zisu choose to trust him, for now there was no other option. Just then, Yi Zihan, who had just woken up, came running out of the room. She hugged Chen Zisu, wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes. In her sweet, childish voice, she comforted her, Don't be sad, Mom. Trust Daddy, he's really amazing. Daddy's the most amazing person in the world. He'll definitely solve this problem. Seeing her adorable, understanding daughter, Chen Zisu felt warmth in her heart and managed to smile. You're such a good girl, Xiao Han. Mommy loves you. Her mood gradually calmed. Seeing Chen Zisu feeling a bit better, Yi Wuji rolled up his sleeves and suggested, Alright. Have you guys eaten yet? Yi Zihan rubbed her tummy and shook her head. No, we haven't. Then Daddy will make something delicious for Xiao Han, okay? Yi Wuji stroked her hair affectionately. With that, he turned toward the kitchen, determined to cook for his wife and daughter himself. Yay! Daddy's so awesome! Yi Zihan skipped and hopped right behind Yi Wuji, waving her arms and dancing with joy. Daddy can do anything! Her face lit up with admiration, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Yi Wuji. In her heart, her dad was all-powerful. Yi Wuji listened to his daughter's praise, swinging the spatula with pure joy. Chen Zisu watched the tender scene between father and daughter from behind, unable to suppress a smile as if transported back 3 years. Meanwhile, at the Chen family mansion, Chen Baichuan's face darkened with fury as he erupted in rage. What the hell is going on? The Chen family was being targeted, and as the head of the household, he bore the greatest responsibility. Calm down, old Chen. Lin Jiao stood by, anxious and worried about his health. How am I supposed to calm down? Chen Baichuan's eyes darkened with rage as he collapsed onto the sofa. This is infuriating. You know what? The information I got says it's all because of our wonderful son-in-law. Lin Jiao hadn't expected Yi Wuji? Yes. It's all because of him. Who knows what trouble he stirred up out there. Now his enemies have found us, seeking revenge, deliberately targeting the Chen family. Chen Baichuan already despised the son-in-law to the core. He was now utterly convinced that Yi Wuji was the reason behind the Chen family being targeted. Chapter 28, The Mysterious Guest. Chen Baichuan, who was racking his brains over how to resolve the Chen family crisis, suddenly received a text message from an unknown number. Want to resolve the Chen family's difficulties? I can help you. The condition is that your daughter, Chen Zhisu, must sever ties with Yi Wuji. Meet me at room 307 of the Shengjian Hotel. The message sent a chill through Chen Baichuan's heart. He initially thought it was a prank, but this was his private number, few people knew it. Seeing Yi Wuji's name, he exclaimed, Yi Wuji. It's that Yi Wuji again. 1,000 thoughts raced through Chen Baichuan's mind as he hesitated over whether to believe it. Then another text arrived from the same number, this is your only chance. Believe it or not. It seemed to read Chen Baichuan's mind, constantly reminding him. Chen Baichuan clenched his teeth and fists, seemingly making a monumental decision. Enough. There was no other way. Desperate times called for desperate measures. If there was even a sliver of hope to avert the Chen family's crisis, he would try anything. He turned, scrolled through his contacts, and found a number he hadn't dialed in ages. Steeling himself, he dialed Chen Zisu's number. At that moment, in the Su family villa, Su Qingxia and Su Fengtian exchanged glances, both looking equally troubled. Their faces were so dark you could practically squeeze ink from them. Su Fengtian had just learned that the hit squad he'd hired at great expense on the dark web to assassinate Yi Wuji had been wiped out. Not a single member had returned to report. A flash of unwillingness flickered across Su Qingxia's coquettish face. She bit her red lips. No way. I refuse to believe it. With my skills, I can't handle one man? Su Fengtian was now also questioning Yi Wuji's true identity. How could he be so formidable? It seemed nothing could stand against him. What does Auntie plan to do now? Su Qingxia suddenly thought of someone. Don't worry, I still have options. She contacted a mysterious figure, urgently seeking assistance. The moment the call connected, the mysterious figure spoke, no need for explanations. I know your purpose. Su Qingxia paused in surprise. Then you. The mysterious figure sneered with contempt, humph. You've been begging me for help all along. Not only have you failed to eliminate Yi Wuji, but you've also cost me so many brothers. Do you really think I'd help you now? Su Qingxia's heart trembled. She pleaded softly, please, I have no other options. Fearing the mysterious figure would refuse to aid them further. If you agree to help us, regardless of success or failure, the Su family will reward you handsomely. Not necessary. The mysterious man replied coldly, I care not for your Su family's fate. Nor am I helping you. I merely wish to meet this Yi Wuji to see what kind of deity he truly is. Upon learning his men had failed to assassinate Yi Wuji, his interest was piqued. For the first time, someone so formidable had piqued his curiosity. I will dispatch my top poison master to eliminate Yi Wuji without a trace. Su Qingxia listened with delight. Thank you. How about it, Xiaohan? Does daddy's cooking taste good? Do you like it? Yi Wuji fed his daughter a bite of Longjing shrimp. Delicious. Daddy's cooking is the best. Yi Zihan clapped her hands. I love daddy's cooking the most. Alright, as long as you like it, daddy will cook for you every day, okay? Yi Wuji felt deeply gratified as he tenderly wiped the sauce from the corner of her mouth. Yes. Yi Zihan nodded excitedly. Such a heartwarming scene made Chen Zhisu momentarily forget her earlier worries. Just then, a ringtone abruptly shattered the cozy atmosphere. Chen Zhisu hurriedly pulled out her phone and stepped aside. To her surprise, it was a call from her father, whom she hadn't spoken to in ages. This was the first time in years that her father had reached out to her. A flicker of joy touched Chen Zhisu's heart as she decisively answered the call. Hello, father, she asked cautiously, afraid of upsetting him. Is there something you need? Chen Baichuan answered coldly, the Chen family is in danger now because of your husband, Yi Wuji. Do you know that? She hadn't expected her father to start by blaming her. Chen Zhisu's voice trembled. I know. Chen Baichuan snapped impatiently, only one person can save the Chen family from this crisis. Cut ties with Yi Wuji immediately. Come home immediately. Meet the guest. Our family's survival depends on this guest. Faced with Chen Baichuan's relentless pressure, Chen Zhisu's heart skipped a beat, and she froze in place. She never imagined her father would treat her this way, sacrificing her for the sake of the Chen family. Her heart ached with injustice, and she fought back tears. But Yi Wuji said he had a solution. Chen Baichuan suddenly raised his voice, shouting angrily, what does he think he is? Isn't the Chen family in this mess because of him? You're so naive. What solution could he possibly have? Get back here this instant. With that, Chen Baichuan hung up the phone. Faced with her father's threat, Chen Zhisu lost her balance and collapsed onto the floor. Her emotions, which had just begun to ease, plummeted back to the depths of despair. Watching Yi Wuji and her daughter laughing and chatting in the living room, Chen Zhisu's expression turned icy. The fleeting warmth she'd felt toward Yi Wuji vanished completely. She walked over, grabbed Yi Zihan by the arm, and said, Xiaohan, come with mom to rest in the room. Yi Wuji noticed her unusual state and asked with concern, what's wrong, Zhisu? You were fine just a moment ago. Chen Zhisu replied coldly, nothing. It's not about you. I'm just tired. Don't talk to me. I'm taking Shihan to rest. Don't come over.
Seeing her resolve, Yi Wuji feared provoking further anger and dared not approach.
Alright, then. Go get some rest. You've been working hard.
After Chen Zhisu had lulled her daughter to sleep, she decided to return home alone. Chen Baichuan paced anxiously in the living room.
That stubborn girl. Why isn't she back yet? Does she want me to send someone to drag her home?
No sooner had the words left his mouth than Chen Zhisu walked through the front door.
Dad, I'm home.
The moment he heard her voice, Chen Baichuan rushed forward, showing no trace of longing.
You're finally back. It's all that Yi Wuji's fault. Chen Zhisu lowered her head, saying nothing.
Chen Baichuan berated her, his expression filled with disappointment.
Gritting his teeth, he snapped, look at the state you're in.
Go clean yourself up properly. I'll have you taken to room 307 at Xinjiang Hotel shortly to meet a client.
I'm warning you, don't even think about running away. Don't screw this up for me, or else. Chen Baichuan's piercing gaze threatened her. Countless sorrows welled up in Chen Zhisu's heart, too painful to voice.
But the thought of how she'd been separated from her parents for 3 years, neglecting them and failing in her duty as a child.
It was she who had failed them.
Now that the Chen family was in trouble, she couldn't stand idly by. After a long internal struggle and immense conflict, Chen Zhisu packed her things and headed to the hotel. Yi Wuji, seeing his wife hadn't emerged after a long while and getting no response when he called out, sensed something was amiss. Zhao Xinghe informed him that Chen Baichuan intended to use Chen Zhisu to curry favor with a client, hoping to resolve the Chen family's crisis. Yi Wuji was stunned upon hearing this.
That old fool. He instructed Zhao Xinghe to watch over Yi Zihan.
He himself went to find Chen Zhisu.
Room 307, Xinjiang Hotel.
A man sat on the sofa, amusedly flipping through Chen Zhisu's photos.
Chapter 29, The Drug. Chen Zhisu paced outside the private room, hesitant and uncertain.
But she would have to face it sooner or later, especially since she was already here.
For her parents. For the Su family.
After wrestling with her emotions, Chen Zhisu raised her hand and knocked on the door.
A deep, resonant male voice drifted faintly from the private room. Enter. Chen Zhisu pushed open the door and stepped inside.
The room was dimly lit, and the man sat in the center of the sofa.
Chen Zhisu, right? Chen Zhisu stood at the doorway. Yes. And you are? The man invited her to sit. Come, sit down. Don't be afraid.
He gestured for Chen Zhisu to sit across from him.
My name is Song Wanjie. You may call me Mr. Song. Alright, Mr. Song. Chen Zhisu felt awkward, unsure what to say.
Yet this man before her wasn't as intimidating as she'd imagined. Instead, he carried a certain refined elegance. He noticed her nervousness.
Song Wanjie smiled. Relax. Let's have a proper chat.
Chen Zhisu remembered why she was here and hurriedly asked, Mr. Song, our Chen family.
I know. No need to elaborate. Song Wanjie cut her off.
Since you're here, I will certainly honor my promise and help the Chen family through this crisis.
Chen Zhisu exhaled in relief. Thank you. Song Wanjie asked with a smile, but do you know why your father sent you here? Chen Zhisu answered blankly, to meet you. Song Wanjie regarded her with a meaningful look. Do you know why you came to see me? Chen Zhisu shook her head, utterly baffled. It doesn't matter if you don't know. You'll find out soon enough. A flash of cunning flickered in Song Wanjie's eyes. Chen Zhisu thought she must have imagined it. Song Wanjie stood up and invited her, why don't you join me for dinner first? We can discuss this matter over dinner.
Without giving Chen Zhisu a chance to refuse, he began ordering for both of them.
While waiting for their food, Song Wanjie kept chatting with her. The two chatted comfortably, the atmosphere warm and harmonious. Chen Zhisu gradually let down her guard. Before long, the meal was served. The candlelit dinner was quite romantic. Song Wanjie's every gesture and word made Chen Zhisu feel he was exceptionally well-mannered. The two conversed very well. At this point, Song Wanjie sensed the timing was right. He poured wine for Chen Zhisu. No, Mr. Song, I don't drink. I never have. Chen Zhisu waved her hands in alarm, refusing.
But she feared offending him, lest he withdraw his support for the Chen family. Changing her tone, she added, I'm allergic to alcohol.
Song Wanjie showed consideration, gallantly replacing her drink with a non-alcoholic beverage. My apologies, I'll have that changed to a soft drink for you.
He was afraid Chen Zhisu might grow suspicious again.
To prove his point and ease her guard, Song Wanjie took a sip of the non-alcoholic beverage right in front of her. This is fine, it's non-alcoholic. Chen Zhisu finally felt reassured. Thank you.
Under Song Wanjie's intense gaze, she tilted her head back and drank the beverage. What she didn't know was that while the drink itself was harmless, Song Wanjie had already coated the rim of her cup with a drug. I didn't expect Mr. Song to be so easygoing. No sooner had she downed the first drink than Chen Zhisu felt a wave of dizziness wash over her.
Her vision blurred, and her consciousness began to fade. Seeing her state, Song Wanjie realized the drug was taking effect. He stepped forward and wrapped his arms around her waist. Chen Zhisu gasped in shock, struggling feebly but finding no strength. Her slurred words came out as, what do you think you're doing? She couldn't understand why the man who had seemed so gentlemanly moments ago was suddenly groping her. Only then did Song Wanjie reveal his true colors. What do you think I want to do? When your father sent you here, you should have known what I'd do. No! Chen Zhisu cried weakly. You beast! Let me go! Me? A beast? Song Wanjie didn't get angry, he just laughed. Look at what's become of your Chen family now. If it weren't for me still being willing to help you, your Chen family would be finished. You're just second-hand goods now married with a kid. That I even look at you, that I even want you, you should count yourself lucky. If it weren't for your still decent looks. As he spoke, Song Wanjie's lecherous gaze roamed over Chen Zhisu's petite frame. Chen Zhisu felt wronged, furious, desperate, and filled with regret. She shouldn't have trusted others so easily. Please, spare me. Ignoring her desperate pleas, Song Wanjie sneered coldly. You'd better do as I say. Otherwise, I won't invest in the Chen family, and you'll suffer the consequences. Chen Zhisu was thrown onto the soft bed, her body limp with despair. Wuji rushed toward the Shengjiang Hotel. Security guards outside the door rushed to block him as he tried to force his way in. The security team leader snarled at him, Hey, what are you doing? Wuji had no time to argue or explain. His wife's safety was his only concern. Get out of my way. The guards blocked the entrance, refusing to let him pass. The hotel is reserved for Mr. Song today. No one is permitted entry. No unauthorized personnel allowed. Wuji's face remained expressionless, his eyes narrowed slightly, radiating a murderous intent. The security team leader was about to point at him and yell, You blind fool. Don't you understand human speech? Wuji's gaze sharpened. He grabbed the man's wrist and snapped it clean off. In the next instant, his body flickered as he lunged forward, delivering a flying palm strike. The security captain's agonized scream pierced the air. Before he could react, he was sent flying by the blow. He crashed to the ground, unable to rise. The other guards, witnessing this, dared not approach. Wuji's eyes narrowed. The oppressive aura around him instantly suffocated everyone present. Get the hell out of here! At his command, the guards scattered in panic. Without another word, Wuji charged into the private room where Chen Zhisu was seated. He kicked the door off its hinges. Inside, he saw a man groping Chen Zhisu. Rage surged through him. He lunged forward, grabbed the man by the back of his collar, and flung him across the room. Zhisu! How are you? Chen Zhisu's face was flushed, her breathing labored. Wuji realized she had been drugged. Despicable. He glared at the man who had been thrown. Song Wanjie was furious too, his plans ruined. He snapped, Who the hell are you? Wuji replied coldly, Chen Zhisu's lawful husband. Upon learning he was Chen Zhisu's husband, Song Wanjie laughed even more unrestrainedly. So it's you. I wondered who it could be, just the Chen family's useless son-in-law. He burst into loud laughter, sneering, You know what? It was her old man who sent her to me. You useless piece of trash. The Chen family is in a financial crisis now. If they don't rely on me, the Chen family can just wait to go bankrupt. Wuji's expression darkened. I don't need your interference. With that, a single hand strike knocked Song Wanjie unconscious. Chen Zhisu, clinging to her last shred of consciousness, let a single tear fall. Wuji, the Chen family. Don't worry about this matter. I will handle it properly. Wuji comforted her, Trust me, Zhisu. Chen Zhisu lost consciousness completely and fell into a coma. Wuji brought her home and used his medical skills to counteract the drug's effects, reviving her. Meanwhile, Wang Hao had someone pull strings. He mobilized a unit of special forces from the military headquarters. They were now heading toward the city center. Their unified order was clear: eliminate Wuji. Chapter 30, The Promise. Chen Zhisu slowly regained consciousness. Opening her eyes, she surveyed the familiar surroundings. Where am I? Wuji saw she had awakened and gently helped her up. Don't worry, Zhisu. This is home. You're safe now. Home? But I wasn't at. She frowned, pressing her hand to her forehead as memories of the incident at the Shengjiang Hotel flooded back. Her face paled with fear. What's wrong, Zhisu? Wuji asked with concern, seeing her agitation. It's all over now. Don't be afraid. Chen Zhisu seemed to recall something and ignored him. She frantically pulled out her phone. Sure enough, when she saw the notification on her phone, her heart sank. Chen Baichuan had called Lin Zhao countless times and sent her endless messages, demanding to know what was going on. Just then, a new message popped up on her phone. It was a news report. The headline was stark and jarring. City's largest family enterprise, the Chen family, plunges into financial crisis, teetering on bankruptcy. Chen Baichuan, head of the Chen family, gives interview. Chen Zisu's hand trembled, and the phone slipped from her grasp, landing on the floor. What should I do? What should I do? Confusion swirled in her mind. She had no idea what to do, no idea how to face her parents. Wuji saw the news report on her phone and understood why she reacted so intensely. Zisu, don't worry. I'll handle this. Don't worry about this. The Chen family won't go bankrupt. Chen Zisu couldn't bring herself to believe his words. She snatched the phone back and shoved him away. Just go. You keep saying you'll fix it, but now that things have come to this, how exactly are you going to fix it? Tell me how you'll fix it. What do you have to fix it with? Chen Zisu shoved him away, ignoring her barely recovered body as she staggered toward the door. Where are you going? Wuji blocked her path. You can't just run off like this. Leave me alone. Don't stop me. Chen Zisu glared at him furiously. I can't rely on you. I'm going home. No matter what it takes, I'll figure it out myself. Seeing he couldn't dissuade her, Wuji sighed helplessly. What plan? Are you still going to meet your father's guest? Me. Chen Zisu stiffened slightly at his words, her expression freezing. The despair she'd felt moments ago filled her with dread. But then, the thought of the Su family's impending ruin. Chen Zisu steeled her resolve. Her eyes hardened as she clenched her jaw. It's none of your business. I'll handle it myself. What do you mean it's none of my business? Wuji grew impatient. I'm your husband. Smack. A sharp slap echoed. Wuji's face turned to one side. A vivid red handprint appeared on his cheek. Chen Zisu's chest heaved violently with rage as she glared at him with eyes wide with fury. Her raised hand still suspended in midair. How dare you call yourself my husband? It's all because of you. You've ruined our family like this. I hate you. You've ruined me so completely. The biggest regret of my life, Chen Zisu, was marrying you. I want to sever all ties with you. Divorce. Wuji gazed at her with heartache, his voice soft. Your hand must hurt. Next time, I'll do it myself. Chen Zisu froze. Just then, Yi Zihan witnessed the scene and burst into tears. Mommy and Daddy, what are you doing? Why are you fighting? Yi Zihan's sobs broke Chen Zisu's heart completely. Don't cry, little Han. Mommy's here. She scooped up Yi Zihan, holding her tightly in her arms as she soothed her. I'm taking Xiao Han home. If you try to stop me again, I'll make sure you never see her again. Faced with Chen Zisu's threat, Wuji had no choice but to comply. He even dispatched men to secretly protect them. You have the nerve to come back? Chen Baichuan saw Chen Zisu returning with his granddaughter in her arms. He was so furious he couldn't speak. Didn't I tell you? Do you have any idea what the entire Chen family is going through right now? At such a critical moment, how could you not lift a finger to help the Chen family? Lin Jiao stood by, watching helplessly. She scolded Chen Zisu, what time is it now? You can't even handle the little things your father entrusted to you. Mom, you don't understand. That Mr. Song, he tried to. Chen Zisu tried to explain. She felt wronged too. Chen Baichuan impatiently waved his hand to cut her off. Enough, enough. Don't say another word. As if I don't know what he's after? What's wrong with you making a sacrifice for the entire Chen family? Aren't you part of the Chen family? You could have saved the Chen family all by yourself. Lin Jiao sighed helplessly, slumping into the armchair, feeling utterly hopeless. Heaven must be out to destroy our Chen family. Wuji chased after the Chen family mansion. The security guard at the gate spotted him and immediately ordered him to stop. Halt! The Chen family strictly prohibits anyone from the Yi family from entering. Wuji had no desire to resort to force against the Chen family. He calmly addressed them, I wish to see your family head. The Chen family strictly prohibits all members of the Yi family from entering. The guard refused sternly, repeating his command. Then there's no other way, but I don't want to harm you. Wuji leapt over the security guard in a single bound. He burst into the Chen family mansion. This move stunned everyone. The security guard gaped in disbelief as he watched him soar inside. He frantically pulled the alarm trigger. Help! Help! Wuji broke in. The alarm's shrill wail startled everyone. Everyone rushed to pursue Wuji. Chen Baichuan rushed out to see what was happening. He saw Wuji bursting into the hall. Chen Zisu stood up and gasped, Wuji? Why are you here? I told you not to follow me. Wuji calmly explained, I couldn't leave you alone. Chen Baichuan, seeing him, backed away in fury. You dare barge in like this? Someone. Quick, someone. Get this scoundrel out of here. Enough. Wuji's roar silenced the crowd. Do you still want to save the Chen family? Chen Baichuan and Lin Jiao exchanged glances. Wuji spoke with confidence. I have a plan. Trust me. Give me 1 day. He held up one finger. By tomorrow, I'll resolve the Chen family's crisis. Hearing this, Chen Baichuan looked skeptical. You have a way? Chen Zisu retorted, what possible solution could you have? Calm down, everyone. Yi Wuji looked utterly confident. I've already dispatched people to investigate the mastermind behind the attacks on the Chen family. Tomorrow, it will be resolved. I'm 100% certain. For now, you must trust me. Indeed, Chen Baichuan was now helpless. He couldn't stand by and watch the Chen family crumble. To save the Chen family, he was even willing to sacrifice everything, even his own daughter. For now, he has no choice but to place his trust in Yi Wuji. Alright. Chen Baichuan waved his hand decisively, embracing the gamble. Since you've made that promise, fine. Tomorrow, just tomorrow is your chance. If you fail to save the Chen family tomorrow, you'll leave immediately. You'll never set foot near the Chen family again, sever all ties with Chen Zi, and you won't see Yi Zihan either. Agreed. Yi Wuji accepted without hesitation. He possessed the power to do so, not just for the Chen family. If he wished, he could destroy an entire nation with a mere flick of his finger. At the same time, the military's special forces were about to arrive in the city. An entire army, highly trained and radiating a murderous aura. Wherever they passed, within a 10-mile radius, not a single living soul remained. Chapter 31, Not to be messed with. Yi Wuji wanted to take Chen Zisu home to discuss their next move. Additionally, Chen Baichuan had instructed her to follow Yi Wuji back, keeping a constant watch on him to see what he was really up to. But when Lin Jiao saw her adorable granddaughter, she couldn't bear to part with her. Her granddaughter had been away from home with her mother for so long, and the family rarely reunited. It was clear her mother missed her dearly. Chen Zisu decided not to take Xiaohan away just yet. Be a good girl and stay here with Grandpa for now, okay? Yi Zihan obediently nodded. Okay, I'll wait here for you to come back. Such a good girl. Yi Wuji stroked her little head. Chen Zisu sat in the passenger seat, silent throughout the journey, her expression heavy with worry. Her mind was in turmoil. No matter how she thought it through, worry still gnawed at her heart. Could Yi Wuji truly save the Chen family? Finally, unable to contain herself, she frowned anxiously and asked, Yi Wuji, are you truly confident you can save the Chen family? I'm certain. Absolutely certain. Yi Wuji nodded. Since I made that promise to your parents, I'll see it through. Just trust me. There's simply no other way. With no path left, this is the only option. Seeing his confident expression, Chen Zisu fell silent. They were almost at the villa. A large contingent of soldiers suddenly appeared on the road ahead, blocking their only path. Chen Zisu was startled by the sudden appearance of the group. What's going on? Yi Wuji slammed on the brakes, bringing the car to a smooth halt. Don't worry, he reassured Chen Zisu. Stay put in the car. I'll go check it out. Chen Zisu nodded, feeling inexplicably tense. The sudden appearance of this group carried an oppressive aura. Yi Wuji stepped out of the car alone. He walked toward them. The suddenly appeared individuals were all heavily armed, tall and burly. They were fully equipped and highly trained. Notably, their chests and sleeves bore insignia bearing the emblem of the national capital. Yi Wuji recognized them at a glance, badges exclusive to the national military. As the war god, all the capital's military forces would be at his command the moment he revealed his identity. Yi Wuji swept a disdainful glance over each of them. He snorted coldly. What disgusts me most is soldiers of the national military serving family interests. You have the nerve to bring out such a pitiful force? In his eyes, the national military was sacred and inviolable. He never imagined these soldiers would stoop to such despicable deeds for their families. To him, they weren't soldiers, they were lackeys. Though they said little, it was clear they'd come for him. Yi Wuji could guess they were either from the Su or Wang families. Yi Wuji's sarcastic remarks infuriated the group. The leader was a second-grade officer with a star on his shoulder. He stepped forward and barked, Who do you think you are? Do you even know who we are? Yi Wuji raised an eyebrow, sneering, So what if I do? You're just a 2-star officer. At your age, barely scraping by with 2 stars? Pathetic. Yi Wuji's words struck a deep nerve in the officer's heart. He was astonished. How did Yi Wuji know all this? Indeed, after all these years of climbing the ranks within the military, he was still only a 2-star officer. Others his age had already attained high-ranking officer positions. How dare you speak so boldly? Who do you think you are? The officer waved his hand, and soldiers from the front ranks immediately advanced, surrounding Yi Wuji and assuming attack stances. Yi Wuji remained utterly unperturbed, showing not a trace of fear. Just you lot? The soldiers were enraged. They were members of the National Military Department, men revered by others. Never before had anyone dared to insult them so brazenly. You blind fool. Today you'll learn what real power looks like. How utterly insolent. A lowly nobody like you who gave you the courage? We'll tear you to pieces today. Yi Wuji listened to their threats, finding them inexplicably amusing. His eyes narrowed slightly, radiating murderous intent as he sneered, You lot are nothing but a disgrace to the military. If you were street thugs, you'd at least face legal consequences. But the military is the nation's backbone. Having scum like you in its ranks is nothing short of a scourge upon the people. Yi Wuji would never tolerate such individuals within the military. Several men charged at him. Military personnel undergo rigorous, high-intensity training, granting them agility beyond the ordinary. Yet in Yi Wuji's eyes, these were nothing more than third-rate, half-baked skills. Unfazed, he waved his hand. He knocked back several charging figures with a single swipe. One punch slammed into the bulletproof vest, instantly punching a hole through it. The soldier's chest was reduced to pulp by a single punch. The soldier who had been shouting defiantly moments before instantly coughed up blood and died. In the blink of an eye, the ground was littered with severed limbs. Yi Wuji brushed imaginary dust from his hands and sneered coldly at the officer. Well. The officer stared at the blood-soaked ground, swallowing hard. But before his men, he couldn't show weakness. What did this prove? Merely that he possessed some half-baked martial arts skills. He called out several names. Ah Qiang, Xiao Kai, Xiao Yu. Those called stepped forward one by one. These three were his fiercest rivals, having won multiple awards in military competitions. They were his pride and joy. The officer felt smug inside, convinced that three top fighters couldn't possibly lose to just one. But to his utter astonishment, he was wrong. The trio was driven back once more. Yi Wuji crippled all three in a matter of moments. You bastard! The officer refused to believe it. This was the first time he'd ever been bested by an ordinary man. I'll deal with you myself. The officer charged forward personally. Yi Wuji crossed his arms, stepping forward. He looked down on the officer with a gaze that seemed to scorn the world. I'll give you 2 hands. The officer's veins bulged with rage at the taunt. Today, I'll send you, you bastard, to meet the king of hell. He believed his words alone could intimidate Yi Wuji. The officer felt his authority radiating, as if Yi Wuji had countless ways to die at his command. Yi Wuji rolled his eyes, shaking his head dismissively. At this level, he wasn't even a common enemy among the thousands Yi Wuji had slain. Yet he dared to flex his muscles here, showing off his skills in front of him. He was simply courting death. Yi Wuji stood with his hands behind his back. With a single step forward, the ground instantly cracked open, sending gravel flying through the air. The officer stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. As he stood transfixed, the fissure in the ground extended beneath his feet. He plummeted instantly, becoming trapped within the fissure. Looking down, he saw a bottomless abyss. The officer trembled in terror. No, no! Save me! Help! The officer never imagined he'd be defeated by Yi Wuji before even striking a blow. Seeing their officer defeated, the soldiers behind him dared not advance. Yi Wuji, acting alone, had intimidated the entire army. Why aren't you leaving yet? Yi Wuji had no intention of exterminating them all. After all, they were military personnel. He would leave their punishment to the military justice department. The remaining soldiers, though too afraid to advance, refused to retreat. Yi Wuji had no choice. He called Zhao Xinghe. Xinghe, contact the military headquarters and the military justice department. The standoff continued. While waiting for Zhao Xinghe's response, some could no longer contain themselves. Some wanted to fight back, to risk life and limb in a desperate gamble. Wait! Just as they were about to advance, the officer received an internal order from higher command. After receiving the order, the officer stared at Yi Wuji in disbelief. Withdraw! He hadn't expected this man's status to be so formidable. He reluctantly led his troops in a hasty retreat. Yi Wuji turned and returned to the vehicle. Take Chen Zisu home. What? Upon learning that even the military couldn't subdue Yi Wuji, he flew into a rage. Damn it! What the hell is his background? The Wang family grew increasingly convinced that Yi Wuji was no ordinary man. Chapter 32, Flaunting Deception. Zhao Xinghe briefed Yi Wuji on the auction news. Boss, today's auction will be attended by many social elites and major corporate families. Yi Wuji raised an eyebrow. Will the Wang family and Su family be there too? Zhao Xinghe nodded. Yes, and the rare medicinal herbs you require will be the grand finale item of the auction. Good. Yi Wuji nodded calmly. I'll head over as soon as possible. You hurry up too. After seeing Chen Zisu home and settling her in, he headed to the auction alone. The moment he stepped out of the car, Yi Wuji was stopped by a receptionist. Present your invitation. Yi Wuji frowned and replied coldly. Have the manager come out. He'll escort me inside. The receptionist looked as if she'd heard the biggest joke in the world. You? And you want to see the manager? Just then, Zhao Xinghe hurried over. Boss, I'm late. With that, he pulled out his phone and immediately called the person in charge. The receptionist sneered dismissively, convinced they were just putting on a show. Moments later, the manager arrived and hurriedly greeted Zhao Xinghe. Young Master Zhao, I apologize for the delay. Please come in. The receptionist was stunned by the supervisor's obsequious demeanor. Boss, please go ahead. Realizing she'd encountered someone extraordinary, the receptionist immediately knelt to apologize. I failed to recognize your stature. My deepest apologies, it was my mistake. Yi Wuji walked right past him, and the manager was quick to catch on. Now pack your things and get out. The receptionist slumped to the floor in utter disbelief. Yi Wuji entered the opulent auction hall. The moment Yi Wuji stepped into the exhibition hall, the Su family's secret guards detected his presence. They immediately reported his movements to their superiors. Yi Wuji strode in with his head held high, calmly entering the exhibition hall. He surveyed the surroundings and layout. As he approached a VIP section, he overheard someone boasting loudly. A balding man stroked his long mustache. His fox-like eyes narrowed as he boasted to the person before him in halting Mandarin about the miraculous herbs in his hands. Let me tell you, sir, he boasted, no exaggeration here, this herb will make you look 20 years younger, with a body as sturdy as a 20-something lad. It'll make you immune to all toxins, strong and healthy, and extend your lifespan. Whether it's cataracts, kidney deficiency, cancer, tumors. This medicine will cure them all. The middle-aged man in front of him listened intently, captivated by the extraordinary claims of the medicine's efficacy. The middle-aged man, somewhat tempted, asked, can it really extend my lifespan and make me strong and healthy? Can it give me the sturdy bones of a young man in his 20s? My bones have aged, and my body just isn't what it used to be. The bald man watched the middle-aged man take the bait, his eyes gleaming. He nodded like a chick pecking at grain. Of course. As long as you take it consistently, you'll feel strong and healthy in no time. The man asked, how much? The bald man immediately held up 5 fingers, grinning as he replied, not expensive at all, 5 million, sir. Those nearby gasped in shock. 5 million wasn't expensive? But the middle-aged man was clearly a wealthy man. He didn't find the price objectionable. Fine. He reached for his wallet to swipe his card. Hold on. Yi Wuji, standing nearby, could no longer stand by and watch. He couldn't stand by and watch someone blatantly swindle people in broad daylight. The middle-aged man looked at him in confusion, pausing his swiping motion. What's the matter? Yi Wuji stepped forward, exposing the bald man's lies. He's a con artist trying to swindle you out of your money. This medicine is useless. Hearing this, the bald man's expression instantly hardened. He snapped, what do you know? Ask around. I never deceive anyone. This is a precious medicine I worked hard to obtain. Oh? Yi Wuji crossed his arms, studying the man. Well then, since you claim this is a precious medicine you obtained, can you tell me its ingredients? The bald man scratched his head and jaw, visibly flustered. He stubbornly retorted, ignorant fool. Even if I told you, you wouldn't understand. I don't understand? Or is it that you don't know? Yi Wuji snatched the medicine from his hand. He held it close to his nostrils and gently fanned it with his hand to inhale the scent. Then he slowly declared, this medicine is made from century-old Tianshan snow lotus, century-old ginseng, and deer antler. It possesses powerful restorative properties. Yi Wuji shifted his gaze to the wealthy man who had just been about to purchase it. But these are merely low-grade herbs. They hold little real value and certainly aren't worth this price. Moreover, grinding these herbs into powder destroys most of their efficacy. You claim your bones are aging, but you don't need this at all. On the contrary, your body now cannot withstand such potent tonics. The slightest mishandling could cause your chi and blood to overwhelm your heart. The bald man was stunned that someone so young could discern this. But he stubbornly refused to admit it. Everyone, don't listen to his nonsense. The middle-aged tycoon looked at the two men with a troubled expression, unsure whom to believe. At that moment, a white-haired elder stepped forward. I've been observing this for quite some time. As the old man stepped forward, the crowd gasped. The old herbalist is here? Holy crap, the apothecary is here too? The old apothecary is a top-tier figure in the medical world, his reputation renowned globally. I've been observing this young friend for quite some time. The old pharmacist's eyes brimmed with admiration. This young friend speaks well, he remarked. His analysis is spot on. Such remarkable insight at such a young age is truly rare. With the old pharmacist having spoken, the answer was clear. Yi Wuji bowed respectfully to the elder. You flatter me. He had, of course, heard of the old pharmacist's reputation. I was merely stating the facts. The old pharmacist snapped harshly, you scoundrel. How dare you sneak in here to swindle people? Get out of here immediately. If I catch you here again, I'll break both your legs. I won't let you off lightly. The old pharmacist's intimidating presence silenced him. The bald man, realizing his lies had been exposed and fearing trouble, slunk away in a hurry. The old pharmacist held Yi Wuji in high regard. Over the years, this was the first time someone had truly caught his eye. Young friend, he said, if you have time, I'd like to have a chat with you. Facing the old herbalist's olive branch. Yi Wuji gladly nodded. Very well. I look forward to it. Young friend, you truly possess great potential. The old herbalist smiled with satisfaction and departed. The middle-aged tycoon also found him impressive. Thanks a lot, young man. If it weren't for you, I'd have been swindled. It's nothing, Yi Wuji nodded slightly. I simply couldn't stand such behavior. The middle-aged tycoon pondered, you've done me such a huge favor. I really must thank you properly, young man. Yi Wuji intended to decline politely, but then he thought of the Chen family's current financial crisis. He decided to inquire if the tycoon knew anything that might provide a breakthrough to resolve the Chen family's crisis. Upon receiving intelligence from their secret guards, Su Qingxia immediately arranged for a poison expert to infiltrate the auction. Chapter 33, Miracle. The middle-aged tycoon and Yi Wuji conversed with great ease. Oh, I just remembered we've been chatting for so long, yet I still don't know your name, young man. What's your surname? The tycoon extended his hand and introduced himself. My surname is Chang, given name Yifan. Yi Wuji narrowed his eyes slightly, sizing up the man before him. A member of the Chang family. The Chang family was also a prominent clan, whose influence in the city rivaled that of the Su and Wang families. He hadn't expected to stumble upon this connection by accident. He shook hands politely and replied, Mr. Chang, nice to meet you. My name is Yi Wuji. Yi Wuji? Chang Yifan murmured to himself, repeating the name. Yi Wuji. Why does that sound so familiar? Mr. Chang, do you know anything about the Chen family? Yi Wuji pressed, hoping to extract some valuable information from him. Chang Yifan nodded in acknowledgement, admitting he had heard some rumors. He relayed everything he knew to Yi Wuji. Thank you very much for the information, Mr. Chang. Yi Wuji expressed his gratitude. It's nothing, just a small favor. I should be thanking you instead. Saying this, Chang Yifan patted his shoulder. There's just one more thing I'd like to ask you, young man. Seeing Chang Yifan's hesitant expression, Yi Wuji asked curiously, why not share it? With your remarkable skills, I'd like to consult you about some difficult medical cases. Chang Yifan sighed with a troubled look. To be honest, most of my family suffers from chronic illnesses. I heard there are some rare medicinal herbs here, which is why I had to come seeking treatment. My elderly father, mother, and my wife, none of them are in good health. Hearing this, Yi Wuji understood. Seeing his medical expertise, the man wanted to ask for effective treatments. Mr. Chang, are you seeking my advice? Exactly. Chang Yifan nodded. Young man, you're truly sharp. I'm impressed. When one has a favor to ask, flattery is universal. Yi Wuji inquired meticulously about the health conditions and daily routines of his family members. At present, I can only rely on your verbal descriptions. I haven't observed their actual mental states. He patiently explained, traditional Chinese medicine diagnoses illness through observation, auscultation, inquiry, and palpation. Since I can't see your family members now, I can only offer suggestions based on your descriptions. As for prescribing the right treatment, if I ever have the chance to meet Mr. Cheng's family in person, I'll make a more definitive decision then. Every word Yi Wuji spoke revealed his careful and cautious approach. Chang Yifan looked at him gratefully. Alright, young man, I must find a way to properly thank you. Yi Wuji recommended some reliable herbs and dietary adjustments to Chang Yifan. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Chang Yifan learned Yi Wuji was actually the Chen family's son-in-law. He pounded his chest, promising to personally intervene and help resolve the Chen family's difficulties. After expressing his thanks, Yi Wuji took his leave from Chang Yifan. He continued wandering the hall, searching for his goal for the day, medicinal herbs to treat his daughter's illness. After searching the exhibition hall to no avail, Yi Wuji was about to head upstairs to look further. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the crowd, followed by a wave of screams. This piqued Yi Wuji's curiosity. He turned and made his way toward the crowd. Pushing through the crowd, he got a closer look. There lay a voluptuous woman, collapsed on the ground. Her eyes rolled back, foam formed at her mouth, her body convulsed, and she stiffened into an eerie posture. The surrounding crowd was utterly bewildered. The woman had collapsed suddenly. What's going on? What happened? The old herbalist, sensing the commotion, hurried over. Someone in the crowd called out, Old apothecary, come quickly. Hell, someone's collapsed here. After the old herbalist arrived and assessed the woman's condition, his expression turned grave. He crouched down to examine her. Quiet, everyone. Let me take a proper look. At that moment, Chang Yifan also pushed his way through the crowd. Seeing the person on the ground, he cried out, My wife. That's my wife. Honey, what happened? Chang Yifan looked frantic, kneeling beside the woman and lifting her up. Ambulance. Quick, call an ambulance. Hell. People around them whispered among themselves it was the Chang family's daughter-in-law. Chang Yifan loved his wife more than anything. How could this happen? She'll be fine. The old herbalist is here. After taking the woman's pulse, the old herbalist lifted her eyelids and checked her breath. Withdrew his hand, his face filled with regret. He shook his head slowly and sighed, It's no use. She can't be saved. The moment those words left his lips, the room erupted. What? Even the old pharmacist says it's hopeless? What on earth is going on? Even the old herbalist is powerless. Chang Yifan, upon hearing this, knelt beside his wife, clutching her as he broke down in tears. Why? You're supposed to be the miracle-working doctor who brings the dead back to life. Please, there must be a way, right? Please save my wife. The old herbalist folded his arms behind his back, closed his eyes, and shook his head. This old man is truly at a loss. I just took her pulse and discovered she has congenital heart disease. She's exhausted and her heart is failing. This happened so suddenly, and with the blood flowing back into her heart, I'm afraid. Though the crowd couldn't understand the old pharmacist's medical explanation, they grasped the simple truth: she couldn't be saved. Chang Yifan had brought his wife here seeking treatment and a cure, never expecting this tragedy. He wailed in anguish when suddenly he spotted Yi Wuji in the crowd. A flicker of hope returned to his eyes. Young man, please save my wife. The crowd followed his gaze toward Yi Wuji, parting to form a circle around him. Yi Wuji stood in the center. Chang Yifan knelt before him, cradling his wife's body. He pleaded earnestly, I beg you, young man, save her life. Those around them thought Chang Yifan had gone mad with grief. Who is he? Is he that powerful? No one recognized him. Never heard of him. This Chang Yifan must be losing his mind. He's so young, does he even know medicine? Even the old pharmacist couldn't help, what could he possibly do? The crowd chattered among themselves, their words dripping with contempt for Yi Wuji. Only Chang Yifan remained convinced. He was certain Yi Wuji possessed the ability. To master medicine at such a young age, his expertise must be profound. He must have a solution. At Chang Yifan's desperate pleas, Yi Wuji helped him to his feet. Mr. Chang, I won't stand by and watch you die. He knelt beside the woman, examining her closely. He faced the outside world's skepticism with composure. The old herbalist watched him in astonishment. This was clearly a hopeless case. This young man. The old herbalist stroked his beard meaningfully. Yi Wuji drew several silver needles from his robe. With unhurried precision, he inserted them into the woman's cranial acupoints. Before the gathered crowd, he channeled his energy. His hands moved like ghostly shadows, shifting and shifting. To the untrained eye, it simply looked impressive. But the old herbalist was a connoisseur. His eyes nearly popped out of his head in shock. Could this be the legendary Ghost Gate 13 needles? He never imagined that a technique existing only in legend would be witnessed by his own eyes today. Such acupuncture could even revive those on the brink of death. What more could he ask for in this lifetime? The old herbalist was overcome with astonishment and excitement, his hands trembling uncontrollably. This young man was truly extraordinary. Soon, under Yi Wuji's treatment, Chang Yifan's wife miraculously regained consciousness. The crowd fell silent, apologizing for their earlier ignorance. Chang Yifan was both astonished and overwhelmed with emotion. He had no idea how to repay Yi Wuji and was tempted to kowtow to him. Fortunately, Yi Wuji promptly stopped him. The Chang family declared that Yi Wuji was now their benefactor. Anyone who wronged him would be wronging the entire Chang family. The old herbalist immediately knelt down, declaring his intention to apprentice under Yi Wuji. Yi Wuji refused. Old apothecary, this is against protocol. It might shorten my lifespan. As the auction was about to commence, Chang Yifan warmly invited Yi Wuji to join the bidding in the exclusive VIP lounge on the second floor. Yi Wuji gladly accepted. The items on display upstairs were more clearly visible, and numerous privileges were offered. The Su family had infiltrated a poison master into the auction. The poison master entered the venue carrying his latest successfully developed poison. Chapter 34, The National Supreme Card. The second floor of the auction house was reserved exclusively for VIP guests. Guided by a server, Yi Wuji stepped onto the red carpet and entered the private box. Each private room had its own dedicated service staff. Extravagance at its finest. Numerous items were up for auction: calligraphy and paintings by renowned artists, antique artifacts, rare jade pieces, and even illicit goods. All were fair game. Bidding competition was fierce throughout the venue. Yet Yi Wuji's mind was elsewhere, waiting for the final lot. As item after item fetched high prices, the excitement grew as the auction neared its end. Chang Yifan observed Yi Wuji's solemn gaze and inquired, "Young man, you haven't placed a single bid. What are you waiting for?" Chang Yifan even considered the Chen family's current financial crisis. If Yi Wuji couldn't afford to bid, Chang vowed to do everything in his power to help his benefactor secure whatever he desired. Yi Wuji gazed at the auction podium. "I'm waiting for the grand finale." At that moment, another medicinal herb was brought to the podium. Yi Wuji's eyes flashed. "This herb," he said kindly to Chang Yifan, "will work wonders for your wife's heart." "Really?" Chang Yifan was overjoyed and immediately bid 1 million for the herb for his wife. Now, he trusted Yi Wuji unconditionally. Seeing how preoccupied Yi Wuji was, Chang Yifan asked curiously, "Young man, what's the final showstopper?" "Another medicinal herb," Yi Wuji replied, his eyes fixed intently on the display case. "I need it to cure my daughter's illness. Chang Yifan felt he had touched upon his benefactor's private matters and immediately shut up, no longer pressing for answers. He silently vowed to himself that he would help his benefactor secure the medicinal herbs, no matter the cost. His family lacked nothing, they had plenty of money. Moreover, he intended to firmly latch onto Yi Wuji's coattails. Soon, the auctioneer announced the final item up for bid. Yi Wuji perked up instantly, sitting up straight. The bid paddle clenched tightly and his hand trembled with anticipation. Chang Yifan watched him closely, his own tension rising. He stared wide-eyed at the final item about to be unveiled. The auctioneer began describing the final item. 1,000-year-old Tianshan red lingji, top-grade quality. This was precisely what Yi Wuji sought. Starting bid, 3 million. As the auctioneer brought down the gavel, the bidding commenced. 3,500,000. 4 million. 5 million. 5,500,000. Bids echoed from the audience, rising and falling like a silent contest, each outdoing the last. Yi Wuji stood up, raised his paddle, and shouted, 10 million. In an instant, the room fell silent. Everyone searched for the source of this fortune, whispering among themselves. Holy crap! Who is it? 10 million? 10 million for a single lingji mushroom? Holy crap! That must be the highest bid of the entire auction. Forget 10 million, even 100 million, Yi Wuji would pay it for his daughter. The auctioneer brought down the hammer. 10 million, going once. 10 million, going once. Hold on. Just as Yi Wuji thought the lingji was about to be his, someone could no longer contain themselves and raised a voice of doubt. Impossible. He couldn't possibly have that kind of money. 10 million, it's not something anyone can just pull out of thin air. He doesn't look like some high and mighty big shot with connections. How could he possibly have 10 million? Exactly. Let him prove it right now. Does he even have the money? The auctioneer was abruptly interrupted. The venue manager for the auction rushed over. Chang Yifan felt annoyed hearing everyone question his benefactor. He defended Yi Wuji, impossible. Stop spouting nonsense. The young man absolutely isn't that kind of person. Besides, the Cheng family is backing him. I dare anyone to cross the line. From the audience came another voice of dissent. He's not part of your Cheng family. If he's broke, he's broke. What right does your family have to cover for him? Chang Yifan tried to retort, but Yi Wuji stopped him. It's fine. Don't worry. I've got this. The venue manager ascended to the second floor and entered their private room. Though he came to verify the crowd's suspicions, he remained respectful. Mr. Yi, please present your asset verification documents so we may confirm them. The auction cannot proceed otherwise. Yi Wuji calmly drew out a black gold card, pinched it between his index and middle fingers, and handed it over. The card bore an engraved dragon pattern. The venue manager took it and examined it closely, yet even he had never seen such a card before. Below, sharp-eyed onlookers caught sight of the card Yi Wuji had produced. What kind of card is this? Someone sneered. Never heard of it, never seen it. What's the point? Brought a fake card to fool us because you're broke? Get out of here, you're an embarrassment. What the hell? He actually dares to claim 10 million? As if he's some big shot with money. These days, even the lowest of the low dare to pretend they're wealthy. The venue manager, unable to recognize the card, frowned deeply. He must handle this strictly. Auctions tolerate no mistakes. The venue manager called the general manager of the organizing company. Soon, the general manager arrived. The seasoned general manager, upon catching sight of the black gold card, was stunned into wide-eyed astonishment. This? He held Yi Wuji's black gold card in both hands, utterly incredulous. His voice trembled as he declared, "This is the supreme black gold card. No more than 3 exist nationwide. Only the sovereign has the authority to grant it. It grants unlimited spending power. Possessing this card means the entire national treasury is at your disposal." Hearing this, the crowd was stunned. Yet some still doubted. Could he have forged it? No. Impossible. The general manager adjusted his glasses, a sharp gleam flashing behind the lenses. Impossible. The engravings and serial numbers are unique, and this material simply cannot be counterfeited. And counterfeiting is a capital offense punishable by execution. With that, he respectfully presented the card with both hands. Mr. Yi, I apologize for interrupting your enjoyment. Please proceed. The Tianshan red racer is yours. Yi Wuji calmly accepted the card and tucked it away. His expression remained impassive throughout, not a ripple of emotion. The general manager's announcement sent shockwaves through the crowd. Speculation swirled about which powerful faction Yi Wuji truly represented, given his exalted status and influence. At this moment, the Su family, who had been observing from the sidelines, could no longer stand by. Su Fengtian stood up. He certainly wasn't afraid of Yi Wuji. 30 million, I'll take this lingji. Hearing this, the general manager broke out in a cold sweat. What to do? One was the Su family, the other a black gold card holder. He couldn't afford to offend either. Yi Wuji fixed Su Fengtian with a cold stare. I'll offer 15 million. He glanced at the general manager. I just announced it's mine. Now I'm raising the bid to 15 million. Is that acceptable? Yi Wuji's tone carried a hint of threat. No problem, no problem. The general manager nodded repeatedly. Between the Su family and Yi Wuji, he chose Yi Wuji. Clearly, his choice was the right one. Su Fengtian gritted his teeth, glaring at Yi Wuji with fury. He ordered someone to relay the message. He couldn't wait any longer. The poisoner had to act quickly. Chapter 35, Antidote. Yi Wuji sat in the private room, watching the scene below. Soon, the red lingji was packaged and delivered to his hands. Yi Wuji stared at the herb in his hands, his fingers trembling slightly as he took it, his expression filled with excitement. He couldn't wait to unwrap it and check its age. But when Yi Wuji carefully lifted the lingji for closer inspection, his hand paused slightly. His brow furrowed. Something was wrong. Based on his observation, the age and quality of this lingji were insufficient. Yi Wuji brought it close to his nostrils and sniffed. Sure enough, the quality wasn't top-notch. A genuine 1,000-year-old red lingji mushroom cultivated in the Tianshan Mountains would emit a faint, cool, and refreshing fragrance. Yi Wuji couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. Though rare, the red lingji in his hands was at best a century-old specimen. Had he known earlier, paying 10 million for such a specimen would have been excessive, let alone 50 million. Just as Yi Wuji was feeling disappointed, a shrill smoke alarm suddenly blared throughout the auction hall. Lights flickered on and off as panic swept through the crowd. A thick plume of green smoke appeared from nowhere, instantly filling the auction hall and spreading to every corner. Those who inhaled the gas collapsed unconscious. Yi Wuji sensed something was amiss. His expression changed as he immediately held his breath, rising to survey the situation. As the smoke slowly cleared from the hall, a figure clad in black, wearing a gas mask, appeared before Yi Wuji. Upon seeing Yi Wuji standing unharmed in the exhibition hall, the intruder looked somewhat surprised. Ha! You didn't pass out? Ha! Yi Wuji sneered dismissively. Such a petty trick, how could I possibly fall for it? Judging by his attire, Yi Wuji recognized the man as a poisoner. He sneered at the low-level tactics, capable only of such underhanded ambushes. Is this all you've got, underhanded tricks behind closed doors? The poisoner's face flushed crimson with rage. What did you say? Do you even know who I am? Having walked the martial world for so many years, his hands stained with blood, it was always others begging for mercy on their knees. This was the first time he'd been mocked. You brat! Come and get it! Suddenly, several small, colorful poison gas grenades materialized in the poison master's hands, hurled toward Yi Wuji. You have the nerve to show off such petty tricks? Yi Wuji sneered, not even deigning to move. With a mere wave of his hand, he effortlessly deflected the incoming gas grenades. Before arriving, the poison master had received a warning from the Su family. They'd said this Yi Wuji was no pushover and advised him to stay vigilant at all times. He hadn't taken it seriously, but now he realized this man was no ordinary foe. The poison master's gaze sharpened as he studied Yi Wuji, searching for the slightest opening. You got lucky just now, he thought. But now I'm getting serious. The poison master grabbed another handful of fine, soft needles. As thin and supple as strands of hair, each was saturated with potent venom. Ordinary people couldn't possibly dodge them. The needles, both soft and sharp, spun and danced through the air, seeking their target before wrapping themselves around it. They would then pierce the skin, leading to death. Even a single needle entering the body would cause irreversible consequences, let alone the thousands the poison master now held. Yi Wuji was surely doomed this time, the poison master thought, unable to suppress a loud laugh. The soft needles flew toward him. Yi Wuji channeled his inner energy to alter the needle's trajectory. He blocked them entirely, preventing any from entering his body. He controlled the needles with his mind, scattering them in all directions, pinning them to walls and floors. Impossible. The poison master's eyes widened in disbelief. How could anyone evade them? He had never failed before. How could this have gone wrong? The poison master's face darkened, a grimace twisting his lips into a menacing sneer. It seems you're no ordinary opponent. Then I'll need something more than these simple tools to deal with you. The poison master raised his latest creation, a super toxic air bomb. This air bomb had no antidote. It would not only corrode the human body through the respiratory tract but also adhere to the skin through air contact, causing skin ulceration and the loss of vital organ function. The poisoner glared at him with malice, his laughter turning maniacal. Ha! Yi Wuji, I want you dead. And everyone in this auction hall will join you in hell. With that, he activated the gas canister. The poisonous gas spread instantly. As time passed, the poison gradually dispersed through the air. Those on the floor immediately felt agonizing pain, writhing in contorted agony. Yi Wuji took a light sniff and instantly analyzed the gas's composition. His gaze shifted to the auction items in the exhibition hall. Without a word, he rushed over, grabbed several auctioned herbs, and began preparing an antidote on the spot. The poison master watched him in bewilderment, thinking he must have been poisoned into stupidity. What are you doing? You're not seriously trying to concoct an antidote, are you? Ha! Let me tell you, this poison has no antidote. Stop struggling. Just wait to die. The poisoner, thinking the mission was over so easily, was preparing to collect the bodies and report back. Wuji said nothing, skillfully manipulating the herbs. Done. A small vial of powder suddenly appeared in his hand. He flicked his wrist, scattering the powder into the air. The moment the powder touched the toxic gas, the poisonous fumes in the venue dissipated instantly. The poison master was so stunned he couldn't speak, his mouth gaping in shock. His gas mask had even fallen off. You, how could you? Who exactly are you? Even he couldn't concoct an antidote for his own poison, yet Wuji had precisely formulated one in such a short time. Moreover, the poison master realized that none of his venoms or toxins had any effect on him whatsoever. This guy, he's not human. Wuji crossed his arms, raising an eyebrow with disdain. You're low grade, cheap poison couldn't scratch me. Speak. Who sent you here? Who told you my whereabouts? The poison master was still reeling from the shock that his venoms, painstakingly developed over years, had been rendered useless in mere minutes. Rage surged through the poison master, causing him to spit out a mouthful of old blood. No comment. With that, he tossed a smoke bomb and fled. The crowd at the auction hall awoke. Thanks to Wuji's antidote, everyone was safe and sound. He carefully examined each person, only relaxing once he confirmed everyone's poison had been neutralized. Upon learning the full truth, the general manager of the auction house flew into a rage. He vowed to thoroughly investigate the poisoner and his backers. The general manager was deeply grateful to Wuji, declaring that all future auction items would be at his disposal. Wuji declined with a few polite refusals before hastily departing. Meanwhile, the poisoner fled back to the Su family in disarray. Damn it, what rotten luck! The moment Su Qingxia saw the poison master's disheveled state, she knew he had failed again. The poison master explained it was merely an unexpected incident. Su Fengxi angrily threatened, if there's another accident, don't bother coming back. Su Qingxia chimed in, otherwise, it won't be Wuji who dies, it'll be you. Chapter 36, The Chen Family Banquet. No sooner had Wuji stepped out of the auction hall than he received a call from Chen Zissou. Hello? Wuji, where are you now? Chen Zissou's voice carried a hint of urgency. What's wrong, Zissou? Wuji's heart tightened. Did something happen? Seeing her so flustered, he feared someone had kidnapped her again. Chen Zissou explained, nothing serious. Just letting you know my father is hosting a banquet at the Chen residence. He invited many people and asked me to tell you to come. Wuji was puzzled. Why would the Chen family suddenly host a banquet at this time? But since it was Chen Zissou asking, he nodded in agreement. Alright, I got it. I'll head over now. With that, Chen Zissou hung up. Wuji turned his car around and drove toward the Chen family mansion. The road to the Chen family mansion was quiet. Wuji was pondering how the Lingji mushrooms at this auction failed to meet his expectations. Where could he find such rare medicinal herbs? Just as Wuji's car pulled onto the road. Suddenly, a figure darted out from across the street, blocking the path directly in front of the vehicle. Wuji's thoughts snapped back to reality. He slammed on the brakes and jerked the steering wheel. The tires screeched against the pavement. Black tire marks streaked across the road. People nearby were startled by the scene and stopped in their tracks. People instinctively gathered to watch the commotion. Wuji brought the car to a steady halt and stepped out to assess the situation. What on earth was that? A short, elderly man lay half reclined on the ground. Clearly, he was the figure who had suddenly darted out moments earlier. Spotting Wuji getting out, he immediately began wiggling his eyes and contorting his face into a grotesque expression, pointing at his bowed legs and wailing pitifully. Oh my goodness! Good heavens! How could someone drive so recklessly? Look what you've done to this old man's legs. Wuji looked over at the commotion. He walked over, crouched down, and examined the man with keen interest. Wuji stroked his chin, smacking his lips in disbelief. What's this? Trying to scam me? Who's scamming you? The little old man retorted emphatically. Do I look like that kind of person? Ouch! That hurt like hell. You nearly shattered my old bones. The little old man pointed at his leg and wailed loudly, Look! Look at me! Everyone come see! My leg is bleeding. This guy hit me, doesn't want to pay up, so he's accusing this old man of scamming. Wuji followed his pointing hand. A pool of red substance spread beneath the man. The commotion drew a growing crowd of onlookers, who gradually formed a circle. Someone among them cried out in horror, Blood! It's blood! He's bleeding so much. Wuji snorted coldly. With his battle-hardened experience, he could tell at a glance that this wasn't blood at all. It was merely a pool of red, viscous syrup that resembled blood. What exactly are you trying to do? Wuji's gaze made the little old man feel immense pressure. Adopting the posture of a victim, he wailed to the crowd, "Everyone, please judge fairly for this old man. Shouldn't you take me to the hospital after hitting someone? What's gotten into young people these days? They drive like maniacs, and after hitting me, they won't even admit it. They're trying to frame me for insurance fraud." At this, the crowd immediately turned their anger toward Wuji. What kind of person hits an elderly person like this? This is outrageous. Get him to the hospital for treatment. Hitting someone and not even owning up to it, what kind of person is that? He deserves to be hit himself. Facing the barrage of criticism, Wuji remained unflappable. He studied the little old man closely, sensing there was more to him than met the eye. Suddenly, he remembered that just moments ago, Chen Zissou had called to inform him about the Chen family banquet. Then he ran into the scam artist on the road. This was highly implausible. Wuji narrowed his eyes and thought, there must be something fishy going on. This little old man must be someone sent to sabotage him, to trip him up, to prevent him from attending the banquet at the Chen family mansion. That's why they sent this man to block his path. Staring at the fake blood pool beneath the old man, Wuji felt his suspicions confirmed. This man kept insisting on being taken to the hospital for treatment and demanding compensation, clearly an attempt to delay him. With that realization, Wuji coldly waved him off. None of my concern. The old man froze, then, seeing this approach wouldn't work, immediately began wailing and wailing, crying out for his parents. Good heavens! What am I supposed to do now? You've knocked me down like this, what am I supposed to do now? I'm so old, with parents to care for and children to raise. You hit someone and just run off. Is there no law, no justice in this world? No matter how loudly he yelled, Wuji remained completely unmoved. If he stopped, he'd be falling right into his trap. Wuji walked toward his car, eager to hurry to the banquet. But the crowd around him only grew larger. They all accused Wuji of being heartless. As soon as he tried to leave, the crowd instantly surrounded him, blocking his path. What are you doing? We're all watching. Exactly. You hit an old man and just leave him there? Trying to run away? Have you no shame? Facing the crowd's scorn, Wuji pointed at the traffic light on the road and calmly analyzed, I was driving normally. This man ran the red light. If I didn't hit him, who would I hit? Today was my bad luck. If it hadn't been me, someone else would have hit him for running the red light. Hearing this, the onlookers exchanged puzzled glances. Right, the jaywalker bears full responsibility. The crowd turned their gaze back to the little old man on the ground. The old man grew flustered, stammering pitifully, I'm so old, my eyesight is failing. I couldn't see clearly. Even if I ran the red light first, couldn't you see it either? Are your eyesight failing too? Couldn't you see me? Couldn't you brake? You just had to plow into me. Coming so fast, didn't you even look at the road? You might have even been speeding. Faced with the old man's unreasonable accusations, Wuji sneered coldly. He didn't want to say much. He didn't want to waste his breath explaining either. He could only prove it with action. In full view of the crowd, he drew a small dagger from his waist, slowly advancing toward the whimpering old man on the ground. The sharp blade glinted blindingly in the sunlight, casting a cold gleam. What are you doing? The old man froze in terror, unable to decide whether to scramble to his feet or stay lying down. The crowd sucked in a collective gasp. Wuji narrowed his eyes dangerously, sneering with disdain, I'll show you the difference between true blood and fake blood. There are so many people here. You dare? The little old man thought he wouldn't dare stab himself with the knife. What? You hit me and don't want to pay up, so you want to silence me? Let me tell you, everyone here is watching. Wuji shrugged indifferently. I couldn't care less. Looks like you really aren't afraid of death. With that, Wuji suddenly lunged at the little old man with his knife. The old man, terrified, dropped his axe and sprang up from the ground. He cursed furiously, you bastard. You really are going to kill me. Seeing him like this, he no longer resembled the weak, pitiful victim he'd been moments before. Wuji twirled the knife in his hand, raising an eyebrow in mockery. What? No more pretending? Aren't you the one who wasn't afraid to die? Everyone who witnessed this scene was stunned. All fell silent. Those who had just been hurling insults at Wuji now fell quiet at the sight. The little old man, sensing trouble, quickly took off like a shot. Wuji saw no point in wasting time arguing with him. Having cleared the roadblock, he started his car and headed toward the Chen residence for the banquet. An extended Hummer pulled up slowly outside the Chen residence. Everyone instantly recognized it as the Su family's vehicle. The Su family had also come to attend the banquet hosted by the Chen family. Chapter 37, The Chen family's son-in-law. The moment the Su family arrived, they instantly became the focal point of the banquet. Those in the know understood it was the Chen family hosting, but the uninformed might have thought it was the Su family's banquet. The Su family was the most powerful and wealthiest among all the prominent families. The well-known eldest son of the Su family, Su Fengtian, was a good-for-nothing playboy with little talent of his own.
However, his aunt controlled the majority of the Su family's assets and shares. His uncle was also a high-ranking official in the National Military Department. No one dared to offend such a family. The reception staff outside the banquet hall lit up with excitement the moment they spotted the Su family arriving. They fawned over them like dogs, vying to serve them. Su Fengtian was thoroughly pleased, relishing the sensation of being fawned over. He pulled a wad of $100 bills from his coat and tossed them onto the floor. Good service, folks. Here's your tip. That must be close to 10,000 yuan. The reception staff had never seen so many 100 yuan bills scattered on the floor before. They scrambled, pushing and shoving, kneeling on the floor to scramble for the money. The Su family stepped onto the red carpet, making their grand entrance. Though the banquet guests were all from prominent families, they ultimately couldn't match the Su family's influence. The moment they saw the Su family, they all swarmed over, flashing obsequious smiles. They scrambled to curry favor with the Su family, each hoping to establish connections. A crowd gathered to greet Su Qingxia. Young Master Su is truly a fine specimen. Sister Qingxia, it's been ages. How did you become so elegant all of a sudden? Oh yes, it's enough to make the sisters green with envy. Where has your husband been making his fortune lately? Who knew the Chen family had such clout they even invited you? Su Qingxia chatted casually with the crowd, exchanging small talk here and there. Su Fengtian, meanwhile, craned his neck, scanning the crowd for Yi Wuji's figure. Seeing Yi Wuji was nowhere to be found, Su Fengtian felt quite smug. He secretly gloated inside. Ha, Yi Wuji, you think you're worthy of being here? Better focus on sorting out your own mess. Before long, the roar of engines echoed outside the banquet hall. A thunderous roar split the sky as Yi Wuji made his dazzling entrance. He drove the car, executed a drifting spin, and came to a smooth stop at the entrance. He opened the door and stepped out with an aura of dominance and cool. Yet despite such a flashy entrance, not a single person came to greet him. Perhaps he was the last one to arrive, as no one else was entering from outside. Yi Wuji awkwardly smoothed his hair and hurried toward the banquet. Before his foot had even crossed the threshold, the receptionist at the door called out to him. Hey! What are you doing? Yi Wuji glanced around. Seeing no one else nearby, he pointed at himself and asked, Are you talking to me? The receptionist snapped impatiently, Yes, you. What are you doing? Yi Wuji hadn't expected that at a banquet hosted by the Chen family, someone wouldn't recognize him. I'm here for the banquet. What's the problem? The snobbish receptionist eyed him disdainfully. You? Do you even know this is the Chen family's banquet? Which family do you belong to? You don't look like you're from any family. Another receptionist reached out toward Yi Wuji. Since you claim to be here for the banquet, where's your invitation? Someone nearby nodded in agreement. Exactly. Show your invitation. Only those invited by the Chen family can enter. Invitation? Yi Wuji found it laughable. He was attending his in-law's banquet. Did he really need an invitation? Yi Wuji shrugged his shoulders. I don't have an invitation. I was invited by Chen Zisu. No invitation? The receptionist barred him from entering. You expect to enter the banquet without an invitation? What? Trying to freeload? Exactly. Who do you think you are, daring to address the Chen family's eldest daughter by her given name? Don't get any ideas. Miss Chen Zisu would never invite someone of your lowly status. Yi Wuji shook his head helplessly and corrected them. I'm not Chen Zisu's friend. I'm her lawful husband. Hearing this, the receptionist froze. They exchanged glances. 2 seconds later, they burst into unrestrained laughter in unison. Ha! No way! Dude, you're still dreaming? One receptionist doubled over laughing. You must be desperate to get a rich woman to support you. You really will say anything. You're just some pretty boy. Don't you know your place? How dare you even think about the Chen family's eldest daughter? Yi Wuji swept them with a cold gaze, wondering who was truly ignorant. The receptionist stopped laughing and waved him away sharply. Get out of here. The banquet's about to start. Don't be an eyesore. Yi Wuji had no choice. He'd said all he could, but they still refused to believe him. He could only pull out his phone and, right in front of the receptionist, he dialed Chen Zisu's number. Moments later, the call connected. Hello? Zisu? Where are you? Could you come out and meet me? The people at the banquet entrance say I don't have an invitation and won't let me in. Chen Zisu soon emerged from the banquet, dressed in an elegant evening gown. Spotting Yi Wuji outside the door, she immediately launched into a scolding. What's gotten into you, Yi Wuji? Why did you take so long? Didn't I tell you to hurry over? Do you even realize how important this banquet is? Facing Chen Zisu's questioning, Yi Wuji didn't get angry. He just smiled. His gaze drifted toward the reception staff at the door who had just mocked him. Zisu, don't be angry. It wasn't my fault. I arrived early, but they insisted I didn't have an invitation and wouldn't let me in. Chen Zisu turned her fury on the reception staff. What's wrong with you people?
He's the son-in-law of the Chen family. What invitation does he need?
The reception staff had been dumbfounded since earlier. Turns out he was telling the truth about not finding this guy. They bowed repeatedly, apologizing to Yi Wuji.
Young Master Yi, we're truly sorry.
We were blind, failing to recognize a mountain when it stood before us.
Yi Wuji paid them no mind. Chen Zisu pulled him aside and whispered anxiously, how is it? Are you confident you can save the Chen family?
Yi Wuji nodded with a smile, replying casually, don't worry.
I'm absolutely certain. I've already found the right person. You can rest assured. Chen Zisu didn't press further, half believing, half doubting, as she led Yi Wuji into the banquet. Yi Wuji followed Chen Zisu into the banquet with unhurried composure. Wait here for now. I need to greet the guests. Chen Zisu settled him by the beverage area, gave her instructions, and turned to leave. As the eldest daughter of the Chen family, she naturally had to receive the guests arriving for the banquet. Okay. After watching her leave, Yi Wuji observed the banquet surroundings alone. Meanwhile, the Chang family, rushing to the scene, found themselves stuck in traffic halfway there. What's going on up ahead? Chang Yifan urged anxiously.
The driver replied awkwardly, Mr. Chang, there's a traffic jam up ahead.
Damn it, getting stuck in traffic now. Chapter 38, Selling the Daughter. Meanwhile, on the other side of the banquet, Yi Wuji observed carefully from the sidelines.
He noticed some faces seemed familiar, while others were completely unfamiliar. It seemed that those whose names he recognized all belonged to prominent families. Across the hall, the Su family stood at the center of the banquet, surrounded by a crowd of sycophants groveling at their feet, a truly conspicuous sight. Seeing this scene, Yi Wuji sneered with disdain.
He looked down on those sycophantic opportunists.
Yi Wuji muttered under his breath, it's true that flies don't land on seamless eggs, and the stinkier the more flies and mosquitoes are drawn to it. Su Fengtian scanned the crowd and naturally spotted Yi Wuji standing alone.
He couldn't help but feel surprised. How had Yi Wuji resolved the dispute so quickly? Seems next time we send people to deal with Yi Wuji, we'll need to send more. This one guy just isn't reliable.
With this thought, Su Fengtian smiled maliciously, clutching his wineglass as he strolled leisurely toward Yi Wuji. Tilting his head back, he looked down on Yi Wuji with a taunt. Yi Wuji, how dare you show your face at this banquet? If I were you, I'd be hiding 10,000 miles away.
How thick is your skin? Yi Wuji ignored the clownish provocation entirely. Su Fengtian, enraged by his deliberate disregard. He spat, don't get too cocky. You're nothing. Think you're so great? Ha! Do you really think you can save the Chen family? Forget it. You don't have what it takes.
Su Fengtian shot a meaningful glance toward Chen Zisu, who was warmly greeting guests in the distance.
Chen Zisu was truly beautiful and alluring. He grinned lecherously, who knows? Maybe the Chen family's eldest daughter will be mine someday.
The moment he mentioned Chen Zisu, Yi Wuji glared at him.
What do you mean by that? What, didn't you get it? Wasn't I clear enough? Su Fengtian roared with laughter. Let me tell you something. Do you really think the Chen family trusts you? No way. You don't have what it takes. Let me tell you, only I have the ability.
I have the power to help the Chen family resolve their crisis. Chen Zisu and her parents promised me if I can resolve the Chen family's crisis, she'll immediately sever all ties with you.
Su Fengtian was utterly confident.
Of course. Since I'm helping the Su family, Chen Zisu has naturally agreed to be with me. Yi Wuji, I won't just take your life, I'll make you suffer.
I'll snatch away everything and everyone around you.
A sinister glint flashed in Su Fengtian's eyes. Hearing this, Yi Wuji's rage boiled over.
Fuming with fury, he clenched his fists tightly. He wanted nothing more than to crush Su Fengtian's skull right then and there. The Chen family elders were utterly foolish.
Doing nothing, they'd only sell their daughter when the Chen family faced crisis. Just as Yi Wuji prepared to unleash a torrent of abuse at Su Fengtian, a large procession entered through the banquet hall doors. Their numbers were vast, nearly filling the entire banquet hall. Every member was dressed in opulent attire, exuding an air of extraordinary refinement, clearly members of a prominent family.
At the head of the procession stood Chang Yifan.
The moment the Chang family arrived, the banquet erupted in renewed excitement. The Chang family was one of the three great families. It would not be an exaggeration to say the Changs were the foremost among them. Especially its patriarch, Chang Yifan, the most capable, resourceful, and astute leader the family had ever known. The Chang family stood on equal footing with the Su family, and perhaps even surpassed them. After all, they had powerful backers.
Moreover, the Chang family's prestige is renowned nationwide, and they are a collateral branch of the royal nobility.
Every member of the Chang family holds significant titles, and each is a force to be reckoned with. Anyone who dares to cross the Changs will surely face a fate worse than death. Those who successfully partnered with the Changs found their fortunes rising accordingly. Upon seeing the Chang family arrive, the crowd that had just been gathered around the Su family shifted like a wall of reeds. Their eyes lit up at the sight of the Chang family. They swarmed toward the Chang family, their faces contorted with fawning flattery.
Mr. Chang, how did you personally come here? What an honor to behold the true presence of Mr. Chang today, truly a blessing of a lifetime. Mr. Chang, you look much healthier lately. Mr. Chang, I heard you attended an auction recently? Did you manage to snag any treasures? Surrounded by a swarm of chattering people, he felt like he was being interviewed by reporters. Chang Yifan frowned in displeasure, feeling quite irritated. If it weren't for his benefactor being here, he wouldn't have bothered attending this trivial family gathering. Yi Wuji looked up at the sound and spotted Chang Yifan. Chang Yifan, of course, caught his gaze instantly. Their eyes met, and both understood. They exchanged a faint, knowing smile. Chen Zixu, standing nearby, was surprised to see Chang Yifan personally attending her family's banquet. Just as her surprise turned to delight, she followed Chang Yifan's gaze and spotted Yi Wuji. The two shared a knowing smile, as if connected by an unspoken bond. Chen Zixu couldn't fathom how Yi Wuji could possibly be connected to the head of the Chang family. Could it be? Countless speculations swirled in her mind. But the moment she considered the possibility that Yi Wuji might fail to help the Chen family escape their predicament, forcing her to be with that scum Su Fengtian, Chen Zixu felt a wave of nausea wash over her. She gazed at Yi Wuji with a complex expression. Her feelings toward Yi Wuji were a mix of hatred and lingering hope. Chen Zixu feared he might deceive her. After all, it was because of Yi Wuji that the Chen family had fallen into hardship, leading to her father selling her to Su Fengtian. Because of him, her life had become so miserable, and she and her daughter had endured so much humiliation and threats. Yet Chen Zixu also hoped Yi Wuji could truly keep his word and help the Chen family escape their troubles. That way, she wouldn't have to stay with Su Fengtian. She hoped he could truly make the changes and amends he promised. Yi Wuji knew nothing of Chen Zixu's inner turmoil. Right now, he was simply waiting for the Chang family to arrive. Just as he prepared to approach the Chang family to greet them, a ringtone sounded. It was Yi Wuji. His phone had suddenly rung. Seeing it was Zhao Xinghe calling, Yi Wuji stepped outside to take the call. While he was on the call, Chang Jiao looked around frantically for the benefactor. He felt increasingly irritated by the people around him. After ending the call, Yi Wuji re-entered the banquet and stood in an inconspicuous corner. He saw Chang Yifan pushing through the crowd, holding a contract in his hand. "Step aside, please. Don't block the way," he said calmly. The others promptly made way for the head of the Chang family. The head of the Chang family scanned the room intently. His gaze darted anxiously through the crowd in the banquet hall, searching for something. He was puzzled. He had clearly seen his benefactor just moments ago, yet the moment he turned away, the person had vanished without a trace. The head of the Chang family seemed to recall something and glanced in that direction. Chapter 39, The Contract. Seeing the Chang family arrive, and moreover, the head of the Chang family, Chang Yifan, personally attending the banquet, Chen Baichuan was so excited he couldn't stop grinning. He never imagined that representatives from all three major families would attend, and that the head of the Chang family would personally lead the delegation. Though he didn't know the purpose of the head's visit, it certainly offered some advantage to the Chen family's crisis. Chen Baichuan stepped forward to receive them personally. The Changs deserved a grand welcome. He hadn't even personally greeted the Su family when they arrived, which spoke volumes about the Chang family's immense prestige. Head of the Chang family. I never imagined you would personally attend this banquet. Your presence truly graces this humble gathering. Chen Baichuan's smile stretched from ear to ear, his flattery flowing effortlessly, desperate to curry favor with the powerful Chang family. My apologies for the lack of a proper welcome. You must be exhausted from the journey. We've reserved a special VIP seat for you. Please take your place. Chen Baichuan's attempt to curry favor was painfully obvious, practically screaming, "I'm trying to suck up to you," right off his face. Get out of my way. Chang Yifan paid him no mind, instead looking around on his own. Ignoring the crowd's playful chatter and commotion, he walked and looked, as if searching for someone. Seeing Chang Yifan ignore him, Chen Baichuan didn't feel like he'd been snubbed. He kept grinning apologetically. What are you looking for, head of the Chang family? Looking for someone. Chang Yifan replied coldly, not even glancing at him. Chen Baichuan was puzzled. Who at his banquet could possibly warrant Chang Yifan's personal search? Regardless of who it was, Chen Baichuan bustled about, trailing behind Chang Yifan to assist in the search. Yi Wuji, having just returned from a phone call, stood nearby, watching Chang Yifan frantically search. He knew without a doubt that the person Chang Yifan was searching for was himself. Yi Wuji stood motionless, arms crossed, in an inconspicuous corner. He observed quietly, patiently waiting for Chang Yifan to spot him and approach. Some minor families nearby, watching the spectacle, noticed Yi Wuji staring intently at Chang Yifan. They sneered mockingly, "Heh, stop staring. You've already latched onto the Chen family, and now you're trying to climb onto the Changs? Dreaming of becoming a phoenix perched on a branch? The Chang family isn't the Chen family. It's not a high branch just anyone can climb." Exactly. What a delusion. Think the head of the Chang family is after you? That's laughable. Some people wouldn't look like a crown prince even if they wore the dragon robe. Exactly. If you ask me, you're nothing but a eunuch. Ha! The group traded barbs, their insults veiled yet pointed. Yi Wuji's face darkened as he waited to prove them wrong. Just then, Su Fengtian spotted him and sauntered over. He sneered contemptuously, "What? Suddenly want to suck up to the Chang family now? As if the Chang family head would even acknowledge you. Look at your status and standing. The Chang family would never choose you."
Su Fengtian and several other spoiled young masters hurled a barrage of cold, sarcastic remarks at Yi Wuji. In front of the Chen family members, Su Fengtian boasted, "The Chen family still needs our Su family.
Chen Zissou will be mine sooner or later."
His words drew laughter from the crowd.
Chen Zissou's face flushed alternately pale and crimson upon hearing it. Seeing everyone ridiculing Yi Wuji, she felt a pang of pity. After all, over the days they'd spent together, Yi Wuji had done many things that had touched her heart. Chen Zissou stepped forward to speak for him. "Enough. Shut up. Have you all finished mocking him? What business is it of yours how Yi Wuji is? This is the Chen family's banquet. Don't you think it's outrageous to speak this way about our son-in-law?
The Chen family's affairs are for the Chen family to handle.
It's none of your business to interfere."
Seeing Chen Zissou stand up to protect him, Yi Wuji looked at her, deeply moved. He silently vowed within himself, "Zissou, I will never let you down.
Never." Hearing Chen Zissou's words, the young masters burst into even louder laughter. Don't we all know the Su family's current state? When the wall falls, everyone pushes. Your Su family is nothing now. Exactly. Just showing up at this banquet is us doing your Su family a huge favor. Don't get too full of yourselves.
Chen Baichuan, hearing the commotion, hurried over to apologize to the various families. Feeling his pride wounded, Chen Baichuan publicly reprimanded and scolded Chen Zissou. Chen Zissou watched her father scold her in front of outsiders, her heart filled with bitter resentment.
Chang Yifan, noticing the commotion, was drawn over as well. In a small corner of the crowd, he spotted Yi Wuji. "Hey, buddy. There you are. Finally found you."
Chang Yifan waved the contract in his hand, a broad smile lighting up his face as he jogged over to Yi Wuji. Chang Yifan grasped Yi Wuji's hand with respectful enthusiasm, as if greeting a long-lost friend.
"Brother, I came to this banquet specifically for you. I'm here to express my gratitude."
The head of the Chang family, the foremost of the three great families, was showing such humility and respect toward Yi Wuji. Those who had just been gossiping moments ago were stunned, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets.
They couldn't believe their eyes. Holy crap! Are you kidding me? The person the head of the Chang family was looking for was Yi Wuji? Is this for real? What did he do?
The Chen family had truly risen from serfs to landlords.
Everyone was so stunned they couldn't speak.
Chen Baichuan stood frozen in mid-air, watching the two men shake hands warmly.
What the hell was going on?
The Su family members were so furious their faces turned green, their resentment boiling over.
The Chang family and Yi Wuji were truly stealing the spotlight. Only Chen Zissou shed 2 tears of overwhelming emotion.
She knew the Chen family had been saved. Trusting Yi Wuji had been the right choice. He truly hadn't disappointed her expectations.
"Thank you for coming all this way, Mr. Chang."
Yi Wuji nodded with a faint smile, observing the humiliated crowd.
"Not at all, young man.
I told you your matters are my matters. I promised I'd help the Chen family with their troubles, and I will see it through."
Chang Yifan's sincerity was absolute.
He was genuinely grateful for Yi Wuji's repeated assistance. Moreover, he genuinely wished to befriend him.
Chang Yifan had a strong premonition that Yi Wuji was no ordinary man. His judgment of people was spot on.
Seeing that all the guests and representatives from the major families had arrived,
Chen Baichuan gathered the crowd, preparing to take the stage and deliver today's banquet speech. "Everyone, please quiet down for a moment. I'd like to say a few words. I'm deeply grateful to all of you for coming today and honoring me, Chen, with your presence." Chen Baichuan's voice echoed throughout the grand hall.
Yet no one noticed the shadowy figure lurking in the darkness, stealthily making its way toward the main circuit breaker switch of the banquet hall.
Chapter 40, Cooperation. Chen Baichuan's impassioned speech drew enthusiastic applause and support from the audience below the stage. Everyone pretended ignorance while knowing full well the true purpose behind the Chen family's banquet.
Given the Chen family's current predicament, they had no choice but to invite other clans to step forward, seeking investments and sponsorships, hoping someone would help resolve their difficulties.
But it wasn't that simple.
The economic problems the Chen family faced required the backing of major clans. Smaller families simply lacked the resources to help. Each family harbored their own hidden agendas. Some even hoped the Chen family would collapse sooner rather than later.
After Chen Baichuan finished his speech, Chang Yifan personally took the microphone.
He announced to the assembled guests, "I too have a few words to share.
I wish to make an announcement. Please hear me out."
As the head of the Chang family spoke, the crowd gazed at him with reverence. They all understood the weight of Chang Yifan's words.
"Today, here, I announce a major decision."
Chang Yifan was about to discuss the contract signing. But before he could finish, suddenly, all the lights in the banquet hall went out.
Darkness enveloped the room, obscuring all sight. The guests were thrown into panic. Ah! What's happening? We can't see a thing. How is the Chen family hosting this banquet? Power outage? Chang Yifan impatiently urged the maintenance crew. What's going on? I haven't finished speaking yet. Fix it quickly. Chen Baichuan was sweating profusely with anxiety. He hadn't anticipated such a mishap during Chang Yifan's speech. He stepped forward to reassure the crowd. Everyone, please don't worry. I've already sent someone to fix it. Stay calm. Hurry up and find out what's wrong. Chen Baichuan followed the maintenance crew, his anxiety palpable. Hurry up and fix it.
Soon, the technicians pinpointed the issue. The main circuit breaker in the hall had blown, causing the power outage.
Chen Baichuan was astonished. How could the main circuit breaker have burned out? Hadn't it just been replaced? But at least it was fixed. If the banquet had been ruined, the Chen family would have been finished for good. Chen Baichuan exhaled a heavy breath and patted his chest. As the lights came back on, the hall was once again illuminated. The guests finally quieted down, and everything seemed unchanged. Shen Zissou kindly reminded everyone to check if anything was missing. During the blackout, visibility was zero. Had any valuables fallen out?
At this, everyone bent down to check their pockets and bags for missing items.
Where's my contract? Chang Yifan's deep voice broke the silence. I've lost something. The contract I brought with me is gone.
Hearing this, Chen Baichuan felt a chill in his heart. Losing anyone else's belongings wouldn't matter, but if the Chang family head's items were missing, that would be a major problem.
What happened? What's missing? Chen Baichuan stepped forward to inquire. Let us help you search. Chang Yifan was also frantic. My contract. Why is it only my things that go missing? The guests murmured in dismay. What's going on? Why does everything always involve the Chun family? Who would dare steal the Chang family patriarch's belongings?
They must be tired of living.
Exactly. Let's see how the Chens handle this. The contract vanished at their banquet.
If the head of the Chang family gets angry, I wonder if the Chun family can handle it.
What kind of contract did the Chang family bring that's so important? Su Feng Tian, silently observing all this with a smirk.
A sly gleam flashed in his eyes as he thought to himself, the Chens have no chance of recovery. This will surely create enmity with the Changs. Once they've offended the Chens will never know peace. It was clear that the main circuit breaker in the banquet hall had been sabotaged by someone he had secretly instructed. And the loss of the Chang family's crucial contract? That was his doing too. Su Fengtian approached with feigned concern, his face etched with regret as he offered hollow consolation. What's happened, head of the Chang family? Let us help you search. If it truly can't be found, perhaps it's best to stop.
It's exhausting. You've traveled so far to attend this banquet, and now to lose something so vital. What terrible luck. Su Fengtian's words were laced with sarcasm and veiled insinuations.
Chen Baichuan was both anxious and furious at his words. He couldn't afford to offend the Chang family, so he could only keep apologizing. The vast banquet hall was packed with people of all kinds.
Finding a single contract was like searching for a needle in a haystack. Suddenly, Chen Baichuan had an idea: search everyone.
The contract had been lost at the banquet, so it could only be among the banquet attendees. At this suggestion, Su Fengtian, guilty as charged, was the first to object.
What's the deal? We're not thieves, why should we be searched? This is disrespectful. Besides, would we care about a mere contract? Something lost at your Chen residence, shouldn't you be the ones responsible? You're the prime suspects. The Cheng family might be untouchable to you Chens, but do you really think you can push us around?
Hearing Chen Baichuan's words, the others grew indignant and refused the search.
They agreed with Su Fengtian's reasoning. Exactly. What gives you the right? We're not some insignificant clan. Who do you think you're looking down on? Insulting us as thieves?
Seeing himself become the target of everyone's anger, the situation spiraled out of control. Chen Baichuan wanted to explain but found himself at a loss for words, unsure how to proceed. Shen Zissou watched her father being attacked, pacing anxiously by his side. Yi Wuji, however, watched the spectacle like a spectator, arms crossed in mock amusement. His expression held a hint of a smile, as if he were an outsider to this farce.
Why aren't you saying anything? Shen Zissou fumed at his detached, indifferent demeanor. What should we do now?
Yi Wuji gave her a faint glance and soothed, don't worry.
Just watch. Just watch? How can I just watch?
Chen Zissou and Chen Baichuan were both on the verge of despair. The Chen family was utterly finished. Just then, Chang Yifan stepped forward abruptly, cutting off the argument.
Enough, stop arguing. Everyone, quiet down. Let's just forget about that contract.
Amidst the puzzled stares of everyone present, Chang Yifan took a brand new document from his wife's hands. He waved it in his hand.
I anticipated this outcome. The lost contract was a fake. The one I hold now is the genuine one.
The crowd fell into a daze upon hearing this. In truth, Yi Wuji had instructed him to do this. Chang Yifan had been stuck in traffic on his way here.
Yi Wuji had warned him to be cautious and provided these strategies. Now, Yi Wuji's stature in Chang Yifan's eyes soared even higher. He was not only a divine physician but also a master of divine calculations. Su Fengtian's expression was one of utter shock. Chen Baichuan's heart finally settled. Thank goodness nothing had happened. But then he wondered, what exactly was the Chang family up to? Why would they specifically announce it at the Chun family banquet to all the clans? Could it be they intended to directly acquire the Chun family's shares and announce the Chen family's bankruptcy? The thought sent a wave of anxiety crashing over him. Chen Baichuan's relief quickly gave way to apprehension. He cautiously inquired, might I ask, with whom does the Chang family head intend to collaborate? Chang Yifan replied casually, with the Chen family. Upon hearing the answer, Chen Baichuan froze in place, utterly unable to believe his ears. Chang Yifan then added, no, to be precise, the Chang family intends to collaborate with Yi Wuji and Chen Zissou. All eyes immediately turned to Yi Wuji and Chen Zissou. The head of the Chang family had personally named them to come sign the contract. Chapter 41, The Medicine Shop. What? Chen Baichuan's jaw dropped, doubting his own ears. The head of the Chang family had specifically requested Yi Wuji and Chen Zissou to sign the contract. Chang Yifan gave Yi Wuji a slight nod of acknowledgement. Yes, I am about to collaborate with the Chen family. Chen Baichuan's heart leapt with joy. The Chang family's partnership with the Chen family was nothing short of rescuing them from dire straits. Head of the Chang family, this is. Chen Baichuan couldn't fathom it. He had no prior connection with the Chang family, why would they suddenly partner with them? He was both stunned and exhilarated. When news of Chang Yifan's partnership with the Chen family spread, reactions among the other clans ran the gamut: astonishment, envy, and bewilderment. What's going on? Did I hear that right? Is this for real? What is the head of the Chang family thinking, partnering with the Chens? Exactly. Does he even know the Chen family's current situation? They're in a severe financial crisis, and he's partnering with them? How did the Chens manage to latch onto such a powerful ally? It's infuriating. How does the Chang family pick their partners? Everyone was stunned by Chang Yifan's decision. Even Chen Zissou, who was directly addressed, looked utterly bewildered and astonished. She looked dazedly from Chang Yifan to Yi Wuji, it all felt so unreal. Chen Zissou asked incredulously, the Chang family head said they're partnering with the Chen family? Yi Wuji raised an eyebrow, nodding uncertainly. But why? Chen Zissou hadn't regained her composure. You didn't promise the head of the Chang family something, did you? Watching her dazed and bewildered expression, Yi Wuji couldn't help but chuckle. Don't read too much into it. I'm not doing anything illegal, nor did I agree to help him with anything. Saying this, Yi Wuji affectionately flicked her nose with his finger. There you go. See? I keep my word. I'll find a way to save the Chen family. Chen Zissou blushed at his gesture, lowering her head coyly. Impossible. How could it be the Chen family? Su Fengtian was furious throughout the entire exchange, his face flushed crimson, grinding his teeth in rage. His face turned green with rage, heedless of the enmity he'd incur with the Chang family. He stepped forward, his voice sharp with scorn. How old is the Chang family head? He has a wife and children. A respectable family head, and yet, he dares to compete with me for a woman? He sneered sarcastically, don't tell me you've got your eye on Chen Zissou too? Talk about having your cake and eating it. At your age, still playing around like this, can your body even handle it? Faced with Su Fengtian's insulting words, Chen Zissou instantly felt wronged, her eyes welling up with tears. For the sake of the Chen family, Chen Baichuan treated her as a bargaining chip to save the clan, casually trading her away. Yi Wuji stepped in front of her, shielding her with his body. His gaze turned fierce as he glared at Su Fengtian. Nonsense! Chen Zissou is my wife. She's not up for grabs. Hearing this, Chen Zissou lifted her tear-filled eyes and gazed at his towering figure with deep emotion. Yi Wuji. Su Fengtian eyed them with scorn. The Su family is the second greatest clan, no less than your Chen family. You dare challenge me for her? Chang Yifan's blood boiled. Pointing an accusing finger at Su Fengtian, he shouted, you mere upstart of the Su family. Who do you think you are, pointing fingers? You have no right to speak here. So what if it's the Su family? They're nothing special. Our Chang family isn't some pushover to be bullied around. Chang Yifan barked sternly, I'm not here for anyone from the Chen family, least of all their eldest daughter. I am the head of the Chang family, stop spreading slanderous lies. His gaze shifted to Yi Wuji as he spoke with utmost respect, I have come for this young man. He has done us both, me personally and the entire Chang family, a great service. He is our benefactor. Were it not for the fact that this young man is the son-in-law of the Chen family, I would not assist any clan. I have come personally solely to repay his kindness. Yi Wuji nodded in acknowledgement to Chang Yifan. Mr. Chang, you flatter me. It was nothing more than a small favor. Su Fengtian sneered coldly. Him? What could he possibly accomplish? A benefactor of the Chang family? That's laughable. What could Yi Wuji possibly accomplish? A benefactor of the Chang family? That's laughable. He's just a freeloader, a son-in-law who married into the Chun family. Without the Chens, what would he be? Could it be that the head of the Chang family has some dirt on Yi Wuji? Why else would they be fawning over him like this? Su Fengtian's envious expression was plain for all to see. How could he possibly want the Chang and Chen families to collaborate? His true goal was to witness Yi Wuji's complete downfall, to see him ruined, his family torn apart, and to torment him slowly. And in doing so, he could control the Chen family, killing two birds with one stone. Just as success seemed imminent with the Chun family on the brink of bankruptcy, leaving him free to pounce, the Chang family suddenly barged into metal. How could Su Fengtian not be furious? Shut your mouth. Chang Yifan roared angrily. Who do you think you are, speaking like that? Su Fengtian had not only insulted him personally, but also defamed Yi Wuji. This infuriated Chang Yifan. At his command, a group of Chang family bodyguards closed in behind him, ready for a fight. What do you think you're doing? Su Fengtian shouted the moment he saw this. My uncle is the minister of the military. With that, he waved his hand, and the Su family's bodyguards surged forward as well. The atmosphere was tense and volatile, with both sides locked in a standoff, ready to erupt at any moment. Chaos erupted in the banquet hall. The guests were also panicking, fearing they might get caught in the crossfire of the two major families' dispute. The current situation gave Yi Wuji a severe headache. He let out a low growl, silencing the noisy crowd. He didn't want the Chen family to be humiliated in front of everyone at their own banquet. Yi Wuji radiated a chilling, terrifying aura, as if he could freeze time itself. The air itself grew bitterly cold. A single glance from Yi Wuji sent the Su family bodyguards reeling under the pressure, trembling visibly. They instinctively took several steps back. At that moment, Chang Yifan stepped forward, his stance unwavering. This young man is our Chang family's benefactor. I, Chang Yifan, will protect him to the end. I, Chang Yifan, make this clear: anyone who dares oppose Yi Wuji is opposing my Chang family. And you all know exactly what happens to those who cross the Chang family. As he spoke, Chang Yifan narrowed his eyes and scanned the crowd. Hearing his words, the banquet guests all sucked in their breath. This is the Chang family who could possibly afford to cross them? Chang Yifan issued another warning to Su Fengtian: I hold no regard for your Su family. Watch your mouths. Su Fengtian refused to back down. After all, he had his aunt and uncle to back him up. Humph. Others may fear you, but I certainly don't. He waved his hand, his expression turning vicious. None of you are leaving today. Seeing this, the Su family bodyguards stepped forward, ready to attack the Chang and Chen families. Looking for death. Yi Wuji leapt forward. In the next instant, dozens of bodyguards were sent flying through the air. Wails of pain filled the air. Then, Yi Wuji turned and delivered a backhand slap to Su Fengtian's face. Instantly, his face swelled like a pig's head. Su Fengtian felt his head buzzing, his vision blurring. Yi Wuji disdainfully brushed the dust off his hand. He gave him a dismissive glance and said, I told you to shut up. Staggered by the blow, Su Fengtian stood unsteadily, obediently keeping his mouth shut. Witnessing Yi Wuji's swift action, the crowd froze in shock. They immediately fell silent, not daring to make a sound. They feared the next slap might land on their own faces. Su Fengtian, humiliated and his face lost, seethed with resentment. Yet he dared not act out his anger unspoken. He could only swallow his pride and endure silently. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yi Wuji and Chen Zisu signed the contract with the Chang family. Zhao Xinghao was dispatched by Yi Wuji to search for medicinal herbs to treat Yi Zihan. As soon as he found a lead, he immediately contacted Yi Wuji. Boss, I found what you were looking for. Where? Hearing news about medicine for his daughter's treatment, Yi Wuji's heart tightened. At Yucatang Chinese medicine shop on 32nd Street in the western suburbs. Got it. Yi Wuji silently committed the shop's address to memory. Chapter 42, The Mysterious Figure. Yi Wuji and Chen Zisu signed a contract with the Chang family. This also signified the collaboration between the Chen family and the Chang family. The Chen family was saved. With the Chang family's support, they could finally escape their financial crisis. After the successful signing, the banquet concluded perfectly. Chen Baichuan was beaming with joy. His view of Yi Wuji also shifted slightly. His tone grew considerably more cordial. Well, Wuji, I never imagined you'd become so capable. You managed to get the Chang family involved right away. Now I can finally relax completely. He couldn't resist patting Yi Wuji's shoulder with satisfaction. I truly didn't misjudge you, Wuji. You're remarkably capable. You've really made me look at you with new respect. Yi Wuji merely smiled politely in response. Father-in-law, you flatter me. This is simply my duty. But inwardly, he couldn't help but find it amusing. After all, it was they who had initially made such a fuss about their dissatisfaction, they who had opposed his relationship with Zisu, and they who had looked down on him. Now that they'd reaped the benefits and tasted the sweetness, their attitude had done a complete 180. People. Yi Wuji shook his head and smiled bitterly as he pondered this. What's wrong, Yi Wuji? Chen Zisu noticed his unusual behavior and quickly asked with concern, are you feeling unwell? Yi Wuji waved his hand. No, nothing. Just lost in thought. Chen Zisu relaxed, looking at him gratefully. Thank you so much this time. Forgive me for not trusting you. Yi Wuji gazed at her tenderly, his voice soft. It's alright, Zisu. Don't say that. You don't need to apologize to me, nor do you need to thank me. We're family. Besides, this is what I owe you. I promised I'd make it up to you. I keep my promises. Chen Zisu met his resolute gaze, and the softest part of her heart was touched. Perhaps, all these years, Yi Wuji had his reasons for leaving without a word. Perhaps she had misunderstood him all along. Chen Zisu was deeply moved. As the two gazed at each other tenderly, lost in each other's embrace, Chen Baichuan cleared his throat awkwardly. Sorry to interrupt, but your elders are still here. Lin Jiao teased playfully, save the sweet talk for when you're alone. Chen Zisu blushed instantly upon hearing this. Chen Baichuan thanked Yi Wuji, but recalling his past actions and the troubles he carried, a lingering resentment still gnawed at his heart. Yi Wuji was adept at reading people's expressions and sensed this unease. So he didn't linger any longer at the Chen residence. Chen Baichuan could only see him off politely. Chen Zisu and Yi Wuji bid farewell to Chen Baichuan and left the banquet together. On the way, Chen Zisu couldn't help but ask. How did you manage to get the head of the Cheng family to personally come and collab with the Chen family? What method did you use? Yi Wuji's hand paused on the steering wheel. After a long silence, he pondered for a moment. Then he said indifferently, how can I explain it to you? You probably won't believe me. All I can tell you is that I helped the Cheng family resolve some troublesome matters. Chen Zisu listened, and sure enough, she didn't quite believe him. She eyed Yi Wuji skeptically. Clearly, she didn't quite buy that he'd helped the Cheng family. Yet the outcome was undeniable. The Cheng family had personally intervened to aid the Chen family. This was an undeniable fact. She couldn't help but believe it. Yi Wuji drove Chen Zisu back to the villa. Seeing that it was still early, he drove alone to the Yucatang herbal pharmacy to seek medicine for his daughter. Yi Wuji searched the outskirts of the city for quite some time before finally locating this hidden herbal pharmacy. The moment he stepped inside, a strong herbal scent hit him. This place was really hard to find. Yi Wuji stepped inside and scanned the room. Was anyone there? The shop was small, with simple, old-fashioned decor reminiscent of ancient pharmacies from the last century. The counter faced the entrance directly, with large redwood medicine boxes stacked behind it. On the counter sat figurines symbolizing wealth and prosperity. When no one answered after a long wait, Yi Wuji tapped on the counter. Is anyone there? Hearing the sound, an elderly man with graying hair emerged from within. Coming. Someone's here. The old man, wearing reading glasses, squinted. It's been ages since we had a customer. What might you need? Yi Wuji stated his purpose. I'm here to get some medicine. The herbs I need are quite rare. He listed the names of the herbs he sought. The old man was startled upon hearing them. This is the first time I've seen someone come asking for such precious herbs. The things you mentioned? You won't find them anywhere else. But young man, you've come to the right place. I have them all. With a cheerful smile, the old man turned to gather the herbs. Soon, the herbs were packaged and placed before Yi Wuji. The old man grinned slyly. Finally, a big customer to fleece properly. He opened his mouth to demand 5 million. Yi Wuji didn't bat an eye, swiping his card to pay without hesitation. He said nothing outwardly, but inwardly he silently grumbled, 5 million for a few doses of medicine? Just grabbing someone and fleecing them. No wonder he had no customers. But he didn't care about the money. Seeing Yi Wuji pay so readily, the old man was stunned, even regretting asking for too little. Yi Wuji took the medicine and started walking back. Just as he stepped out of the shop, a dark figure suddenly darted forward and snatched the herbs from his hands. Yi Wuji gasped in shock. Who? A masked man clad in black material appeared before him, waving the stolen herbs in his hand. The mysterious figure held the herbs close to his nostrils, sniffing them through the mask. He glanced at the herbal shop behind Yi Wuji and sneered with disdain, TSK. What's going on, Yi Wuji? How did you sink to this level? Can't you even afford to get medicine from a proper place anymore? He tossed the herbs back at Yi Wuji with disdain. I don't want these herbs even if you gave them to me. Yi Wuji caught the herbs with lightning reflexes and carefully tucked them away. Gazing at the unfamiliar, mysterious figure before him, he coldly remarked, giving this medicine to you would be a waste. What did you say? The mysterious figure, hearing this, lunged forward to teach Yi Wuji a lesson. Yi Wuji paid him no mind. He dodged the stranger's attacks with ease. A spinning kick sent the stranger tumbling to the ground. The mysterious man was struck down. He stared at Yi Wuji in disbelief, exclaiming in shock, how could you? No one had ever lasted 3 moves against him. This was the first time he'd been struck. Yi Wuji sneered coldly with disdain. Someone like you? I could easily take out 10 of you with one hand. Seeing the situation turn against him, the mysterious figure realized he was clearly no match for Yi Wuji alone. He could only flee in disarray. As he fled, he spat out a threat, "Next time, I won't let you off so easily." Yi Wuji paid him no mind, nor did he deign to pursue. He turned and left with the medicine. On his way home, Yi Wuji kept replaying the stranger's appearance in his mind. What was he after? A strange sense of familiarity stirred in his mind. He couldn't help but notice that the man's movements seemed strikingly similar to the Jiang family's martial arts techniques. Chapter 43, Poisoned. Lost in thought, Yi Wuji was jolted back to reality by the ringing of his phone. He picked up the phone to see it was Chen Zisu calling. Yi Wuji quickly answered. "Hello, Zisu. What is it?" "Yi Wuji, where are you?" Chen Zisu's panicked voice rang out. It struck him like a bolt of lightning. Seeing her state, Yi Wuji panicked. "I'm on my way home right now." "What's wrong? What happened?" Chen Zisu choked out. "Xiao Han is in terrible pain. Hurry back. I don't know what's wrong with her." Hearing his daughter was in trouble, Yi Wuji slammed his foot on the gas pedal. His voice steady, he reassured her, "Don't panic. I'll be there soon." Yi Wuji first calmed Chen Zisu before rushing home. His speed was almost takeoff worthy. He ignored every traffic light along the way, and pedestrians couldn't even make out what huge thing had just zoomed past. Within mere minutes, he reached the villa's entrance. Without even closing the car door, Yi Wuji burst into the house only to find it completely empty. The vast villa was empty, no sign of his wife or daughter. Yi Wuji was frantic with worry. His mood had plummeted to rock bottom, and he could only pace back and forth near the entrance. He kept dialing Chen Zisu's number, but it was constantly busy. The worst possible thought began to take root in Yi Wuji's mind. Had they been kidnapped? He immediately called Zhao Xinghe to ask about the situation. "Zhao Xinghe, where are my wife and daughter? How come they're gone when I get home? If anything happens to them, I'll hold you personally responsible." "Boss, calm down. The lady and the little miss are safe. It was just a sudden emergency, so she took the little miss to the hospital." "Then what are you waiting for? Hurry to the hospital and protect them." Upon hearing they were merely at the hospital, Yi Wuji finally relaxed. He dispatched Zhao Xinghe to protect them. He stayed home to prepare the medicine he'd brought back before heading to the hospital. Arriving at the city center hospital, Yi Wuji immediately spotted Chen Zisu rushing about frantically. He hurried over to Zisu. "I'm here. How's Xiao Han?" Chen Zisu saw him arrive and reproached him. "Yi Wuji, what kind of father are you? Do you have any idea how much Xiao Han is suffering? Where the hell were you when we needed you most?" As she spoke, tears streamed down Chen Zisu's face. Yi Wuji comforted her. "Don't worry, Zisu. I have a way to cure Xiao Han. I've already gotten the medicine for her." Chen Zisu lifted her tear-streaked face, looking at him suspiciously. "What? You got medicine? You know what medicine she needs? So you knew about Xiao Han's condition all along, but you kept it from me? You hid it from me, didn't you?" Chen Zisu didn't believe Yi Wuji's explanation. "No, Zisu, listen to me." Just as Yi Wuji was about to explain, the doctor emerged from the lab carrying a report. "Who is Xiao Han's family member?" Chen Zisu immediately stepped forward. "I am. How is my daughter? The situation isn't looking good." The doctor shook his head, handing her the report. "Why didn't you bring her in sooner? Your daughter is showing signs of poisoning. We haven't identified the specific cause yet, but the toxin has already infiltrated her heart and blood vessels." The doctor's words plunged Chen Zisu into an ice cellar, her heart instantly turning half frozen. "Poisoning?" She stared at the test results in disbelief, then broke down in tears. "Why? How could this happen? How could this happen to Xiao Han?" Chen Zisu clutched Yi Wuji's clothes tightly, her eyes blazing with fury as she glared at him. "Tell me. Did you know all along? Speak up. Why didn't you tell me? How could Xiao Han have been poisoned?" Yi Wuji remained silent for a long time. Finally, he spoke slowly. "Zisu, calm down. I have a solution. I didn't tell you because I didn't want you to worry. I can fix this." "Solve it," she snapped. "You always say that." Chen Zisu couldn't hear a word he was saying now. Her heart was filled with nothing but rage. "How are you going to fix it now? Tell me. What about Xiao Han?" Yi Wuji only gripped her trembling shoulders, letting her pound against him. He looked at her with unwavering resolve. "Zisu, I promise. Trust me. I have a way to cure Xiao Han." Chen Zisu shook her head, finding Yi Wuji utterly unreliable. She sobbed, "I can't gamble with Xiao Han's life." As the two argued fiercely, a faint voice drifted from the hospital bed. "Daddy! Mommy! I want mom and dad." Hearing her cries, Chen Zisu and Yi Wuji immediately stopped arguing and rushed to Yi Zihan's side. "Xiao Han, don't be afraid. Mommy's right here. Xiao Han, where does it hurt? Don't be afraid, Daddy's here." Su Feitian's spy just delivered the news. Young Master Su, Yi Wuji's daughter has been hospitalized due to poisoning. Chen Zisu and he are currently arguing at the hospital. Su Fengtian perked up the moment he heard the news. Oh? Poisoned? A sly gleam flashed in his eyes as a wicked plan formed in his mind. The humiliation he suffered at the Chen family banquet flared his anger anew. Perfect. Yi Wuji, the time for my revenge has come. Seeing his daughter in such distress, Yi Wuji felt a sharp pain in his heart, as if it were being sliced open. Guilt-ridden, he stroked Yi Zihan's hair. Little Han, don't be afraid. With Daddy here, you'll be fine. Yi Zihan clenched her teeth against the pain. A faint smile tugged at her pale face as she nodded. Xiao Han believes Daddy. Daddy is the strongest. Chen Zisa held Yi Zihan tightly in her arms, her eyes cold as she glared at him. Don't you dare touch Xiao Han again. I won't let you do anything to her. Yi Wuji sighed helplessly. Zisu, listen to me. Trust me, okay? I have a solution. I just bought the medicine. I can definitely cure Xiao Han. She'll be fine. Chen Zisu shouted, don't come near me. I don't believe you. I'll never trust you again. Why didn't you tell me about Xiao Han's condition when you knew all along? What the hell do you think you're doing? Do you want to kill Xiao Han? Yi Wuji patiently tried to calm her agitated emotions. Zisu, I'm sorry. I truly didn't mean to hide it from you. But I can definitely cure Xiao Han's illness. I would never harm our daughter. Chen Zisu wept bitterly, sobbing, did you keep it from me because Xiao Han's illness is untreatable? How many more things are you hiding from me? Yi Wuji held up a finger, speaking with sincerity, absolutely nothing. Absolutely. I swear, Zisu. I've never deceived you. Chen Zisu refused to believe a word Yi Wuji said. Just as Yi Wuji was agonizing over how to persuade her, a familiar voice echoed through the room. Chapter 44, Immediate Divorce. Well, look who we have here, a pair of star-crossed lovers. Shouting like that in a sacred place like a hospital. Chen Zisu and Yi Wuji both turned toward the doorway. There stood Su Fengtian, hands in his pockets, a smug look on his face, strutting right up to them. As if everything had unfolded exactly as he'd anticipated. He entered the ward, arms crossed, watching them. What? Is there anything Yi Wuji can't handle? Yi Wuji stood guard, shielding Chen Zisu with his body. Su Fengtian? What brings you here? Why shouldn't I? Is this hospital your family's private property? I heard your precious daughter was ill, so I kindly came to check on her. Su Fengtian put on a show of false concern, gazing pityingly at Yi Zihan in the hospital bed. Oh dear, this little one, how did she end up like this? It must be terribly uncomfortable, right? At this point, Su Fengtian deliberately slowed his speech, shooting a meaningful glance at Chen Zisu. The remark struck right at Chen Zisu's heart. Her heart ached as she gently stroked Yi Zihan's frail cheek. Shihan. Yi Wuji glared coldly, forcing him away from his wife and daughter. I don't need your kindness. You'd better get the hell out of here. Oh? You want me gone? Su Fengtian feigned mystery, adding with feigned regret, well, if I leave, your daughter will be beyond saving. Chen Zisu perked up at his words, urgently stopping him and cautiously asking, what method do you have to save Xiao Han? I have plenty of ways to save her. Su Fengtian raised his eyebrows and boasted, there's nothing this young Master Su can't handle. Curing this illness is a piece of cake. I can easily find someone to fix her. Hope ignited in Chen Zisu. She pleaded, please save my daughter. She's in critical condition. Yi Wuji grabbed her hand, intending to push Su Fengtian out. Zisu, don't listen to this man's nonsense. He's full of lies. How could he possibly have a solution? Trust me, I won't ask him. I have a way. Now get out of here. Su Fengtian shrugged indifferently, chuckling meaningfully. Very well. Since that's the case, you'll have to figure it out yourselves. But given how critical her condition is, if you delay any longer, your daughter might. Anyway, I hope Yi Wuji truly has the ability to cure your daughter. Since you don't need me, I'll be on my way. You won't get another chance. Good luck to you both. Wait. Please don't leave. Zisu, I can do it, trust me. Chen Zisu shook off Yi Wuji's hand and glared at him with hatred. What could you possibly do? How am I supposed to trust you? If you can't help, don't waste my time trying to save Xiao Han. Though Chen Zisu didn't believe Su Fengtian would be so kind either, facing her critically ill daughter, her only concern now was Xiao Han. She was utterly focused on saving her child. Yi Wuji tried to say something more, but Chen Zisu snapped him into silence. She humbled herself to ask Su Fengtian, do you truly have a way to save Xiao Han? Seeing he'd successfully driven a wedge between them, Su Fengtian gloated over using Yi Zihan's illness to achieve his goal. He burst into laughter, smugly declaring, of course. But you must understand, I, young Master Su, don't do favors for free. I have demands. Chen Zisu was taken aback. What demands? She dreaded Su Fengtian might make an unreasonable demand she couldn't fulfill. But for her daughter, she was willing to do anything. Su Fengtian tilted his chin, signaling Yi Wuji. She spoke slowly, I want you two to get divorced right now. At these words, both of them froze. Chen Zisu looked at Yi Wuji, thinking to herself that if it meant saving her daughter, divorce was acceptable. Yi Wuji gazed back at Chen Zisu, his eyes filled with heartache. He thought to himself that no matter what, he couldn't let them divorce. Su Fengtian knew Yi Wuji cherished both mother and daughter deeply. Forcing him to divorce her, watching them torn apart, would surely cause him immense suffering. The more Su Fengtian thought about it, the more glee he felt, consumed by thoughts of revenge. But he had no intention of truly helping them save Yi Zihan. Once they divorced, Chen Zisu would be his. As for Yi Zihan, she was merely Yi Wuji's daughter. Treat her half-heartedly if she died, so be it. It was none of his concern. Yi Wuji shook his head. Don't trust him. Zisu. I have a way to cure Xiaohan. Chen Zisu pondered for a long time, glancing between Yi Wuji and her daughter on the hospital bed. She wiped the tears from her face, her expression unwavering as she agreed to Su Fengtian's terms. Fine. I agree. As long as you can cure Xiaohan. Su Fengtian clapped his hands in satisfaction. Excellent. Miss Chen, you're truly refreshing. Watching Chen Zisu's endearingly delicate face, Su Fengtian felt elated inside. Rest assured, the Su family always keeps its word. If I say I'll cure her, I will. Of course, whether she actually gets cured is none of his concern. Yi Wuji had long endured his nonsense. Stop spouting nonsense here, get lost. He lunged forward, delivering a slap that sent Su Fengtian flying straight out of the ward. Chen Zisu couldn't stop him. Su Fengtian cursed and fled in disarray. The slap he'd taken at the banquet hadn't even healed yet, and now his face burned with fresh pain. Seeing Yi Wuji chase Su Fengtian away, Chen Zisu was furious. She slapped him and yelled, "You bastard! What the hell are you doing? Have you lost your mind? If he leaves, who will save Xiaohan? If anything happens to Xiaohan, I'll never forgive you. Go beg him. Only Su Fengtian can save Xiaohan now." Yi Wuji calmly took her hand and said, "Zisu, trust me. Really, trust me this once. Su Fengtian can't save Xiaohan. Don't trust him, he's full of lies. I can do it. If I can't cure Xiaohan, do with me as you will kill me, torture me. I will cure her. Don't waste any more time. Xiaohan is my daughter too. I would never harm her." Chen Zisu hesitated. Thinking it over, Yi Wuji doted on Xiaohan so much, how could he bear to harm her? "I'll trust you this once, just this once. There's no other option now. No one else can save Xiaohan." Seeing Chen Zisu's consent, Yi Wuji swiftly lifted Yi Zihan from the hospital bed and channeled his spiritual energy into her body. He used his spiritual energy to alleviate his daughter's illness and pain. Yi Wuji brought them back home and retrieved the medicinal broth he had prepared earlier. Chen Zisu looked at him warily. "What is this?" Yi Wuji took a sip himself in front of her. "Rest assured, this medicine will definitely cure Xiaohan." Seeing he was fine after drinking it, Chen Zisu finally relaxed and let him feed it to their daughter. "Careful, is it hot? Feed her slowly." Su Fengtian clutched his face, enduring excruciating pain while applying an ice pack. "Damn it! This pain is killing me. That Yi Wuji deserves to die. Just you wait, I'll kill you no matter what." He pulled out his phone and dialed immediately. The person on the other end was the very man who had ambushed Yi Wuji at the pharmacy that day. "I want Yi Wuji dead." Chapter 45, Miracle Healing. Yi Wuji retrieved the medicine, carefully blowing on it. He tested the temperature against his lips before feeding it to Yi Zihan. Watching Yi Zihan take each sip of the medicine, Yi Wuji kept encouraging her. "Good girl, Zihan. You're doing great. Just one more sip. Almost done. Once you finish, your body will heal, and the pain will be gone soon." As he spoke, he gently brushed away the fine beads of sweat from her forehead. Ruo watched this entire scene unfold. Seeing Yi Wuji cherish Xiaohan so tenderly, as if she were a precious treasure, Su Jiang finally felt at ease. "I hope everything will be alright." Yi Wuji nodded. "Don't worry, Zisu. She'll be fine. The medicine will take effect soon." After drinking the medicine, Yi Zihan drifted off into a drowsy sleep. The two of them kept watch by Yi Zihan's small bed, waiting quietly for her to wake. 3 hours later, signs of Yi Zihan's impending awakening appeared. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly, and her little finger twitched. Her tightly closed lips parted slightly as she murmured softly, "Daddy." "Mommy." Chen Zisu, hearing Yi Zihan's faint breath, immediately leaned forward to check on her. "Xiaohan, you're awake? Open your eyes and look, it's mommy." Yi Wuji also asked anxiously, "Xiaohan, does any part of your body still feel uncomfortable?" Yi Zihan looked at them and shook her head repeatedly. "Nothing hurts. Don't worry." Seeing Yi Zihan seemingly return to normal, Chen Zisu finally relaxed. Thank goodness, thank goodness. You scared your mother to death. What would I do without you?" She pulled her tightly into an embrace, tears of joy streaming down her face. Yi Wuji watched quietly. Don't rush. The medicine hasn't fully taken effect yet. Let's wait a little longer. What do you mean? Xiao Han is clearly better now. Chen Zisu looked at him in confusion, having just been about to praise his skill. No sooner had the words left her mouth than Yi Zihan's brow furrowed tightly. Pain contorted her face as her body began to shake violently. The next second, she let out a gurgling sound and coughed up a mouthful of black blood. Her lips drained of color, and after vomiting the blood, she fainted once more. Seeing the large patch of black blood on the sheets, Chen Zisu's expression abruptly changed. Her heart, which had just settled, began to race again. What on earth was happening? What's wrong with Xiao Han? She was better, wasn't she? Why is she coughing up blood? Why is this happening? Could it be your medicine? Did something go wrong? Yi Wuji explained calmly, rest assured, the medicine is absolutely fine. This black blood is a normal reaction as the toxins are being expelled. These are all toxins in Xiao Han's body. Once she vomits them out, she'll be fine. How could that be? Chen Zisu didn't believe him and shouted angrily, Xiao Han was fine just now. How could she vomit so much blood? If you weren't sure, you shouldn't have used Xiao Han as a test subject. I'm utterly disappointed in you, Yi Wuji. If anything happens to Xiao Han, I won't forgive you. Chen Zisu no longer trusted Yi Wuji. Ignoring his attempts to stop her, she insisted on taking Yi Zihan to a proper hospital. You still want to stop me from saving Xiao Han? Can't you see her condition has worsened? Listen to me, Yi Wuji. If Xiao Han doesn't recover, once we get back, we're getting divorced. We want nothing more to do with you. With that, Chen Zisu slammed the door and stormed off with Yi Zihan. Yi Wuji was left standing alone, his figure desolate. Why won't you trust me, Zisu? No sooner had Chen Zisu left than another figure stepped through the doorway. Who? Yi Wuji spun around, alert. The figure before him was none other than the mysterious stranger he had defeated outside the pharmacy earlier. The stranger crossed his arms, watching Yi Wuji with a sneer. What? Can't you even protect your own wife and daughter now? To end up like this, truly pathetic. Yi Wuji's face darkened as he growled, how did you find this place? They had moved here specifically to avoid danger, hoping to shield Chen Zisu and her daughter from threats. Unexpectedly, someone tracked them down. It seems this place is no longer safe. We'll have to start moving again. The mysterious man sneered with disdain, that's hardly difficult. If I want to find a place, there's nowhere I can't find. His words stung Yi Wuji, constantly rubbing salt in his wounds. TSK, look at you now, such a pitiful sight, utterly ruined. How could you bear to let your wife and children suffer alongside you? If I were you, I'd have given up on life long ago. Watching the mysterious man's insolent demeanor, Yi Wuji clenched his fists, suppressing the urge to explode. I won't fight you here. He didn't want to shatter the warm home he shared with Chen Zisu and her daughter. With that, he stepped out the door with heavy, deliberate strides. If you're so eager to die, then let's go outside. We'll find another place. The mysterious man showed no fear, following with keen interest. Oh? It's not certain yet whether you'll die or I will. Chen Zisu brought Yi Zihan to the hospital for examination, anxiously awaiting the results. Just then, the doctor emerged from the examination room. Chen Zisu immediately approached him. Doctor? How is my daughter? The doctor looked at her, then glanced at the test report in his hand, his expression turning grave as he asked, who treated your daughter for this illness? Seeing the doctor's reaction, Chen Zisu's heart sank instantly, fearing the worst for her daughter. In her heart, she cursed Yi Wuji countless times, hating him to death for harming little Han. Her voice trembling, Chen Zisu revealed the truth. My husband said he had a way to treat it, so I let him try. Watching the doctor's brow furrow deeper and his expression grow increasingly complex, Chen Zisu dared not continue. Doctor, my daughter. Chen Zisu couldn't bear to imagine the consequences. She feared she couldn't handle the blow. But the doctor handed her the test results and said casually, don't worry. Your daughter is fine now. Just rest well. I'm curious, though, who exactly used what method to remove the toxins from your daughter's body? We all thought she was beyond saving. This is nothing short of a miracle. The doctor's words left Chen Zisu frozen in place. The toxins were expelled? The doctor nodded, pointing to the test results. Yes, see for yourself. Your husband has the means to treat her, but she'll still depend on him afterward. Chen Zisu was astonished. She never imagined Yi Wuji could be so dependable. But she trusted the doctor's words and the test results. Overjoyed, she took Yi Zihan home to find Yi Wuji. Upon returning home, Chen Zisu hurriedly sought out Yi Wuji. Yi Wuji! Where are you? She couldn't wait to share the good news. She searched everywhere but found no sign of Yi Wuji. At that very moment, Yi Wuji was with a mysterious visitor who had suddenly arrived. The two stood facing each other in the open space, radiating distinct, palpable killing intent. Chapter 46, The Drug. Chen Zisu searched everywhere but couldn't find Yi Wuji. She sat blankly on the sofa, recalling the harsh words she'd spoken to Yi Wuji in her past distrust. Guilt instantly flooded Chun Zisu's heart. Perhaps her harsh words had driven him away. Seeing Yi Zihan was fine, Chun Zisu was astonished. She never imagined Yi Wuji could truly cure Xiaohan. She blamed herself for acting impulsively and doubting him. Chun Zisu felt a pang of regret, unsure how to face Yi Wuji now. At that moment, Yi Zihan sensed her mother's low spirits. She ran into her arms and whined sweetly, "Mommy, don't be sad. Is Daddy away because he has something important to do?" Seeing her adorable, understanding daughter, Chun Zisu's mood lifted considerably. The gloom lifted as she lifted her petite body. "It's okay, Xiaohan. As long as you're fine, Mommy can rest easy. Are you tired, little Han? Would you like Mommy to tuck you in for bed?" Saying this, Chun Zisu carried Yi Zihan toward the bedroom. After her daughter fell asleep, Chun Zisu quietly sent a message to Yi Wuji. "Yi Wuji, where are you? Why haven't you come home yet? After bringing Xiaohan home and seeing you weren't there, I was really worried about you. I took her to the hospital for a checkup. She's fine now, so don't worry. Also, I was too impulsive and wrongly blamed you. Please come home soon. Xiaohan won't go to sleep, she keeps asking for Daddy." Chun Zisu felt too embarrassed to express her own desire to see him, so she used Yi Zihan as an excuse. She waited anxiously for a long time, but Yi Wuji still hadn't replied. Usually, Chun Zisu would get an instant reply whenever she messaged him. Or he'd call right back. Why no response this time? Had she really gone too far with her words and upset him? Chun Zisu's thoughts only deepened her anxiety. After much hesitation, she finally dialed Yi Wuji's number herself, hoping to call him back. At that very moment, Yi Wuji stood face to face with a mysterious figure in a desolate, empty wasteland. The two stood locked in a standoff, neither backing down an inch. A cold wind swept through, stirring up dust and sand. The atmosphere was intensely tense. Yi Wuji broke the silence. His eyes flashed like sword stars as he demanded, "Who the hell are you? Who sent you?" The mysterious figure did not answer his questions directly. Instead, he laughed loudly. "To one who was about to die, why should I say more?" The mysterious figure smiled knowingly with a hint of deeper meaning. "However, I can tell you this, after vanishing for 3 years, returning only to find yourself branded with the shameful reputation of a rapist, how does that feel? How does it feel to be despised by everyone, even your own wife? Let me tell you this, that baseless accusation was deliberately framed upon you, dragging you down to this miserable state." Yi Wuji froze upon hearing this, utterly unprepared for such revelations. His brow furrowed as he coldly retorted, "How do you know? Why tell me?" The mysterious figure replied with confidence, "What difference does knowing the truth make? You deserve every bit of it. You're as good as dead today. I won't let you walk out of here alive. Today, you won't be taking this secret back alive either. I can send you straight to hell right now." Yi Wuji understood that the person framing him had a mastermind behind the scenes. He had no idea what their purpose might be. His greatest fear now was whether Chun Zisu and Yi Zihan would be implicated. Listening to this man spouting nonsense, Yi Wuji erupted in fury, his eyes flashing crimson. In a single bound, his foot sent the mysterious figure flying 10 meters away. "I'll see who lives and who dies today." The stranger clearly hadn't anticipated such a sudden attack. Though they'd clashed before, he'd never considered himself inferior in strength. Yet Yi Wuji possessed such terrifying strength, one kick sent him crashing to the ground, spitting blood. Far from angered, the mysterious figure smiled. He slowly and painfully pulled himself up from the ground. Wiping the blood from his lips, he glared viciously at Yi Wuji. "Ha! You fell for it. Didn't expect that, did you? Knocking me down is useless." Yi Wuji, bewildered, grabbed his collar. "What do you mean?" The mysterious man shook his head, feigning regret with a secretive air. "I know I can't beat you. What did you think my purpose here was? Without some tricks up my sleeve, I wouldn't have come alone. I came here prepared to die. You've already been drugged. Right here in the villa, not just you, but your wife and children too. I drugged them all. You've fallen into my trap. I only needed to delay you to buy time for their abduction." The stranger's laughter grew maniacal. "Ha! Soon, you'll be utterly powerless, losing all sensation and consciousness. I'll slowly dismember you piece by piece." Upon hearing this, Yi Wuji realized his wife and daughter were in danger. He immediately grabbed the mysterious man and rushed home. Along the way, he didn't forget to punch the man several times. The beating left the stranger utterly defenseless. On the way home, the mysterious figure realized with horror that the poison he had administered had no effect whatsoever on Yi Wuji. None of the symptoms he had described were manifesting in Yi Wuji either. The mysterious man gasped in disbelief, "You? How? You're completely fine? Impossible. I never miss." Not only had Yi Wuji not lost consciousness or become delirious, but he was now more alert than ever, his strength as powerful as an ox. Yi Wuji sneered coldly with disdain. "I sensed something was off long ago. Your kind of drugging has no effect on me whatsoever. Wait until we get back. If my wife and daughter suffer even the slightest harm, I'll have you torn to pieces." Such a drug couldn't even touch the war god, immune to all poisons. Having bathed in chemical toxins on the battlefield for years, Wuji had long grown accustomed to them. Immersed in countless toxins and poisons, his body had gradually forged an immune constitution. The instant the drug entered his system, he had already expelled the toxins using his spiritual energy. Wuji's words sent a chill down the mysterious man's spine. He realized he had failed once again. Recalling Su's threat, he knew that failure this time would mean the Su family would never let him off the hook. Gritting his teeth to suppress his fear, the mysterious man spat out a threat. Wuji, you will face retribution sooner or later. You won't end well. With that, before Wuji could react, he violently bit into the poison in his mouth and died in bitter resentment. Wuji tried to stop him, but it was too late. His original plan had been to bring the mysterious man back. If he was the one who administered the poison. If Chen Zisu and Yi Zihan were poisoned, this man would surely possess the antidote to save them. Wuji hadn't intended to kill him. Keeping him alive would have allowed interrogation to uncover the mastermind behind it all. But now that the mysterious man had poisoned himself, he was utterly useless. After all these years of dealing in poison, who would have thought it would end up being used against him? Wuji placed his hand beneath the stranger's nostrils to check for breath. And only after confirming he was truly dead did he toss the body out of the car, abandoning it in the wilderness. Wuji rushed home immediately, only to find messages and missed calls from Chen Zisu on his phone. But he was still too late. Chen Zisu and Yi Zihan had already been taken away from his home. Only Chen Zisu's lit phone remained on the living room floor. Wuji picked up the phone and saw the message displayed on the screen. There, in bold letters, were the words, "I've taken them away." At that moment, Chen Zisu and Yi Zihan clung tightly to each other. Both were tightly bound and unconscious in the dark basement. They were completely unaware of the impending danger. Chapter 47, Head Severed. After Wuji saw the message on Chen Zisu's phone, his hand clutching the phone trembled violently. He was utterly devastated by rage. How dare anyone lay a finger on his wife and daughter? He swore he would never let these people off the hook. Wuji frantically searched for their whereabouts, hunting down their kidnappers. Just as he was about to call Zhao Xinghe, another call came in. Seeing an unfamiliar number, Wuji hesitated for a moment before pressing the answer button. After the call connected, a processed robotic voice came through the line. Wuji, I assume you've seen the message I left for you. Are you searching for Chen Zisu? They are in my custody now. Wuji's heart clenched at the words. Who are you? Where are you? Where are they? Don't touch them. Or I'll never let you off the hook. What do you want? Take it out on me. He realized this person was the mastermind behind it all. Ha! The voice on the phone sneered contemptuously. Don't worry. I won't harm them for now. As long as you play along. Otherwise, I can't guarantee their safety. Don't touch them. Wuji demanded nervously. What do you want? Simple. The caller laid out his terms. I want you to destroy your own martial arts abilities right now. Wuji snorted coldly upon hearing this. That's all you want? What's your real purpose? That's my only demand. Listen carefully, destroy your martial arts. Now, I want you to come alone, immediately, to the abandoned warehouse at 330 West Suburb Street to meet Maine. Otherwise, you'll be waiting to collect their bodies. With that, the phone was abruptly hung up. Wuji immediately drove to the address given by the caller. Xiaohan, Zisu, don't be afraid. I'm coming to rescue you right now. Suppressing his rage, Wuji contacted Zhao Xinghe, instructing him to prepare and rush to the location with his team. Wuji sped to a desolate, abandoned warehouse. The mastermind behind it all was a young man with a potbelly. He exuded the air of a nouveau riche, and even his flashy sunglasses couldn't hide the maniacal grin in his eyes. A burly, towering bodyguard stood beside him. The moment Wuji arrived, he spotted them standing in the center of the abandoned warehouse, with a luxurious private jet parked behind them. Wuji recognized it as a military aircraft. The man in sunglasses saw that Wuji had indeed come alone. He clapped his hands and stepped forward to greet him. True to your word. You must be incredibly confident in your abilities to dare come alone. Wuji's face was as cold as ice. He spoke icily. Where are they? I want to see them now. The man shrugged indifferently, sizing him up with a dismissive glance. Who do you think you are? What's your status? Talking to me like that? Are you giving me orders? Wuji clenched his fists, veins bulging. Each word seemed to be forced through gritted teeth. I won't repeat myself. I said it. Where are they? I demand to see them. It seemed as though he might destroy the world in the next instant. The man remained undaunted, deliberately provoking Wuji to test his limits. His tone was flippant. Thems? Ha! I must say, you've got good taste. You're a lucky bastard, you know. Such a beautiful wife and such an adorable daughter. Your wife is quite the looker, too, right up my alley. As he spoke, he couldn't help but extend his greasy, fat tongue, licking his dry lips lecherously, as if savoring some memory. What did you do to them? A powerful killing intent radiated from Yi Wuji. He dared not imagine the situation Chen Zisu was in now. The man continued to taunt him, your wife was raped and murdered by us brothers long ago. She's already been dismembered. I've waited so long for this moment finally. I've planned this for so long, set up an inescapable trap. You won't get away today. As the words left his mouth, Yi Wuji's eyes turned bloodshot, his pent-up rage boiling over. He lunged forward in a flash, intent on smashing the man's skull. The man hadn't anticipated such blinding speed. In the blink of an eye, Yi Wuji was upon him, clutching his throat and effortlessly hoisting him off the ground. His feet left the ground, blood rushed to his brain, his face turned deathly pale, and he couldn't breathe. Only then did fear grip him. He frantically pounded at Yi Wuji's hands gripping his throat. Just then, the sound of heavy footsteps echoed through the air. A dense, dark mass of people surged toward them. Yi Wuji estimated there were over 3,000 of them. They surrounded the warehouse completely, blocking every possible exit. The man in sunglasses, seeing reinforcements arrive, immediately changed his demeanor and threatened, Yi Wuji, I advise you to know your place. Kneel and beg me now, and I might consider leaving you a whole corpse. You can't take me on. These men are hand-picked by me, the best of the best, the elite among elites. But numbers alone meant nothing to Yi Wuji. He held them in utter contempt. Before the 3,000 could react, Yi Wuji charged into the thick of the crowd. He sliced through the crowd, cleaving them in two at the waist. Flesh and blood flew everywhere. The crowd swallowed Yi Wuji's figure. But soon, piercing screams pierced the sky. Yi Wuji stood atop a mountain of corpses. Covered in blood, he resembled a bloodthirsty demon crawling out of hell. A faint crimson glow emanated from his entire body. Yi Wuji rose to his feet, raising his hand to cleave the last man clean in two. He trampled through the corpses, his eyes bloodshot with fury. Over 3,000 men could not stand against him alone. The title war god of Great Xia was no empty honor. The air thickened with the sickening stench of blood. Even the clouds on the horizon were stained crimson. Amidst this terrifying atmosphere, the middle-aged man stared in stunned disbelief. He couldn't believe it, so many men, slaughtered in an instant, their bodies piled high, blood flowing like a river. The man collapsed to the ground, a warm stream surging between his legs. He had wet himself in terror. His legs went numb, unable to support him. The Yi Wuji before his eyes was no human. Watching Yi Wuji slowly approach him step by step, his heart trembled in fear. His heart pounded so hard it felt like it would leap from his chest. Yi Wuji's eyes burned with pure murderous intent, devoid of any trace of reason. Die! With that, he extended his blood-soaked hands, intent on ending the man's life. The man immediately fell to his knees, begging for mercy. No! Don't kill me! I beg you! He revealed his identity. I'm from the Wang family. I'm the youngest son of the Wang family. The Su family stands behind me. You can't kill me. If you kill me, neither the Wang family nor the Su family will let you off. Your wife and daughter are safe and sound, unharmed. They're in the warehouse basement, they're perfectly safe right now. Yi Wuji snorted coldly. What do they matter? I despise the Wang and Su families most of all. With that, he snapped the man's neck. The man's head fell to the ground, rolling twice. His eyes remained wide open, refusing to close in death. Yi Wuji raised his foot and crushed the skull. Blood mixed with white brain matter spurted out. Yi Wuji stood with a look of disgust on his face, his foot planted firmly on the man's headless corpse. He wiped the blood and pulp from his foot. Yi Wuji pondered. The Wang family again. It seemed the Wang family could not be spared, and the Su family must also fall. He hurried to the basement to rescue Chen Zisu and Yi Zihan. What? Wang Hao had just learned his younger brother had been brutally murdered by Yi Wuji. The bodyguard who had been spared by Yi Wuji came to report the situation. He recounted the entire bloody ordeal, his nerves so shattered he was barely coherent. He had never witnessed such a horrific murder scene in his entire life. Wang's parents were overcome with grief and fury, their hearts shattered. They vowed to avenge their youngest son. The Wang family and Yi Wuji were now locked in an irreconcilable blood feud. News of the Wang family's youngest son's murder also reached the Su household. Su Fengtian quietly began plotting his own schemes. Chapter 48, The Incurable Poison. Yi Wuji brought Chen Zisu and Yi Zihan home safely and tended to them with utmost care. Several hours later, Chen Zisu and Yi Zihan awoke almost simultaneously. You're awake, Zisu? How do you feel now? Any discomfort? Yi Wuji rushed over with concern upon seeing her awake. Chen Zisu's mind was still hazy. She stared blankly at the person before her for a long moment. Memories slowly began to resurface. Originally, Chen Zisu had been calling Yi Wuji, thinking he was upset and wanting to persuade him to come home. But unexpectedly, a stranger had burst into her home. Chen Zisu fought back fiercely, trying to protect Yi Zihan. Yet somehow, she felt completely drained of strength, dizzy and disoriented, collapsing to the ground and losing consciousness. Vaguely, she sensed she had been kidnapped and was now in a pitch-black place. Seeing Yi Wuji, tears welled up in Chen Zisu's eyes. Terrified, she clung to him like a lifeline. She clutched his hand tightly, her expression tense as she demanded, "Yi Wuji, where did you go? You scared me to death. What happened? You know what? You weren't home, and we got kidnapped." Yi Wuji pulled her into his arms, whispering softly, "It's okay now, my love. We're safe. I'm sorry. I'll never leave again. I'll always protect you both." Yi Wuji felt bitter regret. How had he been so foolish, lured away? That's how they'd been kidnapped. Chen Zisu had no idea Yi Wuji had slaughtered over 3,000 people for their sake, a scene of unimaginable bloodshed. At that moment, Yi Zihan, overcome by terror, began wailing uncontrollably. "Wah! Daddy, Xiaohan is so scared. Someone tried to take me and mommy away." Yi Wuji soothed her tenderly, "Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Little Han, Daddy's right here. I've already dealt with the bad guys." He comforted and stayed by his wife and daughter, keeping vigil all night to ensure their peace of mind. After Chen Zisu and Yi Zihan had fallen into a deep sleep, Yi Wuji walked alone to the balcony. His gaze turned unusually cold as he dialed Zhao Xingha's number. He ordered Zhao Xingha to crush the Wang family, determined to ensure they wouldn't see tomorrow's sun. Zhao Xingha acted swiftly, employing certain methods that bankrupted the Wang family overnight. The next morning, Mr. Wang burst through the front door. The moment he entered, he began smashing things and cursing furiously. "Damn it! What the hell is going on here?" Wang's mother and Wang Hao came out upon hearing the commotion. Seeing him in a rage, Wang's mother asked in confusion, "What's wrong? What happened?" Everything was fine just now. Wang's father was too furious to speak. It took him a while to recover. His voice trembled as he stammered, "How should I know what happened? The moment I arrived at the company today, someone told me it had gone bankrupt." "What?" Wang Hao's mother and Wang Hao nearly shouted in unison, utterly incredulous. Father Wang informed them that the Wang family had become nothing more than an empty shell stripped of all power, with assets, funds, and shares frozen. The group gathered anxiously, their minds racing to find a solution. The situation had now reached a critical, urgent stage. Wang Hao made the connection. His younger brother had been murdered yesterday, and today the Wang family was declared bankrupt. They couldn't help but suspect Yi Wuji was behind it. But Wang's father never imagined Yi Wuji possessed such immense influence that he could completely undermine the entire Wang family. It was impossible to guess who his backer might be. Wang Hao steeled his resolve, gritted his teeth, stamped his foot, and thought of a final solution. He dialed a number, his last, only lifeline. Wang Hao was prepared to take one last gamble. He pleaded earnestly, "Brother Bin, I've run into serious trouble. It's urgent, I desperately need your help. I've truly hit rock bottom with no other options. I'm only turning to you because I have no other choice." Wang Hao laid out his request. He stated he was willing to sell off every last asset his family possessed to hire the most elite assassin available. Brother Bin immediately arranged for the most skilled assassin under his command. This individual possessed formidable strength and skill, was proficient in poison, and had exceptional martial arts abilities. Wang Hao immediately thanked him profusely, his voice choked with emotion. On the appointed day, the Wang family members, accompanied by the hired assassin, stormed toward Yi Wuji, intent on settling the score. Knowing their purpose, Yi Wuji calmly mocked them. "What? You sent this weakling to deal with me?" The assassin, enraged by the insult and ignoring the Wang family's warning, charged straight at Yi Wuji. The assassin drew out a vial of poison powder and flung it at him. "Let you see what I'm made of." The poisonous powder flew toward Yi Wuji. The assassin gloated, "Just a tiny breath of this snake venom powder will make you wish you were dead." Just as the assassin was about to strike, Yi Wuji effortlessly controlled the poison powder. He waved his hands, manipulating the surrounding air currents, creating a whirlwind. The wind surged toward Wang Hao. Unsurprisingly, Wang Hao inhaled every last bit of the poison powder. Wang Hao turned pale with shock, clutching his throat as he rasped hoarsely, What did you do?" Yi Wuji shrugged his shoulders. "I didn't do anything. The wind just blew towards you on its own." To everyone's astonishment, the poison powder intended to kill Yi Wuji had instead been precisely countered by him. By a twist of fate, it had been inhaled by Wang Hao instead. Wang's parents were overcome with panic. How do you feel?" Wang Hao turned to the assassin in agony. "Help me. Give me the antidote." He couldn't hold on. The poison powder rapidly spread through his body, and his legs gave out as he knelt on the ground. He couldn't breathe, his face turning purple from the suffocation. The assassin shook his head. He hadn't anticipated this unexpected turn of events. "This is a new poison powder. I developed an incurable toxin. There is no antidote. It only makes life worse than death, tearing one's heart and soul apart. Within a short time, the victim bleeds from all 7 orifices and dies." "What? No antidote? How could you possibly not have an antidote?" Hearing there was no antidote, Wang Hao collapsed to the ground in terror, instantly plunged into despair as if falling into an abyss. You're asking for death. Yi Wuji gave them no chance to resist, cutting off further words. With a single strike, he sent the assassin flying, spitting blood as he died. The assassin had no chance to fight back, watching helplessly as he coughed up a pool of blood, his internal organs shattered beyond repair. After disposing of the assassin, Yi Wuji turned his attention to the remaining members of the Wang family. At that moment, a group of people arrived, their aura fierce and threatening. Stop! The crowd shouted at Yi Wuji. Nearly 1,000 people arrived, surrounding them completely. Recognizing the new arrivals, Wang Hao's face lit up with joy. His brothers had arrived, the reinforcements he had summoned. This time, Yi Wuji was utterly helpless. Yi Wuji also recognized them. Each wore uniform, neat military attire, marching in perfect step, clearly well trained. Each face radiated righteous indignation. Yi Wuji recognized those uniforms. Back at the military headquarters, the commander of this force had once been his subordinate. Chapter 49, Settling Old Debts. Military personnel? What were they doing here? Yi Wuji was puzzled. Could it be that someone from the military headquarters had found out about his affairs and was now getting involved? Just as he was puzzling over this, Wang Hao stepped forward, wailing to them, "Brothers, you must help me. This man used underhanded tactics to bankrupt our Wang family." Pointing at Yi Wuji, Wang Hao declared with righteous indignation, "We came seeking justice, yet he poisoned me, committed murder, and oppressed the people utterly lawless. Such a villain dares to kill in broad daylight, under the clear sky. He's trying to drive us to our deaths." The soldiers all voiced their outrage on his behalf. What is this? How can such scum exist under the rule of law? He utterly disregards the state's laws. Unbelievable. Killing in broad daylight? Such a person deserves severe punishment. Seeing the scene before them, Yi Wuji had indeed killed someone. The assassin now lay in a pool of blood. The soldiers believed Wang Hao's account and charged straight at Yi Wuji. Yi Wuji sneered coldly. Scum? He wasn't some innocent civilian. Just ask them how many heinous crimes the Wang family had committed. No one listened to his words. They only believed Wang Hao's account and what their own eyes saw. Yi Wuji had indeed committed murder. Seeing that persuasion was futile, Yi Wuji abandoned all restraint. He would kill everyone who came at him. The first few to charge were swiftly dispatched by Yi Wuji, kicked flying through the air. Dismembered limbs flew through the air. Some bodies were mangled beyond recognition, others had their heads severed from their bodies. The scene was intensely bloody and violent. No matter how many charged at him, they couldn't touch him. Wang Hao's parents saw the situation was dire clearly, none of them were a match for Yi Wuji. Wang Hao's parents huddled together, discussing something. We should leave now. Better safe than sorry. Preserving our lives is paramount, we must leave immediately. There will surely be other ways to deal with him. If we don't leave now, we'll perish here. After the group reached a decision, Wang Hao suddenly doubled over in agony, clutching his stomach as he knelt on the ground. His face contorted in agony as he groaned, "Brothers, this poison is killing me. I must get to the hospital immediately." The soldiers immediately helped him up, solemnly promising, "Go ahead. We'll cover for you. Just focus on getting medical treatment." Yi Wuji watched the scene unfold as if watching a play, folding his arms and chuckling. Scared already? Trying to run away? Abandoning your own men to run away? The soldiers turned, their swords pointed at Yi Wuji, cursing him furiously. You're not human. You've killed so many. You don't deserve to live. You slaughtered the innocent. So many lives lost. We'll execute you right here today. Yi Wuji listened as if hearing the biggest joke ever. How laughable. Who was it that slaughtered innocents? Who was it that didn't deserve to be called human? What do you know? Yi Wuji's overwhelming aura sent the crowd scattering in fear. Soldiers gazed at the corpses strewn across the field, panic rising. One stepped forward, shouting, "We're from the National Military Headquarters. If they find out you killed all these people, they won't let you off." Exactly. You'll be going to jail. The others echoed in agreement. Yi Wuji, however, wore an expression of utter fearlessness. He swept them with a cold, dismissive glance and sneered, "You think I'm afraid? I've been in the military prison before. What are you? What rank are you even? Let me tell you this, Wang Hao never considered you brothers. He only fled to save his own skin." The soldiers clearly didn't believe him, cursing, "Bull. Brother Wang isn't that kind of man. Who the hell do you think you are, spewing lies and spouting nonsense? We fight for our nation, defend our homeland, how dare you speak so insolently here?" Yi Wuji saw there was no point arguing with them. He cut the chatter short and summoned Zhao Xinghe to handle the situation. Yi Wuji understood this army. They were the pillars of the nation, the strength of the country. They had merely been deceived and manipulated by Wang Hao, who exploited their sense of justice. Yi Wuji did not strike them down mercilessly, especially since their leader was once his own subordinate. Thus, he summoned Zhao Xinghe to pacify them. Zhao Xinghe arrived swiftly. Only after revealing his identity did the soldiers believe Yi Wuji's words. Yi Wuji departed, leaving the remaining matters to Zhao Xinghe. He had more pressing matters to attend to. Yi Wuji planned to take the offensive. He could no longer passively wait for them to harm him and his wife and daughter. He could not allow Chen Zixu and Yi Zihan's safety to be threatened any longer. They were his fatal weakness. Every time they were targeted, it became a threat against him. Yi Wuji was determined to protect them, vowing to find the mastermind behind it all. The first step is to investigate whether this incident has any connection to the Su family. Yi Wuji prepared to confront Su Fengtian and settle old scores. Unaware of the impending conflict, Su Fengtian was currently living a life of ease and pleasure. He was hosting a grand and joyous party at his villa. Yi Wuji was even more concerned about Chen Zixu and Yi Zihan being home alone. After handling matters here, he first returned home to ensure their safety. Upon arriving home, Yi Wuji's first instinct was to search for his wife and daughter. When he couldn't find them, Yi Wuji went mad with worry. Fear gripped him that something might have happened to them. Only when he finally spotted the two of them sleeping soundly in the bedroom. Only then did Yi Wuji relax. Yi Zihan slept soundly. He tucked them in and quietly closed the door. When Yi Wuji arrived at the dining room, he discovered a note on the table. The elegant handwriting was instantly recognizable. It was Chen Zixu's. It read, "Wuji, you've been working so hard these past few days. You probably haven't eaten yet. Xiaohan and I noticed you hadn't come back, so we figured you must be busy. Take care of yourself, rest when you need to, and don't overwork yourself. There's food and soup I made in the fridge and on the kitchen stove, just heat it up and eat." Though brief, the words brought a smile to Yi Wuji's lips. His long efforts had finally yielded some reward, and Yi Wuji felt deeply gratified. He would sacrifice anything for them. Beside it, in crooked, tiny handwriting, was another line, "Dad, you've worked so hard. Make sure to eat on time. I know you're the most amazing dad in the whole wide world. Signed, Love, Xiaohan." A wave of warmth flooded Yi Wuji's heart. He murmured softly, "Zixu, Xiaohan, I love you both too. I will always be with you." Yi Wuji carefully tucked the note into his breast pocket. He walked into the kitchen and saw the meal Chen Zixu had prepared for him. It was quite a feast: fish, shrimp, vegetables, and meat. He reheated every dish. He carried it to the table, treating it like a precious treasure. Chapter 50, The Yi Family Party. The thought that Chen Zixu had cooked it herself made him almost reluctant to eat. As the delicious food melted in his mouth, Yi Wuji felt his very soul was elevated. Just as Yi Wuji was happily enjoying his hot meal, Zhao Xinghe called. Interrupted, Yi Wuji felt a twinge of irritation. "What is it?" Zhao Xinghe detected his displeasure and cautiously inquired, "Sorry, boss. Did I interrupt something?" Yi Wuji urged, "No, go ahead. What is it?" Zhao Xinghe quickly reported, "Boss, we've received word that Su Fengtian is currently hosting a party at his villa." "Got it." After finishing his meal, Yi Wuji hurried to Su Fengtian's villa. He was curious to see what kind of party this was. At the same moment, Su Fengtian's villa was ablaze with revelry. Handsome men and beautiful women danced wildly together under flashing colored lights, an extravaganza of opulence. Amidst the neon lights and flowing drinks, the stunning spectacle of handsome men and beautiful women was dazzling to behold. At that moment, Su Fengtian, the host of the party, was surrounded by admirers, seated right in the center of the grand hall. He reveled in the adoration of the women surrounding him. Su Fengtian kept boasting about his family's vast influence. His mouth spewed constant taunts and curses at Yi Wuji. He now regarded Yi Wuji as a thorn in his side, a constant irritation. "Sooner or later, I must eliminate this Yi Wuji and crush him beneath my heel. I will make the Su family prosper and dominate the world." Beautiful women swarmed around him, fawning over Su Fengtian. One after another, they cooed in his ear, "Oh my, what kind of person dares to upset young Master Su? Honestly, young Master Su really has what it takes. Truly worthy of the title, young Master Su. You're destined to be the head of the Su family, the one who rules with an iron fist." Each word struck a chord deep within Su Fengtian, melting his resolve. In his joy, he swept his arm wide and rewarded each of them with 100,000 yuan. The beauties were thrilled beyond measure, redoubling their efforts to curry favor with Su Fengtian. After all, catching the eye of such a wealthy man meant their futures would skyrocket overnight. In his high spirits, he casually waved his hand, granting them sums that would take them years to earn. Su Fengtian was thoroughly enjoying himself. Yi Wuji had just approached when he witnessed this scene and heard Su Fengtian boast about crushing him beneath his heel. Without a word, Yi Wuji strode forward, closing the distance to Su Fengtian. Grabbing his collar, he delivered a sharp slap. The sharp crack of the slap echoed throughout the entire party. Everyone froze in shock, stopping what they were doing to stare at him. Su Fengtian was stunned by the sudden blow. He stared at Yi Wuji in disbelief. "Yi Wuji? How did you get back here? How did you even get in?" The others were too terrified to even breathe. The lively party fell deathly silent. Yi Wuji looked down at him coldly. You don't need to know. I'm here to ask you, were you the mastermind behind framing me for rape all those years ago? Was it you? Su Fengtian shook his head, gritting his teeth through the stinging pain on his face as he snarled, I don't know what you're talking about. Security. Where's the security? You useless bunch. How could you let that dog in? What the hell are you all doing? Su Fengtian called out the few security guards who hadn't seen anything. How could a dog get in? Don't you know anything? The security chief and his team apologized profusely. We're so sorry, young Master Su. It was my oversight. I'll have him removed immediately. Saying this, he moved to shoo Yi Wuji away. Yi Wuji had no intention of leaving so easily. The security guard stepped forward, but before he could act, he delivered another slap, sending the guard flying. His body spun several times in midair before crashing heavily to the ground. The guard struggled a few times before going completely still. The crowd fell silent, staring at Yi Wuji in terror. Su Fengtian, however, believed Yi Wuji lacked the guts to kill him, relying on his family's influence as he sneered, I doubt you even have the ability to uncover the truth. What else can you do? Bring it on. I'm the esteemed eldest son of the Su family, what have I to fear from you? Yi Wuji let out a cold laugh. You brought this upon yourself. With that, he delivered a powerful kick that sent Su Fengtian flying. Su Fengtian lay on the ground, unable to rise. The force of the kick twisted his features in agony, his face drained of color. Even breathing hurt. Su Fengtian's bodyguards, witnessing this, summoned reinforcements. They surrounded Yi Wuji like a dangerous criminal, guarding him with extreme vigilance. Yi Wuji had no desire to waste time with them. Seeing that he couldn't get any answers, he prepared to leave. But the bodyguards blocked his path. With no other choice, Yi Wuji flexed his muscles. With a few swift moves, he sent all the bodyguards flying. With the path cleared of obstacles, under the stunned gazes of the crowd, he left Su Fengtian's party villa. Su Fengtian scrambled to his feet, watching Yi Wuji's receding figure. He kicked over the wine table in front of him with a fierce kick, his heart filled with resentment. At that moment, a mysterious figure appeared beside Su Fengtian. Yi Wuji stepped out of Su Fengtian's party villa, glancing back at the sprawling luxury estate. He shook his head thoughtfully, thinking to himself, the Su family cannot remain here much longer. The Su family must be eradicated without delay. The Su family's all-encompassing power demanded his attention. The family's existence would eventually threaten the nation. Yi Wuji lifted his leg, ready to depart. At that moment, a rustling sound came from the shadows behind him. Yi Wuji's keen senses detected something amiss. His figure paused, his pace slowing. Without turning his head, he probed the area with his spiritual energy. Sure enough, someone lurked in the shadows, clearly intending to ambush him. He knew without a doubt this must be Su Fengtian sending someone to follow him. Yi Wuji sneered coldly, instantly releasing a suffocatingly powerful aura around him. This air current, powerful enough to crush all things, surged forth like a sharp blade. The figure lurking in the shadows couldn't withstand this sudden, overwhelming pressure. Before they could react, they were struck with internal injuries. Uncontrollable blood surged from their chests, splattering onto the ground. The crimson stain on the ground was starkly visible even in the darkness. Yi Wuji naturally sensed the injury inflicted upon the figure in the shadows. He shook his head, lowered his gaze, and let out a faint, mocking smile before silently departing. Such a weakling was utterly unworthy of his intervention. The mysterious figure in the darkness gritted his teeth against the pain, refusing to reveal his true face. Hiding in the shadows, he watched Yi Wuji with utter astonishment. He never imagined Yi Wuji could be so formidable. He had assumed Yi Wuji hadn't detected him, yet the latter had unleashed such overwhelming spiritual power. He had been struck so swiftly that he hadn't even had time to dodge, suffering severe injuries. He was fortunate he hadn't stepped forward to engage Yi Wuji directly. Had they clashed head-on, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Chapter 51, The Sky is About to Change. The figure in the corner dared not dwell on it further. Clutching his chest and wiping the blood from his lips, he leapt away in haste, returning to the Su residence. Silent and leaving no trace, only a pool of blood on the ground bore witness to his presence. Yi Wuji found the man he'd just dealt with utterly weak. He left Su Fengtian's villa complex, heading home. Not long after leaving the Su residence, Yi Wuji began plotting. He must swiftly uncover the mastermind behind this and wipe out both the Su and Wang families without mercy. Their prolonged arrogance suggested the military department must harbor their family's influence. Yi Wuji resolved to root out these traitorous scum within the military who betrayed their own and bullied others, leaving none standing. These were vermin plaguing the nation. Yi Wuji's standing would not permit their continued arrogance. Lost in thought, his brow furrowed deeply. His grip on the steering wheel tightened slowly. Suddenly, a dozen figures darted out onto the road ahead, blocking the center of the lane. Yi Wuji snapped back to reality, his thoughts abruptly interrupted. He yanked the steering wheel hard, slammed on the brakes, and brought the car to a steady halt. Yi Wuji's face darkened as he glared at the intruders. Dressed like thugs and hooligans, they looked thoroughly unsavory. A lanky, yellow-haired youth glared at Yi Wuji's car, snarling, "You! Get your ass out of that car!" But when Yi Wuji stepped out and sized them up, he initially assumed they were just a gang of street thugs looking to rob him. Yet the aura emanating from them felt distinctly different. Yi Wuji found them intriguing. These individuals possessed genuine strength, otherwise they wouldn't have caught his attention. These fellows were clearly stronger than the mysterious figures lurking in the darkness outside Su Fengtian's villa earlier. Yi Wuji showed no fear as he strode forward, demanding impatiently, "Speak up. What's your game? Robbery or what?" Hearing this, the blonde-haired man turned and exchanged a knowing smile with his brothers behind him. He crossed his arms, tilting his head back with a dismissive smirk. "Do we look like we're short on cash?" "Exactly. You're underestimating us. Don't worry, we're not after your money, we want your life. Someone's paying for it." The group chattered back and forth. Yi Wuji narrowed his eyes, intrigued. Calmly, he countered, "Oh? My life? Who sent you to take it?" The blonde-haired man was taken aback by his reaction, not expecting him to show no fear. "Right, someone paying top dollar for your head is an honor. Who knew your worthless life was so valuable? Since you've crossed those you shouldn't have, you'll pay the price." Yellowhair's gaze hardened, a venomous glint flashing in his eyes. "You've crossed the Su family. The Su family wants you dead, and you will die. Across the entire capital, the Su family is the law. The Su family demands your payment." Yi Wuji understood immediately. So it was the Su family after all. Had they already lost patience and moved so swiftly? His expression darkened once more as he murmured thoughtfully, "The Su family. What? Scared now?" Seeing his grim expression, the blonde-haired man sneered mockingly, "You knew what you were getting into when you crossed the Su family. This is exactly what you deserve." His henchman chimed in, "Exactly. What do you think the Su family is? Who do you think you are, messing with them? You must have had your head stuck in a door. Why pick a fight with anyone else? You had to go and mess with the Su family. Your mistake was picking the wrong target. If the Su family wants you dead by the third watch, not even the king of hell could keep you alive till the fourth. Next life, be a good boy and start over." Yi Wuji remained unmoved by their arrogant threats and mocking taunts. He didn't care in the slightest, as if the one deserving death wasn't him. Yi Wuji swept his gaze over them solemnly. "Don't get too cocky. Ha, what does the Su family even amount to? The Su family is beneath my feet, they aren't even worthy of polishing my shoes. What did you just say? The Su family dictates the rules of the entire capital? That's laughable. Once I wipe them out, I'll personally show them what true rules are." Wang Hao and his men listened to Yi Wuji's outrageous rant, horrified. "Hey! Do you know what you're saying? For words like these, the Su family would be justified in cutting you into 1,000 pieces." Yellow Hair, a lackey of the Su family, heard Yi Wuji's insolence and the insult to the Su family. He cursed furiously, "Shut your mouth. Dare to insult the Su family? Die." Huang Mao charged forward, swinging his blade at Yi Wuji. Yi Wuji sidestepped with 3 quick movements, dodging the blow effortlessly. Huang Mao glared at him with a sinister glint in his eyes. "Go ahead, try dodging this." Yi Wuji flicked his finger at him in a taunt, dismissively waving him off. "Come at me all at once. Don't waste my time." These words ignited the fury of the entire gang. "You're arrogant. Today I'll skin you alive. I'll make you wish you were dead. I'll chop you into pieces and turn you into a human pig." Yi Wuji chuckled lightly, taunting them with his words. "Heh, all you can do is talk big?" They charged at him together. Seeing this, Yi Wuji stopped dodging. Overconfident, he roared. With that, he swiftly swung his leg, delivering a sweeping kick that snapped the necks of an entire row of attackers. He spun around and delivered a punch straight to the yellow-haired man's gut. The blonde-haired man was sent flying through the air, spinning a full 360 degrees before crashing to the ground. Blood splattered everywhere as his body was reduced to a bloody pulp. The blonde-haired man didn't even have time to scream before a gaping, bloody hole appeared in his chest. Yi Wuji's terrifying power left the remaining men stunned. Yi Wuji, of course, showed no mercy, sending every last one of them flying with a single palm strike. Finally, only a scrawny figure remained, cowering on the ground, trembling violently as he desperately bowed his head, begging, "Please, I beg you. Don't kill me. Spare my life. Don't. I'll tell you anything you want to know. I'll spill everything. Please, don't kill me." Yi Wuji approached him, towering over him with an imposing expression. "Speak," he commanded sternly. "What was the purpose of the Su family sending you here?" The figure on the ground flashed a look of reluctance, his expression turning fierce. "We are the Su family's secret guards. Our mission is to take your life. Now that you've killed us, the Su family will certainly not let you off. Without us, they will send even more men to claim your life." Yi Wuji remained expressionless, his eyes unblinking. Without a word, he raised his blade and struck him down. I detest traitorous cowards most of all. Yi Wuji wiped the blood from his hands with disdain, then turned and walked away with a flourish. Su Fengtian gathered with his aunt and uncle in the Su family villa. They waited in silence for the return of the Su family's patriarch, Su Xiaotian, who had completed his cultivation retreat and was now returning in triumph. The skies above suddenly darkened. A storm was brewing over Jiangchang. Chapter 52, Hope Arrives. Yi Wuji had barely departed when Chang Yifan called again. Chang Yifan's voice on the other end was filled with excitement, almost as if he were eager to take credit. Bro, about that thing you mentioned last time, the medicinal herb you asked me to find? I've tracked it down. The information is absolutely reliable. Ever since the auction incident, the entire Chang family had been showering Yi Wuji with care and consideration. Chang Yifan was genuinely grateful to him. He could see Yi Wuji possessed genuine talent and wanted to grasp this powerful lifeline. Yi Wuji's face lit up with joy. Found it? Where? At an auction. Chang Yifan gave him an address, explaining it was in the neighboring city of Kobe. An auction would be held there in 3 days, where the item he sought would be available. Yi Wuji hurriedly thanked him. All right, Mr. Chang. I understand. Thank you so much. Oh, it's nothing, young man. Just a small favor. No need for such formalities. Chang Yifan seized the chance to build rapport. No need for thanks. I'll need your help again next time. Yi Wuji was a man of genuine skill, and Chang Yifan admired him deeply. Yi Wuji understood his meaning. Business people in the world of profit were sharp-witted and never made deals that would lose them money. Yi Wuji nodded. All right, Mr. Chang. If there's anything I can assist with, just let me know. After exchanging a few polite words, they ended the call. Upon returning home, Yi Wuji's first instinct was to find Chen Zixu, eager to share the good news with her immediately. He searched the house for a long time but found no sign of Chen Zixu or Yi Zihan. Yi Wuji grew anxious, suspecting she might have taken their daughter out for a stroll. Worried they could be in danger. He immediately called Chen Zixu, but the line remained unanswered. Just as his worry deepened, a text message suddenly arrived. He pulled out his phone and saw it was from his father-in-law, Chen Baichuan. Chen Zixu and Xiao Han have been brought to the Chen residence. I demand you sever all ties with them immediately and divorce Zixu. Stop bringing shame upon the Chen family. We have no need for a useless man like you. His wife and daughter had been taken away. Reading Chen Baichuan's threatening message demanding he divorce his wife, Yi Wuji felt utterly helpless. He had just resolved the crisis with the Chen family and thought things were finally improving. Now another incident has erupted, stirring up trouble once more. This is such a headache. Yi Wuji felt a headache coming on, but he still had to go to the Chen residence to clarify the situation and bring Chen Zixu and Yi Zihan back. Yi Wuji drove up to the entrance of the Chen family mansion. Just as he was about to go inside to find Chen Zixu, before Yi Wuji could even step through the gate, a group of thugs wielding clubs burst out. Each one was burly and muscular, their expressions fierce and menacing. They blocked Yi Wuji's path. Halt! You cannot enter. The gates of the Chen residence are not for the likes of you to cross. The head of the Chen family has ordered it. You cannot take another step forward. Dogs and those bearing the surname Yi are forbidden entry. If you dare force your way in, don't blame us for being rude. Yi Wuji was burning with impatience, unwilling to waste words with them. Move aside. I won't repeat myself. The thugs remained unmoved, blocking his path firmly. Gripping their clubs firmly, they declared, the family head has ordered you not to enter. Yi Wuji couldn't contain his impatience any longer. He charged forward, scattering them with a few palm strikes. In a few swift strikes, he shattered their clubs. Outmatched, the guards scattered in panic, fleeing in all directions. Yi Wuji knocked down the men blocking his path and stormed into the Chen residence. Chen Baichuan heard the commotion outside and hurried out to investigate. The moment he stepped outside, he collided with Yi Wuji, who had forced his way in. Chen Baichuan flew into a rage, pointing an accusing finger at Yi Wuji as he shouted, "You little brat! How dare you barge into the Chen residence? Get out! I don't want to see you. The Chen family doesn't welcome you. I warn you, the Chen family wants nothing to do with you. Divorce Chen Zixu immediately. Cut all ties." Hearing the commotion, Chen Zixu hurried out of her room to see what was happening. When she saw Yi Wuji confronting Chen Baichuan, Chen Zixu gasped, "Yi Wuji? What are you doing here? What are you doing here?" Chen Baichuan was so enraged he couldn't speak, his hands trembling. Seeing Chen Zixu arrive, Yi Wuji told her he had found the medicinal herbs to treat her daughter. Chen Zixu's heart leapt with joy. Really? You found it? Where? Her daughter could be saved. She was more anxious than anyone. Yi Wuji explained, I inquired from the Chang family. In 3 days, there will be an auction in the neighboring city of Kobe. They say the medicinal herbs needed for treatment will be there. Chen Zixu was overjoyed. Xiao Han can be saved. Then take her with us. Hurry and treat her. Yi Wuji nodded. Yes, that's exactly what I had in mind. I came here specifically to share this news with you. What? Such an audacious fool dares to challenge the Su family? Su Xiaotian, fresh from the mountains, stared sternly at Su Fengtian. How dare they bully someone from the Su family? Su Fengtian immediately began complaining, recounting his grievances. He detailed all the hardships the Su family had endured. Upon learning that Wuji had brutally slaughtered all of the Su family's secret guards, Su Xiaotian's rage boiled over. Fists clenched in rage, he smashed the marble table with a single punch. Su Xiaotian gritted his teeth. When had the Su family ever endured such humiliation? Wuji, huh? I want him dead. Su Fengtian, standing nearby, added fuel to the fire. Exactly. This man absolutely cannot be spared. If you don't take action, he won't even acknowledge the might of the Su family. He slaughtered numerous members of the Su family with extreme cruelty. He even boasted about destroying the Su family's prestige. Su Fengtian seized the chance to complain. This scar on my face? He did it. He ruined me. You must avenge me. A cold, murderous intent shot from Su Xiaotian's eyes, chilling to the bone. His imposing presence left no one daring to approach. Anyone who dares harm a member of the Su family will not be spared. Meanwhile, Wuji had finally found the medicinal herbs to treat his daughter, which is why Chen Zisu agreed to leave with him. Sigh. Enough, enough. Chen Baichuan watched as Wuji took Chen Zisu and his granddaughter away once more, his anger boiling over. He coughed violently from the rage, yet there was nothing he could do. He too felt heartbroken for Yi Zihan. Now, only Wuji could find the herbs to cure Yi Zihan's illness. Chen Baichuan seethed with anger and resentment toward Wuji, yet he couldn't stop him from seeking treatment for Yi Zihan. After leaving the Chen family mansion, Chen Zisu repeatedly asked on the road, wanting to confirm once more, are you truly certain you found the herbs to cure Xiaohan? Are you absolutely sure you can heal her? Are you certain? Wuji nodded resolutely. I'm certain. Absolutely. Trust me. What I say, I will do. Throughout the journey, Chen Zisu repeated her questions over and over, and he patiently answered each one. She recalled how many times she had doubted Wuji before, yet he had indeed delivered on every promise. He had helped the Chen family resolve their crisis and cured his daughter's poisoning. Perhaps he truly could find a better solution. Chapter 53, The Jiang Family. This time, Chen Zisu felt that Wuji could be quite dependable at times and that she should trust him. Chen Zisu silently agreed, choosing to trust him. Just then, Yi Zihan's stomach suddenly growled loudly, breaking the quiet atmosphere. Wuji asked with a smile, what's wrong, Xiaohan? Hungry? Didn't you eat? Yi Zihan rubbed her tummy and pouted, I'm hungry. I didn't eat. Wuji looked surprised. You didn't eat at the Chen residence? Chen Zisu's eyes dimmed as she slowly shook her head. No, we didn't. We just couldn't bring ourselves to eat. My father is still angry. Wuji understood immediately. Chen Baichuan was in a rage and hadn't fed them after taking them away. Wuji frowned. Come on, let's get you guys something to eat first. Yi Zihan clapped her hands happily. Yay! Let's go eat. Wuji drove them to the city's most luxurious 5-star hotel. After parking, Wuji entered the hotel. A warm and courteous attendant approached them, greeting them, hello, how many guests may I assist today? Wuji glanced at the three of them and requested a private room. The attendant paused. A private room? Are you sure? A private room could seat over a dozen people, and the room fee alone was over 100,000 yuan. 3 people requesting a private room upon arrival? The attendant thought he must have misheard and quickly clarified, the private rooms are very large. Wuji nodded non-committally. Yes, we'll take a private room. Certainly. I'll show you to your table. After you. Just as the server prepared to lead them, a commotion erupted behind them, drawing their attention. What the hell is wrong with you people? A young man yelled at another server, do you know who I am? What's wrong with your eyes? How dare you tell me there are no private rooms left? The server before him was so intimidated he couldn't even breathe, repeatedly bowing his head in apology. I'm truly sorry, sir. We really don't have any private rooms available. You need to make a reservation in advance. The young man's face twisted with fury as his eyes widened in rage. You're telling me I need a reservation? I never make reservations. Judging by his attire head-to-toe designer labels, undoubtedly expensive, he was clearly wealthy, flanked by several stunningly beautiful women. The waiter glanced at Wuji's family, attempting to explain, we truly have none left. The last private room was just reserved by this gentleman who arrived moments ago. Oh? The young man turned his gaze toward Wuji and his group. He strode over, sizing them up from head to toe. Tisk, he scoffed. Look at them. Do they even look like they can afford this? Wuji frowned, his voice cold. Whether we can afford it or not is none of your business. The young man immediately raised his voice. Whoa! Do you know who I am? How dare you speak to this young master like that? Yi Wuji had no intention of engaging him. He simply ignored him and led his wife and daughter toward a private room. Seeing his indifference, the man grew furious. Stop them. I'm warning you, I'm in charge here. I've reserved this last private room. Know your place and get the hell out of here. Yi Wuji wouldn't budge either, retorting, what if I don't? I was here first. This is mine. The man chuckled. I won't argue, first come first served with you. I'm in charge here. Seeing the two locked in a stalemate, the waiter was caught in the middle. In desperation, he summoned the floor manager. The manager appeared and, upon seeing the man, immediately adopted a fawning demeanor. He approached with a cheerful smile. Mr. Jiang. My apologies for not greeting you sooner. Your presence truly graces our establishment. What might you require today? Jiang Ling was pleased with the manager's fawning response. Humph. What's wrong with your staff? I said I want this private room, and he told me it's unavailable, that I need to make a reservation? The manager panicked upon hearing this, glaring fiercely at the server. He forced a smile. My deepest apologies, young Master Jiang. Our new staff member is inexperienced and didn't know better. I never imagined he would offend you. I'll ensure he receives strict training. Please don't be angry. Of course, whenever you come, any private room is yours to choose. What's this about first come, first served? I'll see who dares to block your way again. The manager's words instantly confirmed Jiang Ling's status. The private room was his. Satisfied with the outcome, he grew even more arrogant. Tilting his head back with nostrils flared, he declared haughtily, I said I'm in charge here. Now get lost. You think you're worthy of arguing with me? Look at your lowly status. The beauty beside Jiang Ling sneered, exactly. Who do you think our young Master Jiang is? Get lost already. Take a good look at yourself in the mirror, will you? Stop getting in the way. Don't spoil young Master Jiang's mood. Watching their snobbish expressions, Yi Wuji was so infuriated he laughed. What if I say no? Yi Wuji's gaze was piercing, as if he could see straight through everyone's thoughts. Seeing Yi Wuji's defiant stance, Jiang Ling refused to back down and immediately flew into a rage. I'm warning you, you'll have to give in whether you like it or not. Don't bite the hand that feeds you. I'll make you regret this. He didn't want to waste words, so he called Zhao Xinghe directly and ordered him to come over. Jiang Ling then recognized Yi Wuji and sneered sarcastically, so you're that Yi Wuji, huh? The rapist just out of prison, right? The moment those words left his mouth, everyone present unconsciously turned their gaze toward Yi Wuji with a strange look. Facing the strange stares, Chen Zisu felt uncomfortable and roaned. Yi Wuji. She shielded Yi Zihan behind her. Yi Wuji wanted to step in and teach him a lesson. Jiang Ling immediately shouted, what? Just out of prison and already looking for a fight? You want to go back in, don't you? Chen Zisu felt deeply disappointed, her good mood completely ruined. The manager then personally escorted them to a private room. Jiang Ling entered the private room, casting a triumphant, taunting glance at Yi Wuji. The pain in his wife and daughter's eyes pierced Yi Wuji's heart. He could no longer contain himself. He charged straight into the private room. He grabbed Jiang Ling by the collar and, amid the gasps of the crowd, flung him out with his bare hands. What are you doing? Seeing his wealthy patron thrown out, the manager yelled, summoning security. Just then, Zhao Xinghe arrived in time, presenting his credentials to the manager. The manager bowed repeatedly to Zhao Xinghe. Oh my, sir. I didn't recognize you. My deepest apologies for the oversight. The manager's attitude did a complete 180-degree turn, then turned coldly to Jiang Ling, please leave. This private room belongs to Mr. Yi. Everyone was stunned. What could possibly make the manager dare to expel Jiang Ling like this? Jiang Ling trembled with rage, shouting at the manager, how dare you treat me this way? Who do you think you are? This time, the manager ordered his staff to physically escort Jiang Ling out. As the esteemed eldest son of the Jiang family, Jiang Ling had never endured such treatment. Furious, he stormed out. Meanwhile, Su Xiaotian, head of the Su family, was plotting to dispatch elite secret guards to assassinate Yi Wuji. Chapter 54, No Escape. Su Xiaotian, head of the Su family, was now discussing an alliance with Chen Tongkai, Su Fengtian's uncle-in-law, plotting how to eliminate Yi Wuji. Chen Tongkai seethed, I've endured this for far too long, waiting for the chance to eliminate Yi Wuji. Now, together, we will root him out completely, ensuring he never rises again. Exactly. Anyone who insults the Su family should not be allowed to live another day. Their very existence is a disgrace to our clan. This time, he must die. Chen Tongkai was a military officer with thousands of troops under his command, ready to mobilize forces at any moment. My troops are already en route. They'll arrive in a few days and provide reinforcements soon. Su Xiaotian nodded thoughtfully. This time, we'll take him down once and for all. After finishing his meal, Yi Wuji prepared to escort Yi Zihan and Chen Zisu home. Yi Wuji cradled Yi Zihan affectionately. Little Han, are you full? Did you enjoy your meal? Yi Zihan nodded contentedly, pecking like a little chick. I'm full. Not hungry anymore. It was delicious, Xiao Han loved it. Yi Wuji beamed with joy. Great. As long as you liked it, we'll come back again next time. Yi Wuji set Yi Zihan down to play with her toys. Wait for me at home. I'm heading to the Chang residence to inquire about the auction. I'll be back soon. After settling them in, Yi Wuji drove to the Chang family residence. On the way, Yi Wuji reflected that since it was his first visit to the Chang family, he certainly couldn't arrive empty-handed. He turned around, made a detour, and headed to a luxury boutique to pick out some housewarming gifts. Yi Wuji carefully selected items in the luxury boutique. He set his sights on a set of gemstone jewelry and a watch. He intended to wrap them up, pay, and take them with him. Just then, someone interrupted him. Wait, this is nice. I really like it. Could you let me have it? You have excellent taste. Yi Wuji looked up at the sound. A beautiful, refined woman approached. Her figure swayed as she glided toward them in a little black dress, her steps elegant and graceful. Her face was lovely, and her meticulous makeup gave her an air of sophistication. Her figure was undeniably sensual. The cocktail dress hugged her tall, curvaceous frame, accentuating every contour. A faint, delicate fragrance of perfume wafted from her. Yi Wuji's chosen gift had caught her eye, and he found her impolite request deeply off-putting. Yi Wuji didn't know her, and her demand left him baffled. Excuse me, miss, I'm afraid that won't be possible. I don't know you, and I have no desire to get to know you. Yi Wuji wore an expression that clearly said, keep your distance. In his eyes, no woman but Chen Zisu was worthy of his notice. None even caught his eye. Yi Wuji stared at her coldly, his expression unreadable, then turned away without another glance. The woman's beautiful face visibly froze in surprise. She hadn't expected him to reject her. She asked in astonishment, are you sure you want to refuse me? Won't you reconsider? Do you know who I am? It's your privilege to catch my eye. She was the eldest daughter of the Jiang family, possessing both stunning looks and a perfect figure, along with status, prestige, and powerful connections. This was the first time a man had ignored her, showing no reaction to her beautiful face. Countless suitors and admirers clamored for her attention, yet she alone held the power to ignore them, never once rejected. Yi Wuji didn't even glance at her, simply paid and left. It was a novel experience for the woman to encounter a man who paid her no mind. He remained utterly unmoved by her stunningly beautiful face. Under her curious gaze, Yi Wuji walked out of the luxury boutique. At that moment, the assassin sent by Su Xiaotian, head of the Su family, arrived and locked onto Yi Wuji's location. Without giving him time to react, the assassin lunged forward to ambush Yi Wuji. The woman, who had followed out of curiosity, witnessed the scene. She couldn't help but cry out, "Ah! Watch out!" Yi Wuji, of course, sensed the danger and dispatched the assassin with a single, decisive punch. The assassin was stunned, seemingly unable to believe he had failed. He hadn't taken Yi Wuji seriously, assuming he could kill him with ease. The assassin was instantly decapitated. Yi Wuji didn't even blink, moving like an emotionless killing machine. His movements were clean and decisive, swift and agile. Holy crap! The intelligence scout accompanying him was stunned. Seeing this, he immediately prepared to send out the intelligence report, declaring the mission a failure. But before the message could be sent, Yi Wuji flashed before him and snapped his neck. The woman who witnessed this scene was utterly astonished, her shock palpable as she watched Yi Wuji's lethal strike. Zhang Ruofeng had never seen a man this formidable in her entire life. Zhang Ruofeng's interest in Yi Wuji intensified. She secretly snapped his photo and ordered her men to investigate. Unaware he was being photographed, Yi Wuji drove to the Chang residence. At that moment, the head of the Chang family sat at home, his face clouded with worry. Upon seeing Yi Wuji arrive, he immediately rose to greet him. Chen Tongkai's forces from the Su family had also arrived. Chen Tongkai was brimming with confidence, certain Yi Wuji couldn't escape this time. Su Fengtian rubbed his hands together excitedly. There was no way he could escape now. What skills could he possibly have to defeat an army? Su family spies brought news to report to the head of the family. Intelligence indicated that the secret guards you sent had been killed. We've lost contact with all our dispatched personnel. It's feared they've all met with misfortune. Before the spy could finish, Su Xiaotian slammed his fist on the table and exploded. What? Not a single one returned? The spy bowed his head, fearing Su Xiaotian's wrath might fall upon him, and replied in a low voice, yes. Su Xiaotian clutched his chest, overcome with grief and fury. How could this happen? He cried, his heart breaking. These elite guards had been meticulously trained by him over many years, and now they were all gone in an instant. Not a single one remained. At that moment, Su Xiaotian's hatred for Yi Wuji burned fiercely. Su Fengtian supported him from the side, urging, calm down, Your Excellency. Don't let this fury ruin your health. It's not worth it. Taking care of yourself is paramount. Our Su family will have plenty of time to settle this with him. How could he possibly match the might of the Su family? His arrogance and overconfidence had been his downfall. I hear my uncle's army has already arrived. This time, he won't escape even if he grew wings. Su Xiaotian snorted coldly. Oof. Once he falls into my hands, I will personally slit his throat. To quench the hatred in my heart. Chen Tongkai also arrived to report to his father-in-law. My reinforcements have been redeployed and are standing by, ready for your orders at any moment. Su Fengtian's heart leapt with joy. Then we have absolute certainty this time. That Yi Wuji won't be able to keep jumping around for much longer. Su Xiaotian cracked his neck, his gaze icy as he declared with fierce resolve, I'll make him wish he were dead. With those words, Su Xiaotian radiated an overpowering aura of authority, as if his single command alone could determine Yi Wuji's fate. Chapter 55, The Traitor Within the Cheng Family. Chen Tongkai devised the strategy. I've already deployed troops throughout the city. With several groups scattered about, we'll surely catch Yi Wuji in one fell swoop. The Su family gathered to plot countless sinister schemes on how to eliminate Yi Wuji. Meanwhile, Yi Wuji, who had just stepped into the Cheng family compound, remained utterly unaware of the danger closing in. Chang Yifan wore a look of profound distress. Noticing this, Yi Wuji casually handed over the gift he had brought and inquired, What's wrong, Mr. Chang? Why the troubled look? What happened? Chang Yifan shot a glance. And the Cheng family butler immediately stepped forward to accept the gift with utmost respect. You needn't have brought gifts. Just relax and make yourself at home. Chang Yifan invited him to sit down. Young man, your timing is perfect. You see, something's been troubling our entire Cheng household lately. I can't quite put my finger on it. Seeing Chang Yifan hesitate, as if there were some unspoken difficulty. Yi Wuji had sensed the unusual atmosphere the moment he entered the Chang residence. Don't worry, Mr. Chang. There's no need to hold back. Just say whatever's on your mind. I might know something that could help resolve your troubles. Chang Yifan spoke thoughtfully, voicing his inner turmoil. Everyone in our Chang household, no one knows why, has fallen ill one after another. The elderly, children, servants, some have died, others are sick. Everyone's health is deteriorating rapidly. That prescription you gave me at the auction, after our entire family tried it for a while, the results were remarkable. Their conditions improved. But now, for some unknown reason, after a period of time, we've started deteriorating again. My elderly mother coughed up blood recently, and we still can't figure out the cause. As he spoke, a look of sorrow flashed in Chang Yifan's eyes. It was clear he was genuinely worried about his family. Yi Wuji was equally astonished. His prescription was flawless, designed to strengthen the body and extend life. It simply couldn't have gone wrong. He suggested, would it be possible to gather everyone in your household, the elderly, children, and young adults, so I can examine their specific symptoms? Chang Yifan seemed to see a glimmer of hope and promptly relayed the request to his household. Soon, every member of the Chang household was assembled before Yi Wuji. Yi Wuji had them line up in a row. He walked past them one by one, carefully observing each person's vitality and overall condition. As Yi Wuji examined the Cheng family members, he discovered that everyone in the household exhibited varying degrees of weakness. Their cheeks were sunken, dark circles under their eyes had turned bluish. Their whites were cloudy, eyes vacant and unfocused, with bloodshot membranes covering their eyeballs. One by one, they looked listless and their lips had turned blue. Listen closely, their breathing was labored, as if each breath came with great difficulty. Yi Wuji stopped before a young, strong-looking servant and casually pinched his muscle. After feeling it, his brows furrowed deeply. Something was wrong. This man was clearly in his prime, in his 30s, yet he was so weak, his muscles atrophied and limp. The young man before him was as feeble as an old man, his body lacking strength, his skin lacking elasticity. A slight pinch left a blue-tinged indentation. Chang Yifan asked anxiously, Young master, what do you think? Have you discovered anything? Yi Wuji nodded solemnly. Based on my experience, if I'm not mistaken, everyone in your household has been poisoned with a slow-acting toxin. What? Chang Yifan recoiled in shock, stumbling backward until he collapsed onto the sofa. The words exploded like a bomb, sending shockwaves through the entire Chang household. Whispers spread through the room as family members exchanged suspicious glances, questioning Yi Wuji's claim. How could that be? Impossible. How could we be poisoned? The Chang household is perfectly fine, how could there be poison? You're just trying to scare us. Then a middle-aged, overweight man wearing glasses and a white lab coat stepped forward. He approached Yi Wuji, his gaze piercing as he stared at him. Who do you think you are? Some unknown person claiming we're poisoned? That's pure nonsense. Stop peddling your nonsense here. What proof do you have? As the Cheng family's regular private physician, how could I have failed to detect poison? I'm a professional doctor, are you questioning my expertise? Yi Wuji appraised the man before him. Oh? You're the Cheng family's private physician? The man lifted his chin haughtily. Yes. So what? Every illness, big or small, that the Cheng family has suffered over the years has been diagnosed by me. Yi Wuji studied the man's haughty demeanor, scrutinizing him closely. Something about him seemed off. He was the only member of the Chang family who appeared robust and healthy, speaking with steady breath and full vitality. His physical condition stood in stark contrast to the rest of the Chang family. Yi Wuji understood immediately, seeing right through the man's intentions. Well then, Yi Wuji said calmly, "You're in such fine shape, so full of energy. Yet after all this time in the Chang household, they've all developed problems. As their personal physician, it seems you've remained completely unaffected, while the Chang family members have grown increasingly frail. I suspect the poisoner is someone within your own family." Yi Wuji's words carried hidden meaning. The Chang family members were stunned. They had never imagined their condition stemmed from poisoning. All eyes turned to the private physician. The man felt uneasy and hurriedly defended himself. "What the hell do you mean? Don't make such outrageous accusations. Don't listen to his bull. What does he know? This guy must be plotting something, trying to turn us against each other." At that moment, the patriarch of the Chang family stepped forward. He too was puzzled. How could Yi Wuji have detected poisoning in the Chang family? Chang Yifan chose to trust Yi Wuji, recounting how Yi had helped him expose a fraud at an auction and saved his wife's life with miraculous treatment. Chang Yifan added that the medicinal formula the Chang family had recently taken was also provided by Yi Wuji. The Chang family members instantly looked at Yi Wuji with added respect. Old Master Chang was deeply moved. In all his years, he had never encountered such a prodigious talent. The Chang family was well aware of the critical condition of Chang Yifan's wife, and they never imagined she could be saved by Yi Wuji. Old Master Chang earnestly pleaded, hoping Yi Wuji would assist the Chang family. He was willing to pay any price for it. At that moment, Yi Wuji was surrounded by every member of the Chang family. The Chang family's personal physician watched him with a venomous glint in his eyes. Seeing the old patriarch's sincere plea and the genuine sincerity he displayed, Yi Wuji found it difficult to refuse, especially considering his connection to Chang Yifan. After all, his visit was to discuss the auction, and Yi Wuji and the Chang family were technically partners. Having stumbled upon this situation, Yi Wuji couldn't stand idly by while villains slaughtered the innocent. Thus, he nodded in agreement. "Truthfully, the poison you've been struck by isn't difficult to treat. The problem is, it must be eradicated at its root. Otherwise, it would be like last time I provided a remedy, yet new problems arose shortly after, and the Chang family still faced misfortune." As he spoke, Yi Wuji's gaze flickered subtly toward the Chang family's personal physician. He added with subtle meaning, "Detoxification isn't difficult, but it only addresses the immediate crisis. If the poisoner remains undiscovered, such incidents will recur endlessly." Chapter 56, Hunting the Traitor. Yi Wuji's words couldn't have been clearer. There was a mole within the Chang family. The private physician's expression flashed panic as he averted Yi Wuji's gaze, wiping away a bead of cold sweat. "I will not tolerate such treachery within the Chang family." Chang Yifan roared, waving his hand to command everyone, now! Everyone must undergo inspection. Gather every single person, not one left out, for thorough examination. Seal the gates. No one leaves." Chaos erupted throughout the Chang residence. People jostled and pushed, rushing about to spread the news. Chaos erupted as voices rose in a cacophony of whispers and accusations, each suspecting the other of being the mole. "All right. Is everyone accounted for? Steward, check them all. Not a single one can be missed." Chang Yifan's stern gaze swept over the crowd. After cross-referencing each name against the list, the steward reported, "Everyone is present, master." As the head of the household, Chang Yifan commanded an aura of authority that silenced the crowd. The noisy, crowded room instantly fell silent. Once everyone was present, Yi Wuji stood with his hands behind his back, pacing among the crowd. His eyes scanned every person present. He missed not a single subtle expression or body language. After surveying the room for a long while, Yi Wuji spoke slowly, his voice tinged with mystery. "I am certain the poisoner is undoubtedly someone within the Chang family." The words had barely left his mouth when shock rippled through the crowd. People turned to stare at those beside them, and in an instant, heated arguments erupted. "Good heavens! This is terrifying. How could I have been poisoned? Heaven forbid, I won't die, will I? Was it you? I've noticed you acting shady all day. What nonsense are you spouting? Stop making baseless accusations. I'm poisoned too, I'm a victim as well, you know. I've always thought you were up to no good. Yeah, we're both poisoned. What are we gonna do? I don't want to die. Help me." The crowd chattered wildly, and Chang Yifan's head was pounding from the noise. He didn't know whom to believe or where to begin. Old Master Chang tapped his cane forcefully and barked, "Quiet! Everyone, stop arguing. This young man will get to the bottom of this. Don't worry, we'll find a way to catch the culprit. No one will be wrongfully accused." Old Master Chang's words left the crowd momentarily speechless. Then, a heavy-set woman dressed in luxurious attire stepped forward from the crowd. She approached Yi Wuji, her voice shrill as she demanded, "How do you know? What proof do you have? How dare you accuse someone from our Chang family? You say there's a mole in the Chang family? That's laughable. What could an outsider like you possibly know? Go ask around. Among the great families, ours is renowned for the unity between masters and servants. The head of the Chang family has bestowed favors upon us all, we can't repay him fast enough. And you say there's a mole among us? What on earth is your motive? The woman then turned to Chun Yifan, her voice filled with righteous indignation. She beat her chest in anguish, her words dripping with heartbreak. Master Chang, how could you believe an outsider's words and suspect our loyal servants of so many years? How deeply hurt we are. Her voice choked with tears as she spoke, her words sharp and accusatory. She unleashed a barrage of questioning remarks at Yi Wuji and Chang Yifan, leaving everyone stunned. Chun Yifan explained awkwardly, Sister Hua, it's not like that. We're not suspecting anyone. Everyone was poisoned, we just need to find the person who did it. The old master himself said he wouldn't wrongly accuse anyone. The woman, fiery-tempered, wouldn't listen to these explanations. She waved impatiently, cutting him off. It all boils down to him, an outsider, not trusting us family members. He says it's poisoning, so it must be poisoning. What does he know? Even the doctors couldn't diagnose it. I said it was just a minor cold, why won't he believe me? Chun Yifan tried to speak again, but the woman cut him off. Enough. Without proof, he can't frame us. Her words silenced the mutual suspicion among the group, uniting them against the outsider. The woman was Chun Yifan's childhood nanny, a longtime servant of the Chang family whom everyone affectionately called Sister Hua. Her status and influence within the family carried weight. Her words carried greater weight, and more people chose to believe her. Suspicion began to focus on Yi Wuji, with more and more people voicing their objections to him. Everyone unleashed a barrage of criticism at him. Exactly. Sister Hua is right. Right. Why should we just take his word for it? He's an outsider. Who does he think he is? What could he possibly see? How dare he doubt us? He's trying to drive a wedge between us, to break up our family, to scatter us. Who knows what his real intentions are? We absolutely refuse to allow a search. This is an invasion of our personal freedom. Faced with the group's resistance, Chun Yifan couldn't bring himself to discipline his own family members. He could only cast a helpless, pleading glance toward Yi Wuji. Yi Wuji remained impassive, arms crossed, snorting coldly, heh. If you don't trust me, then just wait to die. Sister Hua glared at him viciously and spat, listen to this. Everyone, listen to this. How could a young man utter such venomous words? I knew he had ulterior motives. Yi Wuji looked down at her with cold detachment. Believe it or not, it's your choice. Whether you live or die is none of my concern. If not for your family head's face, I wouldn't have lifted a finger. You may not know my true nature, but your master does. As for proof? Yi Wuji chuckled lightly, his tone unwavering. Because I can diagnose your symptoms, each one matches perfectly. That alone is proof enough. Even doctors couldn't diagnose this. Because I single-handedly prevented your master from being deceived. Because I saved your dying mother, bringing her back from the brink of death. Your master witnessed all of this with his own eyes. You ask me what gives me the right? You shouldn't be asking me, go ask your family head. Go ask him why. What do you know? Ignorance deserves death. Yi Wuji fired back at the crowd, leaving Hua Jia and the others speechless. He was growing irritated and had no desire to look upon this pack of ingrate dogs any longer. After speaking, Yi Wuji turned to leave, his departure signifying that their fate held no consequence for him. Chun Yifan acted swiftly, grabbing him by the arm. He flashed a forced smile. Brother! Brother! Don't go! Don't leave, young man! Don't be angry. I'll vouch for you, every word you said is true. I hereby declare that no one in the Cheng family shall harbor the slightest doubt. We will all cooperate. The Cheng family members, still reeling from Yi Wuji's words, were utterly stunned. Some level-headed members chose to believe Yi Wuji's words and apologized to him. The Cheng family's old steward stepped forward and led the way. Mr. Yi, we were too ignorant. Please save our Cheng family. Everyone bowed their heads in repentance. We don't want to die. Save us. I believe in you. We trust your abilities completely, there won't be a shred of doubt left. Yi Wuji was pulled back by Chang Yifan, and the crowd finally quieted. He then revealed the purpose of his visit. Chang Yifan learned Yi Wuji had come to investigate the auction, to enable him to wholeheartedly assist the Chang family. Chang Yifan explained the lineup for the upcoming auction in Kobe City. This auction had invited our Chang family, along with the Su family, the Jiang family, and all the major clans. Influential figures from high society would be invited to attend, representing a broad spectrum of power and a formidable lineup. Thousands of items would be up for auction, all rare treasures. Chang Yifan patiently explained to Yi Wuji. Yi Wuji listened intently. Unbeknownst to him, a pair of servants from the Chang family, a man and a woman, were discreetly exchanging secret signals with hand gestures in an unnoticed corner of the crowd. Chapter 57, Disciplinary Action. Upon hearing that the Su family and other major clans would attend the auction, Yi Wuji's interest was piqued. Was this an auction or a gathering for the major families? What was the purpose of this gathering? Or was there some grand conspiracy at play? Chang Yifan informed him that the auction featured not only the medicinal herbs Yi Wuji sought, but each specimen was of exceptional quality, guaranteed to be top tier. Chang Yifan further hinted that a grand finale treasure would be featured, though he himself knew nothing of its nature, shrouded in mystery. Everyone was filled with anticipation, as it was rumored to be a treasure of world-shaking significance. Every clan had come for this mysterious treasure. Oh, if it's so astonishing, I'll have to see what kind of treasure it is. Yi Wuji toyed with the teacup in his hand, his interest in the auction growing intensely. After understanding the specifics, Yi Wuji began treating the Chang family members for their ailments and detoxifying them. Consider it in exchange for the Chang family's intelligence. Yi Wuji merely glanced over them briefly, instantly pinpointing the root of the problem and immediately identifying the issues plaguing most of them. Most of you have only mild symptoms. I'll prescribe a formula. Follow my instructions to gather the herbs, drink it for a few days, and you'll be fine. No need to worry, it's nothing serious. With that, Yi Wuji swept his hand dramatically, swiftly writing out a prescription in elegant calligraphy before handing it to Chang Yifan. The steward moved to catch it, but Chang Yifan beat him to it, snatching the prescription with both hands and presenting it to old Master Chang. The Chang household members stared in disbelief at how swiftly he diagnosed the issue and prescribed a remedy. The ailment that had plagued them for days, one even doctors couldn't identify, he'd spotted at a glance? Good heavens, is this reliable? We're entrusting our very lives to him. Are you sure this will cure our illness? Is this really going to work? Sister Hua was equally astonished. Stepping forward again, she voiced everyone's doubts and demanded, how could you possibly know the cause of our illness at a glance? She spoke while sizing Yi Wuji up from head to toe. Sister Hua pointed at him, her tone dripping with sarcasm, could it be you have ulterior motives toward us? You claim there's a mole within our family, could it be you secretly poisoned us first, then framed us, only to offer treatment afterward? How else could you have diagnosed us so instantly? Couldn't it be that you're the one who poisoned us? These words shook everyone's confidence, leaving them unsure whom to believe. Yi Wuji was indeed formidable, but Sister Hua's words weren't without merit. Suspicious glances turned back to Yi Wuji as they murmured, Sis Hua has a point. It could very well be his doing. No way. That's not what you said earlier. Who knows if that prescription he scribbled down will even work? Chang Yifan watched Yi Wuji's face darken, fearing he might upset him and thus not help the Chang family. Chang Yifan immediately stepped forward to defend Yi Wuji. Impossible. Everyone, please calm down. Sister Hua, don't spread unfounded rumors. This is pure fabrication. I guarantee, Brother Yi is absolutely not that kind of person. As head of the Chang family, I'll take full responsibility for everyone. Yi Wuji's expression softened slightly upon hearing Chang Yifan's words. Just then, the private physician abruptly stepped forward, pointing an accusing finger at Yi Wuji and bellowed, he's a convicted rapist. How could you possibly trust his words? The accusation exploded like a bomb, sending shockwaves through the crowd. Chaos erupted instantly. No way, is that true? He doesn't look like that kind of person. Shut up. What do you know? You can't judge a book by its cover, he's a wolf in sheep's clothing. Exactly. We can't trust a rapist. That pretty boy, looking so respectable, who'd have thought he'd do something so despicable? Old Master Chang, enraged by the barrage of insults, gripped his cane and rose unsteadily to his feet. He raised his cane and slammed it hard against Sister Hua and the private doctor. I'll teach you to spread lies. Slandering an innocent man. You'll answer for your words. Do you deliberately seek to destroy the entire Chang family? Causing trouble time and again. What do you think you're doing? Rebelling? Sister Hua and the doctor, struck with nowhere to flee, huddled together in a ball, howling in pain. A faint, vicious glint of murderous intent flickered in their eyes. This scene was caught by Yi Wuji, who saw every one of their little maneuvers. Beaten into submission, they dared not utter another sound. Chang Yifan apologized to Yi Wuji. Young man, it's all my fault as the head of this household. I haven't disciplined my servants properly. Please don't take it personally. I'll apologize on their behalf. Mr. Chang, there's no need to say more. I don't care. Yi Wuji, too, paid them no mind, unwilling to engage with this ignorant crowd. Instead, he focused his attention on Sister Hua and the doctor. To dispel everyone's suspicions and prejudiced views, Yi Wuji directly and accurately described the poisoning symptoms of every single person present, along with the solutions. The entire hall fell silent as a gravestone, all doubt vanishing. Old Master Chang examined the prescription Yi Wuji had written, expressing admiration. His gaze toward Yi Wuji now held a newfound respect and esteem. Chang Yifan promptly ordered the steward to prepare the medicine and procure the herbs according to the prescription. Old Master Chang, his expression unwavering, resolved to personally root out the traitor within the Chang household. The old master addressed the crowd sternly, I will not tolerate any treachery. I am not dead yet. Do not think you can pull dirty tricks under my nose. Whoever I catch will be punished severely. His gaze swept across the assembled crowd. Finally, his gaze settled on Sister Hua and the doctor. What's their situation? What's going on? Yi Wuji chuckled lightly. They're fine. No poisoning, no need for medicine. Just rein in their private lives a bit. Now, everyone's gaze turned to Sister Hua with mixed emotions. Sister Hua and the doctor hung their heads in shame. They muttered under their breath, what a quack. What does he know? Hearing this, old Master Chang seemed to grasp something. He ordered the butler to fetch the family discipline rod. The butler and the others froze in surprise. Sir, what did you just say? Did I hear that correctly? Old Master Chang glared at him. What? Am I so old that you're too senile to understand me? The steward hastily shook his head. No. I'll fetch it immediately. Everyone's expressions darkened. The old master was suddenly demanding the family discipline be brought out. It was well known that the Chang family's disciplinary rod, passed down through generations, was notoriously harsh and terrifying. Its 100+ punishments could make life worse than death. Sister Hua's face also turned pale upon hearing this. Having lived in the Chang household for so many years, how could she not know the horror of their family law? Sister Hua and the doctor exchanged a glance. Suddenly, both drew small knives from behind their backs, ready to strike at the first opportunity. Half a moment later, the butler presented the family discipline. A thick, dust-covered ancient book. It was clearly a book that had been sealed away for a very long time. Chapter 58, Old Man, Don't Move. A closer look revealed the steward's hands trembling slightly. Behind him stood a dozen men, each wielding different instruments of punishment, curved hooks, blood drippers, flails, silver needles. Stains of blood still clinging to them. Every conceivable torture device, strange and unfamiliar, was present. The blades emitted a piercing, icy glint. Every member of the Chang family recoiled as if encountering a plague, desperate to keep their distance. Everyone kept their distance, trembling with fear, dreading that they might be next. Their gazes toward Sister Hua gradually softened with sympathy, as if they had already foreseen the manner of her death. The Chang family's disciplinary methods were terrifying enough to make one gasp for breath. The rumors surrounding these rules were even more horrifying. The old servants knew well that when the Chang family brought out their disciplinary code, it was a death sentence. This inevitably caused the members of the Chang family to recall a profound incident from the past. 20 years prior, a scandal had erupted within the Chang household. Back when old Master Chang still ruled the household, his primary wife was suspected of being caught in an affair. Enraged, old Master Chang applied every single family law to the adulterous couple, skinning them alive, breaking their ribs, draining their blood, turning them into human pigs, chopping off their limbs, and soaking them in wine. Every single punishment was inflicted upon the first wife and her lover. The punishment left them neither able to live nor die. The entire household witnessed the punishment as a warning. After 49 agonizing days of torture, both the eldest wife and her lover were reduced to unrecognizable forms before finally succumbing to death. Their agonized screams could be heard for miles around. The horror was unimaginable. The mere mention of the family law sent shivers down everyone's spine. Old Master Chang gazed at the family code, flipping through its pages to determine how to punish Hua Jia and her accomplice. Before he could utter a word, he began coughing violently. At that moment, Sister Hua and the doctor lunged forward, feigning concern for old Master Chang's health. Before anyone could react, Sister Hua suddenly drew a dagger she had prepared earlier and pressed it against the old man's throat. Don't move! Old man, a knife doesn't have eyes. The doctor swiftly seized the opportunity to bind old Master Chang's hands behind his back, restraining him so he couldn't struggle. Sister Hua snarled menacingly, everyone step back. Get out of the way. Or I'll stab this old bastard to death. If it comes to it, we'll all die together. She knew the terror of the family law bringing it out meant certain death. Resistance was the only option. Everyone froze. Neither the servants nor the guards dared take another step forward. Chang Yifan roared, what are you doing, Sister Hua? How dare you? The crowd shouted in unison, Sister Hua. What are you doing? Let go of the old master at once. How could you do this, Sister Hua? The old master has been kind to us. Don't act rashly. Drop the knife. Sister Hua, no. The old man felt the cold blade against his neck and his legs went weak with fear. You dare rebel? Sister Hua sneered coldly, ha! Favors? He was about to enforce the family law on us, trying to kill me. Should I just wait to die without fighting back? Enough talk. Everyone step aside. Or I'll send this old fool to the afterlife right now. Terrified, the crowd scattered, clearing a path. Yi Wuji stepped forward alone, blocking her path. You wicked woman, I advise you to release old Master Chang. Sister Hua scoffed, who do you think you are? If it weren't for you, our plan would have succeeded already. It's all your fault. Bastard. If not for you, that short-lived old bastard would have been poisoned long ago, and the head of the Chang family would be on his last legs by now. The Chang family was ours for the taking. But you showed up out of nowhere and ruined everything. No one leaves here alive today. If we go down, we all go down together. The words hung heavy in the air, shock rippling through the group. They never imagined the poisoner would be Sister Hua, the one they trusted most. They were all too stunned to speak. Chang Yifan, heartbroken and furious, exclaimed, "Sister Hua, our Chang family treated you well." "Why? Treated me well?" Sister Hua cut him off, exclaiming in horror, "That's laughable. How can you say that with a clear conscience? I've given so much to the Chang family, my entire life is devoted to this household. But what about you? What do you think of me, a long-serving servant? You bring in new people and cast us aside to fend for ourselves. Have you ever considered how much I've given to the Chang family with unwavering devotion? Can you even see my sacrifices?" Old Master Chang's face turned crimson with rage as he gritted his teeth. "You adulterous scum." Sister Hua, consumed by rage, screamed, "You old bastard, you actually dare to threaten me with family discipline? Go to hell." She raised the dagger in her hand, ready to stab the old master. Sister Hua blamed it all on the family head's unfair favoritism. Just as Chang Yifan tensed, Yi Wuji calmly drew two slender silver needles from his robe thin enough to slip through hair. With a light flick of his wrist, the needles shot from his fingers, dancing through the air in a silver streak. The needles struck Sister Hua and the doctor's wrists with pinpoint accuracy. Both felt a sharp pain in their hands, then realized with horror that their arms had lost all strength, unable to exert even the slightest force. The knife Sister Hua held slipped from her grasp and clattered to the floor. In the nick of time, the household servants seized the moment, rushing forward to pull the two apart and subdue them. Old Master Chang was rescued. Having just experienced a life-or-death moment, the old man's face turned pale. Chang Yifan rushed over anxiously to check on his father's condition. Sister Hua and the doctor were forced to kneel on the ground. The Cheng family members were furious, hurling insults at the pair. "Who do you think you are? How dare you lay a hand on the family elder? You're incompetent and failing, yet you blame the family head. Damn you! Ungrateful wretch! You're nothing but a white-eyed wolf. How could such a person emerge from the Cheng family? What a disgrace! Such individuals deserve severe punishment." Old Master Chang was both heartbroken and furious. He never imagined the betrayal would come from the very person he trusted most. Chang Yifan was also heartbroken. After all, Sister Hua had cared for him since childhood. In his heart, he had long regarded her as family. In the end, he reluctantly waved his hand, sending them down to be crushed. They would never be free again, only death could release them. "I didn't want to kill you either, but while I might spare you from suffering, you cannot escape death. You truly went too far, Sister Hua. I thought I treated you well, I never asked you to do extra work, and the Cheng family supported you. Yet you showed no gratitude whatsoever. It truly breaks our hearts. Take them away." Sister Hua stared at Chang Yifan in terror, wailing loudly for mercy and begging forgiveness. "I'm sorry. We were just momentarily bewitched. I don't want to spend the rest of my life in prison, Master. It's all this man's fault. He seduced me. I'm innocent." The doctor listened to her shifting blame, his face filled with shock. "What nonsense are you spouting? This was clearly your plan. You incited me, and now you blame me for everything?" Seeing the two blame each other, Chang Yifan impatiently cut them off. "Enough. More words won't help. Take them away." Truly beyond redemption. Yi Wuji watched their pathetic spectacle with cold eyes. Seeing her pitiful pleas fall on deaf ears, Sister Hua revealed her final, ugly visage just as the guards were about to take her away. With venom, she cursed the Chang family. "Chang Yifan, you won't live long. All of you will die." Chang Yifan frowned and urged, "Take her away quickly. She's mad. Absolutely mad." No sooner had the words left his mouth than a familiar face stepped through the gates of the Chang residence. Chapter 59, The Uninvited Guest. What's going on here? Why is the Chang residence in such chaos in broad daylight? The visitor's tone carried a hint of amusement. "Long time no see, everyone." He walked unhurriedly toward the crowd. Upon seeing him, Sister Hua and the doctor grew excited again, shouting for help. "Brother Jiang! Save us! Save us! Jianle, our mission failed! Save us!" The two struggled desperately to break free from the security guard's grip, frantically calling out to the man before them. Jianle watched them coldly, showing no intention of helping. His eyes were filled with contempt. It was obvious he was the mastermind behind their actions. Seeing their futile struggle, he sneered, "You idiots! Can't even handle a simple mission? What use are you good for nothings? Just die already, you're an eyesore." Jianle paid no heed to their desperate pleas. Sister Hua felt even more despair. Instead, she turned to Yi Wuji and let out a strange little chuckle. "We meet again, Yi Wuji." In his days, Yi Wuji felt a vague sense of familiarity toward the person before him. As if she overlapped with a figure in his mind. "It's you?" Yi Wuji exclaimed in astonishment. "You didn't die?" Jianle chuckled smugly. "That's right, it's me." "What? Disappointed I'm still alive? Unhappy to see me again? We're old friends, after all.
Yi Wuji had been in such a rush to return and save Chen Zisu and Yi Zihan that he hadn't realized Jianluo had faked his death.
Never expected to cross paths with you again.
During their duel, Yi Wuji had severely wounded him, prompting him to swallow poison and attempt suicide. Yi Wuji, believing him dead, had discarded his body in the wilderness. Little did he know the man had faked his death. Yi Wuji's gaze toward him grew increasingly complex, indicating that this man before him possessed considerable skill enough to deceive even his keen eyes.
The Chang family now watched the intruder with the vigilance of facing a formidable enemy. Chang Yifan barked, "Who goes there? How dare you trespass into the Chang residence? What do you want?"
Jianluo ignored him completely, stepping right past Cheng Yifan and fixing Yi Wuji with a mocking gaze.
"Humph. You're like a ghost that won't go away, always messing up my plans. Well then, I suppose I'll just have to move things up. No need for these two useless fools. I'll handle this myself."
Before anyone could react, Jianluo launched forward like an arrow.
"Die, old fool."
He struck out with a palm strike aimed directly at the Cheng family patriarch, intending to kill him on the spot.
The Cheng family members paled, their cries of alarm piercing the air. "Master! Old patriarch!"
Zhang Li's movements were so swift they were invisible to the naked eye. The old patriarch of the Cheng family was knocked to the ground. The Cheng family security guards rushed forward, only to be instantly knocked down by Jiang Li's single strike, spitting blood as they died.
Chang Yifan supported the elderly Mr. Chang, desperately pleading, "Stop. We'll give you anything you want. Don't harm the Chang family. I want you dead." Just as Jianluo prepared his next move, Yi Wuji intervened, subduing him with a single punch.
Jianluo swiftly dodged. After several exchanges, Jianluo soon found himself at a disadvantage. The Cheng family members were utterly shocked. They never imagined Yi Wuji possessed such astonishing strength and skill. Jianluo refused to give up, still trying to fight back. Yi Wuji gave him no chance to resist. In terms of speed, he was no match for Yi Wuji. Yi Wuji's palm strike sent Jianluo reeling backward, spitting blood.
"Damn it! You wait. I won't let this go."
Seeing his defeat, Jianluo realized he held no advantage and was no match for Yi Wuji. He spat out a threat and fled in disarray. The Cheng family members snapped back to reality as they watched his fleeing figure. Sister Hua and the doctor were ultimately imprisoned in the Cheng family's dungeon. Old Master Chang was profoundly grateful to Yi Wuji.
Chang Yifan instructed everyone to take the medicine promptly to counteract the poison.
"Your poisoning isn't severe, and thankfully it was discovered in time. As long as you take the medicine regularly each day, the toxins in your bodies will be cleared out soon.
There's nothing to worry about." Yi Wuji urged everyone to focus on recuperating.
The entire Cheng family was now thoroughly convinced by Yi Wuji and placed complete trust in his words. Meanwhile, the Su family members were marching in force to confront Yi Wuji.
The Cheng family's disruption had just ended, and the crisis was averted.
Old Master Chang was profoundly grateful to Yi Wuji. Grasping his hand with emotion, he exclaimed, "Mr. Yi, if not for you, our entire Cheng family would have been wiped out today. You single-handedly saved us all. You are our family's savior. On behalf of the entire Cheng family, I offer my deepest gratitude." With that, the old patriarch began to bow deeply. Yi Wuji hurriedly stopped him, helping him up and protesting anxiously, "This is absolutely out of the question, old patriarch.
You are our elder, you're overdoing it.
This was merely a small favor. There's no need for such formalities at your age." Old Master Chang's eyes welled with tears as he pounded his chest.
Good. Good. You are truly a good man. Mr. Yi, I admire you immensely. You are our benefactor. The Cheng family has recognized this. As long as I live, you will forever be our benefactor. Should you ever need anything, come to me. We will do everything in our power. I dare anyone to lay a finger on you.
Turning to the Cheng family members, he announced loudly, "From now on, Mr. Yi shall enjoy the same status and privileges as the head of the Cheng family." Upon hearing this, the entire Cheng family immediately bowed in unison with utmost respect, offering their congratulations to Yi Wuji. Yi Wuji was somewhat taken aback. Old Master Chang was a man of honor, granting him such immense authority. To possess equal authority and status to the head of the Cheng family meant that all of the family's assets and manpower were at his command. This firmly established his standing within the great clan. This was the ultimate honor, coveted by countless individuals. Yet in Yi Wuji's eyes, it was nothing special. After all, he was the renowned war god of Great Xia, his status already towering above all others. Even the sovereigns of nations would yield him 3 points of courtesy. Yi Wuji remained unruffled, accepting the offer with pleasure. This would allow him to probe deeper into the inner workings of the major clans. My thanks to the old patriarch. Old Master Chang specifically instructed that Cheng Yifan must take good care of Yi Wuji from now on, assisting him in any matter. After a brief thank you, Yi Wuji departed the Chang residence. His initial goal had been merely to understand the auction proceedings.
He never imagined that by sheer coincidence he would help the Chang family resolve such a major predicament. Meanwhile, Su Xiaotian, Chen Tongkai, and their group were on the road, tracking Yi Wuji's movements and locations. "This is the place, right?" Chen Tongkai asked the spy behind him with a stern expression. The spy nodded firmly. "Yes, the intel is absolutely correct. This is his mandatory route." Su Xiaotian's face darkened with cold fury as he gritted his teeth in contempt. "This time, we'll finish him off." His fists clenched, knuckles cracking audibly. Yi Wuji had just left the Chang residence and was preparing to drive home, where his wife and child were waiting for him. Chapter 60, a mere second lieutenant. But barely a kilometer down the road, Yi Wuji sensed something was off. Movement stirred 10 kilometers behind him. Someone was following him. The footsteps were loud and chaotic, and by the sound of it, there were quite a few of them. As he pondered this, a group of black-clad figures suddenly materialized before him. They were closing in from both front and rear. Yi Wuji was forced to stop, blocking the road. He couldn't advance or retreat. 2 groups blocked his path, one in front and one behind. Yi Wuji got out of the car, alert. "Who goes there?" The group of black-clad figures in front maintained their attack stances, not uttering a word. Until a vast army appeared behind him, a dark, overwhelming mass. Yi Wuji recognized their uniforms. They were military personnel. At that moment, the leader of the troops approached Yi Wuji. A middle-aged officer and an elderly man appeared before Yi Wuji, one in front and one behind. The middle-aged officer was Chen Tongkai, who had brought his troops to surround and eliminate Yi Wuji. "Well, how have you been, Yi Wuji?" Chen Tongkai sneered mockingly. "Scared already?" Yi Wuji frowned, sizing him up. He seemed to have no recollection of this man. "Who are you?" Chen Tongkai pointed to the insignia on his chest and laughed loudly. "You don't recognize me? Can't you see the badge on my uniform?" Yi Wuji followed his finger and sneered coldly. "Humph. Just a 2-star second lieutenant. What gives you the right to speak to me?" Chen Tongkai's face darkened. This was the first time anyone had ever looked down on him. "Are you blind?" After all, a 2-star second lieutenant held considerable authority within the military headquarters. The old man interjected, "Lieutenant Chen, don't get worked up. He won't stay cocky for long. Just give him a taste of his own medicine today." Chen Tongkai's gaze toward Yi Wuji was so fierce he seemed ready to devour him alive. "Today will be your death day." Yi Wuji paid no heed. He only wanted to know who they were so he could hand them over to the military authorities. "Who are you? State your name." The soldiers and assassins behind Chen Tongkai joined in mocking Yi Wuji. "What? Never heard of Second Lieutenant Chen. He's not worthy of even inquiring about the second lieutenant. Our second lieutenant Chen isn't just a military officer, he's also the son-in-law of the Su family." "Exactly. What kind of person is he, daring to offend the second lieutenant like this? I've never liked his arrogant attitude. Kneel down and beg second lieutenant for mercy." "Exactly. He's about to lose his life, yet he still has time to worry about this? What? He wants to die with his eyes open?" Yi Wuji swept his gaze over this group of soldiers. They didn't look like soldiers fighting for their country at all. This bunch was clearly nothing but street thugs, hooligans, and petty criminals. The Su family. Always the Su family. How is it that their influence permeates everywhere? Yi Wuji stared at the so-called Su family son-in-law before him. "Su family?" Chen Tongkai sneered. "What? Remembering now? You crossed the Su family. You deserve to die." With a sweeping gesture, he commanded, "Charge. Seize him. A hefty reward awaits whoever decapitates him." At the mention of heavy rewards, the soldiers went wild, scrambling forward like madmen, each desperate to claim the credit before someone else did. But in Yi Wuji's eyes, these men were merely rushing to their deaths. With a light flick of his wrist, he unleashed a whirlwind of internal energy, sweeping the men before him away. Within the whirlwind, the soldiers' bodies became uncontrollable as the air currents intensified. Their bodies were brutally torn apart, dismembered and shredded. Limb fragments littered the ground, blood pooling everywhere. Wave after wave of attackers were slaughtered without mercy by Yi Wuji. Chen Tongkai was stunned. He had heard of Yi Wuji's prowess, but witnessing it firsthand today revealed a strength beyond imagination. This isn't human. What on earth is his true identity? How could he be so terrifying? The old man beside him frowned deeply, his eyes filled with complexity. In the entire Great Xia, there was likely only one person capable of such devastating power. The old man felt a twinge of doubt, yet he couldn't quite pin it down. No, that can't be right. It's impossible. Yi Wuji single-handedly held back the army's assault. He taunted Chen Tongkai, "Come on, all of you. What else have you got? Bring it on." Chen Tongkai snorted coldly. "You dare expect me to personally intervene?" The old man beside him possessed profound cultivation, reaching a realm beyond ordinary men. In his eyes, Yi Wuji was utterly unworthy of his personal attention. The army behind them held the old man in profound reverence. Yi Wuji said nothing more. With a flash, he charged straight toward the elder. The soldiers were stunned. Yet they were utterly unable to stop Yi Wuji. His speed was too swift, like a bolt of lightning. The old man knew Yi Wuji would be a tough opponent. Yet he still wanted to test his limits. He refused to believe he couldn't defeat a mere young upstart. He charged forward and locked into combat with Yi Wuji. Just as everyone thought Yi Wuji was certain to die, the outcome was unexpected. The old man was actually knocked back by a single strike from Yi Wuji. Chen Tongkai stared at Yi Wuji in disbelief. The soldiers stood dumbfounded. Seeing the situation was not going his way, as none could match Yi Wuji, he immediately prepared to retreat with his troops. The old man lay on the ground, cursing furiously. "Do you know who I am? You mere wet-bearded brat dares to injure me." Yi Wuji approached him silently. The next instant, he swung his sword down. Before the eyes of all, the old man was cleaved in two at the waist. A single stroke severed him, and his life was extinguished. Yi Wuji watched Chen Tongkai flee with a sneer. Cowardly as a mouse, he scoffed. A disgrace to the military. Upon returning home, Yi Wuji received a notification from Chang Yifan. The auction was officially announced, set to commence in Kobe City 3 days hence. Chen Tongkai returned to the Su family estate with his remaining troops, his demeanor fierce and aggressive. Seeing his once mighty army reduced to this pitiful remnant, Chen Tongkai was overcome with grief and rage. These were the fruits of his years of labor. Each soldier was his cherished asset, his final trump card. Burning with rage, Chen Tongkai stormed into the Su family villa and marched straight toward Su Fengtian. Su Fengtian rose, bewildered, to greet his uncle. "You're back already? How did it go? Did you beat Yi Wuji to a pulp?" Su Fengtian, thinking Chen Tongkai had returned victorious, beamed with excitement. But the moment Chen Tongkai heard Yi Wuji's name, his heart sank. He grabbed Su Fengtian by the collar, his eyes fixed on him as he demanded, "You little bastard, tell me the truth. Who the hell is this Yi Wuji? What's his background?" At this, Su Fengtian was only slightly taken aback. Seeing his uncle's intense reaction, he understood. He must have returned in defeat. But if even the military couldn't handle Yi Wuji, what else could possibly stop him? "What's wrong, uncle? You didn't fail too, did you? Even your army couldn't handle a Yi Wuji?" Su Fengtian feigned ignorance, pretending disbelief as he asked with feigned surprise, "What's going on here?" Chapter 61, The Store's Treasure. Chen Tongkai saw right through his little game and yanked him up by the collar. He barked harshly, "Stop playing dumb. Spill everything honestly. Don't try to fool me. You must know what the hell is Yi Wuji's real status? Who the hell did you cross?" No, he couldn't even be called human. He was simply not human. He was a devil. A demon. Chen Tongkai's mind flashed with Yi Wuji's terrifying, bloodthirsty visage tearing soldiers apart with one hand, cleaving them in two with a single stroke, effortlessly crushing living heads in his bare hands. And he did it all with a straight face, killing without a second thought. How cold, how ruthless, how cruel. Chen Tongkai's face drained white with fear, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. Su Fengtian observed his state and had already anticipated this reaction. "It wasn't you who routed Yi Wuji," he thought. "He's the one who routed you." Su Fengtian was annoyed. His soldiers were useless, tens of thousands of them couldn't even scratch Yi Wuji. Now they were blaming him? What a joke. Chen Tongkai erupted in rage at his words. "What do you know, you little brat? That's precisely why he's so terrifying." He lunged forward, ready to teach Su Fengtian a lesson. "I haven't even settled the score with you yet." Seeing this, Su Fengtian immediately pleaded, "Uncle, you can't hit me. My aunt would be furious if she found out." Su Fengtian was the Su family's only son, and his aunt doted on him more than anyone. She'd never let him suffer even a scratch. Chen Tongkai was also notoriously afraid of his wife. Sure enough, at those words, Chen Tongkai's body froze, and the raised hand retracted. "Don't think I won't touch you just because I'm afraid of your aunt," he growled, letting go of Su Fengtian. His tone softened again. "Tell me the truth. What really happened?" Su Fengtian smoothed his rumpled collar and said nonchalantly, "He's just a rapist fresh out of prison. What else could it be?" "No. You're still lying." Chen Tongkai glared at him. "Still won't tell me the truth." He wasn't stupid, he knew this charge was fabricated. Even a fool could see that a mere rapist couldn't possibly possess such terrifying power. Recalling his old strategist's dying speculation, Chen Tongkai had already reached his own conclusion. As expected, under his threats and bribes, Su Fengtian finally spilled the truth. He was the former war god of Great Xia. What? The Great Xia war god? Chen Tongkai's heart leapt in shock. His suspicions were confirmed. This man was actually the war god. The title of war god wasn't bestowed lightly. His power struck fear into the hearts of all who heard his name. Chen Tongkai had heard the rumors about him. That monster couldn't touch him in the slightest. The war god was a force capable of taking on 10,000 foes single-handedly. Chen Tongkai regretted his reckless decision to confront him. The disparity in their strength was glaringly obvious. Why didn't you tell me sooner? If I had told you earlier, you would have backed down. Then who would have avenged me? Su Fengtian thought this to himself. But outwardly, he cunningly feigned innocence as he explained, I had no idea, uncle. I always thought he was just a violent criminal. I felt something was off too, so I sent people to investigate. That's how I found out he was the god of war. He added, but he was stripped of his title long ago. That god of war reputation is gone now. Chen Tongkai felt the situation growing. Yi Wuji might no longer be the war god, but he still possessed the strength of one. Conventional methods wouldn't work in a direct confrontation with him. Chen Tongkai racked his brain. Suddenly, inspiration struck him, a brilliant plan to deal with Yi Wuji. Since he was already charged with the crime of forcible rape, even if it was fabricated once that conviction was solidified and pinned on him, the false accusation could become reality. Su Fengtian was struck by the realization. What did his uncle mean? Chen Tongkai nodded. Exactly. Repeat the old trick, find someone to frame him. He couldn't escape this charge. Let the world despise him. Let's see how he handles it. What good would his abilities do him then? In the end, he'd still be left with a broken family and cursed by all. A venomous glint flashed in Chen Tongkai's eyes. This time, Yi Wuji would pay for his crimes with his own blood. Mid-Autumn Festival is almost here. Chen Zissou cradled Yi Zihan while playing, watching Yi Wuji bustling about in the kitchen. Yes, time truly flies. Yi Wuji tidied up the dishes from their meal, his hands moving steadily. The holiday's coming up. Should we go buy something for mom and dad, clothes or something? Just to show our appreciation. Chen Zissou nodded in agreement. After all, they were family. No matter how the Chen family treated him, he still wanted to win over his in-laws and please Chen Zissou. That afternoon, after putting Yi Zihan to sleep, Yi Wuji took Chen Zissou to the city's largest shopping mall. As they passed a luxury boutique, a voice called out to Chen Zissou. Oh my! Who's this? Why, it's Chen Zissou. Yi Wuji turned toward the voice. There stood a woman dressed in flamboyant attire, as dazzling as a peacock. She swayed her slender waist as she approached them. Her eyes brimmed with disdain as she appraised Chen Zissou and Yi Wuji. The woman sneered, Oh, Zissou, you were so high and mighty back in college. How come you look so down and out now? TSK, look at what you're wearing, so cheap and tacky, it's downright offensive. Chen Zissou felt mortified, biting her lip tightly as she buried her head in her chest, overcome with disappointment. Compared to her former college classmates standing before her, she did appear far more plain. Chen Zissou felt utterly mortified. If she'd known she'd run into classmates here, she never would have come. The woman noticed her discomfort and turned her mocking gaze to Yi Wuji. This is your husband, right? Why didn't you find yourself a husband who could actually hold his own? Instead, you drag him to shop at this little mall. Can't even afford to browse the luxury boutiques, huh? Unlike me, my boyfriend is the son of a real estate tycoon. He buys me designer handbags and jewelry like this all the time. Saying this, the woman hooked her arm through the man beside her, flaunting her status with obvious pride. Chen Zissou felt awkward. Yi Wuji stepped forward to defend her. Who do you think you are? Are you dressed any better? What gives you the right to point fingers here? Chen Zissou stopped him from continuing. She was telling the truth. Truthfully, Yi Wuji had never bought her any luxury goods or expensive items. Yi Wuji saw the disappointment in her eyes. He tightened his grip on her hand and comforted her, Don't be sad. What others have, you shall have too. What others don't have, you shall have as well. Chen Zissou didn't feel particularly moved by this. Instead, she thought he was just making empty promises. Disgusted, she shook off his hand. Stop it. Don't pretend to be so kind, you're embarrassing me. With that, she turned and stormed off in a huff. Yi Wuji didn't manage to stop her in time. Hey, honey, don't go. The rich second-generation boyfriend beside the woman blocked his path, watching him with a mocking expression, intent on further humiliating him. All talk, huh? You can't even afford anything in here. The rich kid pointed to the nearby Babylira luxury boutique. Yi Wuji shot a dismissive glance at the storefront. His interest piqued, he was determined to make this bully of Chen Zissou eat his words. Oh? That's it? If I wanted to, I could buy this entire store. The rich kid burst out laughing, clearly skeptical. The two made a bet, whoever lost would kneel, crawl between the other's legs, and call him daddy. Yi Wuji accepted without hesitation. They entered the store. The salesperson was a snob. Seeing Yi Wuji's attire, he immediately dismissed him as not wealthy and sneered, Sir, this is a members-only store. You're not a member, are you? I'm afraid we can't serve you. Yi Wuji remained unfazed, casually replying, Bring me your most expensive item. I'll take it. The clerk froze, then burst out laughing. Having seen plenty of such loudmouths, the clerk couldn't be bothered to respond, rolling his eyes skyward. A rich kid nearby watched him courting trouble, clearly enjoying the spectacle. He egged the clerk on. The salesperson reluctantly brought out the store's most expensive jewelry. With a distinctly sour tone, he introduced it as the store's crown jewel, the city's sole limited edition necklace. Designed by the renowned Harry Bella, the Heart of the Ocean featured dozens of natural gemstones and 50 emeralds, weighing over 500 grams. It was once worn by a former princess. Today, you'll get to feast your eyes and broaden your horizons. The dazzling jewels left everyone speechless. Chen Zisu's female classmates stared wide-eyed. Chapter 62, Calling Daddy. Good heavens! The woman gasped. How could such a beautiful diamond necklace exist? The necklace was simply too eye-catching. The woman tugged at her rich kid boyfriend, pouting, "Bro, I want it. Buy it for me." When the rich kid saw the price tag, his expression instantly soured. 8 million. Though he desperately wanted to show off, his wallet simply wouldn't allow it. But then he thought, if he couldn't afford it, Chen Zisu's husband definitely couldn't either. Yi Wuji examined the diamond necklace with satisfaction. It would be perfect to give to Chen Zisu and win her favor. As long as his wife was happy, he could afford as many necklaces like this as he wanted. Just as Yi Wuji reached out to examine the necklace closely, before his fingers could even touch it, the salesperson abruptly stopped him, snapping, "Hey! Don't touch it. If you can't afford it, don't touch it. Can you afford to pay for it if you get it dirty?" Yi Wuji replied coldly, "I'll take this necklace. Wrap it up for me." With that, he drew a black card from his breast pocket. The clerk froze. "You can afford it? Do you even know how much this costs?" She couldn't believe Yi Wuji had that kind of money in his card. The rich kid suddenly remembered that recently, a gang of scammers had been using bank cards to commit fraud. Impossible. Be careful, he might be a scammer. If you swipe this card, the entire store's assets could vanish in an instant. Does he look like someone who could afford such a huge sum? He must be a con artist. Yi Wuji raised an eyebrow. What? Is this considered a huge sum? To me, this isn't even pocket change. The clerk clearly didn't believe him, thinking he was just bragging. Look at you, no way. You're a fraud. I'm calling the police. If you say you can afford it, then prove it. The clerk was afraid he might be a con artist. Yi Wuji didn't care. He pulled out his phone. How should I prove it? Can I just transfer the money directly? As he spoke, he scanned the store's QR code. Yi Wuji remained expressionless as his fingers flew across the phone screen. Then he waved his phone screen for everyone to see. There. It's transferred. The store's PA system immediately announced, funds received 8 million yuan. The staff gasped in shock upon seeing his phone's balance. The rich kid's jaw nearly hit the floor. Holy crap! Is this real? No way! Holy crap! Is this real? The clerk couldn't believe his eyes or ears. Never in my life have I seen so many zeros, never seen such a huge sum of money. Yi Wuji glanced at the clerk. Well, can I touch it now? The clerk felt like crying, immediately bowed deeply, and changed his attitude completely. He almost wanted to kneel on the floor, terrified of losing this walking ATM. No, he wasn't an ATM, he was a walking bank, a vault. Whatever you wish, sir. Please, go ahead. The clerk bowed apologetically, we didn't recognize your worth. Please, take your pick. Now, even if she were asked to lick Yi Wuji's shoes, she wouldn't hesitate. The rich kid still couldn't believe it. No, impossible. He'd bet his dignity on this wager with Yi Wuji. Just as Yi Wuji was about to put his phone away, the rich kid lunged forward and snatched the phone from his grasp. He checked the balance, stubbornly repeating the process of exiting and refreshing the page. Still unchanged. Yi Wuji splurged lavishly, casually purchasing this diamond necklace. The rich kid resigned himself to his fate with a look of utter despair. To fulfill the bet, he had to crawl between his legs. Yi Wuji sternly refused such vulgarity, declaring he couldn't bring himself to do it. But the rich kid insisted on calling him dad, fawning over him and asking for ways to get rich. Dad, from now on you're my real father. Yi Wuji sneered, too disdainful to bother with him, and stormed off. Get lost. You're an eyesore. He'd always looked down on people like this. Chen Zisu's classmates felt utterly humiliated by her rich kid boyfriend, just a useless spoiled brat living off his parents' allowance. A good for nothing. The couple began arguing about breaking up on the street. In the shadows, an unnoticeable figure followed close behind Yi Wuji. Chen Zisu stormed back to the Chen residence in a rage. Chen Baichuan and Lin Jiao were astonished by her sudden return. It's all because of that useless Yi Wuji. He really pisses me off. Chen Zisu unleashed a torrent of complaints at them. She explained the reason. She had planned to buy gifts for her parents since the holidays were approaching. But then some classmates showed up out of nowhere and humiliated her, while Yi Wuji didn't lift a finger. Furious, she stormed straight to her parents' house, cursing Yi Wuji for making her lose all face. Chen Baichuan glared at her in equal irritation. You chose this path yourself, who else can you blame? You were the one who insisted on following him. Now you're suffering? Serves you right. And buying gifts for us? Unnecessary. The Chen family lacks nothing. You two just take care of yourselves. Chen Zixu regretted her decision. Lin Jiao tried to smooth things over. Don't speak so harshly. Didn't he help our Chen family resolve the financial crisis and secure the contract with the Huqing family? Chen Baichuan just washed his hands of the whole thing. What kind of person turns his back on someone like that? Is that really his true ability? That kid just stumbled into success by accident. Don't think that'll change my opinion of him. Look at his pathetic self. The Cheng family agreed to partner with us because of our own strength, not his. He's not even as good as your brother. Chen Baichuan casually mentioned, speaking of your brother, I'll let you in on something. Zihao was returning from his studies abroad today. Chen Zixu was overjoyed upon hearing this. Really? Zihao is coming back? How sudden? Chen Zihao was her twin brother. Sent abroad for studies 5 years ago, they hadn't seen each other in years. They'd always been close since childhood, and Chen Zixu missed her brother dearly. Lin Jiao beamed with delight. Yes, Zihao will be back soon. Everyone, stop looking so gloomy. The entire Chen household bustled with preparations to welcome Chen Zihao home. The Chen family's welcoming attitude toward Chen Zihao stood in stark contrast to their reception of Chen Zixu's homecoming. Yet Chen Zixu felt no resentment. Instead, she eagerly anticipated her brother's arrival. Chen Zihao wore a casual sports outfit, looking incredibly sunny and handsome. His hands were tucked into his pockets, and his thin red lips curved into a slight smile. Fresh off the plane, he drew glances from passers-by, with many beauties shooting him excited, envious looks. Hey! Look over there! Did you see that? That guy is so handsome. Wow! Is he a celebrity? Oh my gosh, he's too gorgeous. He's exactly my type. Ah! He's mine. I'm going to faint. Chen Zihao couldn't be bothered to glance their way, lifting his chin proudly. He was long accustomed to such scenes. Dozens of tall, burly security guards flanked him, ensuring his safe passage. Arriving at the Chen family's gate, Chen Zihao removed his sunglasses, revealing a pair of deep, mesmerizing brown eyes. Chapter 63, Brother-in-Law. Chen Zihao surveyed the familiar yet unfamiliar surroundings before him, murmuring with emotion, after all these years apart, I'm finally back. With that, he stepped through the gates of the Chen residence. The entire Chen household had been decorated as festively as for a wedding to welcome him. Every member of the Chen household stood in neat formation at the entrance. Spotting Chen Zihao, they shouted in unison, Welcome home, young master. Chen Baichuan, Lin Jiao, and the others stood in the center of the hall. Chen Zixu rushed forward, tears of joy welling in her eyes. Brother! You're finally back. Let your sister take a good look at you. Oh my, you've grown so handsome and tall. I've missed you so much. Chen Zihao embraced her with a touch of pride. Hearing her praise, he turned his head away, embarrassed. What's with all this? I missed you too. It's just coming home, no need for such a big fuss. Chen Baichuan proudly held his son's hand. What are you talking about? When the young master of the Chen family returns home, it must be celebrated grandly. He was the pride of the Chen family. Compared to that good-for-nothing daughter, Chen Baichuan valued his precious son above all else. Lin Jiao also held her son's hand, reluctant to let go. Come on, let's go inside. Don't just stand there. Zihao must be exhausted after such a long journey. Come sit down in the house. Butler, prepare the banquet to welcome Zihao home. After exchanging pleasantries and catching up with his parents, Chen Zihao turned his attention to his sister. Sister, how have you been these past years? He knew his beloved sister had never had an easy life since marrying Yi Wuji. 3 years ago, Yi Wuji vanished without a trace, leaving Chen Zixu and their youngest daughter behind. Mother and child relied solely on each other, enduring endless humiliation. Upon learning this news abroad, he had wanted nothing more than to return immediately and take Yi Wuji's life with his own hands. How dare he hurt his most beloved sister? Chen Zihao secretly supported her, sending money whenever he could. Though he couldn't be by her side, he did everything possible to ease her suffering. Chen Zihao despised Yi Wuji intensely, holding him in utter contempt. He couldn't fathom what had possessed his sister to marry him, even severing ties with the Chen family. Chen Zixu fell silent, signaling she didn't want to speak of Yi Wuji anymore. Oh dear, today is the joyous occasion of Zihao's return. Let's not speak of such unlucky, mood-killing topics. Lin Jiao interjected to ease the awkwardness. Our family hasn't seen each other in so many years. It's a rare chance for us to reunite. Let's have a reunion dinner together. Chen Zihao was more concerned about his sister's situation. Family reunion? Then shouldn't Yi Wuji be invited too? Only then would it truly be a family reunion. Does he even count as family? Chen Zihao's eyebrows shot up, his icy tone piercing straight through Chen Zixu's heart. Sister, have you forgotten what happened 3 years ago? He demanded. Why haven't you divorced him yet? I want you to divorce him immediately. Why are you enduring this suffering? Chen Zixu stood motionless, 2 clear tears streaming down her face. Yi Wuji, clutching the newly purchased diamond necklace, intended to bring it home to appease his wife. Suddenly, a figure in red darted out in front of the car. Yi Wuji slammed on the brakes, not expecting to hit someone on the road. He hurriedly got out to check on her. "Are you okay?" A frail woman lay sprawled in front of the car. She dramatically clutched her leg and waist, moaning in pain. "What's wrong with you? Why didn't you look where you were going? This hurts so much, I can't take it anymore." The woman insisted her injuries were severe and she couldn't walk, demanding Yi Wuji take her back to the hotel. Yi Wuji was puzzled. "Why don't I take you to the hospital?" The woman firmly refused. "No, thank you. I just need to rest at the hotel. Don't misunderstand, I'm not trying to extort money from you. I don't care about that. I just need to rest at the hotel. It's just that I can't get up or walk right now. You'll have to carry me back." With that, she spread her arms wide. Yi Wuji felt awkward. He didn't want to touch another woman. "I'll carry you, or at least help you walk." The woman silently cursed him for being so insensitive. "No way. I'm in too much pain. Carrying me like that is too rough. What if it makes my injuries worse?" Yi Wuji had no choice. His face darkened as he picked her up in a princess carry. Only then did the woman beam with joy, smoothly reciting the hotel address. On the way back to her hotel, Yi Wuji sensed something was off. This woman insisted on being taken back to her hotel. She must have some ulterior motive. He'd see what tricks this woman had up her sleeve. Yi Wuji carried the woman naked through the hotel lobby, under the strange stares of everyone, all the way to her room. The woman expressed her deep gratitude for his escort. "You've worked hard, handsome. Have some water." Saying this, she dragged her injured limbs toward the kitchen to fetch Yi Wuji a glass of water. Yi Wuji didn't refuse, simply watching her quietly, waiting to see what tricks she had up her sleeve. She turned away and poured a glass of water. She secretly added 2 drops of colorless, odorless liquid to the water. After carefully stirring it until evenly mixed, she handed it to Yi Wuji. Yi Wuji accepted the cup without hesitation. "Drink up. You've been working so hard." Her pale hand temptingly hooked his wrist. Her fingertips brushed against Yi Wuji, and he felt a wave of nausea wash over him. As if struck by electricity, he jerked his hand back. Under the woman's fervent, urgent gaze, Yi Wuji tilted his head back and gulped the water down in one go. "I've had my drink. Is that enough?" Yi Wuji set down the cup and started to walk away. But the woman, sensing trouble, immediately feigned a fall. "Ouch. That hurts. You're leaving right after arriving? What if something happens later if I don't rest properly?" The woman made up all sorts of excuses to block him, trying to stall for time. She prayed silently for the drug to take effect quickly. "Don't go, handsome. Don't rush off like this. You hurt me, and now you just want to leave?" Yi Wuji watched her in agony, his expression cold and unmoved. "What else do you want?" The woman stared at the iceberg before her, utterly speechless. She silently cursed him as a stupid block of wood, completely clueless about romance. "Pretending to be some righteous hero? Just you wait, I'll have you wrapped around my finger soon enough." She feigned a pout. "I'm so grateful for your help all this way. Aren't you tired? Would you like something to eat? My ankle hurts so much it must be sprained. Could you massage it for me? I really can't do it myself." Yi Wuji saw right through her act. Her legs were perfectly fine. He firmly refused. "No need. I'll call a doctor to check you out later. Just rest properly for now." "Hey, don't leave," the woman protested, growing flustered. "You bumped into me, so you have to take responsibility. You can't just leave. Damn it, why isn't this potion kicking in? Did I put too little in? That shouldn't be possible." Just then, Yi Wuji suddenly felt dizzy, his body growing hot and restless. An irresistible urge surged through him, compelling his hand toward the woman. Chapter 64, Overnight at the Hotel. What was happening to him? Yi Wuji sensed something amiss with his body and realized there must have been something in the water earlier. He quietly channeled his internal energy, effortlessly neutralizing the drug's effects. Such petty tricks, and you think he'll fall for them? How laughable. Yi Wuji decided to play along, feigning a fall. He wanted to see just what this woman was up to. The woman glanced up and saw Yi Wuji's body growing hot, his face flushed crimson. She inwardly rejoiced the potion was finally taking effect. She rose to her feet, no longer feigning weakness or injury. She shoved Yi Wuji onto the soft, white bed. She began undressing herself. How about stripping to seduce him? Why keep pretending? Men are all the same, aren't they? She refused to believe she couldn't have him. Yi Wuji understood immediately. So this was the game she wanted to play. Someone must be trying to frame him. He'd see who was behind this. Just as the woman stripped down to her undergarments, he suddenly pushed her away with all his strength. She gasped, staring at him in disbelief. What? Before she could react, Yi Wuji struck her unconscious with a karate chop and tossed her roughly onto the bed. He waved his hands in disgust. You've dirtied my hands. As Yi Wuji stepped out of the room, he collided head-on with a burly man in the hallway. The burly man blocked Yi Wuji's path, his face twisted into a menacing scowl as he threatened, "You bastard, don't you watch where you're going? I'll beat the crap out of you. You better apologize right now." Yi Wuji sized up the man, an idea forming in his mind. He feigned submission. "Oh my, I'm truly sorry. How about I compensate you?" The burly man wouldn't let it go. Using compensation as an excuse, Yi Wuji lured him to the room of the woman from earlier. "This is the place. Help yourself." The moment he stepped inside, the burly man spotted the half-undressed beauty on the bed. His eyes lit up greedily, and his mouth watered. This beauty is... Yi Wuji hinted to the big guy that this woman was his special arrangement, untouched. "She's a real gem, but I can't enjoy her myself anymore. I'll let you have her, big brother." He explained that he had urgent business to attend to and needed to leave immediately. Leaving her here would be a waste, so he might as well give her directly to the big guy. "Consider it my apology." "What do you say? Such a blessing? Are you serious?" The big guy was overjoyed at the unexpected windfall and gladly accepted. His attitude shifted as he praised, "Not bad. You've got potential, kid. You know how to play the game. Really impressive, you get it. I'm satisfied. Alright, now get lost. Don't spoil my mood while I'm getting things done." The burly man hastily shooed Yi Wuji away, afraid he might change his mind. Before leaving, Yi Wuji poured out a cup of similarly drugged water. He feigned mystery as he reminded the big man, "This water, you can give her some. It'll spice things up." The burly man instantly got the hint, his face twisting into a lecherous grin. I get it, you're quite the player, kid. Not bad, not bad." The burly man took the cup and without hesitation, poured the contents into the woman's mouth. To play along with the schemers and uncover the mastermind behind it all, Yi Wuji didn't leave the hotel. Instead, he went straight to the empty guest room next door to rest. All night long, he listened to the passionate battle unfolding in the room next door. Chen Zixu, unable to sleep all night due to Yi Wuji's absence, tossed and turned restlessly. She was deeply worried something might have happened, especially since Yi Wuji hadn't contacted her. Yet she hesitated to call him herself, staring at her phone all night in agony until dawn. At dawn, Chen Zixu was jolted awake by the ringing phone. To her surprise, it wasn't Yi Wuji, it was an unfamiliar number. Disappointed, she answered. "Hello? Who is this?" The mysterious voice on the other end addressed her directly. "Chen Zixu, I have a big surprise for you." Chen Zixu was taken aback. "What? What do you mean? Who are you? What big surprise? Explain yourself clearly." The voice on the line chuckled eerily, sounding triumphant. "Did Yi Wuji stay out all night last night? Want to know where he is?" Chen Zixu froze. How did he know Yi Wuji hadn't come home? Her guard immediately went up. "Who the hell are you?" Even she didn't know Yi Wuji's whereabouts. The voice on the line continued, "You needn't know who I am. If you want to know where Yi Wuji is, go check room 308 at the Shijia Hotel." After reciting a long string of addresses, the voice hung up with an eerie whisper. Chen Zixu stared blankly at the phone, utterly bewildered. Fearing Yi Wuji had met with misfortune, she hurried to the Shijia Hotel according to the address. Chen Tongkai, who had been waiting for quite some time, saw Chen Zixu rushing in. He and several military personnel were already waiting at the hotel entrance. He intended for Chen Zixu to witness Yi Wuji's crimes firsthand, confirming the charges of rape against him. Chen Tongkai intended to destroy Yi Wuji's family, leaving him bereft of both wife and children. Spotting the group at the entrance, Chen Zixu panicked and asked, "What's going on? What happened?" Chen Tongkai feigned deep sorrow, sighing mournfully, "Ah, you finally arrived. I've been waiting for you." Chen Zixu was confused. "What? Wait for me?" Chen Tongkai explained, "It's like this. I heard Yi Wuji didn't come home last night, right? One of my brother's sisters went missing last night too. She vanished without a trace, and word is Yi Wuji took her away. And apparently, they spent the night right here in this hotel. Yi Wuji raped my brother's sister. Now we're waiting for you to identify him." Chen Zixu stared in utter disbelief, her eyes wide with shock, pupils dilating as if in an earthquake. She couldn't believe her ears. Her voice trembled as she forced herself to steady her composure. You're talking nonsense. Impossible. Absolutely impossible." Chen Tongkai watched her devastated expression, feeling triumphant inside. This was exactly the reaction he wanted. His henchman stepped forward, shattering her last shred of resistance. "It's true. My sister was brought here by him." Chen Zixu refused to believe it. "No, impossible. It must be a misunderstanding." Chen Tongkai deliberately brought up the past. "How could it not be? Don't forget, he was originally imprisoned for the crime of rape. You trust him too much. Do you really think you know Yi Wuji? Haven't you heard the saying, a leopard can't change its spots? Don't be so naive." Chen Zixu still couldn't bring herself to believe it. After spending so much time together lately, she had to admit Yi Wuji had been attentive and considerate toward her and her daughter. She even began to doubt whether Yi Wuji's reputation as a rapist was truly deserved. But now, would history repeat itself? She refused to see that happen. In her heart, Yi Wuji wasn't that kind of man. Chen Zisu stood firm, defending Yi Wuji. Beside her, Chen Tongkai had already walked over to the surveillance monitor. Chapter 65, Caught Red-Handed. Seeing Chen Zisu remained unconvinced, Chen Tongkai resorted to presenting undeniable evidence to win her trust. Chen Tongkai insisted it was Yi Wuji. Whether she believed it or not was irrelevant. The hotel was riddled with cameras. They would retrieve the footage immediately and let the evidence speak for itself. The group approached the hotel front desk, demanding access to that day's surveillance footage. Guest privacy couldn't be disclosed without permission. The front desk receptionist summoned the manager. After some discussion, they agreed to release the footage. The surveillance footage was displayed before them. Sure enough, at 4:30 p.m., Yi Wuji's figure appeared on the footage. He was holding a woman dressed provocatively. Zooming in revealed the woman's expression was distinctly unnatural, as if she were being coerced. Chen Tongkai immediately pointed at the figures on the screen and demanded loudly, "You dare say this isn't Yi Wuji? Isn't this him?" His henchman stepped forward to confirm, "That's definitely my sister. She was forced to come here." Chen Zisu stared blankly at the familiar face on the monitor, utterly shaken. Just a moment ago, she had still believed Yi Wuji. A sharp thorn seemed to pierce her heart, stabbing her with pain. Faced with Yi Wuji's betrayal, Chen Zisu felt her world crumbling. 3 years ago, he left without a word. Now he returns like this. How could she possibly accept it? Chen Tongkai stood by, adding fuel to the fire. With irrefutable evidence now, what else could be said? He led his men toward room 308, bursting through the door. The room was in utter disarray, a scene of chaos that spoke of a fierce struggle. A man and woman sleeping soundly on the bed were startled awake by the unannounced intruder. The woman looked triumphant, as if she had anticipated everything. She frantically grabbed the quilt, feigning terror. Like a frightened little rabbit. The faint red mark beneath her neck was strikingly conspicuous. As if declaring last night's events were now set in stone. Terrified, the woman pointed at the man beside her in front of everyone and screamed, "Help! He raped me last night." When the man came to his senses and saw the overwhelming crowd, he snatched the bedsheet to cover himself and tried to flee. Everyone assumed this man must be Yi Wuji. Chen Tongkai, overcome with emotion, shouted his name, "Yi Wuji! Don't even think about escaping." Chen Zisu stared at the familiar figure beneath the bedsheet, her hatred for Yi Wuji boiling over. Anger welled in her eyes as tears streamed down her cheeks. She clutched her chest, choking on her fury. "Yi Wuji, you betrayed my trust in you once again. You deserve to die." Just as the scene descended into chaos, the door to the adjacent guest room swung open. Yi Wuji stretched lazily as he emerged, deliberately feigning ignorance. Facing the crowd, he inquired, "What's going on? What happened? Why is it so noisy?" Everyone froze in place simultaneously. Yi Wuji chuckled lightly. "What? Why are you all staring at me? Carry on." He was waiting to see the show. Chen Tongkai gasped, "Yi Wuji? How did you come out from next door?" Yi Wuji gave a faint, ambiguous smile. "I slept here all night yesterday. Why couldn't I come out from here?" "Then tell me, where should I have come out from?" Chen Tongkai was stumped. He couldn't reveal that he'd orchestrated the entire thing. Chen Zisu watched Yi Wuji emerge fully dressed from the next room and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, secretly wiping away her tears. She thought to herself, "I thought I knew Yi Wuji so well, yet I couldn't even recognize his silhouette and mistook him for someone else." Guilt toward Yi Wuji welled up within Chen Zisu. Chen Tongkai couldn't believe his eyes. He yanked the bedsheet off the man trying to escape. When he saw the man's true face, Chen Tongkai gasped, "Binzi?" The man before him was also one of his own men. "What are you doing here?" Binzi froze. "Brother Kai? Why are you here?" "That's a question I should be asking you." Chen Tongkai was seething with frustration. None of his men knew how to handle things properly, and now he'd messed everything up again. The Su family had already leaked the news, causing a huge stir. Numerous journalists rushed to the scene, crowding the hotel entrance to capture first-hand reports. The incident also caught the attention of the police, drawing investigation from the precinct. Even the woman in bed was puzzled. Why wasn't it him? What the hell was going on? Chen Tongkai suddenly remembered that to obtain concrete evidence against Yi Wuji, he had secretly installed a pinhole camera in the room beforehand. Chen Tongkai frantically searched the room but found nothing. Just then, Yi Wuji produced an invisible camera as if by magic. He held it in his hand and waved it triumphantly. "Were you looking for this? Make way. Everyone, make way." Police carrying out official duties. Officers charged into the crowd, surrounding them. What's going on? Mass brawl? Seeing so many police officers arrive, Chen Tongkai began to panic. No, it's not a fight, officers. It's a misunderstanding. We're just handling a private matter. You see, my brother's sister was raped last night, and we're here to rescue her. Officer. Settling personal matters doesn't require such a big commotion with all these people. Everyone, calm down. Binzi realized he'd caused trouble and immediately begged Chen Tongkai for mercy. Brother Kai, did I get you into trouble? I'm sorry, please forgive me. I didn't mean to. Chen Tongkai pulled him aside and whispered, how could it be you in bed? Shouldn't it have been Yi Wuji? Why do you always ruin my plans at the worst possible moment? You useless piece of trash. Binzi hung his head in fear. I know I messed up, but I really didn't mean to. Brother Kai, I don't know how this happened either. He lured me here. Binzi pointed a finger at Yi Wuji, who stood with arms crossed, watching the spectacle unfold. At that moment, he was acting as if it had nothing to do with him. Yi Wuji addressed the police, officer, I have video evidence here. We can watch it together, and you'll see exactly what happened. Just as the officer reached to take the pinhole camera from Yi Wuji's hand, Chen Tongkai turned pale with shock and stepped in front of the officers. No! You can't! You absolutely can't! The officers eyed him warily. Why not? What are you trying to do? Assault an officer? No, no. Officer, please hear me out. This is complicated. We're only here to arrest the rapist. Chen Tongkai's mouth was full of lies, his expression tense, terrified his plan would be exposed. Then he'd be utterly defenseless. He'd intended to frame Yi Wuji, but now he'd only brought trouble upon himself. The officer firmly refused, this isn't your job to do. We'll handle official duties. By now, Yi Wuji had already handed over the camera in his possession to the police. Chapter 66, Turbulent Passion. Chen Tongkai's excuses were nonsensical and rambling. You can't stop us. Officer, you can't trust him. Chen Tongkai signaled Binzi with his eyes to grab the camera and destroy the evidence. Binzi, receiving the signal, lunged forward. Officers instantly surrounded them, and a chaotic scuffle erupted. Freeze! What are you doing? Hands up! Stay still, step back. Keep resisting and we'll open fire. Yi Wuji dodged and weaved, while Binzi strained with every ounce of strength, yet couldn't wrest the pinhole camera from his grasp. Hand it over! You bastard! Hand it over now, or I'll tear you apart. Binzi lunged like a rabid dog, beyond even the police's control. Yi Wuji sneered, come and get it. Let's see if you've got the guts. Yi Wuji saw through it all. This was Chen Tongkai's scheme. Such elaborate planning, all to ruin his reputation. This man was in cahoots with Chen Tongkai. Yi Wuji struck, delivering a kick to the man's knee. The pain left him unable to stand, utterly powerless to retaliate. Yi Wuji subdued him in moments. He locked the man's arms tightly behind his back and growled, don't move. Or I'll snap your arms. The man couldn't move. He struggled in frustration, let me go. I'll beat you to death. Yi Wuji handed the surveillance footage over to the police once more. This is all the evidence. It proves my innocence. The officers connected their phones and played the footage. The footage recorded Yi Wuji's entire entry into the room. Not once did he cross any boundaries. He remained completely unmoved even by the woman's advances. The footage showed the room initially appearing normal, with only Yi Wuji and a woman present. The latter part revealed a scene too unsavory to watch. The woman failed in her attempt to drug Yi Wuji and was instead knocked unconscious. After the man entered the room, the obscene scene was jaw-dropping. The two on the bed were lost in the throes of passion, oblivious to the world around them. But it was clear that man was not Yi Wuji. With irrefutable evidence, the police took Binzi away. They also announced that Yi Wuji was not involved in the incident. Far from tarnishing Yi Wuji's reputation or interests, the incident backfired spectacularly on Chen Tongkai himself. Yi Wuji regarded him as nothing more than a clown. Is this self-directed charade even entertaining? What the hell are you talking about? Chen Tongkai, enraged by the mockery, swung his fist to strike him. Stop! We're still here. Disregarding the law. The police officers immediately subdued him and took him away. You'll be coming with us too, they said. Back to the station for questioning. You were involved in this, weren't you? Please cooperate with the police investigation. The police escorted them out of the hotel. Outside, a swarm of journalists, poised and ready, immediately swarmed toward them as people came down. Countless camera flashes lit up the scene. The reporters were stunned to see that the person arrested by the police was actually Chen Tongkai. How could this be different from the information they had received? Wasn't it Yi Wuji, the Chen family's son-in-law, who was accused of the rape? How did it become Chen Tongkai from the Su family? Police pushed the reporters back. Yi Wuji led Chen Zissou out the back door to evade the press and leave the hotel. Let's go, Zissou. I'll explain everything when we get back. Trust me, okay? I won't let you down. I promised you I wouldn't betray your trust. They got into the car, and Yi Wuji took out the diamond necklace he'd prepared in advance. Zissou, this is a gift for you. Please don't be angry anymore. I told you what others have, you should have too. What others don't have, you should have as well. Chen Zisa gazed at the exquisite jewelry box, feeling unexpectedly delighted. How could you buy this? It was specially prepared for you. I hope you like it. Yi Wuji held her hand affectionately. I'm sorry for making you worry. Don't feel down, I'll make it up to you in every way. Yi Wuji told her this necklace was a limited edition piece. Chen Zisa gasped. Oh my! That must be incredibly expensive. She refused to accept such an expensive gift. Yi Wuji casually waved it off. It's fine. It's not expensive. Take it. In the future, you can have as many as you want. Chen Zisa dared not imagine this diamond necklace cost a whopping 30 million. Hearing Yi Wuji say it wasn't expensive, Chen Zisa assumed the necklace must be fake, hence the low price. Holding it in her hands, she felt immense joy, yet she didn't perceive it as a truly valuable item. She reasoned that if it were truly a limited edition piece, it would be incredibly valuable and something Yi Wuji couldn't possibly afford. Chen Zisa concluded he bought it to please her, not to deceive her, and accepted the necklace with a clear conscience. Well, thank you then. Even if he had deceived her, Chen Zisa didn't care at that moment. After all, it was clear Yi Wuji had genuinely put his heart into making her happy. Chen Zisa suggested going to the Chen family home together with Yi Wuji. Chen Zihao had returned from studying abroad, and the family was finally reunited. Yi Wuji naturally had no objections. On the way to the Chen residence, Chen Zisa mentioned that Chen Zihao's return wasn't just to complete his studies abroad. Chen Baichuan had announced that both the Chen company and the family estate would be passed on to Chen Zihao. What? The company was to be handed over to him as well? Yi Wuji was astonished. Why is your father in such a hurry to have him run the company? Chen Zisa defended her brother. What? Is that not acceptable? Zihao has the capability. Besides, if not him, then who? He's the only heir in the Chen family. Yi Wuji shook his head. But clearly you're also an heir to the Chen family, aren't you? You're their daughter too, the Chen family's eldest daughter. Chen Zisa corrected him, flattered yet hesitant. No, you can't say that. I'm not qualified. I lack the capability. The Chen family's heir can only be Zihao. How can you know you don't have the ability if you don't even try? Yi Wuji comforted her. I believe in you. Don't worry, I'm here. I'll always support you. Chen Zisa lowered her head, silent. She had never considered this question. When it came to the Chen family heir, everyone had always assumed it would be Chen Zihao. She'd never harbored any desire to compete. Her brother was outstanding, and her parents doted on him and held him in high regard. While her parents did show some favoritism, Chen Zihao truly was exceptional. Compared to her, he was far more suited to be the Chen family's successor. He studied abroad while she remained in China. Their education and perspectives were fundamentally different. How could they possibly compare? Chen Zihao had always been kind to Chen Zisa since childhood, and the siblings shared a close bond. So even with their parents' favoritism, she never harbored resentment toward her brother. She had no objection whatsoever to Chen Zihao taking over the Chen family. Upon arriving at the Chen residence, at the door, Chen Zisa specifically warned Yi Wuji to be extremely cautious. Knowing her brother despised Yi Wuji, she feared they might clash. Chapter 67, Signing as Proof. He understood Chen Zisa's concerns and knew exactly what she was worried about. Yi Wuji nodded reassuringly. Don't worry, Zisu. I know he's your brother. He won't do anything rash. Only then did Chen Zisa relax. The two entered the Chen residence one after the other. Chen Zihao spotted Chen Zisu and rushed over warmly. Sis, you're back. Where'd you go for so long? You didn't even say a word. But when he saw Yi Wuji following closely behind, his bright smile froze on his face. Sure enough, the very thing Chen Zisa feared most had happened. She knew this would be the outcome. Chen Zisu's face clouded with worry. Zihao, calm down. Chen Zihao's expression immediately darkened. He swiftly pulled Chen Zisu behind him, shielding her. Chen Zihao glared warily at Yi Wuji, coldly snapping, Hey! What are you doing? What are you after my sister for? I warn you to stay away from my sister. Yi Wuji stopped advancing. Chen Zisu hurriedly explained, Zihao, it's not what you think. He just returned. Chen Zisa tried to explain, hoping to calm his anger. Yi Wuji had returned and even helped the Chen family resolve their financial crisis. Chen Zihao wasn't buying it. Furious, he pointed at Yi Wuji and shouted, Who the hell do you think you are? Just show up whenever you want, then leave whenever you please. What do you take my sister for? Do you even consider her your wife anymore? Do you have any conscience left? Has your conscience been eaten by dogs? Do you have any idea how much suffering and humiliation they endured because of your disappearance 3 years ago? And now you just show up like you own the place? Let me tell you, you don't deserve it. Get out. Get the hell out. Don't ever step foot in the Chen family again. Yi Wuji knew full well that what happened 3 years ago had deeply disappointed Chen Zihao and the entire Chen family. He had no words to defend himself. I didn't vanish on purpose. I never imagined I'd drag them into this mess. I know I owe them. I came back this time to make amends. Chen Zihao broke free from Chen Zisu's grasp, his rage boiling over as if facing an enemy. He swung his fists, landing blow after blow on Yi Wuji. You didn't expect this? How could you not have seen this coming? Abandoning them to live a carefree life yourself. Beating you to death wouldn't satisfy my fury. How do you intend to make up for all the injustice and cold shoulders they've endured these past years? What right do you have to show your face to them again? If you truly have any conscience left, stay far, far away from them. The farther you go, the better. Don't come back to drag them down. As he spoke, Chen Zihao's fists and feet rained down relentlessly on Yi Wuji. Yi Wuji offered no resistance, standing like a human punching bag, taking the blows. Hit me. If it lessens your hatred for me, I have nothing more to say. Chen Zihao's eyes blazed with fury, desperate to strike him dead. My hatred for you is etched into my bones, it will never fade. Only your death can atone for all the wrongs you've committed over the years. Chen Zisu's eyes welled with tears. Zihao, stop hitting him. Chen Zihao, blinded by hatred, refused to heed her pleas. Yi Wuji knew he was in the wrong. He didn't dodge or strike back. He took Chen Zihao's punches head on. Seeing Chen Zisu try to step in and pull them apart, Yi Wuji blocked her. Don't come over. Don't get hurt. I can take it. Chen Zisu watched as Yi Wuji's lip bled from the blow, her heart aching. Zihao, stop it. Stop hitting him, he's your brother-in-law. Just as the two were locked in a fierce struggle, Chen Baichuan and Lin Zhao arrived in time, rushing to pull them apart. Stop it. Zihao, what are you two doing? Lin Zhao was deeply distressed to see her precious son Zihao's hands reddened. Does it hurt? Yi Wuji, how did you provoke Zihao? Mom, what are you talking about? Yi Wuji didn't do anything. Chen Zisu supported the badly injured Yi Wuji, tenderly wiping the blood from his mouth. Does it still hurt? It's fine. Don't worry. Yi Wuji's face was covered in bruises, but he shrugged it off. These scrapes are nothing to me. Chen Baichuan also disliked the son-in-law, but a fight within the Chen household would reflect poorly on the family and be considered scandalous. Butler, find someone to tend to his wounds. Chen Zihao glared at Yi Wuji with icy eyes, snorting coldly, his face flushed with anger. No need. He deserves this. He's unworthy of treatment. He owes my sister for this. I've been wanting to confront him for ages. Now he has the nerve to walk right into my trap. Enough, Zihao. Don't let this ruin your health. Lin Zhao pulled him away. After Chen Baichuan's persuasion, Chen Zihao finally calmed down. The group gathered together. The atmosphere was unbearably awkward. Instead of the joy of reunion, a deathly silence hung heavy in the air. Yi Wuji was the first to break the silence. He voiced his opposition to handing over Chen's company to Chen Zihao to manage. Is that why you came? You've got some nerve. Chen Baichuan retorted coldly, you think you can meddle in the Chen family affairs? My decision is final. Please don't misunderstand. I'm not interfering with the Chen family affairs. This has nothing to do with me. Yi Wuji calmly explained, but Zisu is also your daughter. She is one of the heirs. I believe she is better suited to manage the company. Compared to others, Zisu possesses more social experience. She is the most suitable candidate. This proposal was originally directed at Chen Zihao. But Chen Zihao naturally had no objections. He and Chen Zisu had a good relationship and didn't mind who took over the company. But Chen Baichuan and Lin Zhao refused to believe it. They thought it was utterly impossible. The Chen family's fortune was nearly spent. They had never held high hopes for Chen Zisu, never considered letting her take over the Chen family, and certainly hadn't focused on cultivating her. How could they possibly entrust the Chen Corporation to a woman? That would only hasten its demise. After Chen Zihao returned to the country, Chen Baichuan had clung to the hope that bringing his son back to manage the company might offer a sliver of chance. Even Chen Zisu herself didn't believe she possessed such capability. I can't do it. It's impossible. No, you can. How will you know unless you try? Yi Wuji insisted that only with Chen Zisu at the helm could Chen's company be revived and achieve tenfold profits. This time, Chen Zihao sided with his sister. I'm willing to believe his words. I feel the company is also my sister's life's work. Ever since childhood, he had always felt his sister was the more capable one. Though both parents valued him highly, he firmly believed his sister possessed greater capability than himself. Chen Zihao also wanted to help Chen Zisu fight for her position. This time, Yi Wuji and Chen Zihao found themselves on the same side, a rare occurrence. Chen Baichuan hesitated, offering them a 6-month deadline. If they failed to achieve tenfold profit growth within that period, the matter would be closed. Chen Zisu was deeply concerned, believing 6 months was far too short a time to achieve such a goal. But to everyone's surprise, Yi Wuji declared with unwavering confidence that a single month would suffice. Chen Zisu stared at him in shock. Are you out of your mind? Chen Baichuan immediately agreed, fine, let's do it your way, 1 month. If you fail to deliver within a month, you must divorce my daughter immediately. With that, Chen Baichuan pulled a jade seal from his robe. Chapter 68, Pay Up or Pay with Your Body. Chen Zissou recognized the seal at a glance. It was the Chen family's heirloom jade seal. Chen Baichuan valued his reputation. He never believed Yi Wuji could deliver on his promise, so this was the perfect opportunity to make a deal with him. If Yi Wuji failed to deliver on his promise, it would provide the perfect justification for Chen Baichuan and Chen Zissou to divorce, allowing the Chen family to be rid of him once and for all. Chen Baichuan had someone fetch banknotes. Words alone are worthless, he declared. Who knows if you'll renege? To ensure you follow through, we must sign and seal this agreement. Fine, deal. Yi Wuji agreed readily, signing the agreement with a flourish of his pen and pressing his seal. Chen Zihao raised an eyebrow and whispered urgently beside him, I hope you keep your word. Don't disappoint us again. Otherwise, even if my sister says nothing, I won't let you off the hook. Yi Wuji never fought a battle he wasn't sure he could win. He spoke firmly, word by word, I absolutely will not disappoint her expectations. Chen Zihao snapped back, I hope you keep your word. Chen Zissou ignored Yi Wuji the entire journey, her expression grim. Back home, her brows furrowed as she glared at him accusingly. What's gotten into you? How could you just agree to something like that? How could you make such a big promise so casually? Chen Zissou had never defied her father since childhood, yet this time she had gone against him. I regret it so much. Why didn't I try to talk you out of it earlier? You were so impulsive. You didn't even discuss it with me. How could you possibly increase Qin Corporation's profits tenfold in just 1 month? It's impossible. It can't be done. Yi Wuji embraced her reassuringly. Don't worry, don't panic, Zissou. Don't underestimate yourself. You're capable and intelligent. Don't be afraid. I'm here. With me by your side, you have nothing to worry about. I'll help you through this. Chen Zissou listened to his gentle voice, her heart stirred. Perhaps he was doing all this for her sake to be with her. The Chen family treated Yi Wuji with cold indifference. Only by enduring this could he prove himself. She recalled how Chen Zihao had just attacked Yi Wuji with fists and kicks, yet he had not uttered a single complaint. Chen Zissou's heart clenched. Tears welled in her eyes as she looked at him. Are you okay? I'm sorry I got you hurt. I told you, it's nothing. I'm fine. Yi Wuji gently took her hand, gazing at her with deep affection. Are you worried about me? Your concern makes me so happy I don't feel any pain now. I'm the one who should apologize. I'm sorry to you and Xiaohan. Zihao had every right to take his anger out on me. He was worried about you and felt indignant for you. I understand. Chen Zissou lowered her head shyly, pouting playfully, don't say that. Who's worried about you? I certainly wasn't. The unspoken rules they'd agreed upon at the start were now broken by Chen Zissou herself. Yi Wuji was never allowed near her in Xiaohan's bedroom. He always slept on the sofa. Tonight, however, Chen Zissou made an exception, allowing him to return to the bedroom with her and sleep in the bed. Yi Wuji thought he'd misheard. He froze for a few seconds, his mind blank. What did you just say? He asked, disbelief thick in his voice. What are you thinking? I only agreed to let you sleep on the bed. Nothing else. We still need to keep our distance. I haven't forgiven you yet. With that, Chen Zissou blushed and scampered away. Yi Wuji gazed fondly at her petite retreating figure, a broad, sweet smile curving his lips. Such a little troublemaker. Yi Wuji felt deeply gratified. All his efforts over such a long time had finally borne fruit, yielding a glimmer of reward. Chen Zissou was beginning to accept him. A fierce determination ignited within Yi Wuji. This gave him even more confidence to earn Chen Zissou's forgiveness. Mom, I want to go to the amusement park. You promised me. When are we going? After lunch, Yi Zihan pestered Chen Zissou. Little Han has been so well behaved lately, she deserves a reward. Chen Zissou tidied away the dishes, ruffling her hair. Go change your clothes and get ready. Mommy will take you right now, okay? Yi Zihan bounced up and down excitedly. Yes. Yes. Let's go now. But isn't Daddy coming with us? Dad has something important to do today. We'll all go together next time. Chen Zissou took out the car keys Yi Wuji had left for her, changed her shoes, and headed for the door. Yi Zihan climbed into the car and obediently fastened her seatbelt. Chen Zissou drove the car, though she felt a bit rusty. It had been too long since she'd last held the steering wheel herself. She knew how to drive, but after Yi Wuji left, she'd fallen on hard times and couldn't afford a car. Now that he was back, he never let Chen Zissou drive herself. He served as her personal chauffeur wherever they went. On the way to the amusement park, Yi Zihan giggled and chattered, while Chen Zissou kept a watchful eye on her safety. In a moment of inattention, a luxury car suddenly darted out in the opposite lane. The luxury car was moving fast, and its driver hadn't anticipated a head-on collision with Chen Zissou's vehicle. Chen Zissou yanked the steering wheel hard, her heart nearly leaping out of her throat in fright. The two cars scraped against each other. Tire marks streaked across the pavement. The startling commotion drew a crowd of onlookers. A red-haired man stepped out of the luxury car, looking every inch the spoiled rich kid. Hands in his pockets, he surveyed the front end of his car before kicking the tire. His first words were a string of curses. "You blind? What the hell are you doing? Are your eyes just holes for farting?" The onlookers caught a clear glimpse of his face and gasped in shock. He was none other than Long Yuankuan, the only son of Long Qinghu, the local underground emperor and head of the criminal underworld. "Oh my god, it's young Master Long, Tiger Boss's only son. We're done for. Someone's gonna die. It's young Master Long." Chen Zixu was dazed from the collision. Staggering out of the car, she pulled Yi Zihan out and anxiously asked, "Xiaohan, are you okay? Are you hurt?" Yi Zihan was shaken but shook her head. "No, I'm just so scared." Chen Zixu hurriedly apologized to Long Yuankuan. "I'm so sorry. Are you okay?" Before she could process it, Long Yuankuan's car had driven the wrong way. A heavily made-up, alluring woman stepped out of the passenger seat of the luxury car. Her hair was styled in big, bouncy waves, the same vibrant red as Long Yuankuan's. Her fiery red lips parted as she stomped down from sky-high stilettos and unleashed a torrent of abuse at Chen Zixu. "You blind fool! How dare you drive like that? Can't you see what kind of car our young Master Long is driving? Can you even afford to pay for the damage? You worthless trash!" Chen Zixu was clearly being harassed. The woman demanded exorbitant compensation, leaving Chen Zixu panicked she couldn't possibly afford it. Long Yuankuan eyed her, finding her pitifully vulnerable, and his lecherous thoughts flared. He groped her cheek lecherously. "Can't afford it? No problem. You're quite the looker. Spend a few nights with me, and I'll let this slide. No hard feelings." Chen Zixu pushed him away. "Don't touch me." The woman slapped him across the face. "You! It's your good fortune that young Master Long took a fancy to you." Yi Zihan was so frightened she burst into tears. Chen Zixu urgently contacted Yi Wuji for help. Yi Wuji dropped everything and rushed over immediately. Seeing Chen Zixu wronged, the air around Yi Wuji grew icy. He instructed Chen Zixu to take Yi Zihan away first while he stayed behind to handle the situation. Long Yuankuan, relying on his status, lorded over others and demanded Yi Wuji pay a huge sum in compensation. Yi Wuji calmly refused. "You were driving against traffic. We bear no responsibility. For scratches of this nature, 500,000 is sufficient." Yi Wuji proposed a reasonable sum based on the car's damage. Long Yuankuan refused outright, retorting, "I don't care. What I say goes. If you can't pay, make that woman accompany me." The onlookers were stunned. Who dared to defy young Master Long and disobey his orders? Everyone assumed Yi Wuji was finished. Unfazed, Yi Wuji calmly called Zhao Xinghe, instructing him to bring a check. Soon after, a stunning woman with long, dark curly hair arrived. This was none other than Gu Bingqian, president of the largest local bank. She wore a tailored skirt uniform, looking utterly captivating. Her stunning, aloof appearance made Long Yuankuan's eyes light up. He had certainly heard of Gu Bingqian's name. Well, what could possibly warrant President Gu's personal attention? Gu Bingqian shot Long Yuankuan a disdainful glance. She approached Yi Wuji with respectful deference, presenting the check with both hands. "Sir, your check." Yi Wuji tore off the check and tossed it to Long Yuankuan, coldly stating, "Fill in whatever amount you want." Long Yuankuan's eyes were glued to Gu Bingqian, his mind clouded by lust. He couldn't resist running his eyes up and down her body, his mouth spewing vulgar teasing. "Ms. Gu, judging by your look, it seems you haven't been with a man in quite some time, huh?" Gu Bingqian immediately slapped him, the blow landing solidly across Long Yuankuan's face. The force was so great it left him dizzy and seeing stars. Chapter 69, Underground Emperor. A bright red handprint remained on Long Yuankuan's face. The force of the blow jerked his head to the side. Long Yuankuan clutched his face in disbelief, his pupils sharply contracting as uncontrollable rage surged across his features. Furious, he shouted, "Gu Bingqian! What are you doing? How dare you strike this young master? Have you grown tired of living?" Gu Bingqian's aura shifted abruptly, her voice cold as ice. "Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to me like that?" Long Yuankuan brandished his father Long Qinghu's name. He threw back his head, swaggering arrogantly as he taunted, "I'm Long Qinghu's son Long Yuankuan. My father is the renowned underground emperor. Everyone in the underworld calls me young Master Long. You dare hit me? When my father arrives, he'll slaughter every last one of you." Long Yuankuan believed his intimidating presence alone would suffice to cower them. Gu Bingqian's imposing aura radiated as she glared at him with icy eyes, snorting disdainfully, "Humph, big talk for a mere insect like you. Young dragon? Not worth mentioning." Long Yuankuan's rage boiled over. "How dare you look down on this young master? Just you wait." Yi Wuji's murderous intent surged at the thought of Long Yuankuan's earlier assault on Chen Zixu. He forced himself to suppress his rage, watching Long Yuankuan with a mocking smile. "Name your price. This check, write whatever amount you want." Stop spouting nonsense. Can you even afford whatever I name? Long Yuan-kun picked up the check tossed at him with skepticism and examined it closely. The words National Bank were printed prominently on it, and it didn't look fake. If it were fake, Yi Wuji would be utterly humiliated. Yi Wuji's gaze swept over him with arrogance as he spoke slowly. I said, any amount is acceptable. Write whatever price satisfies you. Without hesitation, Long Yuan-kun picked up the pen and filled in a staggering number on the blank check. It was a full twofold increase from his initial offer. How about this figure? Can you afford it? Long Yuan-kun placed the check before Yi Wuji with a mocking expression. Yi Wuji merely glanced indifferently at the figure on the check, adopting a condescending posture. Is that all? I was expecting more. With that, he signed the check. Long Yuan-kun narrowed his eyes, visibly delighted. He clearly hadn't expected Yi Wuji to agree so readily to his exorbitant demand. Fine. You know how to play the game. Long Yuan-kun reflected it must have been invoking his father's name that had intimidated them. Their compliance was only natural. After all, who didn't know the name Long Chenghu? Everyone trembled at the mere mention of it. Seeing that Long Yuan-kun was satisfied with the price he'd offered, Yi Wuji walked straight toward Long Yuan-kun's luxury car under everyone's gaze. No one knew what he intended to do. Amidst the astonished stares, Yi Wuji lifted Long Yuan-kun's luxury car with one bare hand and slammed it hard onto the ground. Slamming it down with such force that it left a massive crater in the ground, the front end completely wrecked. The crowd was stunned, unable to believe such feats were possible for a human. Yi Wuji's sudden outburst of power transformed his aura into a chilling presence. With a single punch, he smashed the luxury car to pieces. The luxury car instantly disintegrated into a heap of scrap metal. Those nearby stood frozen in place, utterly speechless. People clutched their jaws in shock as a collective gasp rippled through the crowd. No one could fathom what they were witnessing. This was simply beyond imagination. The scene was a complete mess, with car fragments scattered everywhere. The crowd gasped in disbelief. Who the hell is this guy? He must be out of his mind. This is young Master Long. He's practically courting death. Good heavens, he's incredibly tough. Yi Wuji calmly brushed the dust off his hands and turned to ask, how was that? Long Yuan-kun was frozen in shock. Yi Wuji approached him like the Grim Reaper. Just now, did you touch my wife? Which hand? Left or right? Long Yuan-kun's heart lurched in terror, unable to meet Yi Wuji's gaze. Then I'll cripple both. Yi Wuji acted decisively, crippling his right hand. Long Yuan-kun watched his right hand twist grotesquely out of shape and screamed in agony, what do you think you're doing? My father is Long Chenghu. The woman accompanying Long Yuan-kun saw this and tried to flee. Yi Wuji darted forward, snatching her back by the collar. She was tossed aside like a discarded object, landing beside Long Yuan-kun. Yi Wuji's gaze was as cold as ice, his words sharp as blades. Where do you think you're going? Anyone who lays a hand on my wife today won't live to see tomorrow. The woman trembled in terror, kneeling and clutching her head as she begged pitifully, Sir, I know I've made a mistake. Please don't kill me. I can sleep with you any number of nights. Long Yuan-kun, still ranting, declared, just wait till my father gets here. He'll make you regret this. How dare you hit me? You must be tired of living. He hurriedly contacted Long Chenghu to summon reinforcements. Soon, Long Chenghu arrived with a gang of underlings, their presence intimidating. Covered in tattoos, he demanded with intimidating authority, You dare lay a hand on my son? Long Chenghu vowed to avenge his son. Yi Wu didn't give him the time of day, his face darkening as he sneered, You're here to die too? Immediately after, another wave of armed vehicles arrived, surrounding the scene. Long Chenghu, assuming they were reinforcements called by his own men, grew even more arrogant and overbearing. What are you so cocky about? Today I'll teach you a lesson. Attack! Take him down! At Long Chenghu's command, his men charged forward, blades raised. Yi Wuji's gaze swept the area like a knife, sending chills down everyone's spine. His piercing gaze alone caused the charging gang members to stumble back 2 steps, too terrified to advance. Long Chenghu roared in rage, You useless pieces of. What the hell are you good for, you cowards? What are you afraid of? We outnumber them. Charge! The underlings dared not disobey their boss's command. Yi Wuji swept his hand, using spiritual energy to send them flying. In mere moments, he had beaten the entire group of minions to near death or injury. Yi Wuji's gaze thundered like a storm as he roared, Come again, and you'll all die. Long Chenghu stared at the scattered corpses of his men on the ground, panic-stricken. You, who the hell are you? Yi Wuji revealed his identity. I am Yi Wuji, war god of Great Xia. His tone was matter-of-fact, yet his words carried the weight of thunder. No sooner had Yi Wuji finished speaking. The sky flickered, as if thunder and lightning were about to strike. His words exploded like a thunderclap in the ears of everyone present. Long Chenghu's pupils contracted sharply as realization dawned. What? No wonder this man was so extraordinary. He was the legendary god of war. He immediately dropped to his knees before Yi Wuji with a thud. I, Long, am honored beyond measure to have witnessed the war god in this lifetime. My gratitude knows no bounds. Beside him, the beaten Long Yuankuan was forced by his father to bow his head and apologize to Yi Wuji. My ignorant son has offended the war god. I beg your magnanimity to forgive us. Henceforth, I shall spare no effort to serve you faithfully. The formidable Dragon Emperor, underworld boss Long Qinghu, had actually knelt and kowtowed to become a subordinate. Yi Wuji remained unperturbed, merely noting that his car had been damaged by the son's kowtowing. To demonstrate his loyalty, Long Qinghu immediately ordered a top-tier luxury car delivered on the spot. Yi Wuji dropped the matter and drove away. Half an hour later, a brand new luxury car appeared below the villa. Chen Zisu wondered who could afford such an expensive vehicle. Chapter 70, Dongyang Corporation. Yi Wuji stepped out of the luxury car and returned home. After handing the new car keys to Chen Zisu, he said, "This is your new car now. Don't worry, if you don't like it, I'll get you another one." Chen Zisu stared in shock at the luxury car parked below. That car, you drove it here? Yi Wuji nodded. It's just a car. Chen Zisu stared in disbelief. How did you even get this car? Did you handle that situation earlier? Yi Wuji gazed at her with deep eyes. Yes, it's taken care of. Don't worry about anything else. I've got everything covered. How did you handle it? You didn't kill someone, did you? Or do something illegal? Chen Zisu suspected he'd used force against that Long Shao earlier. You can't afford to offend them. What if they come after us again? Chen Zisu was terrified, unable to fathom the consequences. I heard he's got powerful connections. What if he comes after us for revenge? Yi Wuji couldn't help but smile bitterly, his heart aching at her frightened state. He soothed her softly, "Don't worry, Zisu. I didn't do anything. I certainly didn't kill anyone. I haven't offended anyone. Stop scaring yourself. Then how did you handle it? Tell me honestly." Chen Zisu stared at him, half believing, half doubting. And what about this car? Yi Wuji thought he could just make up some excuse to brush her off. We were discussing compensation when the other guy's father showed up. He was actually pretty reasonable and didn't make a big deal out of it. Seeing your car was scratched up, he just gave me a new one. Hearing this, Chen Zisu's expression suddenly changed. She believed him even less, now firmly convinced Yi Wuji was lying to her. Her eyes nearly rolled back in her head. Utterly speechless, she retorted, "Do you take me for a fool? Do I look like someone so easily deceived?" She had, of course, heard of Long Qinghu's reputation, a man so brutally vicious that his name alone struck fear into people's hearts. How could this not worry Chen Zisu? Yi Wuji, at a time like this, you're still spinning lies to deceive me? Just as she was about to explode at him, her phone rang at the worst possible moment. Seeing she wasn't easily fooled, Yi Wuji felt a headache coming on. He didn't want Chen Zisu to know too much of the truth, fearing it might endanger her. Fortunately, an incoming call diverted the conversation. Yi Wuji breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Zisu glanced at the caller ID. It was her father. She quickly answered. "Hello, Dad?" Chen Baichuan's voice sounded hurried and anxious. "Bring Yi Wuji with you to your grandmother's house at noon. We need to discuss something." Chen Zisu was puzzled. Why the sudden trip to grandma's house? After all, Chen Zisu's family had been estranged from the elderly Mrs. Chen's household for years, practically strangers. Why would they suddenly need to discuss something now? As everyone knew, the real power in the Chen family lay with the matriarch Chen Zisu's grandmother. The matriarch favored sons over daughters, showed extreme partiality toward her grandsons, and was notoriously power-hungry. Ever since Chen Zisu resolved to marry Yi Wuji, their family had been sidelined by the matriarch after all the troubles that ensued. Originally, they had hoped Chen Zisu would marry into a powerful family, a union that would benefit the Chen clan. But now the matriarch deemed Chen Zisu's marriage to Yi Wuji utterly useless and worthless, casting her family aside. The thought of returning to her grandmother's home filled Chen Zisu with reluctance. After all, enduring the cold stares at their home was no pleasant experience. Yi Wuji accompanied her on the journey. They arrived at the residence of the elderly Mrs. Chen. The old lady sat in the grand armchair at the center of the main hall. Seeing Chen Zisu and Yi Wuji, she gave them a cold reception despite her advanced age. Well, remember you're part of the Chen family? Thought to come back? How come you didn't just die out there?" Standing beside the matriarch in order were Chen Zisu's eldest uncle, Chen Shanghai, his aunt, Huang Yanmei, and her cousin, Chen Zichang. All gathered together, Yi Wuji stood alone as an outsider. Uncle Chen Shanghai sneered coldly, "Exactly. You left the Chen family and ended up like this. What a disgrace. How dare you show your face back here?" Aunt Huang Yanmei cackled shrilly, "Zisu, we told you to marry well, but you wouldn't listen. Look at the mess you're in now. Remember that young Master Zhang we set you up with? He was handsome and well-bred, from a powerful family. Sure, he was a brain-dead cripple, but he was more than good enough for you. You looked down on him, but now he's in such high demand. If you'd married young Master Zhang back then, you'd have endured a few years at most. When he died, wouldn't all the Zhang family's wealth have been yours? You could have been a wealthy young widow, not bad at all. You could have even contributed to the Chen family.
Old Madam Chen nodded in agreement.
Exactly. What an ungrateful fool. I can't fathom what you're thinking. Chen Zisu's face darkened at these words.
Yi Wuji stepped forward, his voice firm and resolute as he defended her. This isn't for you to decide for Zisu. My in-laws are living quite well now. His words drew even more contempt from the crowd. Chen Zichan, the pampered young master spoiled since childhood by old Mrs. Chen, spoke without restraint. How dare you?
Who do you think you are? Speaking like that in front of my grandmother. The Chen family won't tolerate your insolence. Chen Changhe looked at him with contempt, his voice cold and sharp. Isn't their situation entirely because of you? If Chen Zisu hadn't insisted on marrying you, the old lady wouldn't have been so furious that she struck her name from the Chen family registry, dragging your entire family out with you. Otherwise, why do you think things have gotten so serious? Only then did Yi Wuji realize that it was all because of him that Chen Zisu's family had been dragged into this mess. No wonder Chen Baichuan disliked him. Zisu, how come I never knew? Why didn't you tell me? Is all this true? Chen Zisu remained silent, her silence serving as tacit acknowledgement. Consumed by guilt, Yi Wuji resolved to help the Chen family rise again. Old Mrs. Chen cut straight to the point, unwilling to waste words. Chen Baichuan, I hear your company recently signed a contract with the Cheng family, correct? Chen Baichuan flinched at being called out. Yes, it was just a short while ago. A look of greed flashed in old Madam Chen's eyes. Well then, your Dongsheng company is also Chen family property. I'm taking it back now. Chen Baichuan exclaimed in shock. Why? Why take back my company now? He had just signed the contract with the Cheng family, and the company was finally showing signs of recovery. The old lady snapped angrily. What do you mean to your company? The Chen family is under my control. Don't forget the legal representative of Dongsheng company is still registered under my name. You and your elder brother Changhe will swap management rights, exchange Dongsheng company for Changhe's Dongyang company. Chen Zihao was the first to object. On what grounds? Dongyang company is in shambles and deep in debt because of Chen Zichang. We won't swap. The old matriarch was clearly bullying the Chen Baichuan family. Backed by the matriarch, Huang Yanmei wore a vicious expression, her eyes burning with fury as if she wanted to devour the Chen Baichuan family whole for daring to defy the matriarch's orders. Chen Baichuan, don't forget who truly holds power in the Chen family. Know your place. Old Mrs. Chen declared that if they refused to swap, she'd simply reclaim all of Dongsheng company, leaving the Chen family to starve. Chen Baichuan seethed with anger but had no words to counter. He could only swallow his rage silently, enduring the pain and helplessness alone. The pain and helplessness within were known only to himself. At that moment, Yi Wuji stepped forward to reassure Chen Baichuan's father-in-law. Don't worry, he said. Leave it to me. I have a solution. If they want it, let them have it. Let's see who would sign a contract with them without Zisu. Chapter 71, Cheng Family Visits. What? Chen Zihao grabbed Yi Wuji by the collar in a fury. What do you think you're doing? Do you have any idea what this means? Are you trying to destroy the Chen family? What use is that worthless company? I won't agree. We absolutely cannot make this trade. He's not family. His opinion doesn't count. Chen Zisu hadn't expected him to agree. She stared at him in disappointment. Have you lost your mind? This is the solution you promised? Chen Baichuan glared viciously at Yi Wuji. So you're turning your back on us? Traitor! Chen Changhe's family beamed with satisfaction. Your son-in-law may lack talent, but he certainly knows how to read the room. Baichuan, you should learn a thing or two from this fine son-in-law of yours. See how adept he is at shifting with the wind. The Chen family matriarch, radiating control, looked at them haughtily. Enough of this nonsense. You have no choice in the matter. The Chen family is under my command. Agree or disagree, you must comply. This matter is not up to you. You have no say in this. I'm merely informing you. Yi Wuji didn't care about this minor company. If you want it, take it. He reassured Chen Zihao, trust me. This Dongsheng company isn't worth keeping. If you want it, then take it. Chen Zihao's eyes locked onto him, flashing with a cold glint, as if he wanted to kill him on the spot. Chen Baichuan gritted his teeth. No. I absolutely refuse. Fearing Yi Wuji might change his mind, old Madam Chen immediately agreed to the company swap. She hastily produced the contract, forcing them to sign an unequal treaty. Chen Baichuan remained adamantly opposed. Yi Wuji isn't family. His word alone doesn't represent the Chen household. I refuse. You can forget it. Chen Baichuan refused to yield, his hatred for Yi Wuji boiling over. Chen Changhe sneered with displeasure. How can he not count? Isn't Yi Wuji your family's son-in-law? How could his word not matter? This was your daughter Zisu's own choice, how can it not count? Grandma Chen nodded in agreement with Changhe's words. Enough nonsense, sign the contract already. Chen Zissou was utterly disillusioned by the old lady's partiality. They were no longer family, only a clash of interests remained. Zissou didn't want to continue the argument either, it was giving her a headache. If she didn't agree to their demands now, they'd keep pestering her with trouble later. Exhausted, Chen Zissou signed the contract. Fine. Enough. We agree. Chen Zihao gasped, sister. How could you? Chen Baichuan vehemently objected, Chen Zissou. Have you lost your mind? You have no authority to sign this contract. Chen Zissou calmly looked at them. Why wouldn't I have the right? I don't want this to drag on anymore. Don't forget, you promised me. Now that I'm taking over the company, I certainly have the right to be in charge. Chen Shanghe flashed a triumphant smile. That's more like it. Zissou really knows how to handle things. The crowd cheered. Chen Zissou felt helpless. Faced with the threats and enticements from the Chen family matriarch, she had no choice but to compromise. The contract was signed, and the two families exchanged companies. Grandma Chen's family was thoroughly satisfied. In stark contrast, every member of Chen Zissou's family wore a grim expression. Chen Baichuan blamed Ji Wuji, what good are you? I truly regret this. Now that Dongsheng Company has been swapped to them, what use is their trashy Dongyang Company? Who's going to clean up this mess? Chen Zihao spoke coldly, his voice laced with fury. What good are you now? How will you compensate my sister? Do you realize you've ruined our family? What do you have to offer in compensation? I knew I shouldn't have trusted you. Yi Wuji replied calmly, don't be so tense. Don't panic. I said I have a solution. I'll handle it myself. Chen Zissou didn't want to see him. She was utterly disappointed. At this point, what solution could he possibly have? It was already too late to turn back the clock. The Chen Shanghe family was celebrating, basking in the joy of having just acquired the company. Chen Shanghe believed his fortunes were about to turn, that he'd soon be rolling in money and striking it rich. The shrill laughter of his aunt, Huang Yanmei, pierced his ears like a sharp knife. Yi Wuji calmly pulled out his phone and dialed a number with practiced ease. He dialed the Cheng family's number. Chang Yifan saw Yi Wuji's name flash on the screen and answered immediately. Hello, young man? In front of everyone, Yi Wuji announced his demand for the Cheng family to terminate their partnership with Dongsheng Company. Chang Yifan was taken aback. What are you saying, little brother? Didn't we partner with Dongsheng Company to help you? Why terminate it now? Yi Wuji simply replied, I'll explain the rest later. Just do as I say. With that, he hung up the phone with a flourish. Yi Wuji turned to Chen Zissou and said, There, don't worry. It's settled. Just give them the company. Everyone was utterly baffled. How could a single phone call resolve the matter? The Chen family members suspected he was just putting on a show. Chen Zicheng burst out laughing. You? Just you? What could one phone call possibly solve? That's laughable. What are you trying to pull? Stop embarrassing yourself here. We're not playing house with you. Chen Shanghe chimed in sarcastically, Baichuan, your son-in-law sure is talented, huh? Chen Baichuan hung his head in shame, feeling utterly humiliated. Chen Zissou grabbed Yi Wuji's arm and snapped, enough? Stop embarrassing our family. Haven't we been humiliated enough already? Meanwhile, Chang Yifan found Yi Wuji's call inexplicably off. He personally dispatched someone to visit old Madame Chen's residence, intending to understand the truth before making a decision. The Chen Shanghe family was overjoyed at the prospect of switching companies. Old Madame Chen was also pleased with Chen Baichuan's decision to switch companies, and her attitude toward them softened slightly. She specially ordered a full Manchu Han banquet to host the entire family for a meal. She claimed it was to treat them well, but this sudden call for family reunion was really just a chance to show off. Grandma Chen left them no room to refuse, making her invitation non-negotiable. The Chen Baichuan family and the Chen Shanghe family sat together around the large dining table. The two families presented a stark contrast, one radiating joy, the other steeped in anger. Chen Baichuan wore a gloomy expression, while Chen Shanghe beamed with joy. Just then, a servant entered to announce. The personal secretary of the Cheng family patriarch had arrived. Mrs. Chen immediately stood up excitedly, personally welcoming the distinguished guest who had traveled from afar. Chen Shanghe grew even more enthusiastic. Quickly, show him in. This was their very own money god, they couldn't afford to be rude. The secretary politely stated his purpose and declined the elderly Mrs. Chen's invitation to dine. He had been sent by Chang Yifan to investigate matters concerning the Chen family company. After gathering information, the secretary learned that Dongsheng Company, formerly owned by Chen Zissou, now belonged to Chen Shanghe. He immediately declared that the Cheng family would terminate their partnership. The Chen family was stunned and utterly baffled, having no idea what they could have done to offend the Chengs. After the secretary left, old Mrs. Chen's expression turned grave. With a cold face, she slammed the chopsticks in her hand hard onto the table. What's the point of eating anymore? None of you should eat. Chapter 72, Sabotage. This time, it wasn't just Chen Changhe's family who was shocked. Even Chen Baichuan looked astonished, exclaiming in surprise, how could the Cheng family really refuse to continue their cooperation? They just exchanged companies. The entire family turned their gaze toward Yi Wuji in unison, wondering if he truly possessed such influence that the Cheng family would partner with whomever he desired. Had they truly underestimated him? Was Yi Wuji truly a man of hidden depths? The Chen Changhe family, who had been celebrating moments ago, now approached old Madame Chen with furrowed brows, pleading for help. Mother, what are we to do? You must help us. Chen Zichang wailed, Grandma, please help me think of a solution. Her precious grandson's whining instantly melted the old lady's heart. She soothed him tenderly, don't worry, Grandma will sort this out. What's yours will stay yours. Their family had originally targeted Chen Baichuan's company because of its partnership with the Cheng family. But for some reason, the Chengs insisted on collaborating with them instead. Chen Changhe cursed under his breath that Chen Baichuan must have stepped in dog. Now the Chengs had come specifically to terminate the contract. What use was the company then? Grandma Chen's face darkened as she glared angrily at Chen Baichuan and the others. Seeing his family pretending it had nothing to do with them, looking idle and even calmly eating their meal. This only infuriated old Madame Chen further. She slammed her hand on the table with a thunderous thud and barked, what are you eating? Do you even deserve to eat our family's food? Stop eating. None of you are allowed to eat. Put down your chopsticks. Let's see who dares to keep eating. Chen Zihao curled his lips in disdain. Grandma, you're the one who invited us to stay for dinner. Now that something's happened, what's it got to do with us? We don't even want this lousy food anyway. Chen Baichuan silently set down his chopsticks. You got everything you wanted. What more do you want now? Chen Changhe sneered, you know exactly what we want. Grandma Chen blamed Chen Zisu for the breakdown of the partnership with the Cheng family. Leaning on her cane, she pointed at her enraged, you little. Did you do something? I'm telling you, don't try any tricks. Did you cause the Cheng family to terminate the partnership? Is it all because of you? Chen Zisu refused to be pushed around any longer. No matter how patient she was, her temper couldn't hold back now. She stood up, glaring at old Mrs. Chen, and retorted coldly, what does this have to do with me? You couldn't keep them yourselves, you're incompetent. Don't blame me. Trying to pin every problem on me is going too far. How dare you talk back to me? Old Mrs. Chen was stunned, her anger and shock intertwined. It was you. I don't care, you figure it out. This was the first time in her life that Chen Zisu had ever defied her grandmother, leaving everyone utterly speechless. The once timid and easily manipulated girl now displayed such unyielding defiance. Talking back to the old lady was the height of disrespect. Chen Changhe scolded, Chen Zisu, don't push your luck. The entire family of her eldest uncle blamed Chen Zisu. They demanded she persuade Xingjia to cooperate with them, no matter what it took. Faced with Chen Changhe's stubborn persistence, Yi Wuji stepped in to defend her. Xingjia's cooperation with Zisu was entirely out of respect for her. Xingjia will only partner with companies under Zisu's name, anything else is out of the question. Since Zisu has now exchanged operational control of the company with you, the Chung family will no longer cooperate with you. Chen Zichang refused to believe it, flatly rejecting the claim, impossible. How could Chen Zisu possibly have that kind of influence? Absolutely impossible. You must have sabotaged things. What underhanded tactics did you use to make the Cheng family terminate the contract? How vicious. What are your intentions? Do you even have a conscience? Yi Wuji replied calmly, shouldn't we be asking you that? When it comes to underhandedness, how could you possibly compare to yourselves? What were your intentions? Seeing another company better than yours, you proposed swapping companies. Where was your conscience? Chen Zichang was rendered speechless, momentarily at a loss for words. Yi Wuji shot him a sidelong glance that sent a shiver down Chen Zichang's spine. He held his breath, trembling, and obediently fell silent. Old Madame Chen's expression grew grave. She tapped her cane on the floor, the clacking sound interrupting them. Enough. This argument is pointless. Chen Zisu, I don't care what methods you use, whether it's sleeping with them or begging on your knees, no matter how despicable the means, you must secure the Cheng family's investment for Zi Cheng's company. You must get the Cheng family to invest in Zi Cheng's company. I trust you're not some child who doesn't understand the situation. If this were the timid, conflict-averse Chen Zisu of the past, she would have silently endured it. But this isn't the Chen Zisu of the past. Since they've treated me so unfairly, I see no reason to be polite to them anymore. As the saying goes, you can't beat a dog without looking at its owner. Even a dog knows gratitude better than you do. Since I am no longer considered part of the Chen family, I owe you no obligation. Chen Zisu's expression abruptly hardened, radiating a bone-chilling aura. Her eyes, as beautiful as stars, fixed on them coldly as she snapped, impossible. I refuse. You'll handle your own disgusting affairs. If you really want it, go find my aunt. Go kneel before her, go sleep with her. For money, she'd be more than willing, wouldn't she? Huang Yanmei, her face flushed with indignation, snapped, "What did you say? You filthy!" Yi Wuji stood silently by, guarding Chen Zisu. Huang Yanmei lunged forward, ready to attack Chen Zisu. Yi Wuji stepped in front of her, his voice dripping with menace. "You dare lay a finger on her? Try it. I'll tear you to shreds right now." The vicious glint in his eyes sent Huang Yanmei reeling backward in fear. Yi Wuji implied that if they no longer wanted this company that had terminated its contract with the Cheng family, they could simply switch it back. But if they did switch it back, all the trouble they'd gone through would be wasted. Besides, no one wanted to clean up the mess of Chen Zichang's debt-ridden, failing company. The Chen Shanghai family, knowing they were in the wrong, dared say no more. Chen Zisu seethed with anger. Chen Baichuan, his face cold, turned and led his family away. Chen Zichang, unwilling to accept defeat, pleaded with old Madame Chen for help. The old lady was equally exasperated and told him to negotiate partnerships on his own. She refused to believe that this perfectly good company could be run any worse by Chen Zichang than it already was. Yi Wuji escorted Chen Zisu's family home safely. He mentioned he still had matters to attend to and needed to step away. Chen Zihao warned him, "You're not planning to ditch this mess and run away, are you? You agreed to the exchange for this newly acquired company, don't even think about abandoning it and fleeing." Yi Wuji assured him, "Rest easy. I always keep my word. The guarantee I signed with my father-in-law remains valid." Chapter 73, Family Feud. Chen Zisu shot Chen Zihao a reproachful look, patting him gently as she grumbled, "Zihao, why bring this up now? Yi Wuji is in a tough spot too. Even the original Chen Corporation couldn't deliver tenfold profits, let alone this mess we inherited from Chen Zichang. It's impossible. The company is already drowning in debt, making a profit is nearly impossible." Chen Baichuan frowned deeply. "What can we do? Tell me, why did you get so worked up back then? Look at us now, what are we supposed to do? Is heaven trying to destroy the Chen family?" Chen Zihao was utterly speechless. "Dad, what good does it do to say this now? You're just a bully at home. Why didn't I see you arguing with them when you were with Grandma? Besides, my sister didn't do anything wrong. She was just thinking about our family." His son's words instantly silenced Chen Baichuan. Chen Zisu pulled Chen Zihao close and soothed him softly, There. How could you speak to Dad like that? Sis, I just can't stand Dad always picking on you. You didn't do anything wrong, yet he's always blaming you. You're not at fault." Chen Zihao defended Chen Zisu with righteous indignation. Growing up, the family had always favored him while neglecting his sister. Yet they were identical twins, inseparable since childhood. Chen Zihao ached for his sister, who had endured so many years of injustice. When the Chen family had just proposed such vile, outrageous demands that humiliated Chen Zisu, Chen Zihao had wanted to kill them. Chen Zihao despised anyone who bullied Chen Zisu. He believed marrying Yi Wuji was the reason his sister endured such misery, which made him intensely hate Yi Wuji. The Chen Baichuan family was racking their brains over how to cover the losses from this mess, completely stumped and at a loss. Chen Zisu was also deeply troubled, especially since she had promised to increase the company's profits tenfold within a month. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck her. If all else failed, she proposed selling off part of the family assets to plug the deficit and alleviate the immediate crisis. Lin Jiao was the first to object. "No way. Absolutely not. What were you thinking? Sell off our assets? That's our entire fortune. If we invest it and don't make a profit, who knows if we'll ever get it back? What if we lose it all again? The company goes bankrupt and our whole family ends up on the streets with you? No way. Absolutely not." Chen Baichuan frowned deeply. "It's completely unfeasible. Stop thinking about it. How dare you even consider touching the family assets? What if we invest the money, and then Chen Chengha's family tries to take the company back? What if they whisper in the old lady's ear? What would we do then?" Chen Zisu looked troubled. "I know it's risky. I understand your concerns. This isn't about coveting the family fortune. It's just that there's no other way." The family fell silent for a long while, the atmosphere thick with tension. Lin Jiao suddenly began to sob, complaining, "What kind of life is this? I've had enough. Chen Baichuan, all these years married to you, I've been humiliated day in and day out. You coward, you've never amounted to anything. Good for nothing, and all you think about is selling your own daughter. Now look at us. What are we supposed to do?" Chen Baichuan felt inexplicably disrespected, humiliated in front of everyone by Lin Jiao's angry outburst. He retorted in disbelief, "Is that really how you see me? Didn't you marry me to live a better life? You could have left me if you felt wronged. Now that trouble's hit, you blame me? What can you do about it? Are you any use?" This was the first time Lin Jiao had ever spoken back to him like this. In Chen Baichuan's memory, Lin Jiao and Chen Zisu shared similar personalities, both meek, timid, and afraid of trouble. But now, even a cornered rabbit bites. Furious, Lin Jiao clenched her fists and pounded him. "What are you saying? Do you think I wanted to marry you? What do you mean I'd only be happy if I married you? Ever since I came into your family, I've endured nothing but cold stares all these years. I remember every single way your family mistreated me, it's all crystal clear in my mind. Marrying you hasn't made my life any better. How much suffering I've endured, what do you know? You never lift a finger to help. What kind of man are you? Chen Baichuan shoved her away. Are you out of your mind? How dare you lay a hand on me? Lin Jiao's eyes welled with tears as she bit her lip, choking back her grievances. All these years, the old lady has kept pushing us down, and Chen Changhe looks down on us too. Can't you stand up for yourself? Are you just happy being looked down on? If it weren't for you, would our family have ended up like this? Chen Zixu and Chen Zihao tried to intervene, equally shocked. It was the first time they'd ever seen their parents argue so fiercely. Lin Jiao finally erupted, I've endured you for all these years, and this is how you treat me? Chen Zixu tried to intercede, but Chen Baichuan redirected his fury, venting his anger on her instead. This isn't your place to speak. If you hadn't insisted on marrying Yi Wuji back then, would the old lady have kicked us out and treated us so badly? Chen Zixu was stunned. She'd only come to mediate. How had this suddenly become about her? She'd grown tired of her father constantly bringing up this old wound. All those years of bearing the humiliation had finally reached its breaking point. Dad, enough. Is this fun? Bringing it up constantly. Do you think it's only because of me? Don't you have your own reasons? This was the first time in all these years that Chen Zixu had ever defied Chen Baichuan. Chen Baichuan shot her a sidelong glance and roared, What? You dare talk back now? Got a big head? Think you're all grown up? You expect me to forget what you did? What began as an argument between Chen Baichuan and Lin Jiao now dragged Chen Zixu into the fray. The three of them began arguing together. The scene descended into utter chaos, with arguments raging unceasingly. Chen Zihao stood helplessly in the middle. Stop arguing. At this moment, Yi Wuji remained completely unaware. He had come to the Chang residence specifically to visit Chang Yifan. Chang Yifan greeted him warmly at the door. Brother Yi, come in. Welcome. Ever since helping the Chang family resolve their crisis, everyone in the household treated Yi Wuji with utmost respect, not daring to show the slightest disrespect. In their hearts, Yi Wuji was the second master of the Chang household. The servants lined the path, greeting him with, We humbly welcome Mr. Yi. The elder patriarch of the Chang family placed great trust in him and had personally acknowledged Yi Wuji's status as equal to Chang Yifan. Upon meeting Chang Yifan, Yi Wuji explained the purpose of his visit and detailed the recent exchange of companies with the Chen family. After listening to Yi Wuji's thorough explanation of the entire situation, Chang Yifan firmly declared his stance, Brother, rest assured. You have done our Chang family a great favor. From now on, no matter what company is involved, the Chang family will follow your arrangements. Yi Wuji responded that he would address the company's debt and deficit before discussing further cooperation. Upon hearing of Yi Wuji's predicament, Chang Yifan immediately offered assistance. Yi Wuji politely declined, feeling uncomfortable accepting such a significant expense from the Chang family. Meanwhile, Chen Zixu, seeking to cover the deficit, approached her close friend Yang Yu to borrow some money. Coincidentally, Yang Yu's boyfriend, Chang Xian, was a second-generation wealthy individual who moved in elite social circles and knew many others like him. Yang Yu suggested bringing Chen Zixu along to a dinner gathering with these wealthy heirs. Chen Zixu initially hesitated. She felt out of place mingling with wealthy heirs whose names she couldn't even remember. Persuaded by Yang Yu and determined to save her company, she steeled herself and called Yi Wuji to accompany her. At the rich kids' gathering, everyone looked down on Yi Wuji, but they were extremely polite to Chen Zixu. The group was engaged in casual, disjointed conversation. Suddenly, a man approached Chen Zixu, cocktail in hand. Yi Wuji instinctively stepped in front of her, his eyes fixed warily on the newcomer. Chapter 74, The Rich Kids' Dinner. The man was none other than Huang Xiaohua, the eldest son of the Huang family. Yi Wuji fixed him with a stern gaze, his expression hardening at the sight of this clearly hostile figure. He growled, What do you want? Huang Xiaohua, with his shifty eyes and the look of a spoiled rich kid, teased, Oh my, bro, why so tense? Are you Miss Chen's bodyguard or something? Seriously, I just came to offer Miss Chen a drink. What's the big deal? Why are you so tense? Afraid of me? His words drew a wave of mocking laughter from the onlookers. Exactly. If young Master Huang is giving you face, you better take it. Gaining young Master Huang's favor is a blessing for 8 lifetimes. Everyone else is scrambling to curry favor with him. Hearing this, Chen Zixu began to piece things together. This young Master Huang must be the most influential figure here. Huang Xiaohua stepped past Yi Wuji, ignoring his dark expression, and with a provocative smile, raised his glass toward Chen Zixu. Miss Chen, would you do me the honor of sharing a drink? Several young ladies present shot envious glances at Chen Zixu. To be personally invited by young Master Huang to drink, it was clear he had taken a fancy to her. Countless women waited to fawn over young Master Huang, hoping he'd take a fancy to them, lavish them with money, and turn them from rags to riches. Chen Zixu, however, appeared somewhat flustered. She was torn. She couldn't drink, but refusing him might offend a powerful figure, making it even harder for her to borrow money. Young Master Huang stared at her expectantly, his interest in her stunning face growing so strong he was willing to make the first move. The wine glass he held was placed directly before Chen Zixu, deliberately left suspended in the air. Yi Wuji, standing nearby, sensed her dilemma. He swiftly snatched the cup from Huang Shaohua's hand. He tipped his head back and downed the liquor in one bold gulp, taking the cup for Chen Zixu. Huang Shaohua froze, glaring at the empty glass. What do you think you're doing? I came to toast Miss Chen. What is this? Yi Wuji gave him a dismissive glance. Zixu never drinks. I drank it for her. As he spoke, he made a disgusted face. What cheap swill is this? It's truly awful. Zixu certainly wouldn't touch this stuff. The remark was clearly mocking Huang Shaohua's lack of means. Huang Shaohua roared, how dare you call my wine cheap? What do you know, you penniless brat? The crowd joined in, fuming. Who does this brat think he is? Daring to insult young Master Huang. Has he had enough of living? Who does he think he is, speaking to young Master Huang like that? He's clearly just a commoner. Doesn't he know the consequences of offending young Master Huang? Seeing Huang Shaohua's darkening expression, Chen Zixu anxiously pulled Yi Wuji back, fearing they might come to blows. If we offend this group of young masters, where will we find the money to cover Chen family company's losses? Enough, keep your mouth shut. Chen Zixu pulled Yi Wuji away and turned to young Master Huang, apologizing in a conciliatory tone. Young Master Huang, I'm so sorry. He doesn't know any better. I apologize to you. I'll offer you 2 cups. She filled 2 glasses to the brim, enduring the intense burning sensation and the nausea of her first time drinking. She forced them down, then plastered on a smile. Please don't take it to heart. Don't worry about it. Huang Shaohua was quite satisfied. So you can hold your liquor, huh? With a wave of his hand, he put on a magnanimous air. Forget it, forget it. A gentleman doesn't hold grudges against a petty person. Since Miss Chen has said so, I'll give her the benefit of the doubt and let it go. Yi Wuji felt deeply for her. Zixu, you don't have to do this. Chen Zixu glared back at him. I'll figure it out myself. Stop making things worse. Keep your mouth shut. Yang Yu looked at Yi Wuji with utter disdain, silently implying he was completely unworthy of Chen Zixu. I despise freeloaders most of all. What a useless wimp. Huang Shaohua, wanting to show off his status, summoned a waiter and specifically ordered the finest, most expensive wine. He intended to humiliate Yi Wuji thoroughly. Everyone teased Yi Wuji, saying, judging by his appearance, he probably hasn't eaten anything decent either. I really don't know what Miss Chen sees in him. He's just got that pretty boy face. A good-for-nothing upstart. He doesn't deserve to hang out with us. He's dragging down our status. Since when did just any Tom, Dick, or Harry get invited to these gatherings? Faced with the self-important second-generation rich kids picking fights, Yi Wuji chose to endure it silently to avoid embarrassing Chen Zixu. He suppressed his anger and chose to leave the table. He planned to wait outside until Chen Zixu's dinner concluded. The moment Yi Wuji stepped outside, a crowd immediately swarmed around Chen Zixu. Seeing Chen Zixu alone, the rich kids swarmed around her, vying to shower her with attention. Huang Shao even declared that if she agreed to divorce, money would be no issue. The others chimed in, exactly. Miss Chen, you're so young and beautiful, so captivating, how could you possibly settle for someone like him? He's simply not worthy of you. Miss Chen, if you divorce him, you'll have countless suitors all far superior to him. With your looks, you can have anything you want. The chatter grew so intense that Chen Zixu couldn't keep up. Yi Wuji had just stepped out of the private room when he bumped into an acquaintance around the corner in the hallway. There stood Long Qinghu, cigar clenched between his teeth, berating his men. Useless. You can't even handle a simple task. His gaze met Yi Wuji's as he approached, causing him to immediately stub out his cigar. He approached with utmost deference. Greetings, Lord War God. What brings you to dine here? Yi Wuji raised an eyebrow and chuckled lightly. Oh? Shouldn't I be asking you that? Long Qinghu adopted a subservient demeanor. He explained he was hosting a dinner for several business tycoons and had run into Yi Wuji, inviting him along. Yi Wuji figured they were all in the same building anyway, and he had nowhere else to wait for Chen Zixu, so he agreed to join them. Long Qinghu led him into the private room. He bent down to open the door for Yi Wuji, invited him to take a seat, and then sat down in the seat originally reserved for himself. The assembled tycoons were stunned. They couldn't help but speculate about Yi Wuji's identity. Who is this guy? Sitting in Tiger's seat? Exactly. Tiger even opened the door to greet him personally. Seems like he's no ordinary man. Who could he be to command such respect from Tiger, especially at such a young age? What kind of power does he wield? Long Qinghu stood beside Yi Wuji and cautiously inquired, Sir, would you prefer I reveal your identity? Yi Wuji gave a slight nod of tacit approval. With his permission granted, Long Qinghu declared excitedly, "Allow me to introduce to everyone, this is the war god of the great Xia kingdom, Yi Wuji Mr. Yi." The moment these words left his lips, the entire hall of guests fell silent, their eyes wide with astonishment. Good heavens! War god? The war god? He is the legendary war god. He truly is extraordinary, just as the rumors described. They had suspected Yi Wuji's identity was extraordinary, but never imagined he was the war god. Everyone rushed forward to curry favor. Yi Wuji seized the moment to raise the issue of the Chen family's company losses. Those present eagerly offered their services, vowing to assist the war god in resolving his troubles. Zhang Zhaoliang of Guangcheng Construction Company is honored to serve the war god. Zhao Changhai of Dongyin Wealth Management pledges his utmost service to the war god. Huang Kaiyuan of Yuankai Pharmaceuticals pledges his utmost service to the war god. After dining with them, Yi Wuji saw that it was getting late and rose to leave, heading to find Chen Zixu. Long Qinghu instructed his men to discreetly observe which private dining room the war god was in. Go, follow them and settle the bill for the Lord. Chapter 75, Tiger Lord picks up the tab. Chen Zixu was still navigating the company of the wealthy second-generation guests in the private room. She'd been plied with copious amounts of alcohol, her face flushed and her head spinning. Her dazed eyes made her look even more pitiable. Huang Xiaohua watched her, drool practically dripping from his mouth. Miss Chen is so lovely that kid really hit the jackpot. Just name your price. There's nothing this young master can't do for you. If you'd consider joining me, money would never be a worry again. The rich kids all coveted her beauty. Chen Zixu felt awkward. This probably isn't appropriate, Mr. Huang. She cautiously declined, afraid of offending them, and could only turn to her best friend for help. But Yang Yu was busy flirting with her boyfriend in the corner. She had no time to spare for her friend. Just as Chen Zixu was at a loss, Yi Wuji pushed open the door and walked in. He strode in, seeing Chen Zixu surrounded by a group of men staring at her lecherously. A surge of rage flared within Yi Wuji. He pushed through the crowd, roughly shoving the men aside. Protecting Chen Zixu, he barked coldly, "What do you think you're doing? Get away from her." Seeing him return, Chen Zixu hid behind him, clutching his sleeve tightly and saying pitifully, "Don't leave. I'm scared." Yi Wuji, heartbroken, pulled her into his embrace and comforted her, "Don't be afraid, Zixu. I'm here." Huang Xiaohua crossed his arms, clearly annoyed. "Who do you think you are, pushing us aside? Just stepped out for a moment, and you're already acting so brazen? Who gave you the nerve?" The other rich kid sneered in contempt, "You dare push me? Think you can afford to pay for ruining my clothes? Exactly. You know you're beneath dining with us, yet you deliberately went out to eat? Did he go out to see if any private rooms had leftovers to scavenge? He probably can only afford to eat things this young master would never touch in a million years." Huang Xiaohua sneered mockingly, "Perfect timing. There's still some leftovers on the table. I'm in a generous mood today, I'll let you have them all. Don't thank me too much, you've probably never tasted such delicacies in your entire life." Huang Xiaohua sneered, implying his leftovers were delicacies fit for royalty. Yi Wuji glared at him coldly and snapped, "No need. I've already eaten." "Oh ho, you dare refuse this young master?" Huang Xiaohua sneered with disdainful sarcasm. "What? Looks like you're a wild boar who can't handle fine gruel. What can you even afford to eat?" "I just ate at Long Qinghu's private room next door." Yi Wuji explained that Long Qinghu had just invited him over for a meal. The crowd froze in shock before bursting into laughter. "What? You say Tiger invited you to dinner? Good heavens. Don't be ridiculous. That's laughable. Have you no sense of your own standing?" "Exactly. It's clearly just bragging. What status does Tiger have that he'd treat you to a meal? Don't you know your place? If you said Tiger-san was giving you handouts, we might believe it. What a joke. You've probably never even met Tiger, sir." No one believed him, and even Chen Zixu wore an embarrassed expression. "Stop talking, you're embarrassing me." She hated Yi Wuji lying, and she hated him putting on airs even more. It made her look like a fool. Yi Wuji sneered coldly. He couldn't be bothered to explain further, they wouldn't believe him anyway. Huang Xiaohua even bragged that he knew Long Qinghu too. After mocking Yi Wuji, the crowd prepared to leave. Huang Xiaohua summoned a waiter, waved his hand generously, and declared with bravado, "The bill, please." The waiter immediately greeted him with a beaming smile, approaching obsequiously. "Yes, Mr. Huang. Your total for today comes to 8,888,000. Would you like to pay by card or?" The waiter's exorbitant price stunned everyone. Holy crap! How much? 8,880,000? Why not just rob a bank? Are you out of your mind? Did you make a mistake? Huang Xiaohua froze too, doubting his own ears, his speech faltering. What did you say? How much? The waiter patiently repeated, 8,880,000, Mr. Huang. You heard correctly. How could that be? This is just one table's worth of food. Could there be a mistake? Wang Hao questioned the bill. The waiter then listed each item on the bill for him to see. The most expensive item was the Islay whiskey he'd ordered. Wang Hao had demanded the most expensive liquor, but never imagined it would be this pricey. He was just a spoiled rich kid living off his parents' allowance. How could he possibly afford this? To him, this was astronomical. Wang Hao, who had just boasted about covering the entire bill, now fell silent. Seeing his hesitation, the waiter politely prompted, "Mr. Huang? How would you like to pay?" Just give me a moment." Wang Hao looked around awkwardly at his usual group of friends, who called each other brothers, seeking help. Everyone clearly saw his awkwardness, but none wanted to foot the bill themselves. They turned away, avoiding his pleading gaze. With no other choice, Wang Hao swallowed his pride and suggested splitting the bill, admitting he didn't have enough cash. The group shifted uncomfortably, each refusing to cover the bill. Just then, Su Fengtian entered the hotel with his entourage of underlings. From a distance, he faintly heard someone calling Yi Wuji's name. He was unusually sensitive to that name, and upon hearing it, his heart skipped a beat. Sure enough, he spotted Yi Wuji's figure not far away. Su Fengtian immediately turned cold, swiftly turning around and leading his men away. His men, confused, asked, "What's wrong, young Master Su? Not satisfied with this place?" Su Fengtian's face darkened as he muttered, "Don't ask questions. Shut up. Find another place." He certainly couldn't admit in front of his entourage that he was afraid of Yi Wuji. Meanwhile, Yi Wuji stood there, arms crossed, watching with keen interest as the group of rich kids scrambled to scrape together enough cash to cover the bill. These rich kids were used to living off their parents' money, and most only had a few 100,000 yuan to their names. Where would they find millions to cover this meal? Everyone was wrangling, arguing incessantly, trying to shirk responsibility, even debating who ate more and who ate less. Those who ate more should pay more, those who ate less should pay less. In the end, they settled on splitting the bill evenly. But everyone grumbled with obvious displeasure, blaming Wang Hao for pretending to be generous by ordering such expensive wine. Yi Wuji watched them fuss over such a small sum. He couldn't stand it anymore and impatiently declared, "Can you people handle this? If not, I'll pay." The rich kid sneered, "You pay? Can you even afford it? Pay my ass. Who do you think you are? How much could you possibly have? This isn't your time to show off, you know." Someone then mentioned that Wang Hao had claimed to know Tiger Boss. This restaurant was under Tiger Boss's umbrella. Getting in to give a nod to Tiger Boss and wave the bill should be a piece of cake. Everyone questioned whether Wang Hao really lacked that kind of clout. Wang Hao was now in a tight spot. He'd been bragging about knowing Tiger Boss all along, and now he couldn't back down. Just as the standoff continued, suddenly, the waiter received a message on his walkie-talkie and respectfully relayed it to the group. "Esteemed guests, we apologize for the inconvenience. We've just received word from the front desk that Mr. Hu has already settled your bill. You may leave now." Hearing this, the group erupted in excitement, showering Wang Hao with praise. "Damn, Huang! You're the man. Mr. Tiger really paid our bill. Holy cow, Wang Hao has such clout." Wang Hao himself had no idea what had transpired, especially since his claim of knowing Tiger was pure bragging. Only Yi Wuji understood the truth. Feeling the spectacle had run its course and lost its appeal, he wanted to take Chen Zisu home. But young Master Huang stepped forward to block their path. Chapter 76, Don't Touch Her. Amidst the crowd's fawning adoration, Wang Hao grew even more arrogant. "Where are you going? What? Trying to slip away already? Did you get my permission?" Yi Wuji sneered, "Then what do you want to do? We're done playing along." Wang Hao glared at him sideways, snapping, "That's not for you to decide." He declared he hadn't had his fill yet and wanted to move on to the next round, heading to a KTV for a second session. The others urged Chen Zisu to join them, and Wang Hao extended an invitation to her as well. He wanted to spend more time with Chen Zisu, to make his move on her. But Chen Zisu didn't want to go. She'd had a few drinks and was feeling a bit tipsy. Waving her hands repeatedly, she politely declined, No, I'll pass. You guys go ahead. It's not really convenient for me to come." "What's inconvenient about it?" Her best friend Yang Yu hooked her slender arm and urged, "Come on, let's all go together. We haven't hung out like this in ages. Besides, you're here for once, don't be such a killjoy. Don't forget why I brought you here in the first place." Her best friend had urged her to build connections with the rich kids. She was here to borrow money, after all. Everyone chimed in, "That's right, Miss Chen, come with us. Come on, Miss Chen, you definitely liven things up." Wang Hao proposed that if she agreed to join them tonight to accompany them to the KTV, he would personally resolve all the debts and mess at Chen Corporation. Chen Zisu perked up instantly. This was precisely why she'd come to save Chen Corporation from ruin. Her resolve wavered. This was a golden opportunity. If Wang Hao was willing to help, Chen Corporation might yet be saved. Yi Wuji sneered coldly, "Ha! You? Solving Chen's debt problems? You couldn't even cover a few million in dinner expenses just now, and you expect to handle tens of millions in company debt? Dream on. Yi Wuji's scornful words made Huang Xiaohua's face flush crimson with rage. The crowd rallied behind Huang Xiaohua, siding with him as they denounced and pressured Yi Wuji. Who do you think you are? Talking as if you could fix things? There's nothing Huang Xiao can't handle. You're questioning young Master Huang? You saw young Master Huang's capabilities just now. Don't bite the hand that feeds you. Yi Wuji watched them like a bunch of clowns, their incessant chatter utterly irritating. I didn't see any proof of strength, but I sure saw how pathetic you all looked haggling over splitting those few million. Chen Zisa tugged at Yi Wuji, urging him to keep quiet. Alright, enough. I'll go with you guys. She ultimately decided to accompany Huang Xiaohua and the others to the KTV. The group booked a luxurious private room. The dazzling, kaleidoscopic lights gave Yi Wuji a headache and made his eyes blurry. Inside, the party raged on. Knowing he'd find no enjoyment here, he chose not to make a fool of himself. Silently slipping out of the noisy room, he waited outside, quietly guarding Chen Zisu. The moment he stepped outside, Yi Wuji received a call from Zhao Xinghe. Zhao Xinghe reported that he had uncovered the truth behind the massacre of the Yi family years ago. Some claimed the Su family had indeed been present at the time. Yi Wuji clenched his fists upon hearing this and demanded in a low voice, "Is this information reliable? Are you certain the Su family was involved?" Zhao Xinghe confirmed, "Absolutely reliable, boss. The Su family was involved back then." "Good. I understand. Keep digging." Yi Wuji suppressed the raging fury burning within him. He punched the wall, instantly shattering it into a large crater. A sharp gleam flashed in Yi Wuji's eyes. He was determined to uncover every last truth behind the massacre of the Yi family years ago. He would track down every single person involved, spare no one, and avenge the Yi family's blood debt. Just as Yi Wuji was busy making calls, a dozen burly men burst into the private room where Chen Zisu was seated. Several reeked heavily of alcohol, clearly intoxicated. Their black dragon tiger tattoos made them unmistakably gangsters looking for trouble. Everyone was startled by the aggressive men who had just burst through the door. Huang Xiaohua and his group of rich kids were particularly shaken, their faces drained of color. The burly men wore lecherous grins as they ogled the beauties in the private room, their hands wandering over them. "Hey, sweetheart, come play with us, will ya? Don't run, sweetheart, you're so tender. Come on, give us a good time." Chen Zisu was terrified, screaming at the top of her lungs, "Help! Don't touch me! Help! Don't come near me!" The burly men looked even more excited. "Scream all you want. The louder you scream, the more excited I get. I love little wildcats like you." All the girls, including Chen Zisu, were terrified. Even the rich second-generation guys didn't dare to act rashly. The men were screaming louder than the women. "Don't hit us! Spare us! Go find women! We'll give you all the women!" Yi Wuji had just finished his call when he returned to the private room and heard Chen Zisu's cries for help. He immediately appeared and burst into the private room. "Let her go!" The burly men turned, sizing up the young punk who'd suddenly appeared out of nowhere. "Get the hell out of here! Don't ruin our fun!" Chen Zisu's eyes brimmed with tears as she spotted Yi Wuji and immediately pleaded, "Help me! I said, don't touch her." Yi Wuji leapt forward, kicking the burly man beside Chen Zisu aside. He rescued her. The thug collapsed with a thud, spitting blood as teeth flew from his mouth. Seeing this, the other thugs all rushed forward, intent on teaching him a lesson. "You're asking for it." Yi Wuji executed a graceful spin, effortlessly snapping the thug's arms with his bare hands in mere moments. Their agonized screams echoed through the private room. The beaten drunkard boasted he was connected to young Master Long, who would never let Yi Wuji off the hook. But the rich kid scoffed at their words. "Young Master Long? The son of old Tiger? We're not afraid. Our young Master Huang knows Tiger Boss." "Exactly. Tiger Boss has our backs. What's his son got to do with anything?" The group boasted that young Master Huang knew Long Yuankuan's father. The drunk immediately reached for his phone to call young Master Long himself. Young Master Huang secretly wiped sweat from his brow, feeling uneasy. He didn't know any Tiger Boss or young Master Long. Earlier at the hotel, he'd stumbled into some crazy luck, but his good fortune was about to run out. A knife was pressed against his throat. Huang Xiaohua had no idea how to explain himself and save face. Soon, Long Yuankuan arrived with a group of bodyguards. He still wore that cocky look. The difference this time was the noticeable cast on his arm. Yi Wuji had noticed it the moment Long Yuankuan entered the private room, and he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. This was his handiwork, after all. Long Yuankuan was still handling his subordinates' affairs despite his injury. He eyed Huang Xiaohua with disdain. "What? You're the one who claims to know my father?" Huang Xiaohua lowered his head guiltily, stammering, Long Yuankuan immediately exposed his lie, coldly snapping, "Impossible. My father would never know someone like you. My father doesn't know you. Who the hell are you? How dare you impersonate my father's friend to swindle people? The others looked stunned and chimed in, that can't be right. Just now at the hotel, Tiger even picked up the tab for us. Wasn't that because of Huang Shao's connections? Long Yuankuan was thoroughly annoyed. He despised such incompetent people the most. He waved for his bodyguards to beat the imposter soundly, teaching him a lesson. Seeing he couldn't keep up the charade, Wang Hao immediately knelt down begging for mercy. Right there in front of everyone, he was surrounded and brutally beaten by a group of men. Seeing young Master Long's anger, the tattooed man quickly brought over the women for him to inspect. Young Master Long, please calm down. Look at these women, they're top-tier goods. Long Yuankuan surveyed the women, approaching Chen Zisu. She looked strangely familiar. He stepped closer to get a better look. Are you? The moment he drew near and clearly saw Chen Zisu's face, he froze in terror and collapsed to the ground. Chapter 77, Taking a Shine to This Girl. Long Yuankuan recoiled as if seeing a ghost, his face drained of color. His legs gave way, and he stumbled, falling to his knees. Panic-stricken, his voice trembling, he shrieked, "You! It's you?" Seeing Long Yuankuan so terrified, the bodyguards rushed forward to help him up. Young Master Long, what's wrong? Long Yuankuan's arm injury hadn't fully healed yet. The moment he saw Chen Zisu, the wound throbbed with fresh pain. Chen Zisu lifted her head to meet his gaze. Her eyes locked on his, and she recognized him too. "You," she exclaimed in surprise. "You're Long Chenghu's son, young Master Long?" A whirlwind of emotions surged through Chen Zisu. Recalling how she had previously offended Long Yuankuan, she feared he wouldn't let her off the hook. Huang Shaohua, who had been beaten nearby, clutched his swollen, pig-like face in utter astonishment. His eyes widened as he watched Long Yuankuan stammer in shock at Chen Zisu. "You two know each other?" Everyone began speculating about their relationship. At that moment, Yi Wuji approached him with a faint, ambiguous smile. "Long time no see, young Master Long, hope all is well? Has your injury healed?" At the sound of his voice, Long Yuankuan's gaze turned blank as he stared at him. Yi Wuji's smile, seemingly as warm as spring breeze, appeared to him like a demon from hell. Long Yuankuan couldn't stop trembling. He had experienced Yi Wuji's terror firsthand, nearly dying at his hands. Killing him would be as easy for Yi Wuji as crushing an ant. "Brother Yi?" Long Yuankuan bowed to him with utmost reverence, groveling and scraping. "Thanks to your kindness, I'm fine, thank you." He dared not overstep his bounds in the slightest. Yi Wuji nodded. Be more careful next time." With that, he reached out and patted Long Yuankuan on the shoulder. Long Yuankuan nearly dropped to his knees to kowtow 3 times. He felt like crying. "Brother Yi, just tell me what you need." Long Yuankuan's words sent ripples of astonishment through the crowd. Everyone was stunned. Yi Wuji had made young Master Long so humble with just one sentence they were even more baffled. "Brother Yi? What did young Master Long just call him? Good heavens! Did I hear that correctly? What the hell is his status? What's going on here?" Seeing this, Huang Shaohua shakily edged closer to Yi Wuji, his face beaming with petty triumph. "You know young Master Long?" Yi Wuji ignored him completely. Long Yuankuan's expression darkened instantly. He forced a smile and ingratiated himself. "Brother Yi, do you know this person? Is he your friend?" Huang Shaohua was about to nod in agreement. Yi Wuji coldly denied it outright. "I don't know him. I have no connection whatsoever with this person." All right. That's fine then." Long Yuankuan breathed a sigh of relief and patted his chest. That was terrifying. If I'd beaten up Yi Wuji's friend, I'd be as good as dead. Offending Yi Wuji? Not even the king of hell could save me then. Thankfully, Huang Shaohua wasn't his friend. Now it was Huang Shaohua's turn to look grim. He'd never thought much of Yi Wuji. But he never imagined Yi Wuji would be so influential. Even young Master Long showed him such deference. He'd intended to curry favor, hoping Long Shao would let him off. Instead, Yi Wuji flatly denied any connection, leaving him utterly humiliated and with no way out. The rich kids in the private room now saw the situation clearly. It wasn't Huang Shaohua who had connections, but the low-key Yi Wuji who held real status. They immediately scrambled to curry favor. Abandoning their earlier attitude, they began fawning over Yi Wuji. Huang Shaohua awkwardly tried to explain, we're together. We came here to have fun together." He hoped this might salvage a shred of dignity. Yi Wuji snorted coldly with disdain. "Ha! Who's with you? Who wants to eat your leftovers? You can't even afford a meal. I've nothing to do with you." Yi Wuji's face was twisted with disgust and scornful sarcasm, instantly deflating Huang Shaohua. His earlier aggressive demeanor vanished completely. His face flushed crimson with shock and frustration as he stammered, "Yi Wuji, you came with us, didn't you?" Even now, he couldn't quite believe that a nobody like Yi Wuji could command such deference from young Master Long. Long Yuankuan suddenly snapped, "Shut the up. Watch your tone. Brother Yi said he doesn't know you. Stop trying to claim some connection, it's disgusting. With such a big mouth, don't dirty Brother Ye's eyes." Huang Xiaohua immediately fell silent, seething with suppressed anger. Long Yuankuan turned and began fawning over Chen Zisu with profuse apologies. Miss Chen, I truly apologize for last time. Every mistake was mine. I'm sorry for frightening you, I deserve to die. He bowed deeply to her. His attitude was a complete reversal from last time, the shift so drastic that Chen Zisu didn't know how to react. She waved her hands nervously. No, it's nothing. You don't need to go to such lengths. Seeing Long Yuankuan being so courteous and attentive toward Chen Zisu, Huang Xiaohua assumed he had taken a fancy to Chen Zisu. He thought to himself, so this dragon young master is nothing special after all, just a lecherous playboy. He's only buttering up Wuji because he's got his eye on Chen Zisu. Huang Xiaohua seized the moment, fawning, young master Long, have you taken a fancy to this lass? If you fancy her, just say the word. I'll have Wuji kicked out immediately, she'll be yours. He grinned lecherously, offering to present Chen Zisu to Long Yuankuan. Chen Zisu's face flushed crimson. Staring at him in shock, she snapped angrily, what did you say? What business is it of yours? How dare you? How dare you utter such shameless words? Beast! Spit! Wuji's face darkened as he glared at Long Yuankuan, his voice deep and menacing, humph? You still dare harbor such improper thoughts? Long Yuankuan's massive frame trembled in fright. He shook his head frantically. No, no! Brother Yi, don't listen to this bastard's nonsense. I wouldn't dare. Even if you gave me 10,000 guts, I wouldn't dare covet my sister-in-law. Wuji's cold eyes scanned his face, not missing a single flicker of expression, while an aura that chilled the soul radiated from his body. Satisfied he wasn't lying, he nodded. You know your place. Long Yuankuan was furious. That Huang Xiaohua nearly got him killed. You dare to slander me. Beat him. Beat him hard. Long Yuankuan ordered his men to surround and beat him senseless once more. Huang Xiaohua wailed in agony. He paid a bitter price for his own overconfidence. Chen Zisu couldn't bear to watch such a bloody scene any longer. She turned her face away, signaling she didn't want to stay any longer. Wuji immediately took her away. Chen Zisu also pulled her best friend Yang Yu and her boyfriend Chang Xian along, leading them away from this place of turmoil and delivering them safely to safety. The moment Wuji departed, the remaining rich kids began gossiping behind his back. Upon hearing their contempt for Wuji, Long Yuankuan ordered his men to teach them a lesson. Chen Zisu was troubled. After all that trouble, she still hadn't solved the company's debt problem. Just as Wuji was about to comfort her, he received a call from Chen Zichang. The Chen Changha family pressured Chen Zisu to seek cooperation with the Chang family immediately, threatening she'd never set foot in the Chen household again if she didn't comply. Chen Zisu felt utterly despondent. Wuji reassured her, don't worry, Zisu. I'll handle it. He suddenly made a sharp turn, reversing the car. Chen Zisu lost her balance and fell straight into his arms. Chapter 78, Immediate Divorce. Chen Zisu playfully punched him and scolded, what's wrong with you? Why are you driving so recklessly? I was already stressed and trying to figure things out, what were you thinking? Wuji steadied her, worried. I'm so sorry, it's my fault. I was too careless. I was just worried about you. Are you hurt anywhere? Does it hurt? Chen Zisu impatiently shook off his hand, pouting. I'm fine. Let's just go back. I'm annoyed. Wuji kept apologizing, trying to calm her down. Zisu, don't worry. I have a solution. I can handle this. Let me take you to see someone, okay? Chen Zisu shot him an impatient glance and coldly refused. No. I don't want to see anyone right now. I'm in pain. I'm upset. Can't you see that? Don't bother me now. Everyone's pressuring me, what can I possibly do? I'm falling apart too. The pressure is crushing me. What more do you want from me? Chen Zisu's eyes were red-rimmed, her mood low. What can you possibly do? Can you solve the company's debt problem? Who can save me now? Just go. I don't want to see anyone. I just want to go home. Hurry back. No, Zisu, don't cry. Calm down. Trust me. Wuji felt heartbroken. I'll take you to see someone. It'll be resolved. I said go home. Chen Zisu shouted hoarsely, almost screaming. Can't you understand me? I said go home. She frowned and snapped sharply, demanding Wuji take her home. Wuji tried to say something, but Chen Zisu's displeasure was palpable. She couldn't bear to hear a single word of his consolation. Chen Zisu recalled what her close friend Yang Yu had said at the dinner party. They'd all urged her to divorce. If she'd married a wealthy man, perhaps these troubles and worries wouldn't be haunting her, forcing her to confront them. Chen Zisu hadn't considered such pragmatic matters before, but the immediate crisis made her realize she was now fighting this battle alone. She felt Wuji couldn't help her in the slightest. Reflecting on Yang Yu's words, Chen Zisu even found them somewhat reasonable. Yes, if she had married a wealthy man, everything might have been different. She wouldn't be in this predicament now. The Chen family wouldn't look down on her or make life difficult for her family. The more Chen Zisa thought about it, the more her heart ached. She couldn't accept that Yi Wuji couldn't help her at all. She had endured such immense pain and pressure. He couldn't share the burden with her. Chen Zisa broke down, tears streaming down her face as she wailed uncontrollably, utterly disregarding her composure. How utterly useless you are. I don't want to be with you anymore. I regret it. I want a divorce. Divorce. Divorce me right now. I won't live with you anymore. Don't go home, head straight to the Civil Affairs Bureau to file for divorce. Yi Wuji heard her shouting so furiously, demanding a divorce. Panic seized him. What's wrong? What's wrong with you, Zisu? What did I do wrong? Tell me. Why are you talking about divorce again? Can we talk this through calmly? Zisu, please calm down. Chen Zisu ordered him to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau immediately to finalize the divorce. You tell me to calm down? How am I supposed to calm down? I'm telling you, I'm perfectly calm right now. She finally couldn't control her emotions. Years of pent-up pain erupted in that moment. She wailed, Yi Wuji, ever since marrying you, I was kicked out of the Chen family. Then you abandoned us, me and our daughter, for all these years, showing no care whatsoever. Do you have any idea what I've endured? Do you know how much I've suffered? You don't understand at all. My own family doesn't want me either. What was I supposed to do? All the burdens fell on me. What was I supposed to do? What choice did I have? If it weren't for Xiao Han, I would have ended it all long ago. It's all because of you. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you. Chen Zisa choked back sobs, her voice breaking. If I hadn't been with you, how could I have ended up like this? I should have listened to my father back then and married someone powerful and wealthy. At least I wouldn't have to worry about making ends meet. Yi Wuji listened quietly to her lament, his expression complex. He never imagined his wife had harbored such deep resentment all these years. Deep within, he blamed himself, filled with regret for letting Chen Zisa suffer and failing to protect her. He, too, had his own unspeakable sorrows. Yi Wuji felt deeply saddened, yet he loved Chen Zisa so much that he was willing to sacrifice everything for her. Zisu, I'm sorry. 1,000 thoughts and emotions boiled down to one simple apology. Yi Wuji felt both self-reproach and heartache as he comforted Chen Zisu. We won't go. I'm sorry. We won't go anywhere either. I'm sorry I didn't consider your feelings. It's my fault. Originally, he had planned to take Chen Zisu to the Chang family to meet Chen Yifan and discuss this matter. Chen Zisu had no idea that the person Yi Wuji intended to introduce her to was none other than the head of the Chang family, the very person the Chen family had longed to ingratiate themselves with day and night. But given the current situation, meeting Chen Yifan was now completely out of the question. Yi Wuji called Chen Yifan to cancel today's plans, suggesting they reschedule another day. He drove Chen Zisa back home. What? That damn brat. What was she thinking? What new trouble was she stirring up? Upon hearing the news, old Madame Chen learned that Chen Zisu had actually rejected Huang Xiaohua's advances. She even had someone beat Huang Xiaohua up. Now the Huang family is threatening to be sworn enemies with the Chen family. She dared to offend Huang Xiao. Has she lost her mind? The old lady was furious. That damn brat. How could she not seize the opportunity? That was young Master Huang. Useless. Completely useless. Chen Zichang stood by, sneering and adding fuel to the fire. Exactly. Why doesn't she think about the Chen family? She's useless, that heartless, ungrateful thing. She clearly doesn't want the Chen family to prosper. She refused to beg the Chang family for help when she had the chance, and now she dares reject this opportunity right in front of her. She probably wants the Chen family to fall apart. She absolutely needs to be taught a lesson. Grandma. His scheming only fueled the old matriarch's rage. Yes. She must be taught a lesson. That insolent brat. She refused to marry young Master Zhang back then. Now look at her, what good is she? The matriarch agreed her precious grandson was right. That ingrate Chen Zisa, she must be taught a lesson. Otherwise, she'd never know her place. She'll face family discipline the moment she returns. Chen Zichang stood nearby, gloating inwardly. Ha, Chen Zisu, just wait. Mess with me, and sooner or later, you and your idiot father will both be kicked out of the Chen family by the old lady, left to roam the streets. Once the old lady passes, the entire Chen family will be mine. Don't even think about competing with me. Old Madame Chen slammed her dragon-headed staff down in fury, gasping for breath. Someone. Quickly summon Chen Zisa to me at once. Chapter 79, Family Punishment. A silver stretch Hummer glided through the gates of the Chen family estate. We're here, let's go inside, Zisu. Yi Wuji stepped out to open the door for Chen Zisu, gently taking her hand and tenderly brushing her weary face. Don't worry, I'm with you. Originally, the two had planned to return home, but just as they reached the gate, the elderly Mrs. Chen sent word to Chen Zisu, instructing them to proceed immediately to the Chen family residence. The matriarch had urgent matters to discuss. Chen Zhisu knew instantly that nothing good could come of this. She arrived at the Chan residence with a grim expression. This was the last place she wanted to set foot in. Chen Zhisu sighed deeply, as if steeled with resolve. Alright, let's go. No more talk. Since we're here, we might as well make the best of it. Accompanied by Yi Wuji, they entered the Chen residence together. The old matriarch of the Chen family had been waiting for them for quite some time. Seated in the grand armchair at the center of the main hall, she glared at them with stern anger. Chen Zichang and Chen Changha's family stood clustered around the matriarch. Chen Zichang massaged her back and shoulders, flattering her. Grandma, look at them making you wait this long. They must have done it on purpose. They clearly don't hold the Chen family in any regard. Chen Changha added fuel to the fire. Exactly. How can elders be made to wait for juniors? Your grandmother summoned you, yet you dawdled instead of hurrying back. What kind of example is that? Nothing but wasted time. Chen Zhisu, who had just arrived, was inexplicably scolded. She stared at them coldly, urging them to get to the point. Chen Zichang called out in a sarcastic tone, Grandma, look at her attitude. As Chen Zhisu approached, Grandma Chen finally couldn't hold back, snapping harshly, Chen Zhisu. What exactly are you trying to do? Showing no respect for elders. Get down on your knees. As she spoke, the old lady tapped her dragon-headed cane forcefully on the ground, venting her frustration. Chen Zhisu stood straight and retorted, I haven't done anything wrong. Why should I kneel? You didn't do anything? Why? Grandma Chen raised her voice, her shrill tone piercing the eardrums. Because I am the head of the Chen family. The Chen family is under my control. Everyone in the Chen family must obey me. You know exactly what despicable, vile things you've done. I ordered you to seek cooperation between the Chang and Chen families, and what did you do? You dared to defy my command. Who knows what kind of dog luck you had to catch young Master Huang's eye. Yi Wuji frowned upon hearing young Master Huang's name, surprised the old woman was so well informed. Old Madam Chen flew into a rage. What's worse is that you dared to reject young Master Huang's advances. Do you even know who he is, what his status is? His attentions toward you are like a god of wealth knocking on your door. And you didn't seize the opportunity. If you won't marry into the Chang family, at least build connections with young Master Huang. But you rejected him. You clearly don't care about the Chen family's survival. Chen Changha chimed in from the side, adding his scolding, exactly. Young Master Huang doesn't just take anyone. It's your honor he's interested in you. You couldn't even get close to him otherwise. What good are you? Chen Zichang snorted coldly. Following young Master Huang would be a bargain for you. His family is wealthy and powerful, do you think he'd treat you poorly? At least it's better than your current situation. You're both useless truly, birds of a feather flock together. Chen Zhisu's face darkened as she gritted her teeth. What gives you the right to judge me? It was your idea to switch companies. If you're so capable, go beg him yourself. If you like him, if he's good enough for you, then go find young Master Huang. Chen Zichang was speechless. Old Madam Chen slammed her hand on the table, leaping to her feet. Pointing an accusing finger at her, she roared, How dare you? How dare you speak to me like that? How dare you insult Zichang like this? Kneel down this instant. The old lady had never been this furious before. Chen Zhisu froze in shock at the harsh rebuke. Yi Wuji immediately stepped in front of her, shielding her. Mrs. Chen, don't go too far. This has nothing to do with Zhisu. Old Madam Chen turned and shot him a withering look, her voice dripping with impatience. Who do you think you are? Thinking you can meddle in the Chen family's affairs? You're not worthy of speaking to me. She didn't even glance at Yi Wuji. This is the Chen family's business. What right do you have to meddle, you outsider? It's none of your concern. Madam Chen would not tolerate anyone questioning her authority. Servants! Bring the family discipline. Chen Zhisu trembled at the words, a chill running through her body. Old Madam Chen actually intended to punish her with the family law. Every member of the Chen family knew the terror of the family law, no one could endure its torment. This was going to be hell for her. The Chen Changha family watched her downfall with cold, vicious glee, practically hoping the matriarch would beat her to death with the punishment. Why? I'm innocent. Why must I be punished with the family law? What have I done? I don't deserve this. Chen Zhisu refused to accept it, boldly challenging them, Why should I be blamed for your family's affairs? That insolent brat dares to talk back? The old matriarch, enraged, raised her hand and struck her face with a fierce slap. Chen Zhisu's head jerked to the side from the force, a bright red handprint instantly appearing across her face. The blow left her reeling. Have you lost your mind? Yi Wuji reacted swiftly, catching her before shoving the old matriarch away. He hadn't managed to stop the old woman in time, never expecting her to actually strike. Chen Changha's family stood frozen in shock at the scene. Just then, Chen Zihao rushed over. Stop it! Seeing his weakened sister, anyone could tell what had happened. He roared, What the hell do you all want? Are you trying to drive my sister to her death? Get the hell out of here. I'll see who dares touch her. Chen Zihao finally erupted. He had endured the Chen family's oppression for far too long. His eyes blazed with fury as he snarled, "I'll kill you all. You old hag, go to hell." Old Mrs. Chen backed away in terror. She hurriedly summoned the bodyguards. Chen Changhe pointed at him. "What do you think you're doing? Are you trying to start a rebellion? Whose fault is this? It's all because your sister is useless. Don't go around making baseless accusations. It's your sister's incompetence, she can't even seize an opportunity when given one." The bickering escalated, dragging Yi Wuji into the fray. Everyone began shifting blame onto Yi Wuji. If only Chen Zhisu hadn't married him powerless and without influence, how could old Madame Chen have harbored such resentment? Had the Chen family married into a family of equal standing, they would have grown far more powerful. The matriarch, frustrated beyond endurance, insisted on enforcing family discipline today. Chen Zhisu trembled in terror. Family discipline was no joke. Yi Wuji, heartbroken for her, stepped forward as the man of the house and offered to take the punishment for his wife. The matriarch pondered deeply, weighing the pros and cons. She realized that if Chen Zhisu were injured, she couldn't be sent to curry favor with the Chang family or seduce other wealthy second-generation heirs. "Very well, then you shall take her punishment." The old lady waved for the servants to prepare to carry out the punishment. At that moment, Chen Zichang stepped forward with a malicious grin, declaring he wished to administer the punishment himself. He intended to sabotage the situation, strike with lethal force, and settle both old and new grudges at once. Yi Wuji narrowed his eyes dangerously at the words, threatening, "If you dare lay a finger on me, your family will soon face the calamity of having their property confiscated." The crowd was skeptical, but just then, a servant announced that the head of the Chang family had arrived in person. "The head of the Chang family has come personally? Quickly, rise. Don't embarrass yourselves." The old matriarch instantly switched to an excitedly warm expression to greet Chang Yifan. Chang Yifan remained coldly indifferent, ignoring the old lady's warm greetings. He strode directly toward Yi Wuji. Only upon seeing Yi Wuji did he finally break into a delighted smile. The others were puzzled. Chen Shangha, still unwilling to give up, stepped forward to curry favor but was repeatedly rebuffed. The old lady inquired attentively whether the Chang family had come to discuss a business partnership. Before Chang Yifan could answer, a servant arrived with another announcement. "Madam, over a dozen major business tycoons have arrived at the gate, claiming they're here to collaborate with the Chen family." Chapter 80, The Chen Family's Distinguished Guests. Upon hearing that so many major business leaders had come to collaborate with the Chen family, old Madame Chen's face lit up with delight. Overjoyed, she couldn't contain her happiness, her smile stretching wide. Hurrying over with her cane, she ordered the servants, "Quickly! Quickly! Show them in!" Her smile stretched from ear to ear. What a blessed day this was. The god of wealth had arrived. The old matriarch was like a completely different person from the vicious woman she had been moments before. "Gentlemen, please come in. Please come in. We had no idea you'd all be arriving today. Forgive us for the lack of preparation." The Chun Changha family was utterly astonished. Was this a gift from heaven? What's going on? Chen Zichang shook his head in bewilderment. "I have no idea either. Grandma Chen personally came out to greet you. My apologies for not meeting you at the gate." Hearing dozens of luxury cars parked at the entrance, Chen Changha's eyes lit up with greed, his mouth watering with envy. One after another, the big bosses approached the Chen residence, dressed in luxurious attire, moving with grace and composure. Never before had so many prominent figures of such stature visited the Chen household simultaneously. Chen Zichang was stunned too. These were all major entrepreneurs, some of whom he'd only ever seen on the news. The tycoons streamed toward the Chen residence. Grandma Chen was overjoyed, her eyes crinkling into slits with laughter. "Chang, did you invite all these bigwigs? Our Zichang has truly made something of himself. Grandma's love for you hasn't been in vain. Far better than that unlucky little brat." The Chen Shangha family assumed Chen Zichang had used his connections to invite all these bigwigs. Chen Zichang looked utterly bewildered. He knew nothing about it either, just as clueless as a monk groping a 2-meter-tall statue. He tried to explain, but old Mrs. Chen wouldn't listen, completely lost in her joy. She had long since cast Chen Zhisu to the back of her mind. The well-dressed tycoons, unaware of the feud between the Chens and Yi Wuji, assumed they were all family and had come specifically for Yi Wuji. Seeing old Madame Chen's warmth, they politely returned her greeting with a respectful bow. "You're too kind, madam. Such warmth is truly an honor for us. We've come today to discuss a partnership with the Chen family. Yes, we realize this sudden visit may seem abrupt. Have we disturbed you?" The executives were refined and courteous. Upon hearing they were here to discuss cooperation, old Madame Chen laughed heartily, radiating warmth like a spring breeze. "Not at all. Not at all. The Chen family is truly honored. Please, have a seat. Servants, what are you standing around for? Bring tea." Grandma Chen, abandoning her usual frugality, ordered the servants to brew the finest tea to entertain this group of money gods. As the big bosses approached the main hall and spotted Yi Wuji, they rushed over to curry favor. He was their true target for the day. Mr. Yi, how have you been lately? Mr. Yi, we met last time. At Tiger's Gathering, we promised to resolve your company's financial crisis. Yi Wuji nodded calmly. I know. You still remember. The big boss fawned. How could we dare delay what we promised you? Forget it? Never. Enough talk. My identity must remain concealed. Adapt as needed. Old Mrs. Chen watched the big bosses conversing with Yi Wuji and felt displeased. She believed the Chen Baichuan family was a complete eyesore here, bound to ruin her family's good fortune. The Chen Xinhe family unanimously believed the big bosses had come to discuss cooperation with Chen Zichang's company. Chen Xinhe, smug as ever, shooed them away. Why aren't you getting lost? What are you still doing here? Honestly, can't you see our Zichang is in the middle of a business meeting? Don't hold things up, get out of here. The Chen family has no room for useless people. The big bosses were stunned to see him speak so rudely and humiliate Yi Wuji. How dare he? How dare he speak to the war god like that? Is this man even part of the Chen family? Chen Zisu, unaware these bigwigs had come for Yi Wuji, flushed with anger and pulled him away. Seeing Yi Wuji and Chen Zisu about to leave, the big bosses instantly lost their composure. Why are they trying to drive away Mr. Yi and Miss Chen? Was there some misunderstanding? If Miss Chen leaves, then we likely have no reason to stay here either. Seeing Chen Zisu leave, the big bosses all declared they would leave too, leaving the Chen family baffled. Everything was fine just moments ago, why are they leaving now? Grandma Chen hurriedly explained, no, you're discussing cooperation with our Chen family, but this girl is no longer considered part of the Chen family. I struck Chen Zisu from the Chen family registry long ago. She's an outsider now. Let her leave. With no outsiders present, you can discuss business with us freely. Right, no outsiders. We can all relax now. With that, the old lady pushed Chen Zichang out. As if proudly showing off her precious grandson. The businessmen exchanged puzzled glances. After a moment, they realized the old lady had misunderstood. They explained they hadn't come to discuss business with Chen Zichang, but with Chen Zisu. The smile froze on the old lady's face. In disbelief, she exclaimed, Chen Zisu? Impossible. How could it be her? You must have the wrong person. The old lady anxiously insisted that Chen Zichang's company was excellent, strongly recommending her grandson. She played one off against the other, disparaging Chen Zisu by calling her company a hopeless mess, drowning in massive debt. She advised against partnering with her. The Chen Xinhe family grew especially frantic. Yes, you must have made a mistake. Our Zichang's company is the best. At that moment, Chang Yifan stepped forward. He had the most authority to speak. This is utter nonsense, twisting the truth. I firmly stand with Miss Chen. Her company is the best. Led by the Cheng family patriarch, the business owners all declared their allegiance to Chen Zisu. The major business leaders unanimously declared they had never even heard of Chen Zichang. They expressed willingness to cover the outstanding debts owed by Chen Zisu's Dongyang company, all to secure a partnership with her. The Chen family thought the business leaders had gone mad. How could they possibly want to partner with that good-for-nothing? Mrs. Chen also tried desperately to stop them, pleading with them to cooperate with Chen Zichang's company. Chang Yifan couldn't bear to watch their ugly faces any longer and sneered, since Miss Chen has already been struck from the family registry, she's no longer part of the Chen family. What right does old Mrs. Chen have to dictate who her company partners with? Isn't that a bit too nosy? Old Madame Chen was rendered speechless, her face turning as sour as if she'd swallowed a fly. Yi Wuji then proposed that investing in Chen Zichang's Dongxing company wasn't impossible, but only on the condition that they return Dongxing company to Chen Zisu. The business owners chimed in unison, declaring they would only listen to Yi Wuji and would only cooperate with Chen Zisu. Mrs. Chen and the Chen Xinhe family fell into a deathly silence. They were now in a no-win situation, caught between a rock and a hard place. Chen Zihao urged his grandmother, warning that if the company wasn't returned to his sister, the investors would only fund Dongyang company. If Dongxing company were returned to the elder sister, the business owners would invest in both companies, ultimately benefiting the Chen family regardless. The dilemma was laid bare before them, the choice presented for the matriarch's consideration. No. I refuse. I'd rather die than give it to that good-for-nothing brat. The old lady pushed everyone away violently, nearly crashing into the wall in her sudden movement. Chapter 81, Threatening Suicide. The old lady raged, lunging toward the wall. You won't be satisfied until I smash my head against the wall and die, right? Everyone gasped in alarm. Chen Xinhe rushed forward in panic to stop her. Mother! You absolutely mustn't do this, he pleaded. What on earth are you doing? Chen Zisu was also startled. This hadn't even escalated much yet, and she was already so agitated, threatening to kill herself. Chen Zichang stepped forward, pointing at Chen Zisu and scolding, look at what you've done. You've upset Grandma terribly. If anything happens to Grandma, we won't let you off the hook. Turning to the bigwigs, he vented accusingly, look at her. You're all important figures, can't you see this brat's true colors? Look how she's upset our elders. What good can come of her? The Chen Shinha family, refusing to give up until the bitter end, still tried to fight back. Chen Zisa stared at him gravely, her brows slightly furrowed. You're the one who's incompetent. Doesn't saying this make your conscience ache? She had completely given up on the Chun family. Can you just leave me alone? Old Madame Chen gasped for breath in fury. You unfilial daughter. She threatened, Chen Zisu. If you don't let them collaborate with Chen Zichang, I'll die right here. You'll be cursed by generations of the Chun family for all eternity. I'll smash my head against this wall and die. Even as a ghost, I won't let you off. Chen Zisu replied calmly, what does this have to do with me? You brought this upon yourselves. You insisted on swapping companies with me, and now you threaten me with death? How laughable. Do you think I'm still that Chen Zisu who let you walk all over me? What right do you have to dictate terms to me now? Chen Zichang dumped his own mess on me, it's not my decision, and I can't force it. Ask the other investors here, do you think they'd invest in him? Chen Zisu crossed her arms, glaring defiantly. Led by Chang Jia, the group of major investors unanimously sided with Chen Zisu, firmly stating their resolve to partner with her and reject any other candidates. Old Madame Chen was so enraged she couldn't speak, her face turning pale. She was about to faint. Chen Zichang gritted his teeth. You worthless woman. Always trying to take everything from me. What gives you the right? Watch your language. A thunderous shout cut him off. That question should be directed at you. What gives you the right to compete with Zisu? And you speak with such righteous indignation, as if you're even worthy. Everyone turned to see Chen Baichuan and Lin Jiao striding into the Chen residence, both radiating fierce energy. Chen Baichuan's expression was stern as he coldly retorted, you're just riding on the old lady's favor, acting like a fox borrowing the tiger's might. In terms of seniority, you have no right to lecture us here. The moment Chen Zisa saw Chen Baichuan arrive, the gloom in her eyes instantly brightened. So her parents hadn't forgotten her after all. Instantly filled with confidence, she straightened her back and retorted defiantly, who do you think you are, pointing fingers at me? Upon receiving word that Chen Zisu had been summoned back to the Chen family ancestral home by the old matriarch, Chen Baichuan and Lin Jiao knew immediately that nothing good could come of it. Upon hearing his sister was in trouble, Chen Zihao immediately dropped everything and rushed over. Lin Jiao couldn't bear to stay behind and insisted on coming along. Ever since their heated argument, both had vented years of pent-up resentment, leaving them both feeling relieved. Now that everyone was gathered, it was time to speak plainly. Chen Shinha declared sternly, Chen Zisu, how were you raised by your parents? Such utter disrespect. I'll make it known to the whole world, let everyone see how you, for your own selfish gain, drove your own grandmother to her death. How dare you be so unfilial to your family? Prepare to be reviled by all. The Chen family threatened her with accusations of disloyalty. Lin Jiao responded coldly, how dare you utter such words? Have you no sense of how you've treated us? How utterly ridiculous. Who here is truly driven by selfish desires? I'm sure everyone present knows the answer as clearly as if it were written on a mirror. When my daughter refused your arrangements and chose to marry Yi Wuji, you saw Zisu as worthless and ruthlessly erased her from the Chun family registry. Did you ever imagine this day would come? Zisu has been expunged from the family registry. She is no longer considered a member of the Chen family. Her decisions are none of your concern, and she owes you no obligation to care about your fate. How can you accuse her of disloyalty? This is entirely the karma you have sown yourselves. Lin Jiao's words cut to the bone, striking the Chen family's raw nerve with brutal precision. The bigwigs present chimed in agreement. Exactly. Miss Chen isn't a Chen family member. Why are you tormenting her? We've seen the true colors of the Chen family. We will never do business with the Chens again. The Chens are truly ruthless and vicious, how could they be so heartless even to their own granddaughter? Amidst the barrage of criticism and ridicule, Yi Wuji added insult to injury, don't you understand? This entire situation stems from your own selfishness. Chen Changha's family flushed crimson with embarrassment, unable to lift their heads before the crowd. Chen Zichang, seeking to smooth things over, hid behind the old matriarch, muttering softly, enough, please stop. Family matters shouldn't be aired in public. You still call this a family matter? Lin Jiao snapped back in fury, don't you realize how ridiculous that sounds coming from you? Weren't you the one publicly humiliating me and my family just now? Lin Jiao felt like she could spew out every ounce of resentment she'd harbored for years. Her words were sharp and unyielding. If these things got out, who knows how people would laugh at you, how they'd look at you. You Chen family, colluding with the old lady, you know full well how you've treated us all these years. You never share the benefits with us, but when trouble arises, you expect us to clean up your mess. Don't push your luck. And now this charade? Playing at false piety for our benefit? Do you really think we'll cave into this? Lin Jiao sneered with a mocking smile, I refuse to believe that the old lady, such a cowardly soul, would throw herself to her death for her grandson. If she really had the guts, let her go ahead and do it. It's none of our business anyway. You'd better take care of yourselves, don't ever think you can threaten us again. Old Mrs. Chen was speechless. Yi Wuji also defended Chen Zissou, dare to harm Zissou again, and don't blame me for showing no mercy. Everyone unleashed a torrent of criticism at the Chen family, and the scene descended into chaos. Yi Wuji cut through the shouting, offering terms to give them a way out. Getting the bosses to cooperate with you isn't hard. But there are conditions. Zissou must be reinstated in the family registry, all Chen family companies must be transferred to Chen Zissou with her receiving 70% of dividends, and her position must be guaranteed for life. The crowd gasped. Chen Changha's family and the old matriarch would never agree, flatly rejecting the offer. Then you'll have to figure it out yourselves. We're out. Seeing the talks were going nowhere, Yi Wuji immediately prepared to leave with his wife's family and the business owners. The old matriarch, driven to desperation, reluctantly agreed. For the first time, the Chen Changha family humbly pleaded with Chen Zissou. Chen Zissou, undaunted, declared firmly, "We can cooperate, but only on my terms." Chen Changha had no choice but to agree, though they also demanded that Chen Zichang be appointed as a company executive. Chen Zissou raised no objections, and the bosses proceeded to sign contracts with her one by one. Zhao Xinghe pulled up outside the Chen residence and called Yi Wuji to report urgent matters. Chapter 82, The Zhang Family's Eldest Miss. Yi Wuji had no choice but to leave under the pretext of having business to attend to. What could be so urgent? Yi Wuji stepped out the gate of the Chen family's old residence. The moment he emerged, Zhao Xinghe shoved him into the car. "Let's talk in the car, boss. It's urgent. Can't discuss it here." Yi Wuji had no choice but to comply. Once seated, he pressed, "What is it, exactly?" Zhao Xinghe turned the steering wheel, revved the engine, and spun the car around, heading in the opposite direction. "Boss, about that Kobe auction you asked me to keep an eye on last time, we've got news today." Yi Wuji perked up at the news. News? He had learned from Chang Yifan that the auction in Kobe City would feature the medicinal herbs he needed to treat Yi Zihan's illness. He had immediately instructed Zhao Xinghe to monitor it. The auction lasted a week, and Zhao Xinghe had been monitoring its progress since the very beginning. The first few days yielded nothing of interest to Yi Wuji. Today's auction had just begun. After the items were announced, Zhao Xinghe rushed over to inform him that the item Yi Wuji needed had appeared. Zhao Xinghe nodded solemnly. "Sir, the final lot up for auction today is precisely the medicinal herbs you need to treat Xiaohan." Yi Wuji perked up and said sternly, "Then hurry up. Don't delay." Zhao Xinghe slammed the accelerator, racing all the way to Kobe City. They soon arrived at the auction house entrance. Due to heavy traffic, the service area staff directed them to park in the underground garage to avoid disrupting the comings and goings of other wealthy businessmen and celebrities. Zhao Xinghe scoffed, "Who else? We're here, no one else is needed. Who could possibly compare to us? Never mind. You go ahead." Yi Wuji didn't want to make a big scene. Truthfully, he had the means to rent out the entire auction venue or even buy it outright. If he wished, every single item up for auction could be his. But Yi Wuji wasn't one to flaunt his wealth and stir up trouble. "Alright, let's keep a low profile. Then please wait a moment. I'll be right back, or you may go ahead inside if you prefer." Zhao Xinghe went ahead to park the car as requested, but before leaving, he forgot to hand over the auction pass. Eager to enter the venue, Yi Wuji was stopped at the entrance by two security guards in uniform. "Sir, hold on. Please show your pass." Yi Wuji was taken aback. Pass? He had no idea an access pass was required to enter. Zhao Xinghe hadn't mentioned it either. Seeing his confused reaction, the security guard concluded he was unaccompanied. "Yes, you cannot enter the auction venue without a pass to verify your identity. Not just anyone can enter the auction." Yi Wuji replied coldly, "Are you questioning my credentials? If I had no standing, would I be here? I'm entering now. If you delay me, you won't be able to handle the consequences. My men will deliver the pass shortly." The security guard stood in front of him, dismissive and irritable. "Oh, big talk. If you're so important, why not show your credentials? Threatening us? Who do you think you are? Don't you know where you are? Our people are everywhere here. I advise you not to bite the hand that feeds you. Get out of here now and stop wasting our time." The security guard refused to budge or let him pass. Yi Wuji's forehead veins bulged as he debated whether to simply knock them aside. Just as the standoff reached a tense, hair-trigger moment, Zhao Xinghe arrived just in time. "Boss, I'm here." Seeing Yi Wuji's grim expression as he was blocked outside the door, he inwardly groaned. "Sorry, boss. I forgot to tell you." Yi Wuji glared at Zhao Xinghe's infuriatingly smug face, his eyes sharp as he snapped, "Hurry up and handle this." Zhao Xinghe hurried toward the security guards, smiling. "Relax, guys. It's all a misunderstanding, just a misunderstanding." The security guard blocked him. "What do you think you're doing?" Zhao Xinghe instantly pulled an ID badge from his pocket and presented it before them. "Is this acceptable?" The guards stared in stunned silence. What he presented was none other than a high-ranking military officer's ID. No one dared forge such credentials. Discovery meant a death sentence by firing squad. The guards were utterly stunned, never expecting the man before them to be a high-ranking military officer. They exchanged glances, instantly shifting their demeanor, and bowed in unison to welcome them inside. "Please come in. Please forgive our lack of discernment and any slight we may have caused. After you." Yi Wuji was escorted all the way inside and received his VIP pass. The entire auction was held in a 5-story hotel, grand in scale and lavishly decorated. Those permitted entry were all influential dignitaries and prominent nobility of considerable wealth. The auction hall shimmered with gold, permeated by the scent of money. Guided by the reception staff, Yi Wuji proceeded unimpeded. He passed through layer upon layer of people, heading toward the most exclusive VIP box at the very top. Many eyes followed him along the way, speculating about his identity. The VIP box was not a place for ordinary folk. After taking his seat, the auction commenced. From his elevated vantage point, Yi Wuji observed the proceedings below with a godlike perspective. The first item displayed drew gasps from the crowd. A perfectly formed ginseng root, meticulously wrapped in crimson silk satin. The auctioneer on stage introduced, "The first item we present to you is a wild, 10,000-year-old ginseng root sourced from the coordinates 4045' north latitude and 11751 east longitude. This ancient wild ginseng naturally thrived in deep mountain forests, primarily growing in pristine forests at elevations between 1,000 and 2,000 meters. Starting bid, 7 million. No sooner had the auctioneer finished speaking than bidders below the podium raised their paddles in a flurry of bidding. 7,500,000. 8 million. 8,800,000. 9 million. 9 million is the absolute limit. At that moment, a loud female voice bellowed, 20 million. Everyone gasped in shock. 20 million? Who is it? 20 million. Who would pay 20 million for a single ginseng root? All eyes turned toward the source of the voice. A woman of refined elegance stood tall, her head held high with confident pride. Slowly raising her paddle, she declared, "I bid 20 million. Any objections?" Dressed in opulent, alluring attire, she exuded noble elegance, clearly a scion of a prominent family. Those around her recognized her none other than Jiang Ruofeng, the eldest daughter of Jiangqing's foremost family. She had actually come in person. With the young mistress of the Jiang family making the first bid, who could possibly outbid her? Jiang Ruofeng's decisive bid silenced all further competition. The auctioneer struck the gavel, 20 million going once. 20 million going twice. The gavel struck twice. Just as the third and final strike was about to fall, a figure suddenly appeared at the doorway. "Hold it!" he called out, "I bid 30 million. The crowd gasped and turned toward the entrance. A man in a black hoodie stood there, his face shrouded mysteriously by the hood. His true features remained hidden, yet beneath the hood, the faint outline of horrific scars on his face was visible. Chapter 83, Bidding reaches 500 million. The crowd gasped. No way! Someone actually dared to match the bid? Who is this guy? What's his background? Daring to compete with Miss Jiang, does he even have the means? This is getting exciting, we're in for a show. Jiang Ruofeng narrowed her seductive almond-shaped eyes, sizing up the unexpected intruder from head to toe. She studied him with playful interest. From his features, Jiang Ruofeng deduced he was Su Fengtian. She curved her lips into a light smile. "Ha! Since you want it, I'll let you have it. It doesn't matter. It's not important to me anyway." Jiang Ruofeng did not continue bidding. The auctioneer announced 30 million, going once. 30 million, going twice. Any further bids? Seeing no response, the auctioneer brought down the gavel decisively for the third time. 30 million. Sold. The crowd gasped in surprise. Jiang Ruofeng had actually stopped bidding. A single ginseng root had sold for 30 million. The 10,000-year-old ginseng was won by Su Fengtian. After succeeding, he strode confidently toward Jiang Ruofeng and, in full view of everyone, sat down beside her. Su Fengtian lowered his voice in a sly tone, "Miss Jiang, long time no see." Jiang Ruofeng gave him a dismissive glance. "It really is you." She made it clear that she couldn't care less about this 10,000-year-old ginseng, and it certainly wasn't worth 30 million. Whoever buys it is a sucker. Su Fengtian shrugged it off. "My true intentions lie elsewhere. I never wanted this ginseng to begin with." He presented the newly acquired ginseng with both hands. "Seeing Miss Jiang's keen interest, I simply wish to purchase it as a gift for you." Su Fengtian didn't seem to mind, promptly handing the ginseng over to Jiang Ruofeng. Jiang Ruofeng was taken aback. "You're giving it to me? Well, thank you." She didn't stand on ceremony with Su Fengtian, immediately instructing her attendants, "If it's free, why not take it?" Any discerning person could see Su Fengtian was currying favor with the Jiang family. Though Jiang Ruofeng gave him the cold shoulder, she accepted it nonetheless. After all, countless people sought to curry favor with the Jiang family, each offering lavish gifts. This small token was insignificant at best, it might catch Zhang Ruofeng's attention. Yi Wuji watched everything unfold silently from the private box. The auction proceeded. Several unremarkable items followed, though rare treasures, none caught Yi Wuji's interest. That wasn't why he was here. He was after the final, grand finale item. Yi Wuji stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Seeing him deep in thought, Zhao Xinghe stood behind him, thinking he couldn't wait any longer. Don't worry, boss. What you want will be up soon. Yi Wuji shook his head slightly, voicing his thoughts. No, I'm not impatient. I'm pondering why Su Fengtian would appear here. What are his intentions? What is his relationship with the Zheng family's eldest daughter? Su Fengtian's presence here must be significant. Zhao Xinghe watched Su Fengtian persistently striking up conversations with Zhang Ruofeng and speculated, could it be he's taken a fancy to Zhang Ruofeng? Several more items were auctioned off, and the atmosphere reached its peak. The grand finale everyone had been anticipating finally emerged. The auctioneer introduced it with passion. Ladies and gentlemen, behold. This is the final piece of this auction, and it will also be the most expensive item. The huifu grass said to cure all poisons and ailments. It's rumored that skilled practitioners can even use it to bring the dead back to life. Starting bid, 80 million. The crowd erupted in a roar of astonishment. Could such a miraculous medicine truly exist? Never heard of it, never seen it. Good heavens, such a high starting bid. Who would bid on this? This is a treasure that comes along once in a millennium. Today's sight has truly opened my eyes. As the main event began, the heated discussions below the stage caught Yi Wuji's attention. This huifu grass was precisely the spiritual medicine he needed. Everyone was bidding like mad. 85 million. 90 million. The bidding reached its peak at 100 million. No higher offers were possible. Smaller clans could only reluctantly withdraw, knowing they couldn't compete and conceding defeat. Zhao Xinghe watched Yi Wuji calmly observe the bidding war. He didn't bid, leaving his boss anxious. What should we do? Why aren't you bidding? Wait a bit longer. Yi Wuji remained unhurried. He simply wanted to see who would bid the highest, then strike at the end with a price none could match. At this point, only the Zhang Ruofeng and Su Fengtian clans remained in the bidding war. Zhang Ruofeng raised her paddle, casually calling out 130 million. The announcement sent ripples of commotion through the crowd. Su Fengtian was also taken aback, surprised she'd bid so high. He looked at her with a hint of amusement. Miss Jiang, if you truly want it, I won't compete with you. Let's make someone happy. This priceless treasure, the Wanfu grass, is yours. Su Fengtian merely said this verbally, feigning generosity. He couldn't afford to lose face by admitting he couldn't match the price. He had no choice but to speak thus. Zhang Ruofeng gave a cold laugh. Why would I need you to give it to me? If I want it, I'll pay whatever it takes. Su Fengtian's expression stiffened, and he offered an awkward smile. The auctioneer struck the gavel. Miss Jiang bids 130 million. 130 million going once. It seemed no one would challenge her bid. Just as the auctioneer struck the gavel once, Yi Wuji upstairs could no longer sit still. 500 million. The words boomed like an explosion, reverberating through the entire hall and sending the auction room into an uproar. The crowd gasped. What? Did I hear that right? 500 million? A full 500 million? That's beyond our means. Only then did Zhang Ruofeng look up and notice the figure standing in the VIP box on the top floor. It was him? Su Fengtian froze upon seeing him. No wonder he couldn't find Yi Wuji earlier, he was up there all alone. His gaze turned cold and ruthless. What a small world. A sky-high price like 500 million wasn't something ordinary people could afford. After Yi Wuji's bid, no one dared to match it. Seeing no further bids, the auctioneer brought down the hammer 3 times, 500 million sold. Congratulations, sir. Yi Wuji successfully secured the medicinal herbs. The crowd began speculating about Yi Wuji's identity. At that moment, Su Fengtian stepped forward. He could no longer contain himself. Yi Wuji must not be allowed to succeed. Hold on. Don't let him fool you all. He's a nobody, he couldn't possibly come up with 500 million. He's just a recently released rapist. The words sent shockwaves through the crowd. A rapist? How could he even get in here? The crowd was stunned, questioning whether Yi Wuji could possibly have that much money. He must be here to cause trouble. Seeing the crowd's outraged commotion, the auction house manager intervened. The supervisor stepped in to calm the crowd, explaining that while there were no restrictions on guests' identities, all attendees were required to undergo asset verification. Yi Wuji had not undergone such verification upon entering. Immediately, the crowd speculated he must be penniless, having snuck in just to cause trouble. The supervisor requested he cooperate with the asset verification. Yi Wuji calmly produced a gleaming gold bank card. Chapter 84, Public Verification of Assets. Yi Wuji was ordered to undergo a public asset verification. Zhao Xinghe stepped forward, visibly angry, shouting, "Are you blind? What gives you the right? Just as he was about to act, Wuji stepped in to stop him. Don't act rashly. Proceed with caution. Wuji handed a gold card to the supervisor. If he wants to verify, let him verify. Prove we have the capability. Su Fengtian, watching from below, felt a chill run down his spine when he saw the card Wuji produced. Such a gold card wasn't something ordinary people could possess. He even felt a bit nervous, fearing that if Wuji truly had that much money, he'd be left red-faced. Su Fengtian silently reassured himself, even if Wuji had the means, 500 million wasn't something anyone could just casually produce. Under the eager gazes of the crowd, the steward accepted the card and ordered a servant to bring up the asset verification machine. He inserted the card. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, everyone held their breath, eager to see the numbers on the machine and verify the answer. Soon, the manager skillfully entered a series of passwords. Soon, the system loaded a page. A glaring red message appeared, card balance, 0. The manager froze upon seeing this, refreshed the page, but the balance remained unchanged. The system showed no funds, and the supervisor's expression immediately darkened. He barked in a grim tone, "Your account shows no money. How did you even get in here? How dare you come in with no money? You've got some nerve. No money? Then get out of here. I'm calling the police." The manager threatened, daring to act so brazenly on my turf? Guards. He summoned a group of security guards, making a show of trying to drive them away. Upon learning the truth, the crowd burst into derisive laughter and sighs of disbelief. Just as expected. They didn't look like wealthy people at all. How audacious to even show up at an auction like this. What a motley crew, all sorts of people in this world. What's his motive? Grab him quick and teach him a lesson. Just as expected, a poor beggar pretending to be a big shot. Learning the truth, Su Fengtian felt a wave of relief wash over him. He grew even more brazen, sneering contemptuously, "I knew it. See? I was right. He's just a convict fresh out of prison, what good can he be?" Seizing the moment, Su Fengtian lashed out, "We absolutely cannot let him off. Such people are utterly despicable." Jiang Ruothling, who had previously held a trace of admiration for Wuji, saw that sentiment vanish instantly. Her gaze toward Wuji now brimmed with contempt and disgust. Because he had just demanded 500 million, completely humiliating the major clans. It felt like they'd been made fools of. Zhao Xinghao was also baffled. "What's going on, boss? Could something have gone wrong? I'll send someone to investigate immediately." "What's there to investigate? Stop making excuses. The evidence is right before our eyes." The manager barked angrily, "Arrest them and throw them out." "Hold on." Wuji stepped forward to intervene. "My mistake." He calmly explained he'd grabbed the wrong card. Then, he pulled another dragon card with black and gold patterns from his pocket. No one had ever seen this card design before, and the crowd couldn't help but suspect it was another fake. "We won't believe him. Trying to fool us again? Do you take us for fools? You fooled us once, and now you think you can pull it off again? I agree. Absolutely untrustworthy. He's insulting our intelligence, kick him out." At this moment, Su Fengtian sneered sarcastically, his voice dripping with condescension. Are you just asking for humiliation?" He then suggested to the supervisor, "Well, if he insists on investigating, let him. I'll see if he doesn't find it embarrassing himself." His words drew uproarious laughter from the crowd. Su Fengtian couldn't wait for Wuji to make a fool of himself in front of everyone. He wouldn't pass up this chance, readily agreeing to Wuji's request. The supervisor had no desire to waste any more time, but Su Fengtian's words left him no choice. With a dismissive shrug, he inserted the card into the machine and repeated the process. Check balance. Half a minute later, the figure displayed on the system screen made the manager stumble backward 3 steps in shock. His eyes widened in shock, pupils constricting so tightly his eyeballs nearly popped out. The supervisor couldn't believe it. In all his life, he'd never even dreamed of seeing such a staggering sum. His voice trembled as if he'd seen a ghost. He repeatedly verified the balance, but the page remained unchanged. Good heavens! Could this possibly be real? His blood pressure spiked, his face flushed crimson as he stammered incoherently, Who are you?" Everyone was puzzled. Why was the manager reacting this way? They were all waiting for him to yell at someone. Instead, he was stunned. "What's going on? Is there something wrong with this card? What the hell is going on? What's with your reaction? Stop pretending, okay? Hurry up and announce the results. We're all waiting to see the joke." Everyone thought the manager was putting on a show, acting all dramatic. But the manager was visibly shaken, bowing deeply as if ready to kneel in apology. He couldn't even bring himself to mention the balance. The supervisor immediately changed his tune, putting on a fawning expression. "Mr. Yi, I deeply apologize for my earlier offense. Please forgive me." With that, he waved his hand, dismissing all the security guards. "What are you still standing around for? Do you intend to do anything to our esteemed guest? Get out of here." Don't frighten Mr. Yi. The guards looked confused. But you're the one who called us here. The manager bowed respectfully to Yi Wuji. Mr. Yi, whatever you need, just give me the order. I declare, no one is to question Mr. Yi. Yi Wuji didn't even glance at him, speaking casually, transfer 500 million directly from my account. Bring me the draft contract. I'm leaving. The supervisor immediately scurried off to carry out his orders. Right away, sir. He then presented the card with both hands, returning it to Yi Wuji. Su Fengtian gritted his teeth in frustration. Why? What the hell is going on? He bellowed, just tell me. How much money is in his account? He refused to believe Yi Wuji could possibly have that much money. Though everyone was baffled, the manager's reaction made it clear that Yi Wuji was no ordinary man. All eyes turned to Su Fengtian. Su Fengtian squirmed uncomfortably, feeling like a sitting duck. The manager, determined to protect Yi Wuji's privacy, refused to disclose the information. Su Fengtian refused to accept this. He lunged toward the private room like a madman, shouting that he would see for himself. Security guards blocked his path. You are a regular member. Access to the VIP box is restricted. Please return to your seat. Yi Wuji departed with the elixir and Zhao Xinghe. Zhang Ruofeng gave her bodyguard a discreet signal. The bodyguard immediately understood and followed Yi Wuji out. Chapter 85, Leaving the Spiritual Herb. Unable to make a scene in front of everyone, Zhang Ruofeng instructed her bodyguard to discreetly follow them. Yi Wuji and Zhao Xinghe had barely stepped through the venue's entrance with the spiritual medicine. The bodyguard blocked their path. A pair of cold eyes behind dark sunglasses seemed to pierce right through them. Mr. Yi, please wait. Yi Wuji halted. What is it? Seeing he was reasonably approachable, the bodyguard cut straight to the point, conveying Zhang Ruofeng's message. Miss Jiang sent me to speak with you. Leave this huifu grass behind. You purchased it for 500 million. Miss Jiang will reimburse you in full. Would you consider ceding this sacred herb to her? Consider it a favor owed by the Jiang family. What do you say? A mere 500 million was insignificant. Yi Wuji didn't give it a second thought. He flatly refused. No thanks. If this is how your Jiang family treats people when asking for favors, I don't care about the money. I have no need for the Jiang family and want nothing to do with them. Zhao Xinghe's expression darkened. Who did this guy think he was? He turned to leave. The bodyguard froze, stunned by their refusal. After all, anyone with sense would yield to the Jiang family who wouldn't want to curry favor with them? Seeing them about to leave, the bodyguard blocked their path once more. This time, he was unapologetic. His tone was sharp and cold. Sorry, but if Miss Jiang wants it, you have to stay. Don't refuse the wine and end up drinking the punishment. Hearing this, Yi Wuji narrowed his eyes, sizing him up with disdain. With you? Threatening me? I advise you to stop blocking my way. I don't want to waste my time. I don't want to fight here either. To me, the Jiang family means nothing. Zhao Xinghe flexed his muscles, adopting a defensive stance with fists clenched. TSK. No need for you to intervene, boss. I'll handle this. How insolent. Hearing them insult the Jiang family, the bodyguard could no longer contain himself. The spiritual herbs must stay here today. Just as the bodyguard moved to act, Zhang Ruofeng stepped in to stop him, shouting, Hold it. What are you doing? In broad daylight, resorting to force and extortion is not how the Jiang family conducts itself. The bodyguard looked at her with a wry smile and reported, Miss Jiang, I can't negotiate with these two. They refuse to leave the spiritual herbs behind as you requested. Enough. Shut up. Is this how I taught you to handle things? She feigned anger, pretending to scold the bodyguard. Is this how you negotiate terms? Didn't I tell you business talks require politeness? You're as thick as a plank. Zhang Ruofeng approached them with a beaming smile. Oh dear, how embarrassing. I'm terribly sorry for making you witness this. Our bodyguard lacks flexibility. Disturbing you is truly a failure of management on the part of the Jiang family. I'll give him a proper talking to when I get back. Yi Wuji wasn't buying her insincere act. He replied coldly, Oh, then be more careful next time. I'm leaving now. He didn't want to linger here a moment longer. Wait. Hold on, don't rush off. Zhang Ruofeng attempted to use her beauty to detain them, swaying her slender waist as she reached out with an arm as delicate as a bamboo shoot to grab him. We can discuss things properly. Don't touch me. Yi Wuji recoiled as if electrocuted, his expression repulsed as he flung her hand away. He frowned, maintaining his distance. Miss Jiang. Seeing his stubborn refusal, Zhang Ruofeng's beaming smile began to crack. Mr. Yi, I'm personally negotiating with you as a favor. Don't bite the hand that feeds you. Leave this spiritual herb. I'll add 5 million to your original price. Zhang Ruofeng was certain he wouldn't refuse such an enticing offer. Yi Wuji raised an eyebrow, teasingly remarking, Losing your composure already? Finding it rather amusing, he couldn't help but chuckle. Is that all? Then I'll be going. Yi Wuji turned to leave, unwilling to engage further. Zhang Ruotheng, enraged and humiliated, gritted her teeth and stamped her foot. How dare you refuse this lady? You really think you're someone special? She signaled her bodyguards to move. Since peaceful negotiation won't work, you're not leaving. Su Fengtian had been trailing them, observing discreetly. He knew Zhang Ruotheng coveted the spiritual herb and would never let Yi Wuji go. He was determined to curry favor with the Zhang family and ingratiate himself with Zhang Ruotheng, resorting to every possible means to please her. Su Fengtian saw this as his chance. If he helped Zhang Ruotheng teach Yi Wuji a lesson, they would become allies. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Su Fengtian immediately summoned a large group of his men. They surrounded Yi Wuji. How dare you offend Miss Jiang? You must be tired of living. If you want what Miss Jiang wants, you'd better hand it over. Zhang Ruotheng was equally surprised that he would bring a group to assist her. Su Fengtian? What are you doing here? Zhao Xinghe interjected nonchalantly, his tone dripping with sarcasm. He's just trying to curry favor with you, isn't he? Su Fengtian, caught off guard, scowled. None of your business. Shut up. I just can't stand seeing two men bullying a defenseless woman. He made himself sound like such a righteous hero. Zhao Xinghe rolled his eyes at the sheer hypocrisy. Zhang Ruotheng understood his true motives, but at this moment, she genuinely needed his help. The Zhang family would repay this favor. Su Fengtian had been waiting for those exact words. They surrounded Yi Wuji and Zhao Xinghe, demanding they hand over the spiritual herbs. Yi Wuji was desperate to return and use the spiritual herbs to treat Yi Zihan. He didn't want to waste time here. I have business to attend to. If you don't want to die, get out of my way. Xinghe, you should have no trouble handling this bunch of scumbags on your own, right? Zhao Xinghe nodded. Don't worry, boss. You go ahead. I've got this covered. Without looking back, Yi Wuji left Zhao Xinghe to handle the group and drove home. He trusted Zhao Xinghe. Though not as formidable as himself, his combat prowess was still exceptional. After all, surviving so many years on the battlefield meant he possessed considerable skills. Taking down a few bodyguards was child's play. Seeing Yi Wuji leave, Su Fengtian bellowed, "Quick, chase him. Don't let him get away." Zhao Xinghe's holding them off alone. Just don't run off yourselves later. Prepare to die. Yi Wuji drove home, immediately simmered the spiritual herbs into a medicinal broth, and fed it to Yi Zihan. Chen Zixu had just returned from the Chen family's ancestral home when she spotted the still warm bowl of medicine sitting on Yi Wuji's desk. She rushed over to check on Yi Wuji. What kind of medicine did you give Xiao Han this time? What if something happens to Xiao Han again? What are you doing? Why didn't you consult me? She flew into a rage again, terrified Yi Wuji would give their daughter dangerous concoctions. Yi Wuji tried to explain, but Chen Zixu wouldn't listen, insisting on calling the doctor. Yi Zihan didn't want to watch them argue and spoke up to stop them. Mom and Dad, please stop arguing. I'm fine after taking the medicine. Don't worry. She tried to speak up for Yi Wuji. The doctor finally arrived and immediately examined her. He examined Yi Zihan's head, looking left and right, turning her over and over. Yi Wuji thought the doctor was unprofessional. Chen Zixu was also worried. How is it, doctor? Moments later, after taking her pulse, the doctor gasped, good heavens! This. Chapter 86, Zhengcheng Kindergarten. Seeing the doctor so shocked, Chen Zixu grew even more anxious, frantically asking, what's wrong? Doctor, what's wrong with my daughter? Wait, don't panic. Let me take another look. The doctor sensed something was amiss, fearing he might have misdiagnosed her. He examined Yi Zihan again, his expression uncertain. Chen Zixu assumed her daughter's condition had worsened, leaving the doctor utterly perplexed. Her expression turned icy as she glared at Yi Wuji with piercing eyes. You know Xiao Han is my entire world. How dare you recklessly medicate her without my consent? If anything happens to her, we're getting divorced immediately. I'll hate you for the rest of my life. You'd better watch your step. Yi Wuji could barely explain, no, I didn't misuse any medication. How could I possibly harm Xiao Han? She's my daughter too. Everything I did was for her sake. At that moment, the doctor finally spoke up, I'm shocked too, but I have to ask, how did you manage this? Your daughter is now completely and utterly healed. She's perfectly healthy. Her pulse is steady and strong, even better than the average child her age. This is nothing short of a miracle. Chen Zixu couldn't believe her ears. Overwhelmed with shock and joy, she exclaimed, really, doctor? Xiao Han is cured? The doctor, equally incredulous, pondered, yes, it's truly remarkable. At first, I wasn't even sure she had a chance of survival. But now, she's fully recovered. I'm genuinely curious, what method did you use to achieve such remarkable results? In all my years of practice, I've never witnessed a miracle like this. Chen Zixu stared blankly at Yi Wuji beside her. Is this real? Am I dreaming? Yi Wuji asked gently, smiling softly, you're not dreaming. It's real. Xiao Han is fine. The doctor pressed on, "May I ask, who was the master practitioner who treated her?" Yi Wuji shook his head. "No master healer." He casually explained, "I merely used a spiritual herb called Huanfu Cao to treat my daughter." Huanfu grass? The doctor froze in shock. "Where on earth did you find such a rare and precious herb? It's a once-in-a-millennium treasure. How did you even obtain it? Most people have never even heard of it, let alone seen it. There's simply no way to obtain it." This rare treasure was practically a mythical existence among people, which showed just how precious it was. Yi Wuji, however, remained relatively composed. He simply stated, "I acquired it at an auction in Kobe City." An auction? The doctor recalled hearing about a grand auction held in Kobe City. A sudden realization struck him, and he trembled with excitement. You're the legendary figure who spent a fortune 500 million to secure this divine herb?" The doctor could scarcely believe his eyes. The very person from the legend stood before him now, leaving him utterly overwhelmed. Yi Wuji couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Had the outside world already built him up into such a mythical figure? It was just a medicinal herb. He could have as many as he wanted. Chen Zisu's pupils contracted sharply. Staring at Yi Wuji in shock, she demanded, 500 million? Did I hear that correctly? You spent 500 million on that herb at the auction you attended? Where did you even get 500 million? Tell me the truth. How could Yi Wuji possibly afford such an astronomical sum? Yi Wuji deliberately concealed his true identity from the outside world, unwilling to stir up commotion or invite unnecessary trouble. Seeing the doctor's utterly exaggerated reaction so shocking and outrageous had aroused Chen Zisu's suspicions. Hurry up and send the doctor away. If he spills any more beans, it'll be even harder to explain. After the doctor left, Chen Zisu still wouldn't let it go. How did you get so much money? Is what that doctor said true? Where did you get the money? Did you go out and rob someone? Or did you borrow from loan sharks? Or did you use some other illegal means to snatch the spiritual herbs others had bid on? Chen Zisu grew increasingly alarmed, terrified that Yi Wuji had gotten himself into trouble. Just tell me. Stop making me worry. Yi Wuji felt helpless. With a complicated mix of emotions and unsure how to explain, he could only make up a flimsy excuse to brush her off. Don't worry, Zisu. It's nothing. This money wasn't obtained through improper means. Zhao Xinghao lent it to me for Xiao Han's medical treatment. Chen Zisu stared at him skeptically. Are you telling the truth? Yi Wuji nodded firmly. It's true. Chen Zisu held a favorable impression of Zhao Xinghao and trusted him implicitly, as he had assisted them on numerous occasions. So when he said Zhao Xinghao lent it, she chose to believe him without a second thought. He really is a good man. Chen Zisu marveled at Zhao Xinghao's kindness and loyalty, how he'd extended aid to them, lending them both a house and money. Seeing her trust him, Yi Wuji finally breathed a sigh of relief. He advised Chen Zisu to manage the company well and repay the money gradually without rushing. Chen Zisu then mentioned that Yi Zihan had just recovered from a serious illness and was now 4 years old enough to start school. She had visited several good kindergartens and wanted to enroll Yi Zihan so she could make new friends. During her years of illness, Yi Zihan had no peers to play with, leaving her feeling profoundly lonely. Upon hearing she could finally attend school, Yi Zihan clapped her hands excitedly. Yay! Little Han can finally go to school. Yi Wuji had no objections as long as Chen Zisu and their daughter were happy. He immediately made arrangements and took them to enroll at the finest kindergarten in Jiangcheng. Jiangcheng Kindergarten was the most luxurious elite preschool in the city. Upon receiving word that the Yi family was coming, the kindergarten principal immediately stepped outside to greet them. Welcome, Mr. Yi. Please come this way. The group sat in the principal's office while the kindergarten's teaching staff warmly welcomed them. They took Yi Zihan on a tour of the campus, strolling around and playing on the playground equipment. The principal respectfully introduced the kindergarten's facilities and management model to Yi Wuji. Chen Zisu was very satisfied and chose this school. After signing the enrollment agreement, the principal saw them off. After watching them walk away, the principal's expression suddenly hardened. His gaze turned cold, devoid of the earlier warmth. Turning to his secretary, he remarked, if it weren't for Tiger Lord personally putting in a good word, the Chens wouldn't have a chance of getting into this kindergarten. This Jiangcheng Kindergarten is an elite institution. The Chens are nothing special. After nearly half a month of investigation, Zhao Xinghao finally reached a conclusion. He sought out Yi Wuji and handed him a stack of documents. Boss, we've identified the source of the poison in your daughter's body. We've identified who administered the poison. Chapter 87, The Truth Behind the Poisoning. Who? Yi Wuji carefully examined the documents. The more he read through the stack of documents, the darker his expression grew. These people are utterly audacious. How dare they attempt to harm my daughter? The records revealed that banned substances had been laced into the medication Yi Zihan had taken. The person who purchased these banned substances was actually one of Su Fengtian's underlings. They secretly laced Yi Zihan's medicine with these substances, poisoning her without anyone noticing. The poisoner was actually one of Su's own men. This confirmed the mastermind behind the poisoning, Su Fengtian. Him? Upon learning the truth, Yi Wuji crumpled the documents in his fist. His eyes blazed crimson, veins bulging with fury. Su Fengtian, it was you. This time, I won't let you off. Yi Wuji swore he would make Su Fengtian pay with his blood. Zhao Xinghe's face twisted with fury. The Su family must be eradicated. How dare they act so brazenly? Boss, we absolutely cannot let them off the hook. How dare they target such a young child? They're worse than beasts. Yi Wuji immediately dispatched Zhao Xinghe to track Su Fengtian's location, determined to confront him without delay. Soon, Zhao Xinghe tapped into the National Military Command's tracking system and pinpointed Su Fengtian's location. Zhao Xinghe, enraged and humiliated, reported, "Boss, we've found him. That bastard Su Fengtian is throwing a party at the Crown Club, inviting a bunch of people to celebrate." Su Fengtian actually has the nerve to throw a party? Is he celebrating his plan succeeding? Yi Wuji's voice was cold. He won't be happy for long. Xinghe, take my personal guard, the Dragon Guards, and surround the Crown Club where he is. Execute the purge immediately. Yes, Commander. Zhao Xinghe immediately set out to carry out the order. Soon after, Yi Wuji's personal guard, the Dragon Guards, completely surrounded the Crown Club. Yi Wuji also arrived at the club by car. Outside the club, a scene of serene tranquility and dazzling splendor unfolded. Inside, revelry filled the air, dancing, singing, and unparalleled splendor. The crowd gathered together in revelry. Yi Wuji stormed into Su Fengtian's party alone. He kicked open the club's front door. He bellowed, "Quiet! Everyone stop!" The partygoers were startled by the sudden intruder and his imposing presence. The boisterous party fell instantly silent. Only a few whispered among themselves, murmuring, "What's going on? Who is this guy? What's he here for? Could it be a robbery? Should we call the police? Quiet down, all of you. Where is Su Fengtian?" Yi Wuji barked sharply. The crowd finally fell silent. Yi Wuji surveyed the room, scanning the area. "Where is Su Fengtian? Tell him to come out." No sooner had the words left his mouth than Su Fengtian appeared, descending the staircase at the party's corner with a glass of red wine in hand. His movements were slow, elegant, and utterly unhurried. "Who dares to disrupt my party?" His steps halted upon seeing Yi Wuji, a fleeting flicker of panic and fear darting through his eyes. Yes, Su Fengtian was genuinely astonished by Yi Wuji's arrival, never expecting him to find his way here. Su Fengtian felt an inexplicable, indescribable dread toward Yi Wuji. He quickly adjusted his facial expression, hiding the fear in his eyes. In its place was composure and calmness. Stepping before Yi Wuji, he inquired with casual nonchalance, "You sought me out?" Su Fengtian spoke with confidence. He no longer feared Yi Wuji, regardless of whether he had come to cause trouble or stir up trouble. For this party, Su Fengtian had specially invited a host of experts, fitness trainers, martial arts masters, and others. Each possessed unique skills, formidable abilities, and formidable physiques. With such a formidable backing, Su Fengtian felt no fear toward Yi Wuji whatsoever, his tone now decidedly more assertive. Su Fengtian lifted his chin defiantly. "What are you here for now? What grudge do I hold against you that you must come looking for trouble like this?" Yi Wuji replied bluntly, "I'm here about a matter concerning you. I came to ask you. My daughter was poisoned. Did you send someone to poison her?" Yi Wuji's deep, piercing gaze fixed on him, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Upon hearing this, Su Fengtian fell silent for a few seconds as his mind raced. His face flushed with righteous indignation as he flatly denied the accusation. "What are you talking about? I have no idea what you're saying. What does your daughter have to do with me? I have no idea what this is about. It wasn't me, absolutely not me. You've got the wrong person." Su Fengtian adamantly insisted he hadn't poisoned anyone, that he wasn't responsible, and then feigned ignorance, putting on an act of utter innocence. Yi Wuji narrowed his eyes, his voice icy as he threatened, "It's too late for that now. I know everything. I advise you to confess honestly, or I'll make sure you die without a whole body today." Yi Wuji's words were as cold as ice, piercing through everyone's eardrums like a sharp blade. Su Fengtian's heart lurched with fear, his legs beginning to tremble uncontrollably. He miraculously spilled the entire truth. "Oh, I remember now the poison you mentioned." Su Fengtian spread his hands, grinning sheepishly. "I did poison someone, but it wasn't your daughter Yi Zihan. I meant to poison Chen Zisu. But your daughter accidentally ended up taking it instead. That ruined my plan, forcing me to change course at the last minute. But who can blame anyone for that? If blame must be assigned, it falls solely on your daughter's misfortune. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been the one poisoned." Seeing Su Fengtian treat human life as worthless, casually mentioning his intent to poison Chen Zisu, Yi Wuji erupted in fury, his body radiating murderous intent. He ground out each word, clenching his teeth in fury, wishing he could tear Su Fengtian limb from limb right then and there. Su Fengtian, how dare you do such a thing? You deserve to die. Today, I'll take your worthless life. I'll make you pay for your crimes with blood. Seeing Yi Wuji about to strike, Su Fengtian remained utterly unfazed, showing him no fear whatsoever. Su Fengtian sneered coldly, "Heh, do you really think I'm afraid of you? I've specially brought in enforcers to deal with you." As he spoke, over a dozen figures materialized behind him. All were renowned enforcers from various fields, specially invited by him. Su Fengtian ordered his elite fighters to attack. "Everyone, attack! Take down Yi Wuji, and the Su family will reward you handsomely." At the mention of a generous reward, the enforcers' eyes lit up. They rushed forward, jostling each other to be the first to attack Yi Wuji. The party guests were terrified by the scene, scattering in all directions, cowering and fleeing. What do they think they are, with just a handful of them? Yi Wuji let out a cold snarl. With a swift kick, he effortlessly sent the first charging fitness instructor, flailing his fists, flying through the air. Yi Wuji brutally beat down everyone present. None could stand against him. Seeing the situation turn sour, Su Fengtian panicked and immediately contacted Chen Tongkai. Upon learning of the situation, Chen Tongkai was shocked. Having failed to deal with Yi Wuji last time, he actually dared to strike first. Chen Tongkai immediately mobilized the entire Jiangcheng military district to reinforce Su Fengtian. Su Fengtian warned Yi Wuji not to touch him, threatening that his uncle would never let Yi Wuji off the hook. Yi Wuji ignored him, continuing the assault until Su Fengtian was beaten to his knees, begging for mercy. Yi Wuji beat him half to death, demanding to know if anyone from the Su family had been present during the massacre of the Yi family. Su Fengtian claimed ignorance, pleading for mercy. Yi Wuji ignored his pleas, intending to beat him to death to force the truth out of him. Terrified, Su Fengtian quickly explained, finally revealing that his grandfather, Su Qiheng, and his aunt, Su Qingxia, should have been present at the time. Yi Wuji pondered this for a long moment. Outside the clubhouse, a car horn blared. Chen Tongkai led his troops, using loudspeakers to issue demands. Those inside heard the call and immediately surrendered. Chapter 88, The Dragon Guards. Chen Tongkai arrived with a large contingent of soldiers, their presence imposing and formidable, to rescue Su Fengtian. Holding a megaphone, he bellowed at those inside the clubhouse, "Yi Wuji, I know you're in there. You're surrounded. I advise you to release Su Fengtian immediately, lay down your weapons, and surrender now." Fully armed and on high alert, Chen Tongkai watched the clubhouse intently. When no response came after a long pause, he shouted again, "Yi Wuji, this is your last chance. I won't let you off." Thousands of troops formed a dense, dark mass surrounding the small clubhouse. The scene was particularly spectacular, drawing a large crowd of onlookers. Good heavens, what's going on here? What's going on in there? Why is the military here? Could it be a terrorist attack? This is terrifying. They're even using guns and ammunition? Su Fengtian had already been beaten to within an inch of his life by Yi Wuji. He was still kneeling on the ground, groveling for mercy, desperately struggling. Hearing his uncle arrive with troops to rescue him, Su Fengtian's eyes lit up. Hope suddenly reignited within him, as if he'd been revived. One moment he was half dead, begging for mercy. The next, hearing his protector had arrived, he perked up instantly. Su Fengtian shed his earlier weak, pleading demeanor, glaring arrogantly at Yi Wuji. "I warn you, release me immediately. My uncle has brought thousands of troops to hunt you down. You're trapped like a turtle in a jar, nowhere to run. Otherwise, my uncle will simply blast you to pieces with cannons. You're doomed today." Su Fengtian's laughter grew increasingly maniacal. Yi Wuji remained cold-faced, letting him laugh maniacally in silence. Outside, Chen Tongkai flaunted his power, threatening Yi Wuji over and over. "Yi Wuji, don't be so ungrateful. Or I'll make sure you have no place to bury your remains. Last time I failed to finish you off and let you escape, but this time I won't let you get away. Yi Wuji, come out and face your death." Just as Chen Tongkai was ranting, suddenly, the earth shook violently. Everyone was thrown off balance, tumbling haphazardly to the ground. Panic swept through the crowd. Confused, they assumed an earthquake had struck. What the hell is going on? An earthquake? Help! Run! It's an earthquake! No! It's not an earthquake. How could there be an earthquake here? Look, everyone! Something's coming this way. Everyone turned to look toward the source of the tremor. Zhao Xinghe, his face concealed by a mask, led the Imperial Dragon Guards to surround Chen Tongkai and the others. Where their horses' hooves trod, clouds of yellow sand swirled skyward. Chen Tongkai and the others stared in stunned silence. The Dragon Guards? Holy crap, am I dreaming? Those are truly the National Dragon Guard insignia? How could the Imperial Dragon Guards appear here? This was more unbelievable than an earthquake. Chen Tongkai wondered how anyone could possibly command such an elite force. The Imperial Dragon Guard could only be summoned by the Supreme Sovereign or the Exalted War God. The astonished crowd turned their gaze toward Chen Tongkai in unison. Had Commander Chen summoned the Imperial Dragon Guard? He was the only one here who could possibly have done it, right? What on earth was going on? Even Commander Chen doesn't possess the authority to mobilize the Dragon Guards. Everyone assumed Chen Tongkai must possess extraordinary influence to mobilize such formidable forces. Zhao Xinghe led his troops into formation. They surrounded Chen Tongkai. The number of Imperial Dragon Guards Zhao Xinghe brought outnumbered Chen Tongkai's 1,000-strong force tenfold. Zhao Xinghe barked out a stern command, addressing Chen Tongkai. "Chen Tongkai, do you know your crime?" Chen Tongkai looked utterly bewildered. "What's wrong with me?" He was so overwhelmed by the Dragon Guard's imposing presence he could barely breathe. Zhao Xinghe directly laid out Chen Tongkai's crimes. He listed them one by one. "Chen Tongkai, you have repeatedly insulted the nation's pillars of defense, abused military authority, privatized the army," and a series of other offenses. Following the disciplinary ruling by the Military Legal Affairs Office, his rank as Commander-in-Chief of Jiangcheng is hereby revoked. As he spoke, Zhao Xinghe ordered Jiangcheng's soldiers to seize Chen Tongkai for immediate court-martial, followed by demotion to commoner status. The military order was carried out, and the crowd erupted in an uproar. He truly brought this upon himself. This is utterly outrageous. Well done. Such officers, scourges of society, deserve severe punishment. Chen Tongkai's crimes had ignited public outrage. Upon hearing his execution order, Chen Tongkai was struck as if by a bolt from the blue. His eyes glazed over as he stared at the masked Zhao Xinghe, his voice trembling. "No, it can't be. I'm not guilty. I didn't do anything wrong. I haven't done anything wrong. On what grounds did they strip me of my military rank? I refuse to accept this. I refuse. I will appeal." Zhao Xinghe sneered coldly. "These charges are final. We have both eyewitnesses and physical evidence. What more can you say? Save your words for the judges at the tribunal." Yi Wuji flung Su Fengtian toward the doorway, overhearing everything unfolding outside. His pupils contracted in disbelief. How could this be? This is the end. Who will save me now? Chen Tongkai was immediately seized by his subordinates, pleading for mercy from Zhao Xinghe. "No! Please, spare me." Su Fengtian watched the man leading tens of thousands of dragon guards. He vaguely felt the face beneath the mask looked familiar, but couldn't place who it was. Doubt began to stir within him. Chen Tongkai frantically knelt, kowtowed, and clung to Zhao Xinghe's legs, all to no avail. Zhao ordered him taken away to be dealt with according to military law. "You were so arrogant just now, weren't you? Why aren't you so cocky now? Weren't you just waiting for your uncle to come save your pathetic life?" Yi Wuji sneered with contempt. "Today, you meet your end. I'll repay every debt the Su family owes the Chen family, piece by piece. Starting with you." His gaze fixed on Su Fengtian, filled with murderous intent. Seeing Yi Wuji's murderous intent as he approached, Su Fengtian panicked, fearfully pleading, "Killing me now won't benefit you in the slightest. Kill me, and you'll never uncover the truth behind the Yi family's annihilation." Hearing this, Yi Wuji paused. He pondered he still needed to investigate the truth of that year. Indeed, he couldn't simply kill him so easily. Just then, Su Fengtian seized the moment of distraction and fled. Zhao Xinghe, seeing the opportunity, immediately thrust a pistol toward him. "Don't even think about running." Su Fengtian slipped away like grease on his feet, dashing off recklessly. Saving his own skin was paramount. Yi Wuji took the pistol, raised his arm, aimed at Su Fengtian's fleeing figure, and without hesitation pulled the trigger, firing a bullet. The bullet spun through the air, striking Su Fengtian with pinpoint accuracy. Ah! A spray of blood erupted as he collapsed to the ground. Chapter 89, No Manners. Su Qingxia, indulging in extravagant shopping at the mall, discovered all her bank cards and credit cards had been frozen. Just as she was panicking, a call came in. "Hello, Ms. Su. Your husband, Chen Tongkai, has been detained by the Military Judicial Department. All your assets will be frozen and cannot be used." Su Qingxia froze for over 10 seconds upon hearing the news, her voice trembling with terror. "Are you sure? How could this be? Are you certain it's our Chen Tongkai?" The voice on the other end replied, "Yes, that's correct." Su Qingxia couldn't process it for a long time. In disbelief, she tried to call Chen Tongkai to verify the truth of the matter. At first, she couldn't quite believe it. But when she couldn't get through to Chen Tongkai's phone and found all their financial accounts frozen, only then did Su Qingxia sense something was terribly wrong, her panic mounting. In her desperation, Su Qingxia immediately thought of Yi Wuji, the only one bold enough to defy the Su family. Su Qingxia's face twisted into a vicious grimace as her eyes flashed with malice. "Yi Wuji, it's you again. You dare to target the Su family? I won't let you get away with this." She immediately gathered her things and sought out the head of the Su family, Su Qiheng. Before Su Qiheng, Su Qingxia wailed and wept, recounting the news she had just learned. "Master, you must find a way to help us. Chen Tongkai has been dragged to the Ministry of Justice by that damned Yi Wuji. Now they're going to prosecute him. What on earth are we to do? Even our entire family fortune has been frozen. What will become of our family? You must avenge us." After listening to Su Qingxia's tearful plea, old Master Su frowned deeply, his face etched with worry. He slammed his fist hard on the rosewood table, cursing in frustration. How many times have I warned you? You never listen. Who's to blame now? Tell me. I warned you, Yi Wuji is no ordinary man. We're no match for him. I told you not to provoke him recklessly. Why wouldn't you listen? Why won't you heed an elder's advice? Su Qingxia, stung by her grandfather's outburst, retorted with hurt, what was I supposed to do? Tell me. Things have already come to this. What can we possibly do now? Please stop scolding us. Just think of a way to resolve this urgent crisis. Old Master Chen exhaled a deep, heavy sigh, shook his head, and after a moment of deep thought, spoke slowly and solemnly, I'll do my best to find a solution. This matter must not be handled rashly. On Friday, Yi Wuji finished his work and drove excitedly to pick up his daughter from school. Yi Zihan had been attending this kindergarten for some time now, and it was clear she was happy every day and eager to go to school. Seeing her daughter so sunny and cheerful, Chen Zisu felt deeply gratified. As usual, Yi Wuji waited near the kindergarten gate to pick up his daughter. Finally, as the kindergarten dismissed, Yi Wuji watched other children skip and jump happily out the gate, picked up by their parents. Yi Wuji waited left and right but still didn't see Yi Zihan. Seeing that it had been quite some time since dismissal, he walked uneasily toward the school gate. Just then, Yi Zihan came running out of the kindergarten, sobbing and wiping away her tears as she ran. Yi Wuji looked at his daughter with heartache. What happened, little Han? Tell daddy. Who bullied you? I'll teach them a lesson. How dare anyone bully his precious daughter? Spotting Yi Wuji, Yi Zihan threw herself into his arms, sobbing tearfully, Daddy, the other kids at kindergarten said you're a criminal, a bad person. They laughed at me and called me names. Yi Zihan cried herself hoarse, my daddy isn't. My daddy is the strongest, best daddy in the whole world. Yi Wuji wiped away her tears, stroked her hair, and comforted her patiently, don't cry, Xiaohan. Who said that? Tell daddy. Just then, another chubby little boy emerged from the school gate, sucking on a lollipop. He walked with an air of arrogance, one hand casually tucked into his pocket. Spotting Yi Wuji and Yi Zihan, the boy sneered, oh ho, Yi Zihan, so this is your criminal dad? You actually have the nerve to let him pick you up? How embarrassing. As he spoke, the little chubby kid made a face at them. Yi Wuji didn't want to argue with a child. He merely glared at him sternly and scolded, how dare you speak so rudely? You know Shihan, right? You both went to the same kindergarten. This is disrespectful and very impolite. I expect you to apologize to Shihan. The chubby kid paid no heed, continuing to spew insults without a hint of remorse. No way. No way. Apologizing to her? Absolutely not. I'm not apologizing to the daughter of a bad guy. Yi Wuji's gaze turned cold as his gentle persuasion proved fruitless. He quietly whispered in Yi Zihan's ear, teaching her how to fight fire with fire. Yi Zihan followed his advice, walked over, and punched the smug little chubby kid until he burst into tears, sending his lollipop crashing to the ground where it shattered. The chubby kid hadn't expected Yi Zihan to hit him. He wailed loudly, rolling on the ground. Wah! How dare you hit me? Do you know who my dad is? The chubby kid boasted that his dad was a rich second-generation heir from Zhenghong Corporation and would definitely send people to teach them a lesson. Just as he spoke, the chubby kid's rich dad appeared, witnessing the scene of his son being beaten and crying. The chubby kid's dad spoke rudely, demanding Yi Wuji kneel and apologize to him. The chubby kid also demanded another lollipop as compensation. Father and son cut from the same cloth. Yi Wuji couldn't stand it anymore. He could overlook the child's behavior, but when an adult acted this way, he immediately snapped, is this how you corrupt your own child? What did you say? What do you mean by that? Looking for a beating? The little boy's father flared up, ready to attack Yi Wuji. Little did he know, Yi Wuji subdued him with a single move. Furious, the chubby kid's dad blurted out that his father was the CEO of Zhenghong, rich and powerful, and threatened to have them beaten up. Yi Wuji recognized the name. Suddenly it clicked, the Zhenghong CEO was the very same businessman who had fawned over him and tried to curry favor at that dinner with Tiger Boss. Yi Wuji scoffed, then called the Zhenghong CEO and recounted the incident. Hello, Lord War God? Please, tell me. The Zhenghong CEO's head instantly began to throb upon learning his son and grandson had caused trouble. What? This has happened? I must discipline him personally. Panicked, the CEO handed the phone to his son. Hello, your father wants to speak with you. Bull. How could you even get a hold of my dad? Little Fatty's dad picked up the phone with disdain. Who the hell are you, pretending to be my dad? You little brat, watch your mouth when talking to your father. But he got an earful from his dad instead. The CEO demanded his son kneel and kowtow to apologize to Yi Wuji. Little Fat's dad protested, why the hell should I? The CEO, frantic, erupted in curses, you money-losing good for nothing. All you do is cause trouble. You've picked the wrong fight. If you don't kneel, I'll have to do it myself. Xiaopeng's father finally grasped the gravity of the situation. After hanging up, he was still reeling when he looked at Yi Wuji with wide-eyed shock. So, Dad, when will Grandpa send someone to beat him up? Little Fatty's father clamped his hand over his son's mouth and knelt before Yi Wuji with a thud. Chapter 90, Terminating the Partnership. Little Fat Boy stared in astonishment as his father knelt down without warning. He couldn't understand what had gotten into his father. What kind of blow had that phone call dealt him? Dad, don't apologize to them. They don't deserve it. Dad, what are you doing? Get up, Dad. What's wrong with you? The little chubby boy reached out to help his father up. Dad, don't do this. They're all bad people. The chubby boy's father swiftly covered his mouth to prevent him from saying anything that might offend Yi Wuji, something his father couldn't afford to explain. Shut up. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, would my father have berated me like this? I'll deal with you when we get home. As he spoke, the little boy's father hurriedly apologized to Yi Wuji. Children speak without restraint. I apologize to you. Please don't take it to heart. I'm truly sorry. It won't happen again. I truly apologize. Yi Wuji nodded slightly. It's nothing. Just make sure you take good care of your own child. Little Fatty pointed at Yi Wuji with a pout. Dad, why are we apologizing to him? Everyone says Yi Zihan's dad is a despicable villain. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the little chubby boy's father's face darkened. In front of everyone, he began scolding the little chubby boy. Why are you still talking? I told you to stop talking. This is extremely rude. The little chubby boy got his bottom smacked hard by his father and was scolded thoroughly. His father snapped, Go! Don't make me hit you again. Go apologize to that child right now. You all just hit me. Everyone's picking on me. The little chubby boy wailed loudly, but fearing another beating, he had no choice but to obediently scurry over to Yi Zihan and apologize. I'm sorry, Xiaohan. It was my fault. I won't say it again. Yi Zihan generously forgave him. It's okay. As long as you know you were wrong. Just don't say it again next time. The chubby boy's father looked at Yi Wuji with a tense expression and pleaded, Mr. Yi, children are ignorant. I apologize to you. I'm sorry. I will definitely educate him properly and discipline him strictly. Whatever. Yi Wuji couldn't be bothered to argue and left with his daughter. Ever since Chen Zisa took over as the new president of Dongsheng Company and Dongyang Company, both businesses had thrived remarkably. Chen Zisa was extremely busy, rushing to the company early every morning for meetings and business negotiations, swamped with work. Everything had been running smoothly until one day, while in a meeting, Chen Zisa received an urgent report from an employee. The employee rushed in, panting heavily, and urgently exclaimed, President Chen, something's wrong. Something's wrong. It's bad. Chen Zisa calmed her down, no need to panic. Slow down, catch your breath. What happened? The employee cleared her throat and said, all the companies we've been collaborating with suddenly want to cancel our partnerships. What? Chen Zisa immediately lost her composure. She slammed her hand on the table. Bring me the report. I need to see it. The employee promptly presented it with both hands, saying, Here you go, Ms. Chen. Please take a look. Chen Zisa scrutinized the report meticulously, line by line, trying to pinpoint where things had gone wrong. The employee explained, Several companies have approached us complaining that the raw materials supplied to them are of poor quality, far inferior to before. They plan to unite and demand compensation from our company, threatening to cause trouble. At that very moment, representatives from the coalition of companies arrived at Dongsheng Company. They came to demand an explanation from Chen Zisa. They blocked the company entrance, holding protest signs and causing a commotion. The area outside the company entrance was packed with onlookers watching the spectacle. What's going on with Dongsheng Group? This is just trash. TSK, looks like even big companies can't guarantee quality. Steer clear of this company. As the crowd of onlookers and troublemakers swelled, the situation spiraled out of control. Chen Zisu's negotiations with them proved fruitless. Fearing it would tarnish the company's reputation, she immediately called Yi Wuji to come help contain the situation. Soon, Yi Wuji arrived by car. Chen Zisa quickly ushered him into the conference room where negotiations with the partner companies were taking place. After briefly reviewing the situation, he firmly assured the partners that their company's raw materials were absolutely flawless. He emphasized that the production workshop's inspection process was complex and rigorous, making errors impossible and ensuring substandard products could never enter the market. Yet the partners remained adamant about terminating the partnership. They wouldn't listen to reason, just clamoring that Chen Zisa must compensate them. We don't care. Who's going to cover our losses? Exactly. We didn't come here to listen to your grand principles. Right. Pay up. Pay us back now. You unscrupulous merchants. We'll report you. What kind of crappy company is this? We sourced the raw materials from you. We've got the signed contracts and terms right here. This is your fault, you can't make us take the hit. Pay up now. Yi Wuji calmed the crowd's restless and anxious hearts. He promised them 3 days to thoroughly investigate the cause of the raw material production issue and deliver a satisfactory resolution. The investors exchanged hesitant glances, still unsure whether to fully trust his words. Just as everyone was hesitating, Chen Zichang suddenly jumped in, ruining the mood with a sarcastic tone. It might not be the raw materials that are problematic. Maybe Chen Zisu was just eager to make money and deliberately sold inferior materials to maximize profits. Everyone should think carefully about this. Maybe it's the company owner's fault, not the raw materials. Chen Zichang was clearly here to stir trouble. Within the company, Chen Zisu held a higher position than Chen Zichang. Chen Zisu shot him a cold, disapproving look, using her position as president to keep him in check. Some people shouldn't overstep their bounds. This is a company. If you want to embarrass yourself, do it at home. This isn't your playground. If you can't handle it, get out. The company doesn't keep dead weight. Chen Zichang was rendered speechless by the rebuke and slunk away, returning to his rightful post. Subsequently, the partners agreed to grant them time to uncover the truth. Yi Wuji began combing through the company's records, only to find nothing out of the ordinary. Just as he was at a loss, he happened to catch Chen Zichang lurking around the office with a shifty look in his eyes, acting furtively and suspiciously. Other employees mentioned that Chen Zichang had been acting deliberately suspicious lately. Yi Wuji's gut told him something was definitely off with Chen Zichang. Without disturbing anyone, Yi Wuji made his way to the security office and demanded they provide all the surveillance footage. His intuition told him Chen Zichang was definitely involved. Chapter 91, Checking the Surveillance Footage. The Su household was anything but peaceful at that moment, with the entire family bustling about. Su Qingxia had received notice that Chen Tongkai would soon be released from military court and sent home. Soon, Chen Tongkai was escorted by the military's armed transport vehicle to the gates of the Su residence. "You're here. Get out. Get out now." 4 men in military uniforms emerged from the vehicle. They moved swiftly and decisively, roughly dragging Chen Tongkai from the vehicle with sharp, precise motions. "Here we are. Get down quickly." Several men removed the shackles from Chen Tongkai's hands. Chen Tongkai's face was ashen and haggard, pale as a sheet of paper. He staggered to his feet, covered in blood from head to toe, barely a spot left untouched. Chen Tongkai struggled, crawling slowly toward the Su family's main gate. Behind him, the guards escorting him watched coldly. Ah, this is the fate of those who cross the war god. They delivered him to the Su residence, completed their mission, and drove away to report back to headquarters. The servants, seeing a blood-soaked figure emerge from behind the gate, panicked and screamed in terror, "Help! A ghost! What's all the commotion? Ghosts in broad daylight?" Su Qingxia hurried out of the hall to investigate the commotion. When she saw Chen Tongkai at the door, covered in wounds, she froze in terror. The man before her was barely recognizable as human, a testament to the horrific, inhuman torture he must have endured at headquarters. "Tongkai! Is that you? You're back? How are you?" Su Qingxia could barely recognize him. She rushed over, supporting him as she did, her eyes brimming with tears, filled with deep concern. Seeing Tongkai's condition, Qingxia felt a pang of heartache. "What happened to you?" Chen Tongkai's eyes regained a glimmer of light upon seeing Su Qingxia. Weakly, he responded, "I never thought I'd see you again." With that, he lost consciousness and collapsed. Su Qingxia quickly had him carried back inside and summoned a doctor to treat him. Meanwhile, Su Fengtian, though mortally wounded by Yi Wuji's spear which had missed his vital organs, managed to escape amidst the chaos. Chen Tongkai was taken away, and Su Fengtian vanished without a trace. After receiving medical treatment, Chen Tongkai regained consciousness. He explained everything that had happened that day to Su Qingxia. Su Qingxia expressed her concern. "He's that formidable? What about Fengtian now?" The mere thought of Yi Wuji sent a chill down Chen Tongkai's spine, filling him with dread. Mentioning the day's events and Yi Wuji filled him with panic and dread. He shook his head. "Don't worry. Although Su Fengtian was shot that day, he managed to escape in the chaos. He should be fine. But even I didn't expect the Imperial Dragon Guards to get involved this time." Chen Tongkai frowned deeply, musing, "This Yi Wuji must be no ordinary man. Even the Dragon Guards of the nation have been mobilized to aid him." Chen Tongkai urged her not to make any rash moves, lest they alert the enemy prematurely. He had barely managed to secure his release from the military prison. But Su Qingxia simply couldn't swallow her pride. The Su family had never been so thoroughly humiliated. She quietly plotted her revenge. Yi Wuji was assisting Chen Zisu with company affairs, where the immediate priority was to quell protests from partners. Partners relentlessly pressured them to terminate the partnership and compensate for losses. Yi Wuji suspected Chen Zichang was behind the sabotage. After all, the Chen Zichang family had never gotten along with Chen Zisu and certainly wouldn't be content working under her. Chen Zisu also suspected Chen Zichang's involvement, but lacked concrete evidence to prove it. Just as they were at a loss, Yi Wuji suggested reviewing the surveillance footage. Chen Zichang panicked. His expression flushed with anxiety as he desperately tried to stop Yi Wuji. No. Absolutely not.
Yi Wuji raised an eyebrow, puzzled.
Oh? Why not? Chen Zichang was at a loss for words. His eyes darted around nervously as he stammered out a flimsy excuse. Anyone can, but you can't. Because you're not company personnel, you have no authority to view internal surveillance footage. This is company confidential information. What if you see something and leak it?
Chen Zichang insisted with righteous indignation that Yi Wuji had no right to access the surveillance footage. The more he insisted, the more suspicious Yi Wuji became.
The other company employees also agreed with Chen Zichang. Yi Wuji wasn't company personnel and couldn't view the surveillance footage.
Faced with Chen Zichang's relentless obstruction and nitpicking, the partners saw Yi Wuji remained unmoved and began to lose faith in him.
The partners continued their united protest, causing chaos. You promised us an explanation. How are you going to explain this?
Exactly.
Let's see how you handle this. You're not even part of the company. How can you give us an explanation? Compensation. We want compensation. Yi Wuji isn't company personnel, but Chen Zisu is. Chen Zisu stepped forward, shushing the crowd into silence. He may not have the authority, but I do.
At her words, the crowd fell silent.
Chen Zichang shot Chen Zisu a resentful glare but dared not say more. After all, the company wasn't under his control anymore.
Chen Zisu pulled up the surveillance footage, and the crowd gathered around to watch.
Chen Zichang's heart pounded in his throat with nervousness.
But after watching from start to finish, they saw nothing unusual in the footage.
Chen Zichang finally breathed a sigh of relief. He immediately shifted the blame onto Yi Wuji. What exactly were you trying to achieve by watching the surveillance? There's nothing here.
Yi Wuji was equally puzzled.
How could there be nothing?
Then it suddenly occurred to him, this was the company's main entrance.
Who would commit a crime by entering and exiting through the front door? That would be far too easy to get caught.
He remembered the company had a back entrance and demanded to review the surveillance footage from there.
Chen Zichang's heart sank at the suggestion.
His palms were sweaty.
They just checked the front entrance and found nothing. What could possibly be at the back door?
Chen Zisu ignored him and ordered the back door footage to be retrieved. Sure enough, halfway through the footage, Chen Zichang's shadowy figure appeared, moving furtively. Chen Zichang's face turned a sickly shade of liver-like purple upon seeing this. Chen Zisu paused the footage, pointed at the figure on the screen, and demanded sharply, "So you really are up to something?
Spill it. What the hell were you doing?" Chen Zichang frantically denied it. It wasn't me. I wasn't doing anything.
He stubbornly insisted it wasn't him, refusing to admit it even if his life depended on it. No need for further discussion, it was pointless. A trip to the back door would settle it. Yi Wuji was convinced Chen Zichang was the culprit, but without concrete evidence in Chen's denial, he had no choice but to investigate the back door himself.
At the company's rear entrance, Yi Wuji noticed a nightclub directly across from it. A surveillance camera at the nightclub's entrance was pointed straight at the doorway.
Yi Wuji stepped inside the nightclub. Inside the VIP room, revelry was in full swing. A stunningly beautiful woman was surrounded by a group of handsome men.
Chapter 92, Tiger Lord's Territory.
Zhang Ruothing, dressed in a seductive and alluring outfit, was surrounded by a group of handsome men. She was embraced on both sides, laughing and enjoying herself immensely. This diverse group of handsome men were all waiters at the club. They spared no effort, pulling out all the stops to vie for her attention.
"Miss Jiang, here, let me feed you some grapes. Miss Jiang, try mine. Miss Jiang, would you like more wine?"
They desperately tried to win her favor, knowing that if she took a liking to them, they could receive tips worth more than 10 times their regular wages. If she took you away with her, you'd be set for life, a phoenix rising from the ashes, never wanting for food or drink again. Zhang Ruothing basked in the attention of the men surrounding her, laughing with carefree abandon.
"All right, since you've made me happy today, you'll all be rewarded."
Yi Wuji noticed the nightclub's surveillance camera directly facing the company building across the street. It was bound to capture something. He entered the nightclub intending to find the manager and request the surveillance footage. The receptionist mistook him for a high-value customer upon seeing him. Yi Wuji walked straight in demanding to see the manager, only to reveal he was there to review the security footage.
The nightclub manager emerged and inquired, "What can I do for you?"
Yi Wuji stated he wanted to review the entrance surveillance footage. The manager eyed him up and down, then flatly refused.
"No way. Who are you? Why do you need our footage? What are you up to?"
The manager looked wary, worried Yi Wuji might be an undercover cop or a competitor looking for trouble.
Yi Wuji pointed to the Dongxing company across the street. "I think you've misunderstood me. I just need to handle some business. Who cares what you want? It's none of my business. Just no."
The manager impatiently waved him off.
"No means no. You're here to cause trouble, aren't you? If you're not spending money, get out."
Yi Wuji tried to explain, but the manager wouldn't listen, immediately summoning bodyguards to escort him out. Within half a minute, Yi Wuji was surrounded by a group of burly bodyguards.
Seeing their menacing stances, Wuji sneered disdainfully. I advise you to talk it out peacefully. Don't resort to violence. Let's negotiate if possible. Otherwise, don't blame me for hurting you. His words instantly sparked uproarious laughter. The manager sneered, You're so arrogant. No one dares cause trouble on my turf. Who do you think you are? Who do you think you are, spouting such nonsense? Who's going to get hurt? That's still up in the air. If I don't teach you a lesson, you'll never know your place, right? The manager ignored Wuji's warning and ordered his bodyguards to throw him out and teach him a lesson. Wuji remained utterly composed, casually swatting the charging bodyguard away with a backhand strike that sent him flying over 10 meters. I warned you both. You insisted on starting this. He kicked a guard, shattering ribs and striking vital areas like the arm. Wuji's counterattack alarmed the restaurant patrons, who mistook it for a disturbance. Screams erupted in waves. Chaos erupted instantly, spiraling out of control. The commotion also reached Zhang Ruofeng, who was enjoying the company of handsome men in a private room. She pushed the man beside her away in annoyance. What's going on out there? This is such a buzzkill. How dare someone disrupt her handsome men gathering? It completely ruined her mood. The manager's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched helplessly. His staff were being knocked flying one by one, and the shop interior was being smashed beyond recognition. It's over. It's all over. My shop. The manager clutched his head in despair, on the verge of tears, wailing in utter collapse. Stop. You've ruined my business. Wuji swiftly dispatched the remaining bodyguards and sneered, Heh, you started it. Can't blame me for this. Seeing his smug expression, the manager flew into a rage. His anger boiling over, he invoked his powerful connections, pointing at Wuji and bellowing, You bastard. Do you know this is Tiger Boss's turf? You dare cause trouble on his territory? You're dead meat. Zhang Ruofeng was furious that Wuji had ruined her mood and was about to call her bodyguards to teach him a lesson. But the bodyguard beside her cautiously reminded her, Miss, the old master specifically instructed you to keep a low profile lately. Don't act impulsively. It's unnecessary to involve yourself with this man. Zhang Ruofeng reconsidered and thoughtfully replied, You have a point. She didn't want her family to find out she'd been clubbing grandfather would surely give her a thorough scolding. The very thought gave Zhang Ruofeng a headache. Better safe than sorry she'd simply slip away in the commotion. The nightclub manager invoked Long Qinghu's name to intimidate Wuji. Wuji remained unmoved, replying coldly, If I said I wasn't afraid, would you believe me? How could you? You must be out of your mind, the manager snapped, his eyes narrowing. Ask around who doesn't show Tiger Master respect? Wuji didn't get angry, instead, he smiled. If you don't believe me, then call him and tell him I'm waiting here for him. The manager immediately called Long Qinghu, reporting to the tiger, Sir, you must come right away. Someone's causing trouble, trashing your nightclub. The manager exaggerated the situation. Upon hearing that someone dared to cause trouble on his turf, Long Qinghu flew into a rage. Who are these people? They must be tired of living. He immediately gathered his men and rushed over. Long Qinghu stormed into the nightclub. Who, he bellowed. Who dares to mess with the tiger on its own territory? The manager, recognizing Tiger's voice, rushed forward. Tiger, you're finally here. It's him. Long Qinghu followed the direction of the manager's pointing finger. The moment he saw Wuji standing with his hands behind his back, his heart trembled violently, and his entire body shuddered uncontrollably. Wuji met his gaze, nodding and smiling at him naturally. The manager was still ranting about Wuji's alleged crimes. Suddenly, Tiger Master slapped the manager across the face. Shut your mouth. Long Qinghu barked fiercely. You useless fool. Are you blind? Who do you think you're messing with? This time, it was the manager's turn to be stunned, clutching his face in indignation. Ha! You, what did you say? What does that mean? Then, Long Qinghu walked toward Wuji, bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle with utmost respect, and solemnly declared, Brother Yi, you've arrived. I apologize for causing you trouble. Everyone was utterly stunned, their jaws dropping in disbelief. What the hell is going on? Wait, who is this guy? Why is Tiger Sir being so polite to him? Wuji truthfully explained the situation to Long Qinghu. Upon learning the truth, Long Qinghu turned and publicly reprimanded the manager in front of everyone. The manager immediately apologized to Wuji, practically groveling on his knees. He never imagined he'd offended such an important figure. I'm so sorry, Mr. Yi. I didn't recognize a mountain when I saw it. Wuji waved it off, unwilling to waste his breath on such a person. As requested, Tiger provided the surveillance footage to Wuji. But with so many surveillance files and no clue which day's footage to focus on, it was impossible to review everything in a short time. Tiger offered to assign his men to assist with the search. Wuji nodded in agreement. More hands would speed up the process. He and Tiger's men began sifting through the nightclub's surveillance footage. Just as everyone was growing dizzy and their eyes were blurring from the strain, Yi Wuji suddenly spotted footage from a certain night. Chen Zichang had appeared at the company's back door, acting suspiciously. Chapter 93, The Company Mole. Found it. Found it. After repeatedly reviewing the footage, they finally spotted a clue. Yi Wuji immediately leaned in, clicked pause, and scrutinized the footage. Sure enough, the shadowy figure in the video was all too familiar. It was Chen Zichang. Every night, Chen Zichang would sneak out through the company's back door, his actions shrouded in mystery. Hold on, replay this segment again. Yi Wuji frowned deeply, pointing at a specific part of the footage. He ordered someone to zoom in further. Sure enough, they discovered that every day, Chen Zichang had been secretly arranging for someone to swap out the company's raw materials. He was replacing the company's high-quality materials with inferior substitutes. This footage was proof of Chen Zichang's criminal activity. Finally having the evidence in hand, Yi Wuji felt immensely satisfied. He patted Long Chenghu on the shoulder in gratitude. Thanks a lot. This time, it's all thanks to you and your team. Long Chenghu, flattered by the acknowledgement, waved his hands repeatedly. No, this is what I should be doing for you. Whatever you need, just give the word. Yi Wuji was thoroughly satisfied. Well, since you put it that way, I have another favor to ask. Long Chenghu immediately nodded, pledging earnestly, just give the order. I'll do everything in my power. Yi Wuji instructed Long Chenghu to investigate Chen Zichang's movements over the past month. Upon hearing this, Long Chenghu immediately dispatched men to investigate. Soon, the men sent by Long Chenghu returned with their report. Sir, we've found the person you were looking for. Long Chenghu's scout handed him a stack of documents that had been prepared in advance. This contains all of Chen Zichang's recent itineraries and movements. Long Chenghu presented the documents with both hands to Yi Wuji. Brother Yi, please take a look. The scout continued, after leaving the company at 11 p.m. sharp, Chen Zichang meets a secret contact at the back gate. They trade the company's genuine raw materials, smuggling them out for illegal resale. These documents contain detailed transaction records, screenshots of goods, and evidence of the time and location of their dealings, all the proof we need. Yi Wuji nodded in satisfaction and praised, excellent. Your men are highly efficient. Hearing Yi Wuji's praise, Long Chenghu's face lit up with delight. Brother Yi, you flatter me. This is simply my duty. Yi Wuji carefully reviewed the materials once more. After confirming their accuracy, he took them back to the company. He headed straight for Chen Zisu's office. Pushing open the door to the president's office, he walked straight toward Chen Zisu, who sat with a deeply troubled expression. Perilla, I've got a lead, I've found the culprit. Saying this, Yi Wuji placed the evidence in his hand before her. Chen Zisu's eyes lit up instantly. Really? You found it? Who is it? She flipped through the documents, which were filled with traces of Chen Zichang. All of this was done by Chen Zichang? Chen Zisu had suspected Chen Zichang, but never imagined he'd be so brazen he was behind it all. Rage surged through her. Clenching her fists, she violently flung the documents aside. How utterly audacious. Yi Wuji tried to calm her. Don't worry, Zisu. Now that we have solid proof, how do you want to handle this? Chen Zisu's eyes hardened as she gritted her teeth. Call a meeting. I'm going to handle this properly. Yi Wuji notified everyone in the company, including the troublesome partner, gathering them all for a meeting to announce a major development. As the crowd gathered in the conference room, whispers and murmurs filled the air. What is President Chen up to now? Gathering everyone like this? No idea. He said he needed to announce something. Has he found a solution? Who knows? As Yi Wuji and Chen Zisu entered the conference room together, all eyes turned to them, and the room fell completely silent. During the meeting, Yi Wuji cut straight to the point. I'm sure you can all guess why I've gathered everyone here to announce something. I intend to provide all our partners with a reasonable explanation. Today, I announce that the mastermind behind this incident has been found. At these words, the room held its breath, waiting to hear who this mastermind might be. Yi Wuji's cold gaze swept around the room, finally settling on Chen Zichang. He barked, Chen Zichang. You are the culprit. What are you pretending for? You diverted the company's genuine raw materials and supplied substandard materials to our partners. What more can you say? Chen Zichang's body trembled 3 times, his face turning ashen. He shook his head tremulously. What are you talking about? Don't make baseless accusations. You just couldn't find the real culprit and want to pin it on me, right? Convinced his scheme was flawless and impossible to uncover, Chen Zichang immediately denied Yi Wuji's accusations. He retorted, this is a complete frame-up. What are you trying to do? You're truly vicious. What are your real intentions? I've sacrificed so much for this company, and now you're slandering me like this. I'm a member of the Chen family, how could I harm the company? You say I did it? You say I'm reselling company materials? Then produce the evidence. Chen Zichang was certain Yi Wuji couldn't produce any evidence of him reselling materials. His words made the company staff look down on Yi Wuji with contempt. They rushed to Chen Zichang's defense. Exactly. Who do you think you are, accusing someone from the Chen family? Zichang is also a member of the Chen family. How could he possibly do such a thing? What did Zichang ever do to you to deserve this? You must be unable to explain yourself to the partners, so you're framing Zichang, right? What kind of person are you? Exactly. Produce your evidence. Seeing that Chen Zichang wouldn't budge until he saw the coffin, Wuji stopped holding back. He pulled out a stack of documents and slammed them down in front of everyone. He shouted, "You demanded proof? Here's your proof. Do you think I'd accuse you without proof?" Faced with the overwhelming, irrefutable evidence before him, Chen Zichang froze in place. The crowd gasped in shock. What is all this? Could it really be that Chen Zichang did all this? Good heavens, why would he do such a thing? How despicable. Faced with the mob mentality of everyone piling on, Chen Zichang couldn't hold his ground, overcome with panic. No, it's not like that. I didn't. He was utterly defenseless. Everyone blamed Chen Zichang, and faced with irrefutable evidence, he couldn't deny it. He could only bury his head deep in his chest in shame, desperate to escape this place. As the company's leader, Chen Zisu was pressed to give an explanation and make the final decision on how to punish Chen Zichang. Chen Zichang pleaded desperately, "Zisu, I beg you, spare me. Let this be the last time. Please. I was just blinded by greed for a moment. I'll never do it again." Faced with this belated repentance, Chen Zisu remained unmoved. She spoke coldly, "You will represent the company and compensate all partners for their losses." Without hesitation, Chen Zichang nodded eagerly. "Fine, I'll do it. I'm willing. After all, it was just money." The Chen family had plenty to spare. This compensation was nothing. But Chen Zisu's next words sent him collapsing in terror. Compensation is one thing, but the company's affairs must be handled by the police. Chen Zichang's face drained of color as he collapsed backward onto the floor. Chapter 94, Xiaohan's disappearance. He never expected Chen Zisu would call the police. Chen Zichang felt as if he'd fallen into an abyss, wailing in despair, "No, please don't." After announcing the decision, Chen Zisu adjourned the meeting. Once everyone had left, Chen Zichang clung tightly to Chen Zisu's leg, pleading, "Sister. You're my sister. I'm part of the Chen family too. We're family. You can't do this. This will ruin me." Chen Zichang tried to play the family card to win Chen Zisu's forgiveness. Family? Ha! Chen Zisu glared at him with disgust, sneering contemptuously, "Are we family? Don't forget, you played a part in getting me disowned from the clan. That's laughable. Now you remember we're family? Why didn't you think about the consequences when you were selling off company materials? How did your family treat ours? Did you ever think about today? What were you thinking? Chen Zichang, I'm not your sister. I can't take that on." Chen Zisu's sharp words pierced Chen Zichang's heart. No matter how desperately he pleaded, it was useless. "Please, Zisu, I can't go to prison. My life would be ruined. For grandma's sake, sister, please." Chen Zisu was furious that he never considered the company when making decisions. "You have the nerve to bring up grandma? Your whole family is rotten to the core, all cut from the same cloth." Soon, the police arrived. News of the police arresting Chen Zichang quickly reached old Mrs. Chen's ears. The Chen family rushed to the company shortly after. Seeing the room filled with officers, old Mrs. Chen stormed in, demanding, "What do you think you're doing? Don't you dare touch my precious grandson." Chen Zisu sneered coldly, "Ha, you sure got here fast. Your sources are really reliable." When the company was in trouble, he didn't think to help out, but the moment something happened to Chen Zichang, he was the first to run away. Chen Changhua shielded Chen Zichang behind him. "What do you think you're doing? What are you trying to do to Zichang?" Wuji explained, "Chen Zichang leaked the company's internal raw materials, resold genuine materials, and sold substandard materials to our partners. Now they're demanding compensation and terminating the partnership. How could it be that serious? Our Zichang would never do such a thing." Grandma Chen flatly denied it, glaring fiercely at Wuji. "Impossible. You're deliberately framing Zichang, aren't you? You're just jealous of how outstanding Zichang is. You're resentful of Zichang and deliberately trying to drive him away, aren't you? You vicious woman." Grandma Chan's righteous accusation blindly blamed Chen Zisu for framing Chen Zichang. Wuji presented the evidence before the Chen family. "This is proof he secretly traded company raw materials. Look for yourselves. What more is there to say? Evidence can't be fabricated." The evidence lay before them, yet the Chens flung it aside without so much as a glance. Old Madame Chen refused to believe it, her anger only intensifying. "You don't trust us, the Chen family? This is our family's business. What does it have to do with you?" The Chens adamantly refused to call the police, refusing to let officers take Chen Zichang away. Wuji coldly retorted, "Save your breath for the police. We won't be entertaining you any longer." Seeing her pleas fell on deaf ears, old Mrs. Chen stamped her foot in frustration. "If you insist on taking Zichang away, arrest me first. I dare anyone to lay a finger on him today." "You bastard, Wuji. Do you want Zi-chan dead? What kind of person are you, meddling in the Chen family's affairs? She blamed Yi Wuji, calling him a disaster-bringing star. It was all because of him that the entire Chen family had lost its peace. What does this have to do with him? Chen Zisu stepped forward to retort, let's stick to the facts here. This is clearly Chen Zichang breaking the law. What does it have to do with Yi Wuji? What Chen Zichang did was theft. It's illegal. I have every right to call the police. He'll face criminal charges. Do you understand? This is all Chen Zichang's own doing. He deserves it. The police entered, silver handcuffs in hand, ready to take Chen Zichang away. Helpless, Chen Zichang cried out, pleading with old Mrs. Chen for help. Grandma, save me. I don't want to be arrested. Quick, save me. I don't want to go to prison. Hearing Chen Zichang's cries, Grandma Chen's heart ached so much it felt like it would break. She pleaded with Chen Zisu to drop the charges against Chen Zichang. Zisu, your family too. Why do this? You can't do this. Why must we fight amongst ourselves? As the family elder and head of the Chen household, I respectfully call you Grandma. Yet you blindly favor Chen Zichang without discerning right from wrong. I am utterly disappointed in you both. Chen Zisu's eyes dimmed. She truly couldn't bear it, but she had no choice. She refused to be treated like a soft target anymore. This time, Chen Zisu refused to back down. She firmly rejected the suggestion, I will never withdraw the lawsuit. Chen Zichang deserves to face consequences. Chen Baichuan and Lin Jiao also opposed withdrawal. After all, when the partner demanded compensation, Chen Zichang had sided with outsiders to cause trouble, a true ingrate unworthy of sympathy. The entire Chen family watched helplessly as Chen Zichang was led away. Chen Zichang struggled desperately, crying out, Grandma, save me. The Chen Shangha family, overcome with grief, pointed at Chen Zisu and screamed, Chen Zisu, you're so heartless. Your entire family is a nest of snakes and rats. You've gone this far, destroying your own family. What good will it do you? Grandma Chen was furious too. This company belongs to the Chen family, not you. The two families argued. Chen Baichuan produced the contract signed at the Chen family mansion. Black and white on paper, it stated unequivocally, the company now belonged to Chen Zisu. It no longer belonged to them. All company affairs are decided solely by Chen Zisu. Therefore, how to deal with Chen Zichang is entirely up to Zisu. Old Mrs. Chen, furious and at a loss, finally thought of their house. The house you're living in now belongs to the Chen family. I have the right to take it back. Grandma Chen declared that the house where Chen Baichuan and his wife lived belonged to the Chen family and demanded they vacate it immediately. She would reclaim the house on behalf of the Chen family and sell it to raise money for Chen Zichang's bail. What utter senility! Chen Baichuan and his wife felt the old lady was defending her grandson without any sense of right and wrong, utterly despicable. Yet they couldn't argue, for the house truly belonged to the Chen family. Just as Chen Baichuan was fretting, Yi Wuji stepped in to save the day. The house will remain with the Chen family, he said. Father and mother-in-law, you're welcome to live with us. Our place is spacious enough. It'll be nice for the family to live together. With no other choice, Chen Baichuan nodded in agreement. And so, Chen Baichuan and Lin Jiao moved into Yi Wuji's villa to live with them. Until one afternoon, Chen Zisu received a call from the kindergarten teacher. Hello, teacher? What? Xiao Han is missing. Chapter 95, Ransom Demanded. Upon learning her daughter was missing, Chen Zisu's hand trembled, causing the phone to fall to the floor. Yi Wuji approached her with concern. Zisu, what's wrong? What happened? Tears welled in Chen Zisu's eyes as she frantically grabbed Yi Wuji's hand, her voice trembling. Xiao Han, she's gone. What? Yi Wuji exclaimed in shock. Missing? The two hurriedly drove to the kindergarten. When they arrived, the principal was loudly reprimanding the teacher on duty at the gate. What the hell are you doing? You're a grown adult and can't even watch over a child? How am I supposed to explain this to the parents? You're useless. What am I supposed to say to you? If you can't do your job, just quit. You're going to be the death of me. The teacher on duty was too frightened to argue back and burst into tears. Chen Zisu rushed over, frantically asking, I'm Yi Zihan's mother. Where is my daughter? Seeing the parent of the missing child, the teacher buried her face in her hands and wept bitterly with regret. I'm so sorry. After lunch, I was about to take the children back to the classroom for their nap, but Xiaohan said she needed to use the restroom. But after a long time, when I turned around, she was gone. We searched everywhere in the kindergarten, but there was no sign of Yi Zihan. Unable to find her, the principal was also frantic. This is our fault. We failed to watch the children properly. I'm truly sorry. What should we do now? Chen Zisu cried in despair. Could something have happened to Xiaohan? Yi Wuji analyzed calmly, don't panic yet. Finding her is the priority. Are there security cameras? Quickly retrieve the afternoon footage. Yes. Head to the monitoring room. The principal led them there. This kid is so easy to fool. Yeah, but who knows how much this kid is worth. At that moment, two mysterious figures, one fat, one thin, both wearing black masks, lurked around suspiciously. They bound Yi Zihan tightly, hoisted her up, and tossed her into a dark, inconspicuous basement. Yi Zihan was the one they had kidnapped. The two men surveyed the unconscious Yi Zihan. The fat one rubbed his hands together. This is perfect. This job will make us a fortune with minimal effort. The skinny one nodded, chuckling, yeah, wonder what Sister Sue wants with this kid. Yi Zihan had been abducted, and the mastermind behind the kidnapping was none other than Su Qingxia. The skinny one pulled out his phone, about to call Su Qingxia. But the fat one stopped him. Hold on, let's not rush. The fat guy's eyes darted around slyly, flashing with cunning. As if a thought struck him, he grinned. Don't you think this mission being so easy is a bit fishy? The skinny guy looked puzzled. What? The fat guy patted his head. You idiot. Think about it. This kid attends the most prestigious private kindergarten in the city. Everyone knows the families of kids there are powerful and influential, elite and aristocratic. How much do you think this kid is worth? Sister Sue must think we're clueless, that's why she paid us so little. Sure, we're doing this for money, but this kid's family is definitely no ordinary bunch. The skinny guy suddenly had an epiphany. He slapped his thigh and exclaimed, You're right. So you mean? The two exchanged a knowing glance. They called Su Qingxia to inform her the task was complete. Su Qingxia quickly arrived at the agreed meeting spot. You did well. I didn't expect you to be so efficient. Where is she? Su Qingxia was pleased with how swiftly they'd completed the task. We brought her with us. The fat man suddenly made a demand. But what about the agreed upon payment? Don't worry. You'll get every penny we agreed on. Saying this, Su Qingxia had someone bring over a large leather suitcase. Upon opening it, it was filled to the brim with neatly stacked cash. The moment the money appeared, the skinny guy's eyes lit up with greed. He wanted to exchange the person for the cash right then and there. The fat man, however, changed his tune, claiming the payment was too low and demanding an immediate raise. What do you mean? Didn't we agree on this? Su Qingxia retorted, clearly annoyed. No way. Who raises the price like this after the deal is done? Well then, if you won't accept it, that's your loss. Go find another way, find another expert. The fat man spread his hands in feigned resignation. Sister Sue, don't take us for fools. We know this kid is no ordinary child. The decision is yours. Su Qingxia gritted her teeth, but she had no choice, the upper hand was firmly in their grasp. Fine, I agree. Su Qingxia also made a demand. Increasing the payment is fine, but I have one condition. Oh? The fat man raised an eyebrow with interest. Let's hear it. A venomous glint flashed in Su Qingxia's eyes. I want you to kill this child. Make it clean and thorough. Then deliver her body to her parents. The fat man smacked his lips in admiration. Sister Sue, you never disappoint. Your ruthlessness truly lives up to your reputation. Su Qingxia sneered coldly, what? Can't handle it? No problem. Hand over the cash. The fat man agreed readily. Su Qingxia handed him the cash, then reiterated with lingering concern, do exactly as I say. The fat man weighed the money in his hand, patted his chest, and declared, leave it to us. Rest assured, the job will be done. After Su Qingxia left, the skinny guy wanted to kill Yi Zihan. Bro, should we take care of this kid now? You idiot. You're so dumb. The fat man counted the money with delight, glaring at him. Didn't I tell you? This kid's no ordinary girl. We can't kill her. We need to keep her alive. We'll use her to extort her family for a hefty sum. That way, we profit from both sides. Damn. Why didn't I think of that? The skinny guy couldn't help but clap his hands in admiration. Bro, you're so smart, so sharp. The fat man basked in the praise, growing cocky. Learn a thing or two. Yi Wuji was reviewing the afternoon surveillance footage in the kindergarten's monitoring room when a call suddenly came in. The kidnappers identified themselves, claiming responsibility for abducting Yi Zihan. They demanded 30 million yuan for her release, threatening to kill her otherwise. Chen Zisu was sweating cold beads of panic. What on earth should she do? 30 million? She blamed Yi Wuji for having too many enemies who had come knocking. Yi Wuji called Zhao Xinghe, instructing him to prepare 30 million. Chen Zisu was still pacing frantically. There was no way the family could come up with 30 million. What could they do? She couldn't lose Xiao Han. Yi Wuji reassured her, it'll be fine. I'll figure something out. What could possibly be your solution? It's all your fault. Seeing his calm demeanor, Chen Zisu's anger overwhelmed her. Her eyes closed, and she fainted. Zhao Xinghe rushed over to take Chen Zisu home and delivered the 30 million in cash, equipped with a GPS tracker, to Yi Wuji. Yi Wuji took the money to the exchange location and waited for the kidnappers to take it. The kidnappers were ecstatic upon seeing the cash, believing they'd struck it rich, completely unaware they'd already been tracked and locked onto by the GPS in the money bag. The two discussed what to do with Yi Zihan. The fat man stated he'd contacted the black market to sell the little girl again for another profit. The skinny one looked at him with admiration, saying, "Bro, your business sense is truly unmatched." Just then, a voice sounded from behind them, "You guys are so smart." The fat man casually replied, "Of course." Suddenly, the fat man and skinny man exchanged a glance, their heads stiffening as they slowly turned around. Chapter 96, The Puppet Master. What? Both kidnappers turned to look behind them. There stood Wuji, his face cold and grim, behind them. "Why did you stop talking?" The two men turned to see Wuji's terrifying expression and the menacing aura radiating from his body, sending shivers down their spines. Wuji roared, "You dare touch my daughter?" The fat man, startled, immediately grabbed the weapon beside him. "Who the hell are you?" The skinny one also plucked up his courage to challenge him. "You've been following us? What do you want?" Wuji slowly approached them, radiating an intimidating chill. "You're dead today." The kidnappers were intimidated by his presence. "Don't come any closer. I'm warning you, your daughter is still in our hands." The fat man threatened him with Yi Zihan. Wuji sneered, "Don't even mention my daughter. You'll die without a proper burial this time." The skinny one whimpered, "But there are two of us. You can't take us on alone." He waved his weapon threateningly. Wuji remained unmoved. "Who ordered you to kidnap my daughter? Name the mastermind, and I might spare your worthless lives. Otherwise, resistance will be met with no mercy." Wuji shattered the nearby wall with a single punch. The two men flinched in terror. The fat man refused sternly, showing his loyalty. "You're dreaming. Don't expect us to betray our trust. Our line of work has rules we never reveal our boss. We won't bow to your tyranny." The skinny one nodded in agreement. "Right. We have principles in our work." They were honorable men, refusing to reveal Su Qingxia's name. Wuji couldn't help but laugh. Just two petty kidnappers, and these thugs are lecturing me about principles? Absolutely ridiculous. You kidnap a little girl, and that's your so-called principles and honor? The fat man retorted indignantly, "We just take money to do a job. We take people's money to solve their problems. Everything else is none of our business." Wuji's face darkened as he snorted coldly, truly beyond redemption. The kidnappers raised their weapons and slashed at Wuji. "Now that we've found you, we can't let you live. Die." Wuji sidestepped effortlessly, evading both attacks. He swiftly sidestepped, materializing behind them. He grabbed both their weapons and flung them aside. The kidnappers were stunned. Wuji's movements were as swift as lightning, too fast for the naked eye to follow. The fat man gasped, "How is that possible?" Wuji scoffed, "Why not?" He leapt high into the air, soaring over 10 meters above the ground. Then, descending swiftly, he kicked both men away with a swift motion, leaving them staring in disbelief. Their bodies spun uncontrollably in midair, unable to dodge the blow, before slamming hard into the solid wall. The impact sent them rebounding off the wall and crashing back to the floor. Two large craters appeared in the wall. The kidnappers curled up in agony on the floor, wailing, "Help! Please, stop hitting us. This is going to kill us. I'm dying." Seeing they couldn't overpower Wuji, the two quickly begged for mercy. "Tell me, where is my daughter?" Wuji stood on their backs, his gaze cold as ice, looking down on them from above. The fat man begged repeatedly. "I'll tell you. We'll tell you. Please don't kill me." Wuji bound the two men with rope. He went down to the basement and rescued Yi Zihan. Seeing his daughter's haggard little face, Wuji's heart ached intensely. He gently stroked her, whispering, "Don't be afraid, Shihan. Daddy's here." Zhao Xinghao arrived, took Yi Zihan home, and settled her in. Wuji glared at the kidnappers with utter contempt. "How dare you treat my daughter this way? You'll pay for this." With that, Wuji ordered his men to bring in over a dozen types of military-grade torture devices. Each was meted out upon the kidnappers. "Now tell me," he demanded, "who put you up to this? Refusing to speak, huh? Let's see how long you can endure this." Faced with brutal torture, the kidnappers' mortal bodies were soon beaten beyond recognition. They could endure no more of this brutal torment. "No, stop. We'll talk. Please, spare us. We'll tell you everything." Wuji crossed his arms and said, "Speak." The skinny man confessed that Su Qingxia was the mastermind behind their actions. At the mention of Su Qingxia's name, Wuji's eyes flashed with anger. "It's her. The Su family again. We've told you everything. We were just blinded by greed. Please, let us go." The skinny one pleaded desperately, "We'll never dare again." They were filled with regret now, cursing themselves for ever crossing this plague of a woman. They thought confessing to Su Qingxia would save their lives. But Wuji's expression shifted, his gaze fixed on them with a mocking smile. "You're mistaken. I've always despised those who chase after money and betray their word. Where did your so-called loyalty go just now?" With that, Wuji picked up the dagger from the ground. With swift, decisive strokes, he ended both their lives. Su family mansion. Everyone, today is truly a day worth celebrating. At that moment, Su Qingxia remained utterly unaware of the impending danger. She was leisurely drinking at home, enjoying a massage, clearly in high spirits. What's gotten into you today? What's the occasion? Why are you so cheerful? Chen Tongkai was puzzled. He had just narrowly escaped death at the military headquarters, his wounds still fresh and unhealed. He remained deeply worried that Wuji would target the Su family after all. He certainly wouldn't let Chen off the hook. Chen Tongkai spent his days at home, afraid to make a move, living in constant fear, a stark contrast to Su Qingxia's current state. Su Qingxia, however, was overjoyed. Of course I'm happy. That Wuji will probably be heartbroken for a long time. Just thinking about him seeking revenge makes me happy. With that, she downed another mouthful of wine. Chen Tongkai frowned in confusion. Heartbroken? Why would he be heartbroken? You didn't do something again, did you? Listen to me. I've learned my lesson the hard way. We absolutely mustn't provoke him again. Su Qingxia couldn't care less about his earnest warnings. She pouted playfully, what's the big deal? You're a grown man, what are you afraid of? Su Qingxia complained that Chen Tongkai, as commander-in-chief, couldn't even handle someone like Wuji. Chen Tongkai was momentarily speechless, deeply ashamed because Su Qingxia was right. He couldn't defeat Wuji and had been reduced to this state by him. At that moment, commotion erupted at the entrance of the Su residence. The entire Su household descended into chaos. What do you think you're doing? Get out. Trespassing on Su family property, don't blame us for being unkind. Quick, call for help. Wuji arrived at the Su residence immediately, kicking open the gate with a face full of rage. The Su servants rushed forward to block him, only to be knocked flying by Wuji. He strode straight toward the main hall. The servants scrambled to find Su Qingxia. What do you want? Have some manners. Can't you see I'm drinking? Only then did the servants straighten up and bow. Miss, master-in-law, something terrible has happened. Someone has broken in. Chapter 97, Silencing Witnesses. Su Qingxia stood up, her voice sharp with anger. What's the commotion? Why the rush? Slow down. Can't you behave properly? The servant gasped for breath, frantically pointing toward the main gate. Miss, it's terrible. You must go see. Wuji has broken in. What? Su Qingxia and Chen Tongkai nearly shouted in unison, Wuji is here? The servant added, he forced his way in. We couldn't stop him. Chen Tongkai paled with fear. Why would he come? Is it about me again? Quick, go see. Su Qingxia, however, wasn't as shocked by Wuji's arrival. Instead, she felt a secret thrill. If he'd come knocking so quickly, it must mean the two robbers she'd hired were efficient. They'd already disposed of Zihan. Su Qingxia remained completely unfazed by Wuji's sudden visit, even feeling a bit pleased. Was he already here to mourn? No sooner had she spoken than Wuji burst through the door. He scanned the room, catching Su Qingxia and Chen Tongkai scrambling to their feet. Chen Tongkai stammered timidly, Wuji. What are you doing here? This is trespassing. A cold, ominous aura emanated from Wuji as he coldly retorted, so it seems the Su family won't see reason until they see the coffin. Are you forcing me to exterminate every last one of you? Seeing his fierce demeanor, Su Qingxia and Chen Tongkai trembled in fear. Chen Tongkai was utterly baffled by Wuji's accusation. We haven't done anything. Wuji sneered coldly, waiting. Whether Su Qingxia did it or not, why don't you ask her yourself? Chen Tongkai looked at Su Qingxia. What does that mean? What's really going on? Seeing the truth couldn't be hidden any longer, Su Qingxia stopped pretending. She lifted her head with a smug look, crossed her arms defiantly, and challenged, go ahead and kill me if you dare. It doesn't matter now. I'm not afraid. I'll just be your daughter's sacrificial offering. Taking someone down with me before I die? Not a bad deal. I'm satisfied. Chen Tongkai froze. What? What do you mean accompany you to the grave? What are you talking about, Qingxia? He was utterly bewildered, utterly confused by the situation unfolding before him. Wuji's eyes blazed with murderous intent. Veins bulged on his temples, his eyes turned bloodshot, and his fists clenched so tightly they cracked. He wanted nothing more than to snap Su Qingxia's neck right then and there. Wuji gritted his teeth. You're not worthy to be Xiao Han's sacrificial offering. And you're the only one who deserves to die. Xiao Han is perfectly fine. Do you really think your petty tricks could fool me? Ha! How naive. You're truly foolish. Those two useless fools? They're long dead. Upon realizing her plan had failed, her hired assassins had missed their mark, and Zihan was safe and sound, Su Qingxia's composure shattered. She was utterly horrified, her earlier composure completely shattered. What? Impossible. How could it fail? My plan was flawless. Zihan was kidnapped, she should be dead by now. Chen Tongkai listened for a long while before piecing together the sequence of events. Su Qingxia had sought revenge against Wuji by hiring someone to kidnap and assassinate his daughter. He exclaimed in shock, Xingxia, you're out of your mind. How dare you? Have you forgotten what I told you? You're being reckless. Do you want to ruin us all? Seeing him blame her instead of defending her, Su Qingxia retorted angrily. She retorted in anger and humiliation, you dare lecture me? You useless piece of trash. Who do you think I'm doing this for? Wasn't it all for you, for the Su family? Am I crazy? How dare you say that to me? I only did it to get revenge for you. Chen Tongkai couldn't understand why she'd done this. Rubbing his temples in frustration, he said, I don't need you doing this. It only drags me deeper into hell. The two argued fiercely, their quarrel turning into a bitter internal conflict. Yi Wuji couldn't bear to watch any longer. He'd come here to settle accounts with Su Qingxia, not to witness their quarrel. His voice turned cold as he cut them off. Stop arguing. What's the point? You'll both pay for kidnapping my daughter. Only then did Chen Tongkai and Su Qingxia snap back to reality. Their common enemy standing before them was Yi Wuji. Seeing their scheme exposed, they knew it was too late to turn back. Su Qingxia decided to go all in, summoning every bodyguard and operative from the Su family in a desperate attempt to confront Yi Wuji. Yi Wuji sneered, ha! You're courting death. How utterly delusional. Within 10 minutes of his intervention, every Su family bodyguard lay defeated on the ground. Standing atop their bodies, he taunted from the pinnacle, what else have you got? Bring it on. I'll see it through to the end. Only then did Su Qingxia truly feel a fear unlike any she had ever known. Her pupils trembled. What are you doing? Don't come any closer. Just as Yi Wuji was about to kill them, a sudden thought struck him. He approached Chen Tongkai and demanded, were you there when the Yi family was wiped out? What do you know? Spill everything you know. Yi Wuji interrogated them, seeking the truth about the Yi family massacre from their mouths. At the mention of the Yi family massacre, Su Qingxia's face paled. She stammered, we don't know. Don't get too cocky, Yi Wuji. You're no longer the great Xia war god you once were. The ones who wiped out the Yi family, you can't take them on. I advise you to recognize your place. Yi Wuji's brow furrowed at her words, his expression turning icy. With a swift movement, he lunged forward and seized Su Qingxia by the throat. With a single effort, he lifted her entire body off the ground. Her struggles, punches, and screams were futile. Yi Wuji's voice was cold. Speak. If you don't want to die, tell me the truth. What really happened back then? Who was the mastermind behind the Yi family's annihilation? Su Qingxia gasped for air, her face turning blue. You're dreaming. Yi Wuji's fingers tightened around her throat. Then die. Just as he was about to snap her neck, Chen Tongkai suddenly lunged forward, pleading, no. No. Please, spare Qingxia. Chen Tongkai insisted he truly knew nothing about the Yi family massacre and that it had nothing to do with them. Su Qingxia then spoke up, if you spare our lives, if you let us go, I'll tell you the truth. Yi Wuji released her. Speak. Su Qingxia's eyes darted nervously as she tried to stall for time, waiting for rescue to arrive. She rambled on about the previous generation's family affairs. Don't you find it strange, she asked. You know, why was the Yi family, despite being so prosperous back then, only ranked as the fourth family? Yi Wuji pondered for a moment and realized she was right. He too had never understood why the Yi family was only the fourth-ranked clan. Su Qingxia explained that back then, the Jiang family had been elevated to first place by other clans. Many had aided them, and many resented the Yi family not only because the Yi family's wealth aroused envy, but also because the Yi family had produced him, the war god. Su Qingxia also stated that she had indeed been present when the Yi family was wiped out. Cut the nonsense. Who exactly was responsible? Yi Wuji had no patience for her storytelling and was growing impatient. The truth was, the one who had orchestrated the Yi family's annihilation back then was. Just as Su Qingxia was about to reveal the true culprit, 2 bullets pierced the window, simultaneously ending the lives of both Su Qingxia and Chen Tongkai. Chapter 98, The Chen Family's Expulsion. Su Qingxia and Chen Tongkai both drew their last breaths, dead in an instant. Yi Wuji had been so close to uncovering the truth of that year, only for this unexpected turn of events to occur. He sensed something was terribly wrong, but there was no time to check on Chen Tongkai and Su Qingxia. He instantly darted forward, leaping into the air to chase after the assailant. Yi Wuji scanned the surroundings, but found no trace whatsoever. Damn it! He's running fast! Yi Wuji sensed something was amiss. This must be one of the key figures behind the truth of the Yi family massacre. Otherwise, why would they assassinate Su Qingxia just as she was about to reveal the truth? Yi Wuji immediately contacted Zhao Xinghe, instructing him to track down this individual at all costs. Suddenly, he remembered Chen Zhisu and Yi Zihan were still at home. Fearing they might be in danger too, since this was clearly targeting him. Yi Wuji rushed home at top speed. The moment he entered, he scanned the house for his wife and daughter. Zhisu! Xiao Han! Where are you? Chen Zhisu emerged from the bedroom, cradling Yi Zihan in her arms. She complained, what's the big deal? Why all the yelling? Yi Wuji relaxed only when he saw they were safe and sound. Nothing's wrong. As long as you're both okay, that's all that matters. You scared the life out of me. Chen Zhisu was puzzled. Worried? What were you worried about? Did something else happen? Yi Wuji shook his head repeatedly. Nothing. Nothing at all. He didn't want Chen Zhisu to worry so much. Chen Zhisu complained about Yi Wuji's reckless behavior, wondering how many enemies he'd made out there. Now they'd come looking for trouble, daring to lay a hand on Xiaohan. Seeing the two about to argue, Yi Zihan quickly urged Chen Zhisu not to get angry. Mom, don't scold Dad. It's not his fault. He saved me from the bad guys. I'm fine. Watching her precious daughter comfort her, Chen Zhisu felt deeply moved. Alright, Mom won't say anything more. Meanwhile, Chen Baichuan, come out here. Chen Chang, his family and old Mrs. Chen rushed to Chen Baichuan's residence. They shouted at the door, "Get out here. This house was agreed to be Chen family property. Get out and return it to the Chen family." Chen Baichuan and Lin Jiao came out upon hearing the commotion and confronted the family. Grandma, what do you mean by this? When we divided the family assets, we already gave up everything. We received nothing, only this house remained. What more do you want? What do we want? Chen Xinghe, enraged and humiliated, pointed at him. I should be asking you what you want. You disregarded our family bonds and insisted on sending our son Zichang to prison. You ruined our son Zichang, and you won't get away with it. This house belongs to the Chen family. The matriarch of the Chen family makes the decisions here. Do you dare defy the head of the household? Old Madam Chen stepped forward to drive them out. Get out immediately. You're not taking a single thing with you. This is all Chen family property. We'll sell this house to get Zichang out. Faced with the Chen family's relentless, overbearing pressure. Seeing he couldn't handle the situation, Chen Zihao contacted Yi Wuji for help. Though he disliked this brother-in-law, he realized Yi Wuji was the only one who could resolve this situation. The moment Yi Wuji received Chen Zihao's distress call, he immediately drove to Chen Baichuan's residence. Mrs. Chen demanded they vacate the house immediately, leaving behind all their belongings. She insisted they be cast out onto the streets, refusing to listen to their explanations or pleas. She ordered them to get out right now. Lin Jiao, seething with resentment, stepped forward boldly to argue, Grandma, all these years, no matter how you treated us, we always showed you respect. Yet you always favored Chen Changhe's family. We endured in silence for so long. Now you want to kick us out onto the streets because of Chen Zichang's actions? Isn't that going too far? This is clearly Chen Zichang's fault. Why should we bear the consequences? All these years, we've swallowed our anger, only to be met with endless oppression from you. Chen Baichuan is also a member of the Chen family, your own son. Don't push us too far. Lin Jiao thought they were both the old lady's sons, yet she treated them so differently. Oh ho, you're not satisfied? You dare talk back? You've grown bold. Old Madam Chen's eyes blazed with fury as she lashed out with a sharp slap, silencing Lin Jiao. You have no right to speak here. My orders are to be obeyed, plain and simple. Or else you'll regret it. The force of the slap sent Lin Jiao's head jerking to one side, leaving an instant crimson handprint across her cheek. She clutched her face in disbelief, eyes wide, choking back tears. What did I say wrong? This is unfair. Chen Baichuan and Chen Zihao rushed to shield her protectively. Just as old Madam Chen was about to strike again, Yi Wuji arrived in time. Stop it. He parked his car between the two families. Stepping out and standing beside Chen Baichuan, he declared his allegiance, speaking up to defend Chen Baichuan's family. What gives you the right to hit someone? Want to go back to jail? I'll call the police if you lay a finger on anyone. Who needs your Chen family's tie house anyway? If you want it, take it. We don't want it. We don't want anything to do with you people. He ordered Chen Baichuan's family to move out immediately and brought them to his own home. Chen Baichuan felt uneasy and worried. Is there really room for us to stay at your place? Yi Wuji reassured him, promising it would be no worse than the Chen residence. When they arrived at Yi Wuji's villa, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Chen Zihao stared in shock at the castle-like mansion before him, exclaiming, "This is your house? You really live here?" Chen Baichuan hadn't imagined they lived in such a grand, luxurious villa, vast and imposing, like a palace. He had initially imagined them living in cramped, small cottages. Lin Jiao's eyes welled up with tears. Seeing Zhisu doing well puts my mind at ease. Upon hearing Yi Wuji had brought her family to live with him, Chen Zhisu hurried out to greet them. Reunited as a family, there were so many emotions too deep to put into words. They embraced each other warmly, exchanging greetings. Yi Wuji explained that the house was borrowed from a former military comrade and promised he would work hard to buy them a home, ensuring they lived a good life. Just as the family was basking in the joy of their reunion after surviving such an ordeal, the news on the living room TV reported that Su Qingxia and Chen Tongkai had been shot dead in their home. The report sparked public outrage. Upon seeing the news, Chen Zhisu instinctively wondered if their deaths might be connected to Yi Wuji. She anxiously asked Yi Wuji if he had anything to do with it. Yi Wuji immediately denied any involvement, insisting their deaths had absolutely nothing to do with him. Seeing the resolute and righteous look in his eyes, Chen Zisu chose to believe him. The family continued to live in harmony. Then, a voice bellowed outside the door. Yi Wuji. Give me back my daughter's life. Chapter 99, Seeking Revenge. The intruder was none other than Su Qihong, head of the Su family. His words shattered the family's peaceful harmony. Yi Wuji, what exactly do you want? Why won't you leave us alone? You've slaughtered our Su family, what more do you want from us? He stormed into the hall and roared at Yi Wuji, I demand you pay with your life for my daughter and son-in-law. The Chen family stood dumbfounded. Chen Zisu recalled the recent news report about Su Qingxia and Chen Tongkai being stabbed to death in their home. She stared at Yi Wuji in a daze, her voice trembling with disbelief. Yi Wuji, did you really do this? You lied to me? You said you didn't have anything to do with it? Their deaths are connected to you after all. Yi Wuji shook his head. I don't know. It truly wasn't me. I didn't kill them. Their deaths have nothing to do with me. He insisted he was truly innocent. Chen Zisu looked at Su Qihong, who had come knocking on their door. Then what's going on? How did they find us? Su Qihong snapped, Bull. The Su household servants all testified they saw you break into the Su residence. Once inside, you spoke with Qingxia and the others who knows what was said and injured numerous Su servants. We couldn't stop you. You laid hands on members of the Su family. After you left, Qingxia and Chen Tongkai were found dead in their home. How do you explain that? Facing Su Qihong's interrogation, Chen Zisu feared provoking him and apologized repeatedly. The head of the Su family was not someone to offend. My deepest apologies, head of the Su family. Yi Wuji must have lost his mind. If he truly committed such heinous acts, we will hand him over for your punishment. Chen Zisu clearly didn't believe Yi Wuji's words, convinced he was the one who murdered Su Qingxia. Zisu, don't apologize to him. It wasn't my fault. I told you I didn't do it, believe me. Yi Wuji watched Chen Zisu's humble apology with heart-wrenching anguish. Don't fear him. I have nothing to hide. Su Qihong's face turned pale and flushed in turn, his fury making him snarl and glare. You call this noble and upright? Using such despicable methods. Yi Wuji sneered coldly, speaking slowly, if we're talking about underhanded tactics, I can't hold a candle to your daughter, Su Qingxia. She hired people to kidnap my daughter, intending to kill her. My daughter's disappearance is entirely her doing. The words sent shockwaves through the entire crowd. What? Xiao Han is missing? Xiao Han was kidnapped? What happened? Could it really be Su Qingxia? Chen Zisu gasped, why would she do such a thing? Su Qihong stared at him in disbelief. Impossible. Qingxia wouldn't do something like this. The situation now is this, your daughter is unharmed, while my daughter and son-in-law were brutally murdered in their own home. How do you explain that? Your daughter isn't dead, what proof do you have that Qingxia ordered her kidnapping? Don't slander Qingxia with such baseless accusations. Produce your evidence. You keep insisting Qingxia ordered the kidnapping, then bring those kidnappers here. Face them directly and see if any of this is true. This statement left Yi Wuji at a loss. Those two kidnappers, one fat, one thin, had long been killed by him, leaving no witnesses to corroborate the story. Yi Wuji shook his head. Su Qingxia believes I punished Chen Tongkai and now opposes the Su family at every turn. Unable to touch me, she's targeting my family. Seeing Yi Wuji silent for a long time, unable to defend himself, Su Qihong snorted coldly, humph. That's just your word against mine. Prove it. Show me the evidence that Qingxia ordered the kidnapping. Can't you produce any proof? Now I have eyewitnesses. Our Su family servants saw you force your way into the Su residence that very day. After you left, Qingxia and the others were killed. If it wasn't you, then who else could it be? I'm here to settle this with you, I am the evidence. You must give me an explanation today. All fingers now pointed squarely at Yi Wuji. Chen Zisu felt her heart grow half cold as she glared at him with bitter hatred. I'm so disappointed in you. I never imagined you'd be this kind of person. You lied to me and deceived me. Who would have thought Yi Wuji was capable of murder? Su Qihong demanded blood for blood. Just then, Zhao Xingha contacted Yi Wuji. He discovered that the murderer who killed Su Qingxia and Chen Tongkai back then used a foreign-made firearm. It was a firearm commonly used by mercenaries. Upon learning the latest information, Yi Wuji hastily defended himself. He told everyone that the killer used a foreign-made gun, but he never carried a gun on his person. Chen Zisu could vouch for this, as she had never seen any firearms or ammunition in his home. Yi Wuji shared this information with everyone, but Su Qihong believed he was making excuses. Stop making excuses. Do you think the Su family doesn't know anything about guns? I can expose your lies in an instant. Su Qihong summoned a subordinate knowledgeable about firearms. Yi Wuji confidently told him to inspect freely and verify whether the situation matched his account. The Su family servant examined the injuries sustained by Su Qingxia and Chen Tongkai, confirming Yi Wuji's account. Contact Su Qihong immediately. Master, it's just as he said, a foreign-made firearm. Such firearms are impossible for ordinary people to possess domestically. Su Qihong looked at him skeptically. Is that so? Are you absolutely certain? The servant nodded emphatically. I would never deceive you, master. It is absolutely correct. Only then did Su Qihong begin to believe Yi Wuji's words. Yi Wuji, having cleared himself of suspicion, sighed helplessly. I went to confront Su Qingxia after all. She harmed my daughter. But I didn't kill them. Su Qihong pressed. Then what did you say to them? Yi Wuji suddenly remembered and asked. I was just about to ask you the same thing. I was asking her if she knew the truth behind the Yi family massacre all those years ago. She was about to speak when she was killed. Now you've come at just the right time. I've been wanting to ask you, what hidden circumstances led to the Yi family massacre? Su Qingxia said you were there at the time. The moment he heard it was about the Yi family, Su Qihong instantly understood how Su Qingxia had died. His face twisted in panic as he shook his head frantically. No, I don't know. Don't ask me. I know nothing. I have business to attend to. I must leave now. I won't disturb you further. He hurriedly fled, wiping away a cold sweat. He left their home in a panic, as if he'd seen a ghost. Yi Wuji tried to stop him, sensing something was off. This man must know something. But Chen Zisa pulled him back, urging, don't chase him. It's dangerous. Su Qihong stepped outside and immediately pulled out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his forehead. He then pulled out his phone, dialed a number, and pressed it to his ear with trembling hands. Yi Wuji must have discovered what happened all those years ago. He's investigating now. We should meet. The person on the other end remained silent for a long moment before replying in a deep, ominous voice, all right. Meet me at the usual spot. With that, the call ended. Chapter 100, The Resolution to Divorce. Chen Zisa gazed at Yi Wuji's innocent profile, her heart filled with guilt. She felt she had misunderstood him just now, choosing not to believe his words. She approached Yi Wuji and whispered softly in his ear, I'm sorry. I misunderstood you earlier. Yi Wuji looked flattered and surprised, smiling softly. It's okay. I know you were worried about Xiaohan. It's fine. I don't mind. I won't blame you. Chen Zisa lifted her gaze to meet his, her heart racing for a moment. Her cheeks flushed as she turned her face away, shyly saying, all right, next time you should explain things clearly to me. Yi Wuji affectionately ruffled her hair. All right. Next time, I'll tell you everything. Chen Zisa turned and headed toward the kitchen. She rolled up her sleeves and got to work, preparing a sumptuous and delicious lunch for the family. Yi Wuji was discussing future plans with Chen Baichuan when the topic turned to funding. Suddenly, he remembered the 30 million yuan in cash he still had in his car. Money Zhao Xinghe had prepared to save Yi Zihan. Yi Wuji stood up, retrieved all the money, and placed it before Chen Baichuan and Lin Jiao. The two stared at the box of crisp bills, their eyes sparkling as their mouths dropped open in surprise. It had been ages since they'd seen such a large sum of cash. Chen Baichuan stood up excitedly, staring at the unexpected cash. He could barely get his words out. What's going on? Lin Jiao stared at Yi Wuji in astonishment. Where did all this money come from? Chen Zisou, who had been busy in the kitchen, heard her parents' exclamations outside and came to investigate. Seeing the mountain of cash, she was so shocked she dropped the spatula from her hands. Yi Wuji, what's going on here? Yi Wuji soothed them softly, calm down, calm down. Don't panic. Let me explain. This money came from legitimate sources. Chen Baichuan couldn't believe Yi Wuji had so much money and suspected he might have been involved in some illegal activities. Be honest, where did this money come from? Yi Wuji explained, no, absolutely not. This money was borrowed from my comrades in arms back in the military. This house was borrowed too. When Xiaohan was kidnapped, the kidnappers demanded 30 million in cash for her release. I had no choice but to borrow from friends its legitimate money. Hearing this, everyone's hearts finally settled. Yi Wuji placed the money before Chen Baichuan and his parents. Now that Xiaohan is safe and sound, I'd like to give this money to you to help resolve your financial issues. What do you think? Chen Baichuan and Lin Jiao were overjoyed. They exchanged a glance. Free money delivered to their doorstep? Who wouldn't want that? Especially now, when they were desperately short on funds. Just as they were about to accept it, Chen Zisa stood up and refused. No, thank you. We don't need this money. You should take it back and return it to your friend. Chen Baichuan stared at her in disbelief. Are you out of your mind? We desperately need this money. Chen Zisa firmly refused. I'm not crazy. I don't need it. I've thought this through clearly. In fact, I'll announce it here and now. I'm about to divorce Yi Wuji. I have nothing to do with him. What? Why? Zisou, what's gotten into you? What's wrong with everything being fine? The group gasped in unison. Chen Baichuan watched as Chen Zisa voluntarily proposed divorcing Yi Wuji, bewildered. Zisou, what's gotten into you? You refused to divorce him when I pressured you before. Now what? They'd just been kicked out by the Chen family, and it was only thanks to Yi Wuji that they hadn't ended up on the streets. They still depended on Yi Wuji. Chen Zhisu stated she was about to divorce Yi Wuji and didn't want to owe him anymore. Yi Wuji watched Chen Zhisu, who had been perfectly fine just moments ago, suddenly turn cold-faced. Her attitude shifted so abruptly it caught him off guard. What's wrong, Zhisu? What did I do wrong? Tell me. Just tell me. Chen Zhisu pulled Yi Wuji back to their room. Let's talk about our issues privately. The two returned to their room to talk things through. Yi Wuji felt a pang of sadness. Zhisu, what's really wrong? What happened? Chen Zhisu remained silent for a long while before taking a deep breath, as if summoning immense resolve. She said solemnly, Yi Wuji, you're a good person, but I simply can't endure this life of constant fear and worry anymore. I'm so anxious. Yi Wuji held her hand. What are you worried about? Tell me. Chen Zhisu pulled away from his grasp, her voice cold. Our family has been driven out by grandmother. We're just a burden on you. Besides, our family has no standing now. We'll only cause trouble. I don't want this. I'm already troubled enough. You're the same. You're obsessed with uncovering the truth behind the Yi family massacre all those years ago. In doing so, you're bound to cross paths with certain people. If you provoke the wrong people, they'll come after you. Xiao Han's kidnapping is a living example. Xiao Han is my Achilles heel. I can't bear losing her. I won't let her face danger or any kind of threat again. I don't want our family to live in constant fear for the rest of our lives. I'm just so exhausted. Chen Zhisu's voice grew increasingly choked with emotion as tears streamed down both sides of her cheeks. Yi Wuji felt a deep ache in his heart as he listened to her lament, his own emotions in turmoil. He was utterly heartbroken. It was all because of him that so many things had happened. I'm sorry. I know I've wronged you, Zhisu. I owe you. I swear, I promise you, I'll treat you well and protect your entire family. I promise it will never happen again. Yi Wuji desperately wanted to make amends, vowing never to let them suffer again. Chen Zhisu remained unmoved by his words, replying coldly, It's unnecessary. My mind is made up. I'll give you some time to think it over. With that, she turned and walked away without looking back. From that day on, they slept in separate rooms. Chen Baichuan and Lin Jiao paced anxiously outside. When they saw Chen Zhisu emerge from her room with a gloomy expression, they rushed forward to persuade her. Zhisu, don't be so impulsive. Given our family's current situation, wouldn't it be unwise to divorce Yi Wuji now? Zhisu, can't we just talk things out? But Chen Zhisu wouldn't listen. Mom and Dad, please stop trying to talk me out of this. I've made up my mind. Don't worry, I won't be homeless. I don't want to owe him anything. Chen Baichuan reconsidered. After all, this house and the 30 million in cash were both borrowed from Yi Wuji. His reputation wasn't exactly stellar. It was indeed better for their daughter to find a good family while she was still young. So they stopped trying to persuade her. Yi Wuji couldn't fathom what he should do next. Late into the night, he went out alone to drown his sorrows in drink with Zhao Xinghe, pouring out his heart. Seeing Yi Wuji so troubled over Chen Zhisu's situation, Zhao Xinghe couldn't bear to see him suffer. He mentioned something the king had once said. At the time, Yi Wuji had official duties to attend to, so he hadn't been told. Brother, there's something the sovereign mentioned earlier that I never shared with you. Chapter 101, The Supreme War God. Yi Wuji lay awake all night, his heart heavy with sorrow. He still couldn't understand why Chen Zhisu refused to see his perspective, insisting on divorcing him rather than facing their troubles together. Alone in the night, Chen Zhisu wept silently. She felt deeply wronged. Why must she endure so many dangers that never should have been hers? She simply couldn't bear it anymore. Now, the threat had reached Yi Zihan's life. She couldn't bear the thought if anything happened to her daughter, how could she possibly go on living? Meanwhile, Chen Baichuan and Lin Jiao found themselves in a dilemma. Faced with the current situation, Chen Baichuan sighed helplessly. These two were truly baffling. Just moments ago everything seemed fine, yet now. Lin Jiao pondered, we never approved of Zhisu and Yi Wuji being together. Back then, she refused to listen to our repeated objections. After enduring so much suffering, perhaps she's finally seen the light. Chen Baichuan nodded. Yes, it's better they've parted ways. Zhisu is still young, she might find someone even better. Each harbored their own hidden motives, quietly calculating their own schemes. Early the next morning, Chen Baichuan and Lin Jiao rose to pack their belongings. Chen Zhisu was awakened by their noise. Mom and Dad, what are you doing? What are you two bustling about so early in the morning? Yi Wuji, who hadn't slept all night, came out to check, thinking something was wrong. Seeing everyone awake, Lin Jiao set down her luggage and smiled. Nothing serious. Did we disturb your sleep? We just wanted to make a trip to your aunt's place. Chen Zhisu was surprised. My aunt's house? Why are you going there? Chen Baichuan explained, we discussed it all night. Since we've been kicked out of the Chun family and have little money, we can't rely on them. We thought we'd visit relatives on your mother's side to see if they could suggest ways to make money. Lin Jiao added hesitantly, yes, we don't want to put you in a difficult position. That's why we thought of asking your second aunt for help. She must have some ideas. Chen Zhisu frowned reluctantly. Mom and Dad, just stay home safely. Don't go anywhere. You don't need to worry. I'll figure something out. You're not a burden to me. I don't want you begging others for help. Besides, who knows what my aunt's family would say if you went back there. Despite Chen Zisu's objections, Chen Baichuan insisted on seeking help elsewhere. Zisu, listen to us. It's not that we don't trust you. It's just that funds are tight right now. We're truly at a loss. You can't handle this alone. In the end, Chen Zisu couldn't persuade them otherwise and had to let them leave. After the two elders departed, the villa returned to its usual quiet. Chen Zhisu and Yi Wuji stood facing each other across the long hallway, exchanging glances before quickly averting their eyes. The atmosphere was thick with awkwardness. After a long silence, Yi Wuji cleared his throat twice, trying to ease the tension. Ahem, Zhisu, are you resting well? Chen Zhisu shot him a cold glance. None of your business. Yi Wuji stood frozen in place, unsure how to respond. Zhisu, please don't be like this. Is there anything we can't talk about calmly? If you have any grievances, tell me. I'll listen. Please, don't act like this. Chen Zhisu refused to engage with his attempts to reconcile, turning her face away and walking off. Stop talking. There's no future between us. I made that perfectly clear yesterday. Chen Zhisu was determined to divorce him. Seeing his pleas fall on deaf ears, Yi Wuji felt a deep sorrow welling up inside him. Zhisu, do you truly feel this way about me? Do I truly mean nothing to you? Not even a shred of importance? Have you ever considered my feelings? Zhisu, I'd do anything for you. Seeing him grow increasingly agitated, Chen Zhisu impatiently cut him off. What could you possibly do for me? Don't make me sound so selfish. If you truly care about me, let me go. Spare us both. I have my reasons too. It's not that I don't want to believe you, it's that I find it incredibly hard to trust you anymore. There's nothing left to say. Stop talking. Let's get divorced this afternoon. Yi Wuji refused to accept this. He lunged forward and grabbed Chen Zhisu. Zhisu, what must I do to make you understand how much I love you? How much I care? I'm willing to sacrifice everything for you. Let go of me. Chen Zhisu was startled by his sudden action. She struggled fiercely. Let me go. What do you think you're doing? Yi Wuji disregarded her protests, pulling her into his arms. No matter how she pounded and fought against him, he wouldn't let go. Silently enduring her fury, he gazed at her with profound tenderness. Zhisu, I won't let you suffer anymore. It's all my fault. Please forgive me, okay? I don't want to lose you. I love you. Please understand me. I promise I won't disappoint you. Chen Zhisu glared at him angrily. Don't even think about it. If I understand you, who understands me? Have you ever considered me at all? All this time we've been together, how many threats have I endured? I've truly had enough. Now it's seriously threatening Xiao Han. I absolutely won't allow this to happen. Xiao Han is my absolute limit. Yi Wuji retorted passionately, do you think I want Xiao Han to suffer like this? I've been doing everything to protect you both. I won't let this happen again. Why can't you just trust me? Zhisu, Xiao Han is our child. How could you possibly think I'd let her get hurt? Chen Zhisu raised her hand and slapped him across the face without hesitation. I don't want to hear your excuses. What good are all your explanations? My mind is made up. Their fierce argument woke Yi Zihan. Seeing them argue so fiercely for the first time, she froze in terror and burst into tears. Mommy, Daddy, what's wrong? What are you doing? Mommy, don't hit Daddy. Stop arguing, please. Xiao Han is so scared. Don't leave each other, Xiao Han won't lose you. Faced with Yi Zihan's wails, Chen Zhisu's hatred for Yi Wuji boiled over. It's all your fault. If not for you, how could we have ended up like this? She walked over, scooped Yi Zihan into her arms, and, overcome with grief, ignored Yi Wuji's attempts to stop her. Alone, she carried Yi Zihan out the door and fled. Yi Wuji watched their receding figures vanish into the distance, his heart filled with profound desolation. It was laughable the mighty war god of Great Xia, who had conquered battlefields, was utterly helpless when it came to his own wife. At that moment, Zhao Xinghe, dressed in crisp military uniform, solemnly led the dragon guards of the nation into the villa. The scene was imposing and grand, the procession solemn and dignified. Zhao Xinghe handed the military order to Yi Wuji, announcing the sovereign's decree, conferring upon Lord Yi Wuji the title of Supreme War God and awarding him the National Guard's special merit. This restored Yi Wuji's status, reputation, and identity as a war god. As he spoke, Zhao Xinghe presented a box crafted from golden-threaded rosewood. Yi Wuji opened it to find a golden mask that covered half his face. Chapter 102, The Troubles of a War God. Yi Wuji examined the mask in his hands, his expression unruffled, yet inwardly he sighed deeply. This mask was a symbol of status. But now, with his wife about to be taken from him, what use was such honor? The dragon guards behind him immediately knelt on one knee in salute. Congratulate the god of war. Seeing his lack of reaction, Zhao Xinghe assumed he felt the sovereign's reward was insufficient. Zhao Xinghe stepped forward, clasped his hands in a respectful salute, and said, "Leader, this is a gracious gift from His Majesty. Your title has even been elevated. This is merely the tip of the iceberg. The sovereign's favors will continue to flow, but given the current circumstances and your pressing duties, it is unwise to reveal your identity at this time. The sovereign wishes you to avoid revealing your identity on the battlefield henceforth, to prevent unnecessary complications." Yi Wuji absent-mindedly fiddled with the mask in his hand, his mind racing. He didn't care about these rewards or honors. What mattered to him was how he could win back Chen Zisu and make her change her mind. Sigh. What good are these things? What I desire goes far beyond mere titles and rewards. Seeing Yi Wuji at a loss, clearly not grasping his meaning, Zhao Xinghe added, "Don't worry, boss. Given your current status, it must be proclaimed to the world. The royal army knows you wouldn't care about these things, nor would you be satisfied with such rewards. The sovereign intends to hold a formal investiture ceremony in your honor as the supreme war god, with all the city's dignitaries attending to offer congratulations. You decide who to invite. You draft the invitations yourself. Invite whomever you wish." Yi Wuji merely nodded. "All right, I understand. I'll give it careful consideration." His mind, however, was still preoccupied with how to coax Chen Zisu back into his arms. To him, the title of war god was just a name, nothing compared to the importance of Chen Zisu. Yi Wuji couldn't help asking Zhao Xinghe, "Do you know how to make a woman happy?" Zhao Xinghe's expression darkened. "Oh, so that's what's been troubling you?" Yi Wuji nodded, completely lacking the aura of a war god. "Yes, this is very important." Zhao Xinghe sighed, rubbing his forehead. "Women love sweet talk. Are you trying to cheer up your sister-in-law?" Yi Wuji pondered earnestly. "Yes, but nothing I say seems to work." Zhao Xinghe offered advice. "It depends on what kind of approach she prefers. Maybe she doesn't really want to fight with you or separate, she just wants to see your attitude. It depends on how sincerely you can move her." Yi Wuji stroked his chin thoughtfully, murmuring to himself, "The most sincere. What counts as sincerity?" Zhao Xinghe shared his perspective. "I believe to win a woman's favor, you must appeal to her interests. For instance, what does your sister-in-law enjoy? Women adore flowers, it's romantic. Sending flowers strikes me as the most sincere gesture." Yi Wuji hesitated. "Flowers? Are you sure? Isn't that a bit cliché?" Zhao Xinghe sighed exasperatedly. "Boss, you have almost zero experience with relationships. How would you know if it's cliché? Seriously, women love it when you put effort into them. They fall for that kind of thing." Yi Wuji looked skeptical. "Really?" Zhao Xinghe pounded his chest emphatically. "I swear. Trust me." After leaving home with Yi Zihan, Chen Zisu wandered aimlessly down the street. They wandered into a quiet, deserted park. Her heart felt heavy as she watched the setting sun on the horizon. After all this time, Yi Wuji still hadn't come looking for her. Men are all unreliable, stinking men. I'll never trust you again. Deep down, Chen Zisu still wanted to see Yi Wuji, hoping he would come to keep her. Yi Zihan blinked her big, sparkling eyes and asked earnestly, "Mommy, do you really want to divorce Daddy?" Chen Zisu looked down at her daughter, gently stroking her innocent little head with a bitter smile. "At your age, what could you possibly understand? Do you even know what divorce means?" Yi Zihan lifted her little face. "Of course I know. It means separating from Daddy. Mommy, don't separate from Daddy. Daddy is the strongest and best daddy in the whole world. Xiaohan wants you two to stay together forever." Chen Zisu froze, surprised her daughter understood the implications. "Xiaohan, don't worry. It's not what you think. Neither Mom nor Dad will ever abandon you." She didn't want her daughter to know too much and get hurt. All these years, she knew how much her daughter had suffered. The child was so sensible, never causing her any trouble. How many times had her daughter longed for her father, yearned to see him? But now that Yi Wuji had returned, he hadn't brought her daughter a better life. Instead, she lived in constant turmoil, facing so many threats. Chen Zisu simply couldn't bear it. She could endure it herself, but Yi Zihan couldn't be wronged. For Xiaohan, she was willing to do anything. That was why she had insisted on divorce, to ensure her daughter could grow up safe and sound. Yet she hadn't anticipated Yi Zihan's profound attachment to Yi Wuji. Chen Zisu herself hesitated. Deep down, she didn't truly wish to part ways with Yi Wuji. After all they'd been through, a day as husband and wife meant 100 days of affection. She knew Yi Wuji was a good man, yet she couldn't bear to live in constant fear anymore. Yi Wuji's reputation outside wasn't good either. People said he was a rapist fresh out of prison, causing Yi Zihan to suffer constant humiliation at kindergarten. Chen Zisu's eyes dimmed. She truly didn't want this, but the weight of disappointment forced her to face reality. A tear slipped unconsciously from the corner of her eye. Chen Zisu raised her hand to wipe it away. To say she felt no lingering affection would be a lie. Yet she remained hesitant, unable to make a final decision. Yi Wuji's attitude would be the deciding factor. Her heart was torn. She too was reluctant to part with Yi Wuji. "Mommy, don't cry." Yi Zihan comforted her, wrapping her arms around her mother. "Don't be sad. I'm here for you, Mom. I'll always be by your side." Chen Zisu felt a pang of sorrow. Seeing her sensible, heartbreakingly mature daughter, she was deeply saddened. "Xiaohan, Mommy will work hard to give you a good life." Yi Zihan shook her head. "No, I just want you both to be together and stay with me. Don't leave, Xiaohan. Don't fight. I'm afraid of losing you both." Chen Zisu lifted her into her arms. "Xiaohan, be a good girl." As dusk fell, Chen Zisu prepared to take her daughter home. Suddenly, a blooming red rose appeared from behind, offered to Chen Zisu. Her eyes lit up. "Ah! Yi Wuji?" Thinking Yi Wuji had come to find her, she turned around with joy in her heart. But when she turned, she didn't see the familiar face, only a stranger's. The light that had just shone in Chen Zisu's eyes instantly dimmed. Chapter 103, The Investiture Ceremony. Chen Zisu stared at the stranger before her heart sinking with disappointment. This was not the person she had hoped to see. The stranger said nothing, merely shook his head without answering her question, then pressed the rose in his hand into hers. With a smile on his face, he turned and walked away. Chen Zisu felt utterly baffled, unable to fathom what this person was all about. Yi Zihan smiled and asked her, "Mommy, what kind of flower is this? It's so pretty." "It's a rose, Xiaohan." Chen Zisu stared blankly at the rose in her hand and politely called after the stranger's retreating figure, "Thank you." Chen Zisu stared at the rose in her hand, lost in thought. She wondered if the person had seen her wandering aimlessly in the park, looking lonely, and had simply wanted to offer some comfort. At that thought, a wave of warmth washed over Chen Zisu. A stranger could show her such concern, yet Yi Wuji never bothered to check on her. The more she thought about it, the angrier she grew at Yi Wuji. "I hate you. I'll never forgive you." No sooner had the words left her mouth than she tried to pull Yi Zihan away. But every 2 steps they took, someone inexplicably burst out to block their path. Without a word, they handed Chen Zisu a bouquet of roses. Chen Zisu was baffled. Where had all these people come from in this once deserted little park, constantly showering her with flowers? Completely baffled, she even began to worry. What did these people want? Was someone following her? She grabbed one of them and demanded loudly, "Who are you? What do you want?" The person who was caught first looked terrified, then broke free from her grasp and hurried away without looking back. With more and more roses in her hands, Chen Zisu walked to the end of the road with a sense of unease. There, at the very end of the road, stood a familiar figure. Chen Zisu's pupils contracted sharply. Her hands trembled as tears of overwhelming emotion welled up in her eyes. Yi Wuji now stood before her, holding a large bouquet of roses in his hands. Seeing them, Yi Wuji seemed to have anticipated this moment, as if he had planned it long ago. His eyes held a smile as he slowly approached Zisu. "You've waited long enough. I've come to take you home. Come with me." Chen Zisu stared in disbelief. "You? How are you here?" She hadn't expected Yi Wuji to actually come find her. Yi Wuji gazed at her deeply. "I've been waiting here for you for a long time." Chen Zisu was so moved she couldn't speak. Yi Zihan clapped excitedly and hugged Yi Wuji. "Daddy, I missed you so much. Please don't leave me. When you left, both Mom and I were so heartbroken. Mom was so upset she cried just now." Chen Zisu quickly interrupted her. "Shihan, don't say things like that." "I didn't." Yi Wuji raised an eyebrow with a faint, ambiguous smile. Is that so? Little Han never tells lies. Zisu, I know you didn't want to either. I understand you're just worried. Please trust me. I apologize for speaking harshly to you yesterday. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." Chen Zisu's eyes welled up with tears. What good does saying this do? Yi Wuji gently wrapped his arms around her, holding her tenderly. Whispering softly in her ear, "Zisu, I know this isn't what you truly feel. I love you deeply. You know me, I'll always treat you well. I know you've endured so much for me over the years. I apologize. You can hit me or scold me however you want, but please don't leave me. I can't live without you. Without you, what would become of me? Everything I've done all these years was for you. I know you think I'm useless, that I can't help you and only put you in danger. Please forgive me. Give me one chance to make things right for you both. I swear nothing like that will ever happen again." Yi Wuji pounded his chest solemnly, his vow ringing true. Seeing the sincerity in his eyes and hearing his resolute tone, Chen Zisu's heart softened. Recalling all the trials they'd weathered together, Chen Zisu felt a surge of emotion. "But how could I possibly trust you?" Yi Wuji replied earnestly, "Zisu, as long as you're still willing to be with me, I promise I'll strive to improve myself. I'll help you manage the company and support you through any difficulties. Chen Zixu pondered for a moment, then asked doubtfully, "You can manage a company?" She believed Yi Wuji knew nothing about business. Yi Wuji fought for his chance. "I can work as security. No matter what, I'm willing to give everything for you." After this heartfelt conversation, Chen Zixu's anger subsided. The tension between them eased. Yi Wuji instantly stopped worrying. "Can you forgive me?" "Zixu, I'll follow whatever you decide." Chen Zixu shyly nodded. "Yes, but don't get too cocky. It depends on how you behave." The family of three finally embraced in perfect harmony. Half a month later, the Supreme War God's investiture ceremony commenced. Notables from all walks of life gathered.
The Chen family had no right to attend, yet inexplicably, every member received an invitation from the War God.
The War God? Good heavens! The Chen family has been granted such immense honor. I absolutely must make a good impression. The family's future prosperity rests on my shoulders. Chen Zichang's eyes sparkled with gold as he stared at the invitation. "Alright, everyone bring your finest attire. We can't disgrace the Chen family."
Old Madame Chen, leaning on her cane, beamed so broadly her wrinkles could trap flies.
The Chen family arrived at the Supreme God of War's investiture ceremony in full regalia. By sheer coincidence, they bumped into Chen Zixu's family at the entrance. Well, who might this be? Chen Zixu, you think you're worthy of attending the War God's investiture ceremony?
Chen Zichang brandished his invitation before Zixu, flaunting it triumphantly.
What? Just because you can come, we can't? We have invitations too. Chen Zixu rolled her eyes, refusing to engage with Chen Zichang. Pulling Xiaohan along, she entered the venue with Chen Baichuan and Lin Jiao.
Chen Zihao followed behind, waving a fist at Chen Zichang as a warning to watch his words. Upon entering the venue, the group was stunned. The upper-tier families like the Changs and the Zhengs were all present. Though they were supposed to be prominent figures, they were now whispering among themselves.
"Cheng family head, what's the deal with this Supreme War God? Never heard of him before."
"Speaking of war gods, I do have someone in mind, but I dare not speak lightly."
"Hey, isn't that Tiger? Tiger, long time no see."
At that moment, Long Qinghu arrived with his son, young Master Long.
Others gathered around to whisper to Tiger Lord, "Do you know who this new war god is?"
Tiger Lord twirled a peach pit in his fingers, looking like he knew exactly what was going on.
"You'll find out soon enough. Just be patient, ha." Meanwhile, Chen Zichang and the old lady were complaining. "Grandma, why do Chen Zixu and her group get to sit in the front row while we're stuck way back here? Who knows what tricks that brat pulled? Go check it out and get us those seats."
With the old lady backing him, Chen Zichang immediately started walking forward to swap seats. Before he even reached the front, security stopped him.
"Sir, that's the VIP section. You can't go any further." "What? VIP section? There must be non-VIPs in there." Glaring at Chen Zixu, Chen Zichang's mouth twisted in fury. "Go check it out. That woman, what gives her the right to be in there?"
The security guard followed Chen Zichang's pointing finger toward Chen Zixu and strode over. He leaned in to whisper to her.
Zixu then pulled out an invitation from her handbag.
After the security guard examined it, he bowed respectfully and departed.
"Sir, it's been confirmed. Please leave." "What does that mean? There's definitely something wrong with that."
"Sir, the VIP section is reserved for distinguished guests personally invited by Lord War God.
Please show some respect in your speech."
Seeing the security guard take no action, Chen Zichang grew impatient, even considering physical force.
But how could he possibly resist the agile security team? He was immediately escorted back to his rear seats by several security guards.
Suddenly, a commotion erupted as everyone turned to look behind them. The Supreme War God had made his entrance.
Wow, what an imposing presence. When would the War God reveal his true face? He must be incredibly handsome.
Yi Wuji stood there in his imposing military uniform, a gold-threaded mask obscuring his face, radiating an aura of unapproachable valor. Chen Zixu felt a momentary daze for some reason. The War God's appearance seemed strangely familiar.
"Mom, that's Dad."
Little Han pointed at the approaching god of war, her voice innocent.
"Shoo! Don't say that." Zixu quickly scooped up Xiaohan, gently covering her mouth.
The War God was no one to be trifled with. Though she didn't know why her family was seated in the VIP section, uttering the wrong words and angering him could be a capital offense. Yi Wuji stepped onto the stage under the gaze of the crowd.
The MC took the stage and announced,
"Ladies and gentlemen, today marks the coronation ceremony of the Supreme War God, personally appointed by His Majesty the King. Let us welcome His Divine Majesty the War God to the stage with thunderous applause." Thunderous applause erupted as the crowd eagerly anticipated glimpsing the War God's true form. Yi Wuji approached Chen Zixu, extending his hand in an inviting gesture.
The crowd watched in confusion, wondering what this meant.
Chen Zixu was equally baffled, but with all eyes on her, she could only slowly place her hand into the War God's grasp. Yi Wuji led her to the front of the stage.
Chen Zixu felt the situation was unbearably awkward. What stunned Chen Zissou even more was that this heroic man, the nation's supreme war god, was now before her. He actually knelt down on one knee. The crowd erupted in shock. What was he doing? What was the war god up to? Could he possibly be proposing? But Chen Zissou already has a husband, doesn't she? She must have left. Look, her whole family is here except her husband. Everyone craned their necks to catch the drama. Chen Zichang's family sat in the back row, unable to see a thing, but their faces darkened. How shameless! Daring to flirt with the war god in broad daylight. What a disgrace to the Chen family. Thank goodness she's already been disowned. Chen Zissou was already flustered by the scene unfolding before her. The god of war pulled something from his pocket, a delicate little box. The crowd gasped in unison. The box opened to reveal a diamond ring the size of a pigeon's egg, a scale Chen Zissou had never seen in her entire life. Good heavens, that was the one-of-a-kind eternal heart diamond. Judging by its size, it must be at least 30 carats. You couldn't even buy that in China. Truly worthy of the war god, rare jewels of the world are within his grasp. Everyone marveled at the ring's value, but Chen Zissou's delicate brows furrowed slightly. I'm sorry, god of war, but I already have a husband. Please put away this precious gem. Zissou, don't you recognize me? Chen Zissou stared in shock at the golden mesh mask before her. The voice emanating from beneath the mask belonged to Yi Wuji. Yi Wuji removed the mask, revealing his true face. Tears welled up in Zissou's eyes. Wow, it's the war god. Good heavens, isn't he Chen Zissou's husband? The Chen family in the back row saw everything clearly, their expressions filled with disbelief. Yi Wuji? How dare someone address the war god by his given name? Zhao Xinghe immediately stepped down and slapped Chen Zichang across the face. The Chen family members were puzzled but dared not speak further. Yi Wuji spoke solemnly. Zissou, I failed you before. Now, as the supreme god of war, I ask for your hand in marriage. From this day forward, I, Yi Wuji, will always be by your side. I will never let you suffer even the slightest injustice. Will you marry me? Chen Zissou quickly wiped away her tears, gazing at this foolish man before her with deep emotion. She nodded firmly. Yi Wuji slipped the ring onto her slender ring finger, then rose to embrace her. In that moment, Chen Zissou felt no fear. Her daughter, her family, and her man all were sources of immense pride. Daddy! Little Han ran happily onto the stage. Yi Wuji scooped her up in his arms, and the family embraced in blissful happiness. Applause of congratulations thundered from the audience below. At this moment, Yi Wuji finally realized his deepest wish: his wife and daughter would never leave him again. Forever and ever, never to be parted.